Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The loud cries of the rampaging demonic beasts echoed. The demons had pridefully entered the village. They burst into laughter when they saw the humans. Ha ha ha, I never expected to see humans here. I can tell at a glance that they are weak. How did they even manage to get here? Well, occasionally, strange creatures visit the first realm, but these poor things, meeting us of all creatures. The demons were riding boar-like beasts and swinging their large clubs. Li Xin approached them. Do you know the entrance to the second realm? Li Xin asked the group of demons. The demons were taken aback by Li Xin's sudden approach and question. One of the demons decided to resolve their confusion by swinging their club at Li Xin. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Wong? Crack? As if cracking an egg, Vula caught the club and broke it into pieces. Huh, how is this possible? The demon was shocked. Ugh, all of you look so annoying. How come all you demons act and behave the same? Vula, with a smirk on his face, grabbed the face of the demon in front of him and lifted him. What do you think you're doing? Shouted the demon in pain. You gotta learn your lesson, said Vula. Keek, K-U-K, K-E-E-K. Vula beat all the demons mercilessly. The demons quickly kneeled in front of Li Xin's group after that. Oh dear, we're so sorry for failing to recognize such honorable individuals. At novel bin at. We would like to apologize sincerely. What would you like to know? Shut up, you idiot. Did you already forget he asked you about the second realm? Why are you making them repeat it? Shouted a demon and smacked the head of the demon beside him. What did you just call me? Did you call me an idiot? And who are you to smack me? Do you want to get beaten? Do you guys really want to die? Vula brought his head forward to meet their eyes. And no, sir. We didn't mean to do that. Do you guys know where the entrance to the second realm is? Li Xin asked. Yes, we do know. We heard a gatekeeper protects the gate leading to the next realm. A high-ranking devil connected the gatekeeper's soul to the door. Even if you kill the gatekeeper, he would just come back. You must be recognized by the gatekeeper to use the gate, explained a demon. Good, you seem to know much. Do you also know where the gate is? I've seen it before, but I don't remember exactly. K-U-K. The demon's voice had trailed off, so Vula had swiftly beheaded one of the demons standing beside him. Startled by the sight, the other panicked demon hurriedly spoke up. Oh, yes, I think I remember. I'm certain I saw it, about a month ago. Oh, is that so? But you know, I can detect lies, right? Think carefully before you speak. Lie and die, Alice said to the demon. I'm speaking the truth. Please trust me, the demon replied. Oh yeah? Then take us there, Alice said. Huh? Are you trying to go to the gate that leads to the second realm? It's full of demons, though. It could be dangerous, and you'll risk your life if you make a mistake. The demon shuddered as if recalling that place's location. You don't have to worry about that, Li Xin replied. Li Xin summoned the undead Vec Jack and mounted it. So, where should we go? Li Xin asked. Keep walking day and night toward that massive mountain range over there. It'll be visible after a few days, the demon replied. Then one day should be enough, Li Xin replied. Swoosh. Vec Jack spread its enormous wings and took to the sky, carrying the three individuals and the demon. Don't fly too high, but go at full speed in that direction, Li Xin said to Vec Jack. What did you say? There's no way we can make it in just one day, cried out the demon. Vec Jack flew rapidly through the air. The demon had to use all his strength just to hold Vec Jack's protruding bones tightly. Coop. What if I lose my grip and fall? Although he could get injured, he believed it was better than going to that place. He knew that if he were to go to that place, he would surely die. With this thought in mind, the demon loosened his grip slightly, but an intangible force grabbed his arm. Kaya! Screamed the demon. Now his entire body was in the air, swaying like a flag, and only one of his arms was firmly attached to the skeleton's protruding bone. He could not let go, no matter how hard he tried. Where do you think you're running off to? Alice sneered as she glanced at the demon. Save me! Cried out the frightened demon. A fierce gust of wind filled his mouth, preventing any words from coming out. He felt like his arm would be torn off any second. He deeply regretted trying to flee now. Burf. After finally landing, the demon started to gag again despite having gagged several times during the flight. With a disdainful look, Alice pushed the demon aside. Meanwhile, Li Xin and his group looked at the grand gate leading to the second realm, situated far in the distance. Is that the gate that leads to the second realm? Vula asked. That's right, Li Xin replied. It's unnecessarily magnificent. Vula sighed in admiration as he looked at the gate but furrowed his eyebrows upon seeing the fierce battle occurring before it among the demons. The demons kept appearing out of nowhere. They kept popping up and killing each other to go to the second realm. This place really is chaotic, said Alice, disgusted by the bloody scenes. There must be more than one gate leading to the second realm. So, why are they all gathering here? Vula asked with a puzzled expression. That's because the demon world is unimaginably vast. This, here, is a fight between the demons solely from this area, Li Xin explained. May I go now? The demon asked Li Xin politely. Sure, go ahead, Li Xin replied. The demon hastily retreated. If he were lucky, he would survive, if not, he wouldn't get far. There was no reason to sympathize with the demons. Let's go, Li Xin said, looking at Vec Jack. Vec Jack flapped its wings and headed toward the gate. The arrival of the massive skeleton drew the attention of the demons in the area. Before long, various attacks were flying from the ground toward the skeleton. It revealed the foolishness of the demons as they attempted to stop the skeleton's swift advance toward the gatekeeper, desperate to stop it from reaching its destination. However, these low-class demons from the first realm were no match for Vec Jack. The green venom from Vec Jack's mouth melted down the demons on the ground instantly. Thud! Vec Jack reached the gatekeeper and landed on the ground. There were no longer any enemies around. The demons had finally realized the power difference between them and their opponents. Are you humans? The gatekeeper's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Xin and his group. The gatekeeper had small wings and sharp claws. It was a gargoyle, a stone statue with a thick body and limbs. Well, you already know the answer. Move aside and don't waste our time like this, Li Xin said. A gargoyle's eyes could see through their opponent's power. Their eyes could discern demonic power, mana, and every other type of supernatural force out there. Li Xin activated his black mana and demonstrated it to the gargoyle. What an extraordinary human you are. You may enter, said the gargoyle. As the gargoyle made the declaration, the massive gate opened wide. Creak. Kaya. Demons from all sides screamed and tried to rush inside. Huh? What's going on? Vula looked confused. Why are they suddenly acting like this? Alice asked with a bewildered expression. For demons, entering a new realm increases the probability of gaining more demonic power. Compared to this realm, the demonic power in the second realm is stronger, and even stronger in the third realm. They are just reacting to the demonic power pouring in from the open gate, Li Xin explained. The two were taken aback, but Li Xin remained calm. The unqualified ones cannot enter, said the gargoyle. The gargoyle struck the ground, and stone fragments shot up from the floor, swirling in the air and obliterating the charging demons. The strength gap between these demons and the gargoyle was overwhelming. The demons who followed behind, witnessing the pitiful deaths of their comrades, could no longer approach the gate. You may enter, said the gargoyle, looking at Li Xin's group. Are all three of us allowed to pass? Li Xin asked. Yes, the gargoyle replied. The gatekeeper stepped aside, allowing Li Xin and his party to enter the gate. Li Xin's group held onto each other tightly and entered the gate, as they could end up in different places if the contact broke. After entering the second realm, Li Xin and his party realized that they had entered some kind of ruin. They landed on a desolate land, with remnants of collapsed buildings strewn everywhere. And above them, Cecil Ravager floated in the sky. The second realm didn't look that different from the first one. The only difference was that the first realm started in a wasteland, while the second realm started amidst the scattered ruins of collapsed buildings. I can hear the ground shaking, said Vula. His ear perked up, and he brought them close to the ground. He heard some sort of collision happening incessantly at regular intervals. Also, many such collisions were happening. I hear demons over there, Alice said. The demons have gathered there. Li Xin spread his mana and scanned the area from where the noise originated. Then he examined the ruins of the collapsed buildings. He saw long steel beams and something shaped like a giant drill there. Were they trying to dig the ground? If that was the case, the location of the demons, which he had just detected, made sense to him. Did you figure out something? Alice asked Li Xin. Li Xin nodded. I'm not sure what they were looking for, but the demons dug here. This is a drilling machine, said Li Xin pointing to the machine. Then how did this place end up like this? Vula asked Li Xin. There must have been a fight. There must have been something valuable here for them to unearth, said Li Xin. Vula turned his head to look in the direction of the demons. So, is that sound? Vula muttered. Yeah, that's right. It must be the sound of the demons digging underground, Li Xin replied. Li Xin and his group quickly moved toward the sound's origin. There, they saw an entrance leading underground, but someone walked out from there just when they were about to enter. Tisk, those damn Balkans. Did they still leave sentries? The demon looked frustrated. This demon had long white hair, black skin, and sharp eyes. He had a relatively small stature, but his numerous scars conveyed that he was a battle-hardened veteran. Wait a second. Is that a human? No wonder I couldn't sense any demon power, grumbled the demon. Are you a demonized human? Li Xin asked. The demon burst into laughter. Well, you could say that. I used to be a human. Well, to be honest, I hardly remember those days anymore, the demonized human replied. Oh, really? Then do you remember the location of the third realm's entrance? Li Xin asked. What did you just say? You guys are completely insane. The demon's face distorted quickly. The demonized human's hands transformed into ghouls, soon becoming tainted with demonic power. It's been a while since I had some fun with humans. I want to have some fun with you guys, but I guess I'll just have to kill you, the demonized human said. What did you say? Li Xin, let me take care of this guy, Alice said with a smirk. All right, but be careful. He's not an ordinary second realm creature, Li Xin warned Alice. Even after handing the demonized human to Alice, Li Xin never took his eyes off the demonized human, as its aura was different from other creatures. Well, you're a pathetic bunch. You think you can defeat me alone when, in fact, not even all three of you together can defeat me. The demonized human started to laugh at them. I alone should be enough to defeat you, Alice replied. Wow, that hurt my pride, the demonized human replied. Cruel-looking claws of demonic power formed over the demonic human's hands. He swung them at Alice with a slicing sound, carrying intense pressure. However, the demonized human's claws fell short of reaching Alice. Coop. The demonized human gasped in pain. What the hell? Is that really all you've got? Alice seemed confused. An intangible hand had materialized in the air and grabbed the demonized human's claws. With a bewildered expression, the demonized human withdrew his hand and gritted his teeth. So, you have some tricks up your sleeve, said the demonized human. Calling it a trick won't do justice to my abilities, as they have grown a lot, Alice replied. During their ascent to the 49th floor, Alice had continuously learned about psychokinesis from Li Xin and trained tirelessly day and night. As a result, her proficiency in psychokinesis had significantly improved compared to when she had been on the 30th floor. I still have a long way to go, but oh well. She hadn't gotten a lot of time to learn it from Li Xin, 5 months at most. Nonetheless, she had trained hard, even sacrificing sleep, not to be a burden to Li Xin. I shouldn't be struggling against mere second realm demons like this. Wong bam? Alice's mana clashed with the demonized human's demonic power, causing an explosion in the air. The battle proved more challenging than they had anticipated, catching both off guard. Darn it! Why is this woman so strong? What's going on? If an ordinary second realm demon is this powerful, how strong would the third realm demons be? Although Alice had not even used her unique abilities or unleashed her full power, she still felt perplexed. Who are you guys? How can you fight me, one of the 4 great masters of the second realm, on equal footing? The demonized human asked with a bewildered expression. Huh? You're one of the 4 great masters here? Alice asked as if she could not believe him. That's right, the demonized human replied. Huh, I see. That explains why you are better than I expected, Alice replied. Just, better than expected. The demonized human seemed slightly offended. All right then. I wasn't going to use my full power, but I guess I can show you more of my skills, said Alice. Huh? You were holding back? Stop boasting, the demonized human laughed at Alice. Well, feel it for yourself, said Alice. After saying that, Alice unleashed even more of her mana. Thumbtack attack. The intangible force rose, now sharp and condensed, and hailed down on the demonized human. Coop. The demonized human gasped. The attack had struck him so abruptly that he couldn't even react. The demonized human slammed into the ground, and his back bent at an unnatural angle. Please, help, cried out the demonized human in pain. Tell me where the entrance to the third realm is, then I'll forgive you. Alice grabbed the demonized human's head and lifted him, speaking with determination. Well, that place is. It's too dangerous. There's a high chance that the 4 great masters will be there, said the demonized human. All of them? Li Xin asked. Why yes, the demonized human replied. Hey, you demonized human. What's your name? Alice asked. My name is Zephyr, replied Zephyr. All right, Zephyr. Lead us to that gate, said Alice. In response to Alice's words, Zephyr hastily nodded and struggled to stand up. Stop pretending like you're in pain, and get on board quickly, Li Xin shouted. Li Xin summoned Vec Jack again and used psychokinesis to lift and make him sit on Vec Jack. Coke. Zephyr, starting to panic, struggled to maintain his balance on Vec Jack. Slap. Vula had swiftly struck the back of Zephyr's head and sat behind him. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Zephyr shouted. Shut up. Don't think of playing any tricks on us. By the way, she's the weakest one here, so be on your best behavior, said Vula, pointing at Alice. Zephyr widened his eyes and started to think fast as if he could not believe it. Slap. What now? Why did you do that again? Zephyr shouted. Well, just cause you're annoying, Vula replied. After delivering another blow, Vula finally seemed satisfied. He finally looked relaxed and displayed a calm expression. Zephyr gritted his teeth. Inside, he was laughing maliciously. Ugh, how dare you? All right, you damn bastards, let's see if you can maintain your attitude there. After everyone had found their places on Vec Jack, Li Xin and his group flew toward their destination under Zephyr's guidance. They soon caught sight of the entrance to the third realm. The gate to the third realm doesn't seem much different from the gate to the second realm. No, but look at that. There aren't as many demons there, don't you think? In front of the gate leading to the second realm, numerous demons constantly fought to get a chance to enter the next realm. They also killed other demons to take their demonic power and become stronger themselves. With that newfound strength, they moved on to the next realm. That was how the demon world worked. However, the situation in the second realm differed slightly from the first. It's not that there aren't many demons here. Everyone is just being more cautious. The demons in the second realm were significantly stronger than the ones in the first realm, and these demons made it really hard for others to move to the third realm. Zephyr, Li Xin called out. Yes, sir. Zephyr replied. With your abilities, you should have no problem entering the third realm, so how come you're still here? Li Xin asked. After observing Zephyr for a while, Li Xin could tell that he was quite skillful. If he wanted, he could easily move on to the third realm. Ha ha ha. I, too, think I can get there, but I don't want to risk anything, Zephyr replied. The third realm had grotesque creatures that were unlike anything in the second realm. While Zephyr was considered one of the 4 strongest in the second realm, he would be nothing more than an ordinary demon in the third realm. I could grow stronger much quickly up there, but wouldn't the probability of dying increase significantly as well? Zephyr commented. It was a valid point, one that some might consider cowardly, as Zephyr had chosen a relatively safer path. That's true, Li Xin replied. Li Xin neither embraced nor criticized Zephyr's choice, as he could understand his reasoning. Let's get going. With you around, demons would bother us less, Li Xin said. The demons hiding near the gate acted like hyenas. They wanted to steal demonic power, so they employed two methods. They either waited for the gatekeeper to kill anyone reckless enough to charge it or joined the gatekeeper in killing the target. Occasionally, some demons failed to assess the situation properly and attacked, but even those creatures did not approach Li Xin and his group because of Zephyr's presence. Watch for a while, and after we cross the gate, slip away. Understand? Li Xin said. Okay, I understand. But remember that I've warned you. Others would come after you, Zephyr said, seemingly worried. How did such a coward become one of the strongest here? Alice passed by Zephyr, shaking her head. The ground near the gate was slightly sunken compared to the rest. Boulders and mighty high cliffs surrounded the gate. The dark violet ground was stained with crimson blood patches, evidence of the fierce battles of the past. Under the gazes of the onlookers, Li Xin's group crossed the area. Being watched like this sure is annoying. I have no privacy, Vula complained. You always boasted of your popularity before, so why are you bothered by unwanted attention? Alice replied. This is not the same as that. Vula cried out. Just ignore them then, Alice replied coldly. Vekjak was about to reach the gatekeeper, but its path was abruptly blocked by a large-winged demon. And this demon wasn't alone. Zephyr, why are you clinging to those humans like a leech? You should be focusing on mining. Stop talking nonsense. I am not clinging to these humans. These humans here are my SS slaves. Zephyr, under the watchful eyes of the trio, shouted. When the bird-like demon heard that, he looked at Li Xin's group and felt puzzled. Why do your slaves look so pristine? The bird-like demon asked. Well, how they look is up to me. So mind your own business, Zephyr replied. Well, I don't care what you do with them. Anyway, what brought you all the way here without your subordinates? Did you leave them in the mine? Or do you actually trust these slaves? Ha ha ha, the bird-like demon laughed at Li Xin and the group. The open mockery almost made Vula step forward. However, another group appeared behind them. It was a group of rat-like demons, and they had blocked Li Xin's group from behind. Belkin, Zephyr muttered. Are these the four great masters you mentioned before? Li Xin asked. Yes, that's right. The one with wings is Malbach, and the rat-like one is Belkin. Zephyr whispered so that the others could not hear. Just when I was starting to get bored. They arrived at the perfect time. Human slaves. Sounds interesting, said Malbach. What the hell did you just say? You bird bastard. Alice shouted. What? Malbach's face got distorted at Alice's words. All right, I'll take my time enjoying you. What did you say? I am quite hungry, so the time couldn't have been more perfect. Let's have some fresh bird meat today, said Alice, mocking Malbach. You arrogant bitch. Make those humans get down on their knees right now and bring them to me. Enraged to the core, Malbach shouted at his subordinates. The demons behind Malbach jumped in the air and charged toward Alice. Meanwhile, Belkin had no interest in humans and had one thought, kill Zephyr and absorb his demon power. You fool. Why would you come to this place with those useless humans? Do you suddenly want to go to the third realm or something? Belkin laughed at Zephyr. Yeah, this place has become boring, Zephyr replied. He. Before you go, leave your demon power here, Belkin said. Do you think you can take it with your skills? Zephyr provoked Belkin. Saying you want to go to the third realm, you must have lost your mind. What nonsense from the weakest of the four great masters here, Belkin shouted. The rat-like demons and Belkin charged toward Zephyr. The sight made him panic momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and confronted Belkin. Damn it. The wound from earlier is too severe. Even in his prime condition, Zephyr knew he would have had difficulty dealing with such an opponent. And with his current injuries, he knew he wouldn't last long. Am I going to die like this? As he silently resigned himself to his fate, the sky flashed. Rumble crack. The thunderbolts precisely struck only the targets inside this valley. Ba-ba-bam. A lightning bolt struck the group of demons in the air before hitting a cliff, scattering lightning sparks everywhere. What's going on? The demons started to panic. These lightning bolts were no ordinary thunderbolts. Each strike claimed the lives of dozens of demons in an instant. Bam! Kriha! Malbach had been hit directly by a lightning bolt. He let out a shrill scream and perished on the spot, burned to ashes. What's happening? What kind of lightning bolt is? Zephyr trembled. This time, another thunderbolt struck down, but it differed from the previous ones. Zephyr trembled uncontrollably and fell on his butt after witnessing that black thunderbolt. It must be the sign of the arrival of the great devil. Run! We have to run away. Belkin scratched the ground anxiously, his face pale, and fled in the opposite direction. However, a bolt struck the cliff before him, making it crumble, and the resultant rubble pile completely blocked his path. No way. Belkin looked at the sky with a terrified expression. Zephyr approached him from the side. He had also come here to escape, but his path was blocked too. Damn it! This is all because of you? If we had gone straight to the third realm, none of this would have happened. Zephyr shouted. What the hell are you saying? Isn't this your trap? What is happening here? Belkin shouted. Trap? What trap? What are you talking about? Zephyr raised his head and glanced at the sky, looking at Li Xin's group. The lightning flashing in the sky was simply ferocious, yet the trio's expression hadn't changed a bit. Wait a second. A small lightning arc materialized on Li Xin's fingertip. It flew toward Belkin and pierced his forehead. Kayuak. Surprised by the sight, Zephyr covered his mouth. The aura of the black lightning from before was similar to the aura of this small lightning arc. Shit, this is insane. Realizing that Li Xin controlled the thunderbolts, Zephyr recalled what Vola had said earlier. Don't think of playing any tricks on us. By the way, she's the weakest one here, so be on your best behavior. Those words turned out to be true. Li Xin's power far surpassed Alice's power. He thanked his past self for silently following them. At novel bin at. If I had done something sly, one lightning bolt and I am done. As he was organizing his complicated thoughts, a tremendous amount of demon power erupted right beside him. Is this Belkin's demon power? He had no time to pay attention to Belkin because of the chaos, but Belkin and Malbach, two of the four great masters, had died just a while ago. Zephyr then anxiously looked around. Demons hiding in all directions were eyeing this demon power. However, they could not approach it easily after seeing the power of Li Xin's group. He was the only demon here who could seize the power easily. What an unbelievable coincidence. Zephyr quickly activated his demon power after assessing the situation. Come this way. Demon power extended from Zephyr's fingertips and greedily devoured Belkin's demon power. Li Xin, look at that, Alice said with a worried expression, looking at Zephyr. Zephyr's aura was unsettling. It's fine. Once he consumes all the demon power, the troublesome ones won't rush to grab it, said Li Xin. Li Xin and Zephyr's gaze met as the latter moved toward Malbach's corpse. He hesitated after noticing Li Xin looking at him. However, Li Xin just shifted his gaze toward the gatekeeper, seemingly uninterested in him. From the third realm onward, things get serious. While there may be entities weaker than Zephyr, there would also be beings much stronger than him, Li Xin said. Alice and Vula nodded in agreement. And unlike before, they seemed a bit nervous now. Are you going to the third realm? As they walked toward the gate, the gatekeeper asked them. The gatekeeper here was also a gargoyle, just like the one in the first realm. However, the power emanating from him was much stronger. Yes, Li Xin replied. Human, you may pass. But the two behind you must take a test, said the gargoyle. Vula's pride was a bit hurt, but he stepped forward first. Swoosh! There was a sharp sound of blades scraping, accompanied by the resounding clashing of metal. Along with it, a sword energy wave flew toward the gatekeeper. Ba-ba-bam! The gargoyle swung his mace to block the attack, and the attack broke the mace. However, the fragments reunited, and the mace returned to its original shape. Ugh, that's an annoying ability you got there. Vula furrowed his eyebrows, seemingly troubled, but that was all. In the subsequent exchange of blows, Vula eventually defeated the gatekeeper. You passed, said the gargoyle. Well, is it my turn now? Alice asked nonchalantly. She started to warm up and then stepped forward. Vula's wave-cutting sword had diced the gatekeeper, but he quickly returned to his original state and stood before Alice. It'll be over in a moment. Alice activated her mana, but she opened her eyes wide after sensing something swiftly brushing past her side. Bomb! Something suddenly struck the gargoyle, and it crashed into the wall. Zephyr came into view as the dust settled. Ha ha ha, this overflowing power. I am almighty? A mere gatekeeper cannot stop me, said Zephyr, glaring at the gatekeeper. Hey, you punk. It's my turn. Alice shouted. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'll take care of it, so you can go in while I'm dealing with the gargoyle, said Zephyr. Why is he suddenly acting like this? Alice muttered with a bitter laugh. Go in quick, Coop. You bastard. You dare sneak attack me. The gargoyle had hit Zephyr's face with his mace. Zephyr spat some blood and charged at the gargoyle again. Says the guy who attacked me sneakily first, the gatekeeper muttered. Vula laughed at the sight. Let's go, said Li Xin. Li Xin took a look at Zephyr and headed toward the door. If unqualified individuals use the gate, they will meet their end, said the gatekeeper. What the hell do you mean by unqualified? Who are you to judge? Zephyr shouted. Zephyr grabbed the gargoyle's head as it spoke, and slammed it to the ground. Crack! The gargoyle's head shattered, and Zephyr stepped on the fragments and took a moment to relax. Huh, it was nothing. Didn't I do well? Zephyr trailed off after looking at the gate, startled. Li Xin and Alice had already crossed the gate, and Vola was about to cross. Wait a minute, take me with you. Zephyr rushed forward and grabbed Vola's collar just in time before he crossed the gate. Realms 3rd and up were the territories of the devils. And devils were high-level demons who had managed to survive on these floors for a long time. Starting from the devil-class demons, there was a tremendous difference in levels. And above a certain level, they were considered commander-class devils. On the 49th floor, the challengers aimed to capture a commander-class devil. If one knew their characteristics, catching some commander-class devils was relatively easy. However, there also existed some unbelievably strong commander-class devils. And Li Xin was in search of one such strong devil. But even that was just a means to achieve his real goal. All the steps I took so far have been stepping stones for this moment. Finally, Li Xin was in the 3rd realm. This realm had a much darker atmosphere than the 1st and the 2nd realms. However, it was more prosperous than them. He could see the city of devils on the other side of this desolate road. Are you a kid? Let go of me. Vula shook off Zephyr, who had been clinging to his collar. Huh? Why are you here? Why did you follow us? You said you didn't want to come to the 3rd realm earlier, Alice said, looking at Zephyr. Zephyr scratched his head awkwardly in response to Alice's question. Well, Don't you need a guide? I came along to guide you. Zephyr chuckled and replied. Yeah, right. How would someone from the second realm know where to go? Alice did not believe him. Ha ha ha, actually, I have briefly stayed in the third realm, Zephyr replied. Seriously? Alice asked to confirm. Yes, well, just briefly. I was dragged here by a devil. I ran errands, and luckily, when that devil died, I found the gate to the second realm and returned, Zephyr explained. And you came back alive again? You're quite an extraordinary fellow, Alice said. Alice stared at Zephyr. So, that's how you became one of the 4 great masters in that realm? You devoured demon power while staying in the third realm, Alice added. Huh? Yeah. Ha ha ha, Zephyr laughed awkwardly. But, there's no guarantee that you'll go back alive this time, said Alice. Ha ha ha, I've become this strong thanks to all of you. So, as a way of repaying the favor. Shut up. Did you think I wouldn't see through your intentions? Alice interrupted Zephyr and glared at him. Alice abruptly grabbed Zephyr's chin and locked eyes with him. We are pretty strong, aren't we? You just want to use us to absorb more demon power from here, right? Alice said directly. Is that so? Vola glared at him. No, it's not that. Zephyr tried to defend himself. Well, your eyes tell a different story. They're filled with greed. Do you think we're fools? Alice yelled at Zephyr again. Well, that's not. I mean, I'm sorry? Yes, it's all true, but I'm sure I can help all of you. Zephyr replied. Li Xin had been observing the situation but approached Zephyr after hearing that. Zephyr started to step back in fear when he saw his stern expression. Stop moving. Li Xin ordered. Why yes, sir. Zephyr replied. You said you've done errands around the third realm before. If so, do you know where Sayer's subordinate is? Li Xin asked. Do you mean Mr. S. Sayer? Why are you looking for him? The mere mention of that made Zephyr nervous at novel bin at. Cut the nonsense and answer. Alice said and hit the back of Zephyr's head. Ouch. Well. I may not know the devil under Sayer's command, but I know the devil under Amdusia's command, Zephyr replied. Is that true? Li Xin asked. Yes, of course. Zephyr replied confidently. Li Xin pursed his lips and fell deep in thought. Sayer occupied the 70th throne among the 72 thrones of the great devils, and Amdusias held the 67th throne. Considering the relatively small difference between their ranks, Li Xin believed that there was a good chance they would have information about each other. Finding a commander-class devil like Sayer in the vast third realm quickly would be a challenging task. However, if he could get that information from Amdusias, it might significantly shorten the time needed. All right. I'll allow you to come with us, said Li Xin. Thank you, I will serve you faithfully. Zephyr replied with excitement. You will serve me faithfully? How can I trust those words? Li Xin asked with a smile. Huh. Zephyr's voice trembled, sensing something sinister in Li Xin's sly smile. There are various methods to establish trust between individuals, but among them, only one is the most reliable, said Li Xin. What is it? Zephyr asked. It's a contract, Li Xin replied. Li Xin took out a contract from his subspace pocket and unfurled it in the air. Oh, do we really need to go that far? Zephyr asked, trembling. Well, if you don't want to, you don't have to, Li Xin replied. Really? Do you mean it? Zephyr asked for confirmation. Yes, but then we'll part ways here. Li Xin added on. Li Xin's solemn attitude made Zephyr think about this seriously. He knew that if he made a mistake, he could end up in eternal servitude. The last time he had been dragged here, the contract was at least a faulty one. If the demon who took him had not died, Zephyr would have been a slave to that demon for his entire life. Then, will you spare my life even if I don't go with you? Zephyr asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. Hey, you can't let him go like this. Alice shouted, unable to trust the demon. I won't cause any trouble then. Goodbye to all of you, Zephyr said. Zephyr tried to leave the scene fast before Li Xin changed his mind. However, his panic grew as he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Good luck on your new journey. That's if you can escape from those guys, Li Xin said with a smirk. In the far distance, a cloud of dust rose rapidly, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Dozens of shadows soon emerged, rapidly closing in on their location. Huh? What is that? Zephyr started to panic. The group approaching them was riding gigantic wolves, and the one leading them was swinging a massive machete over his head. That one looks terribly grotesque, Vola commented. He's a commander-class devil, Li Xin replied. Did you just say a sea commander-class devil? Vola stuttered. The enemies were rapidly closing in. Considering Zephyr's speed, he couldn't escape from them and would eventually have to confront the enemies. I'll make a contract. I'll make it now. Zephyr started to tremble. Didn't you say you don't want to do that earlier? Li Xin asked. When did I say that? I'll do it? Please let me make a contract with you. Zephyr quickly dropped to his knees and begged Li Xin. Satisfied with this sight, Li Xin smiled and swiftly proceeded with the contract. Faced with the approaching enemies and realizing that Li Xin and his group were his only hope, Zephyr, driven by desperation, hastily signed the contract without thoroughly reading its contents. Darn it! I shouldn't have followed them. These humans are far worse than demons. Zephyr regretted making that decision and fell into despair. He had made the wrong decision in the heat of the moment after devouring a lot of demon power. All right. We have established a strong trust bond now, Li Xin said. Understood. Zephyr replied. Leaving behind a gloomy Zephyr, Li Xin stepped forward. Who wants to deal with the opponent? Li Xin asked, looking at Vola and Alice. Vola stepped forward and said, I'll do it. Vola swiftly drew his sword and infused it with mana. The sword smoothly moved through the air, targeting the source of the blossoming demon power afar. Roaring Sword. The wave that the Roaring Sword released felt strange, as it had been shot by an elf, a creature known for peace and harmony. The destructive waves of the blade surged toward the approaching enemies. Kurararak. However, the immense demon power emanating from the commander-class devil clashed fiercely with the power of the Roaring Sword. Ba-ba-bam! The synergy of the enemies charging toward Li Xin's group was quite outstanding. Although Vula's Roaring Sword managed to somewhat disrupt the enemy's formation, it fell short of completely decimating them. They're better than I expected, Vula muttered. Slightly annoyed, Vula was about to rush toward the enemies. However, Li Xin, standing beside him, stopped him from doing so. Stop, you deal with that guy instead. It's foolish to confront them head-on. Li Xin immediately wrapped mana around his hand and struck the ground. Rumble? The ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had occurred, and a powerful explosion erupted amid the enemy ranks, sending debris and corpses flying everywhere. Keek! The ground is exploding. Ah! My legs? My legs are broken. Come back! Come back everyone! The enemy formation broke instantly, and the enemy camp fell into chaos. Souls of the dead began to appear among them. Jug. Next, creaking skeletons awoke with a roar. Krukrak! You arrogant bastards, shouted the devil. The enraged devil, who had wanted to crush the intruders trespassing in his territory, gritted its teeth in frustration. After all, they had somehow ended up on the receiving end of the attack instead. I'll kill you all, the demon shouted. Clang, clang, clang. Each swing of the commander-class demon's machete smashed the skulls of numerous skeletons. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Come and face me, Vola shouted. You fearless weakling, shouted the commander-class devil. Vola and the commander-class devil clashed. Li Xin summoned his undead to stop anyone from interfering with their fight. Alice and Zephyr also helped him by dealing with other devils. Kaya ha ha ha, these guys are so weak. They're weaker than I thought. Behold, I'm Zephyr, a future commander-class devil. Zephyr said, laughing arrogantly. He had thrust his claw into a demon's abdomen, making it fall off its wolf. Hey, you bastard! Alice shouted. Slap! Kaya, why did you hit me? Zephyr stared at Alice. If you have the time to talk nonsense, kill one more enemy. Understand, you idiot? Alice, who had recently developed a swearing habit, had hit Zephyr on the back of his head in frustration. There he is, get him. Alice shouted. Huh, but that one looks so strong, Zephyr muttered. A devil was rushing toward them, and anyone could tell that it was powerful at a glance. Darn it, weren't they supposed to protect me once I entered into a contract with them? Zephyr had managed to defeat his last opponent easily by striking its head while it had been busy with a skeleton. He had hoped to avoid a direct confrontation with the devils, but it seemed he couldn't escape the situation now. Hey, bastard! Come get me, I'm strong too, Zephyr shouted. He then spread his newly formed wings and flew, swooping from above and attacking with his sharp claws. Huh! Zephyr seemed surprised. He had expected the devil to block his claws, but they had easily pierced through the enemy's demon power and stabbed its shoulder. It's actually not that bad, Zephyr muttered. How dare you speak so rudely? The devil grabbed Zephyr by the leg and slammed him onto the ground. Thud! Kia! Zephyr gasped. You stupid fool, prepare to die, said the devil. You punk, you're better than I expected, Zephyr shouted. The battle raged for a while. Ultimately, the group of commander-class devils was defeated. Damn it! How can I lose to people I've never even seen before, said the demons whose head Vola was using as a footrest. Do you serve a lord? Li Xin asked the devil. No, I don't. The devil replied. Sounds about right. I also didn't find any marks on him, said Vola, looking at Li Xin. The great devils of the 72 thrones had their own symbols. The devils here would have had a symbol on them if they had been under them. Well then, goodbye, said Vola. With that, Vola's sword beheaded the devil. After spending some time gazing in the air, he returned his sword to its sheath. You can move on first, Li Xin said, looking at Vola. No, I'll at least follow you inside the third realm, Vola replied. Me too, Alice said. All right. Thank you, Li Xin replied. Capturing a commander-class devil meant they had already cleared the stage. However, Vola decided to stay longer with Li Xin to assist him and accumulate more achievements while following him. You seem a little tired, said Li Xin, looking at Vola. No, not at all. I'm not tired, Vola replied. Despite his heavy breathing, Vola denied the notion. The spectrum of power exhibited by commander-class devils in the third realm was incredibly vast, and Li Xin believed that the devil they had just battled was one of the stronger ones within that category. If Alice had faced him, she probably would have lost. Among the commander-class devils, there were some that even Vola could not defeat. They might be few, but the third realm was undeniably a dangerous place. If he were to fall into a trap or be attacked by multiple opponents, even Vola could end up dying. He. An abrupt and strange laughter from somewhere caught everyone's attention. He. Hick. Zephyr giggled, absorbing the demon power of the collapsed devils. After he absorbed all the demon power of the enemy devils, even of the commander-class devil, he became incredibly strong, far stronger than his past self. At this rate, I'll soon reach a commander-class devil, won't I? Although Zephyr would barely reach that class, it was still rare to see such a rapid increase in strength in such a short time. Woohoo! My power is overflowing. Zephyr shouted as he could not control the overflowing demon power. Zephyr, quiet down, Li Xin said. Li Xin's words abruptly silenced Zephyr, leaving him wide-eyed with surprise as he stared at Li Xin. Ugh. Zephyr could not talk anymore. What do we do next? Alice asked Li Xin. Since this guy knows a subordinate of Amdesios, let's find him first, Li Xin replied. So, are we going to enter the city over there? Alice asked. Li Xin nodded. If we can't gather information there, we'll have to go somewhere else, though, said Li Xin. 2 weeks had passed since Li Xin and his group arrived in the third realm. After making their way through 3 cities, they finally met the subordinate of Amdesios, the devil Zephyr knew. Oh my, Mr. Cinnamon? It's me, Zephyr. Zephyr greeted him. Inside a large room, Cinnamon looked down at a kneeling Zephyr arrogantly. Oh, I've heard about you from somewhere. You must be the one who was under Mockerange before, right? Cinnamon said, looking at Zephyr. Yes, that's right. I hope you've been well, said Zephyr. Get to the point, said Cinnamon. Yes, all right, Zephyr muttered. Zephyr trembled uncontrollably when he felt Cinnamon's oppressive aura, which seemed to bear down on him. Despite his considerable increase in strength, he was no match for Cinnamon. Well, do you happen to know where Gregaron is? Zephyr asked Cinnamon very cautiously. Crack. Cinnamon's face contorted into a demonic visage, his features twisted with rage, and he crushed his chair's armrest. So, you came all the way here just to ask me about Gregaron's whereabouts, you bastard. Cinnamon shouted in anger. Oh, goodness, I wouldn't do that. Please, just listen to me. The sound of teeth gritting echoed near Zephyr's bowed head, but no other actions followed. Say it, said Cinnamon. What's up with this ill-tempered bastard today? After judging the situation, Zephyr even considered running away, but surprisingly, Cinnamon patiently waited for him today. Some humans have come with me. They have a deep grudge against Gregaron, that bastard. And those humans are quite powerful. If they find out his location, they might be able to kill Gregaron, whom you despise so much, Mr. Cinnamon, Zephyr explained. Do you really think mere humans can kill Gregaron? Cinnamon asked Zephyr. I've been with them for a few days, and they're really strong. Of course, while they may not be on the same level as you, Mr. Cinnamon, they can certainly weaken Gregaron if they can't kill him outright. If you take advantage of that opportunity and attack Grejrokup. Zephyr could not continue. Cinnamon, towering over Zephyr with his larger stature, grabbed his head and lifted him. Are you giving me orders now? Cinnamon shouted. And no, sir. Zephyr shivered in terror. By the way, you've become unbelievably stronger than before, Cinnamon commented, looking at Zephyr. Greed started to flicker in Cinnamon's eyes. I've heard rumors recently that a few humans have been hunting down devils and making a name for themselves. Are those the ones you mentioned? Cinnamon asked Zephyr. Why yes, they are the ones, Zephyr replied. So, you sucked up the demon power of the devils they defeated, clinging onto them. Cinnamon accused Zephyr. Well, that's. Ugh. Zephyr muttered. Cinnamon threw Zephyr aside and sat back down. Bring those human bastards to me, Cinnamon ordered. After hearing those words, Zephyr could finally smile. Well then, are you saying that you'll tell them what you know? Zephyr asked. Keek, it's been a while since I had some decent slave bastards. If they want to meet Gregaron so badly, I'll play with them for a while and then toss them to him later, Cinnamon said with an evil laugh. Frowning, Zephyr led Cinnamon's subordinates to Li Xin and his group. Go straight, you punk. If you're thinking of fooling us, be prepared to die, said one of Cinnamon's subordinates. Yes, I got it, Zephyr replied. After getting the back of his head smacked for the nth time, Zephyr gritted his teeth but held himself because he did not want to cause any more trouble. If he tried to fight against them, he was sure that all the subordinates around him would gang up on him. Damn it, should I still give it a try, though? I feel like I could win if it's a one-on-one fight. However, Zephyr could not put his thoughts into action. How much further do we have to go? One of the subordinates asked Zephyr, seemingly annoyed. You'll see those bastards soon, Zephyr replied. The subordinate glared at Zephyr as if he did not like how Zephyr replied. The subordinate gestured to him to make it sound more polite. Sir, Zephyr added at the end to make it sound more polite. Crunch. Zephyr pushed his patience to the limit, clenching his teeth. Ugh, Cinnamon, that dem bastard and his lackeys? Well, it's better this way. Those human bastards are quite strong, so if things turn out well, they may kill that wretched Cinnamon. Zephyr promised himself that if things turned out this way, he would definitely kill these subordinates himself. Since he could do nothing now, he decided to obediently lead the way to Li Xin without causing any trouble. They soon arrived at the lobby of a relatively large inn. They saw Li Xin and his group having a meal when they arrived. Even devils cook quite well, said Vola. I know, right? I thought they only ate garbage-like food, Alice replied. These guys have more refined taste buds than I thought, Vola added. I agree with you, said Alice. Vola and Alice engaged in a light conversation while eating. Haha, you guys seem to have forgotten that we're in the devil's nest. Li Xin chuckled and shook his head. Li Xin didn't have to look to sense the gazes of the devils focusing on them. After all, his group wasn't whispering, they were openly discussing demons in front of demons. Suddenly, with the creaking sound of a door opening, a group of devils entered the room. Kek. A devil suddenly approached Li Xin's group and overturned their table. The table collapsed, spilling the food on it all over. Oh my! Startled by the sight, Zephyr shrieked but quickly covered his mouth. Vola and Alice, who had been enjoying their meal, frowned. Our food is not to be wasted on humans like you, said one of the devils mockingly. This devil was in the group here to take Li Xin's group. So, was it you guys who dared to seek Mr. Cinnamon? Ugh. The devil couldn't speak further because an intangible force had started to choke him. He tried to use his demon power, but Vola, seething with rage, punched his abdomen. Keek. The devil gasped in pain. Don't you know that you shouldn't bother someone while they're eating? Vola shouted. Bam, 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 bam. Suddenly, dishes flew from all directions and pierced and riddled the devil. Not only Vola but Alice was also furious. They had not had a proper meal in a while and were finally enjoying good food, so being interrupted like this made her anger flare up. Kruaok? How dare a mere human? Ah, the devil shouted. The devil was barely a commander-class demon, so he couldn't stop the joint attacks, and the incessant one-sided beating continued. Do you think you'll be safe after doing coop? One of the devils tried to fight back but soon collapsed. This guy is quite persistent, said Vola. I'll have to step on him harder. I feel so tired because I couldn't complete my meal before, said Alice. Thwack, 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 croc. Stop, stop, shouted the devil in pain. What do you mean, stop, you bastard? Ha, it feels so nice to step on your face like this, Zephyr shouted. Without anyone noticing, Zephyr had been gleefully trampling the face of the devil next to Vola and Alice. Have humans always been such cruel beings? They're terrifying. We did well not to meddle. Even if we have business in the human realm, we should never go there. The onlookers, also devils, started to leave the place in droves after witnessing the fierce sight. Stop it, Li Xin said to the three. The three of them finally stopped beating the devils. Oof. It seemed like the devil was about to lose his consciousness. The devil looked at Li Xin, his vision blurry. So what brings you here? Li Xin asked. The devil did not speak. Speak up quickly, Zephyr shouted at the devil. The shout forced the devil to gather his thoughts quickly. Mr. Cinnamon has requested your presence, the devil replied. Oh really? Then, lead the way, Li Xin said. Yes, sir. The devil quickly regained his bearings, stood up, and moved quickly. I knew that brat would get beaten up by these people, Zephyr muttered. As Zephyr muttered to himself, Vola slapped the back of his head. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Zephyr shouted. Mind your own business. It's all because you did not stop him properly. If you had, that brat couldn't have overturned our table, said Vola. Well, that was. Zephyr muttered. Stop mumbling and walk faster, said Vola. Zephyr found it unfair and felt that he was being mistreated. Ugh, but they deliberately let that table incident happen. If Zephyr had stopped the table incident from happening, Vola and Alice would undoubtedly have been angry with him. Ugh, all these bastards? Just go and get your ass kicked together with Cinnamon. What are you doing? Hurry up and come, Alice shouted. Startled by Alice's complaint, Zephyr quickly followed them. All right, I'm coming, miss, Zephyr replied. Meanwhile, Cinnamon was venting his anger after hearing that humans had attacked his demons. How dare those humans do that to my guys? Cinnamon shouted in anger. Crack. Cinnamon looked out the window and cracked the window frame in frustration. There was a commotion outside. Those humans were almost here. I will make them pay the price for attacking my subordinates. Cinnamon, after relieving a bit of his anger, went outside. Meanwhile, Li Xin and his group, who had arrived at Cinnamon's territory, encountered a gatekeeper guarding a massive gate. Open the gate, Li Xin ordered. Don't act so arrogantly, human. This is not your land, the gatekeeper replied. The gatekeeper, having heard the rumors of the infight and seeing the injured devil before him, displayed a hostile attitude toward Li Xin and his group. Aren't you the one acting arrogant? Li Xin said coldly. What did you just say? The gatekeeper glared at Li Xin. How dare a mere gatekeeper try to block our way and lecture us? Li Xin said. The gatekeeper frowned, seemingly ready to attack anytime. You arrogant! The gatekeeper couldn't finish his sentence, and a loud noise echoed. Thud. Ugh. Suddenly, the gatekeeper dropped to his knees, trembling on the ground before Li Xin's group. When their other devils around them saw that, their demon power surged instantaneously. What a weakling, Li Xin muttered. As Li Xin passed by, exerting his psyche power to crush the gatekeeper, he muttered something. That's how you should welcome us. The gatekeeper trembled, his face filled with shame. Wow, just as I expected. He's so impressive, Alice muttered. Alice walked behind Li Xin, blushing. Zephyr, trailing behind them, openly smirked at the gatekeeper. He found it satisfying because the gatekeeper had ridiculed him when he had visited this place earlier. Know your place, you dumbass, said Zephyr. KRR. How dare you say that to me, said the gatekeeper. Li Xin was no longer using psychokinesis, so the gatekeeper stood up. Huh? Why? Are you trying to fight back? Zephyr mocked the gatekeeper when he saw him move. The gatekeeper was furious but could not attack Zephyr, as he still remembered Li Xin's might. Keek. Looking at the gatekeeper, Zephyr laughed. The sneer was the straw that broke the camel's back. You damn bastard. The furious gatekeeper rushed toward Zephyr. Ha! Zephyr's demon power, lingering above his fist, flew toward the gatekeeper's abdomen. Adat novel bin adat. Baum, Kup. The gatekeeper flew back and crashed into a wall. Again, know your place. If you hadn't bothered me, you would not have suffered. After showing off his power, Zephyr turned around and followed the rest of the group. Although many devils around them were eyeing Li Xin's group with hostility, none dared to attack. Not only were they clearly outmatched in terms of power, but they also could not challenge the ones summoned by Mr. Cinnamon. Besides, the gatekeeper hadn't even been trying to pick a fight. He had wanted to warn them, but things somehow turned out like that. Oh, you're already here, Li Xin muttered, looking at Cinnamon. Cinnamon was enormous, with 3 horns protruding from his head. The demon power lingering around him was much stronger than anything they had encountered before. So you guys are the ones scuttling in my territory like headless chickens, said Cinnamon referring to Li Xin and his group. Cinnamon, Mdasia's subordinate, was an important figure of the Third Realm. He was the de facto ruler of this city. He stood in front of Li Xin's group. Cinnamon, I've heard that you know where Sayer's subordinate is. Tell me, Li Xin said. Li Xin's lack of nervousness hurt Cinnamon's pride, so he gritted his teeth. Are you giving me orders? Cinnamon glared at Li Xin. Yeah. So hurry up and tell me if you don't want to get beaten, Li Xin replied. Oh my. Startled by Li Xin's confrontational words, Zephyr tried hard to hold himself from screaming. Vula and Alice, feeling tense, prepared themselves for the incoming fight by activating their mana. Zephyr's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and a faint smile spread across his face. I wanted to take you as my slave, but now I feel like that won't be the best use of you. I guess I'll have to offer your corpse as a feast for my demonic beasts, said Cinnamon, looking at Li Xin. Well, I don't even need your body. Give me Sayer's location and just die, Li Xin replied. An insolent bastard until the end. Fine. If you can win against me, I'll call Sayer for you. But if you lose, your comrades over there will live their whole lives as my subordinates. Cinnamon said. Cinnamon's gaze shifted from Li Xin to Vola and Alice standing behind him. They seem decent. It'll be fun to play with them, Cinnamon muttered. You crazy bastard? Where are you looking at with those filthy eyes? Alice shouted. I'll poke out those eyeballs myself, Li Xin, Vola said angrily. Li Xin slowly activated his mana. He could sense 10 intermediate commander-class devils in Cinnamon's nest. It's not as large-scale as I thought. Li Xin decided to use as few undead as possible to ensure Vola and Alice fought for themselves as much as possible, keeping the rest for something more dangerous. I'll turn you into ashes, Cinnamon shouted. As Cinnamon opened his mouth, the demon power inside his mouth surged. Bomb! The demonic power flew toward Li Xin, who immediately drew Marty to deal with it. No way, Cinnamon said. Li Xin had effortlessly cut the demonic power, so it disappeared. Cinnamon opened his eyes wide and glared at Martyr. The pure white sword felt similar to the holy sword used by the saint he had encountered in the human realm. So you're also a holy sword user. Were you also one of them, a warrior? Cinnamon asked Li Xin. A warrior? No, I'm not a warrior, Li Xin replied. Li Xin looked at Martyr. He then thought of Saintess Belle, who had sacrificed everything. She had poured all her power into Martyr, a life-giving sword created to save others. I am not the hero, it is this sword itself. Li Xin believed he was not qualified to be called a warrior. He was merely a challenger climbing the tower to seek revenge on the gods who considered humans insignificant, using them like toys. He just wanted to protect the earth. He had made others sacrifice for him and compromised on many things. However, Li Xin believed sacrificing a few for the greater good was inevitable. Due to the power of death, death wasn't all that significant of a phenomenon for him. Compared to Saintess Belle, he was far from being a warrior. Master, you are more than capable of being a great warrior. Martyr seemed to have sensed Li Xin's sentiment. I am merely an adversary, Li Xin muttered. The mana swirling in Li Xin's body moved abruptly. The atmosphere around him changed in an instant. Time slowed down for him. Li Xin's black mana appeared on his index and middle fingers. Pizzicato? As his death aura and thunderbolt combined, a fierce crackle rang. What, on earth, is going on? Cinnamon sounded dull because of time slowing down. Cinnamon's pupils started to tremble, and the muscles on his face stiffened. The black thunderbolt instantly extended dozens of meters and became a sword. Then it swung powerfully along the trajectory created by Li Xin's index and middle fingers. Whoong! Swoosh! Cinnamon's left arm was severed, falling slowly to the ground. Crayock! Cinnamon screamed in pain. As the scream echoed, time returned to normal. Cinnamon dropped to his knees, failing to comprehend what had just happened. Ha, ha! Cinnamon trembled uncontrollably as a sense of oppression and helplessness overwhelmed him. I'll never be able to win. All the gazes fell on Li Xin and Cinnamon. Vola, Alice, and Zephyr were left stunned, their eyes fixed on the space where Li Xin's attack had just struck. The space there quivered, seemingly sliced by an imperceptible blade. Cinnamon. Li Xin's calm voice echoed in Cinnamon's ears. So, you said you were looking for Sayer's subordinate? I'll tell you. Cinnamon didn't seem all that eager to fight now. No, now that I think about it, there's no need for that, Li Xin replied. What do you mean? Are you saying you changed your mind? Cinnamon asked Li Xin. You and Sayer's subordinate, Gregaron, don't get along well, right? Tell your subordinates to spread rumors, said Li Xin. What kind of rumor? Cinnamon asked. That you were in a fight which resulted in the death of many and one of your arms getting blown off, Li Xin said. Cinnamon's eyes shimmered with excitement. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Because in a situation like this, that guy will reveal himself. But to do that, we must convince everyone that Cinnamon, this bastard, is injured. Zephyr shouted. The change in Zephyr's tone elicited a glare from Cinnamon. However, the strength of his team had inflated Zephyr's confidence. Why would he fear anyone when Li Xin could trounce even Cinnamon? So what? Who cares if you stare at me like that? Zephyr shouted at Cinnamon. You damn bastard. Cinnamon gritted his teeth. Shut up, Cinnamon, said Li Xin. Cinnamon immediately stopped trying to get up, giving up on attacking Zephyr, and instead remained on his knees. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't bring Gregaron out within that, everyone here will die, Li Xin warned Cinnamon calmly. The devils around them trembled. They had clearly seen that Cinnamon could not even be considered a match for this human named Li Xin. Therefore, they could already tell that it would be the same for Gregaron. So, they put all their mental power into finding a way to get Gregaron here within 3 days. Now, move quickly, Li Xin ordered. The devils, Cinnamon's obedient subordinates, moved quickly. Cinnamon got up and glared at Li Xin. So, all I need to do for you is get Gregaron here. Cinnamon asked Li Xin. That's right. I don't need you guys for anything other than that, so do as I say, Li Xin said. All right, Cinnamon muttered. Cinnamon, whose pride seemed deeply wounded, called some of his subordinates and entered the building. What should we do now? Alice asked. For the time being, we need to hide ourselves. Cinnamon might betray us and call others, right? Even if he tries to do something sneaky, it can only be done within the third realm. Besides, the devils are never cooperative, so it's implausible. Li Xin laughed and looked at the devils. Even those devils only followed Cinnamon because Cinnamon was more powerful than them. If Cinnamon were weakened, they would immediately try to defeat him and tear him into pieces. Well, I guess there could be exceptions. The next day, rumors of Cinnamon's death, his injury, and his fight with the humans who went around killing devils spread like wildfire. Numerous witnesses had seen how powerful those humans were, and such witnesses made the self-destruction of Cinnamon seem true. However, Cinnamon went out, showing that he was unharmed, and roamed the area even more. Therefore, many saw that he was alive and well. As a result, the devils had conflicting opinions about whether the previous rumor was true. Cinnamon smiled with satisfaction when he heard the news in his home. Things are turning out just as I planned, said Cinnamon, pleased. We just received intelligence that Gregaron is on the move, said one of Cinnamon's subordinates. After hearing the news from his subordinate, Cinnamon frowned immediately and broke the cup that he was holding. Of course he is. He has always been a threat. Prepare to meet him, said Cinnamon. Yes, sir, replied his subordinate. Cinnamon looked out the window. Outside, a woman and an elf were sweating buckets, seemingly training for war. Zephyr had gathered other devils and was showing off his power. Crunch. Cinnamon found Zephyr the most annoying right now. He used to be a mere low-class demon, but now he was a commanding class devil, even daring to challenge Cinnamon. He could only act like that because he was clinging to those humans. After finishing my task, I'll trample him to death, Cinnamon muttered, looking at Zephyr. Bam! Someone abruptly and forcefully opened Cinnamon's door and entered. What did you just say? Did you just say you'll trample me to death? Cinnamon flinched and turned around after hearing that. The newcomer was Li Xin. And no, of course, I'm not talking about you, Cinnamon stuttered. Why? Now that Gregaron is coming, do you think everything will turn out how you want? Are you going to take revenge on me or something by devouring his demon power after I kill him? Li Xin accused Cinnamon. Cinnamon denied it, but Li Xin did not believe him. Ha, this is why I shouldn't have cooperated with devils in the first place, Li Xin muttered. It's a misunderstanding? I wasn't talking about you, punk, but Zephyr Cinnamon tried to explain. Did you just call me punk? Li Xin stared at Cinnamon. No, I didn't mean to say that, Cinnamon mumbled. Enough. Make sure you act well so that Gregaron doesn't escape halfway, Li Xin said. A faint smile appeared on Li Xin's face as he said that. Fine, Cinnamon muttered. Cinnamon frowned, realizing that Li Xin was mocking him. However, that was the end of it. He couldn't say another word until Li Xin had left. After, he threw a chair at the wall. Just wait and see, Cinnamon muttered in anger. Li Xin, who had entered another room in the building, calmly waited for Gregaron to arrive. Gregaron. Li Xin muttered as he thought about the devil. He was the only devil connected to Sayer in the third realm and a gateway to the fourth realm. I should also stay alert now. There were 72 thrones in the demon world, and only the 72 great devils seated there were allowed to travel to and from the fourth realm. There was no other passage from the third realm to the fourth realm. Only by receiving authorization from the great devils could one gain access. In other words, without the great devil's permission, accessing the fourth realm was near impossible. But that doesn't mean there's no way at all. He planned to kill someone with that kind of authority. Li Xin planned to kill Gregaron, seize his authority, open the entrance to the land of Sayer, and enter. Gregaron is coming. Li Xin was lost in thought when he heard the cries of devils from outside. Finally, he arrived. A group appeared in the distance, crossing the city to come here. Large demonic beasts were pulling a massive carriage with great effort. Li Xin stood up from his seat, aware that Gregaron must be inside. Hey Cinnamon, it's been a while. Gregaron, who had entered through the door, spoke when he saw Cinnamon. Yeah, but, you brought many guests with you. Are you that scared? Cinnamon provoked him. The majority of Gregaron's subordinates had entered one after another. Scared? "Heh, it's not something a one-armed loser like you should say," said Gregaron. "I'll soon get an extra arm, thanks to Mdesios," Cinnamon replied. "Hey, is that so?" Gregaron started to laugh at him. Gregaron chuckled as he surveyed his surroundings. Cinnamon's subordinates were standing around, on guard. What's going on? There was a subtle difference in the atmosphere compared to before. While they still seemed tense, it did not seem like Gregaron himself was the cause. Their attention seemed focused somewhere else. His expression distorted when he noticed that. "What are you guys trying to do?" Gregaron muttered. A human slowly walked out from inside the building. And then another human and an elf revealed themselves. Gregaron quickly realized it was a trap and spread his wings wide. "Cinnamon, you've finally gone crazy," joining hands with humans. Gregaron activated his demon power and tried to take to the sky. However, a powerful force pressed him down as he tried to ascend. "Coop!" Gregaron gasped. Thud! Gregaron landed back on the ground. He then glared at Li Xin. He was under intense pressure, as he could not gauge the density or the quantity of the opponent's mana. The human approached him slowly, pouring out his mana, appearing unperturbed. "Are you Gregaron?" Li Xin asked. "Krrrk? Who the hell are you?" Gregaron shouted. Gregaron realized that Li Xin was an extraordinary human with an unusual aura. A formless power from this human had made it difficult for him to escape, even though he was exerting his demon power. Besides, Cinnamon merely watched with caution as the human passed by, seemingly unable to move even an inch. Gregaron could read the entire situation instantly and realized something had changed in the third realm. "Sire," Li Xin muttered. The human uttered that name at last. Gregaron instinctively knew that he had to escape from here, so he exerted all his strength to escape Li Xin's psychokinesis. "Attack that human? Stop him!" Gregaron, who had taken to the sky, shouted to his subordinates. "I'll have to escape first, no matter what." Gregaron attempted to flee without looking back, and his subordinates rushed toward Li Xin as he had commanded. "That punk is running away," Zephyr shouted in panic. "What the hell are you guys doing? Block them!" Cinnamon shouted and gritted his teeth, raising his demon power to chase after Gregaron. Amidst it all, Li Xin remained calm. Soon, a dense black thunderbolt appeared above his hand. Pizzicato pizzicato. When Li Xin stretched out his finger, the fierce thunderbolt instantly pierced Gregaron's back. Krarg. The unexpected attack made Gregaron scream. After getting electrocuted, he fell. Li Xin dragged Gregaron with psychokinesis and looked at him. "Open the portal that leads to Sayre's land," Li Xin ordered. Gregaron looked at Li Xin as if he could not believe what he had heard. "Do you even know what that means?" Gregaron glared at Li Xin. "Yeah, so stop talking and just do it," Li Xin replied coldly. Gregaron seriously considered opening the portal because he knew that he could never defeat this powerful opponent alone. If he opened the portal and sent these challengers to Sayre's territory, there was a high chance they would die. However, his instinct told him he should not let this human go through. "Well, I don't think a mere human can harm Mr. Sayre, but..." However, for some reason, Gregaron could not stop worrying. He was already imagining this human setting fire to Sayre's territory. "Why should I let you step into Sayre's territory? You are a mere human," Gregaron shouted. "If you don't, you will die," Li Xin replied. "Kill me. Even if I have to die, I won't open it," Gregaron shouted. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue and infused more mana into his psychokinesis. He had no choice but to use the last resort. Ku, hook, crack. Gregaron let out a final scream of agony as his neck broke. Intense demon power flowed out from him almost simultaneously. The power of a top-level commanding class devil made all the devils here greedy. "I want to devour it. I can't stop my hands from trembling. Should I just rush in and get it?" He wouldn't need that demon power because he's a human, so isn't this a first come, first served buffet? The devils stared at the demon power, lusting for it. "Move an inch and die," declared Li Xin, seemingly able to read the devils' minds. No devils could think of devouring that demon power anymore, as they feared the human. "Zephyr," Li Xin called out. "Yes, sir." Zephyr hastily responded to the sudden call. "You can take it," said Li Xin. "Thank you, sir. I will repay your trust," Zephyr replied with excitement. Zephyr thanked his past self again and devoured the demon power. As he ate it, he began to swell. His physique, which had been rather small compared to his strength, grew. "Ha ha ha, is this what power feels like?" Zephyr, who had finished consuming all the demon power, looked around with a wicked gleam. "Zephyr," Li Xin called out. "Yes, sir," Zephyr replied. "Open the portal that leads to Sayre's land," Li Xin ordered. "Sorry, sir? How would I do that?" Zephyr looked confused. "Get yourself together and feel the power you have. Move the demon power with the desire to go to the fourth realm," Li Xin explained. "Understood," Zephyr replied. Upon hearing that, Zephyr began to concentrate on opening the portal. The surrounding devils looked at him with envy. "Finally, I get to move on to the fourth realm," Li Xin muttered. "Li Xin, do you really have to go there?" Vula and Alice approached him and asked. "Yes," Li Xin replied. "Can we come along?" Alice asked. "No, I'm going alone. The fourth realm is nothing like the realms before," said Li Xin with determination. "Even dealing with Cinnamon here seems difficult for you, Alice," Li Xin said. "I know that, but..." Alice muttered. "I could be of help, couldn't I?" Vula seized the opportunity and asked. "I'm sorry, but you won't be an exception," There's a king-class great devil in the fourth realm that poses a significantly higher level of danger than what you have encountered here, Li Xin replied. Oh, all right then, Vula seemed disappointed. Both Vula and Alice possessed considerable power. Vula was a berserker, and Alice had the eyes of the wise man. Vula could probably survive there for a while, but he would eventually die too. Alice was the same. Eyes of the wise man could help her, but it could not guarantee her survival. You two need to go up to the 50th floor first. And make sure you don't say anything more about me there, Li Xin said. Maintaining secrecy is crucial for this plan. If the gods were to find out, they would undoubtedly exert their power to interfere. From the fourth realm onwards, I really don't know what will happen. The scope of this stage went up to the third realm, meaning the tower only protected challengers until here. Things would change as soon as Li Xin reached the fourth realm. The fourth realm was outside the tower's influence. While it made it possible to avoid the gaze of the gods who observed the tower, it also meant that the gods could exert their influence without considering karma. Nevertheless, there are safety measures in place. If the gods from a different dimension tried to exert power in the demon world, the territory under the influence of the demon god, it was considered an act of challenging the demon god and acting against him. Unless the demon god intervened, the other gods could not directly use their power freely. The best they could do was send their subordinates. Moreover, since sending their subordinates also required different dimensions to be connected, most gods could not do that easily. But I can never tell what those crazy bastards would do next. That was why Li Xin could not accurately predict the situation in the fourth realm. There were just too many variables. Yay, I think I got it. So this is how I was supposed to do it. While Li Xin was lost in thought, Zephyr exclaimed as if he had found the way. Zephyr's demon power gathered in the air, creating a round black portal in the center. Li Xin, whatever happens, don't die. Alice cried out to Li Xin, who stood before the portal. All right. Li Xin left a short response. I'll be waiting for you, Vola said, looking at Li Xin. Don't do anything reckless, Li Xin replied. Li Xin glanced at the black portal and jumped inside. We should get going as well, said Alice. Yeah, Vola replied. At novel bin at. After Li Xin left, Alice and Vola were also enveloped in light and vanished from the scene. They climbed up to the 50th floor like that. Phew, those annoying humans have finally disappeared, Zephyr muttered. Zephyr, who had removed the portal, looked around his surroundings because he could feel the gazes of other devils pouring in from all directions. Cinnamon and his subordinates were staring at him with hostility. Haha. Well then, everyone, I'll get going now, said Zephyr. Zephyr started to walk off slowly but then suddenly dashed outside. Go get that bastard. Cinnamon shouted. Floors. Even before climbing up to the second floor, Li Xin had set his eyes on the fourth realm and beyond. This is a big gamble. Unlike those before, the 49th floor was a stage set in the demon realm itself. Inside the first to the third realm, challengers received protection from the tower. However, from the fourth realm onward, things were different. Although it becomes much easier for the gods to intervene, the fourth realm was a world set outside the stage. Even if the gods' gaze could not reach him, they could still intervene if they desired. However, it was also the realm of the great devil and the world of the demon god. That would serve somewhat as protection for Li Xin. Surely they will send their apostles or subordinates to spy on me. Li Xin was now standing on the land of the great devil. That meant that the gods would need to send apostles who were capable enough to survive this place at the very least. Apostles like these were busy individuals, so the gods might not even consider sending their apostles and subordinates here at all. Li Xin looked at the large mansion in the distance. It seemed like his portal had opened in a considerably distant place from the mansion. Confronting them head-on would not be the best option though. Li Xin's goal was not to fight Sayer. It was to rescue the sage whom Sayer had captured. If I truly have returned to the past, the sage should still be with Sayer. Sayer, also known as the nobleman of origins, valued material riches. Possessing all the treasures from all dimensions was his heart's desire. He wanted his subordinates to traverse dimensions and bring him different treasures. He even kidnapped an elf and took him to his territory. The elf's name was Sverno, and he was also known as the sage who traverses dimensions. He was a high elf who possessed exceptional knowledge, unmatched by any other when it came to dealing with dimensions. Sayer had kidnapped Sverno and forced him to conduct research to enable him to freely cross dimensions. But, Sverno was a frail one. Li Xin was aware that, despite being a high elf, Sverno had a weak constitution as he spent most of his time locked in a room, conducting research. Eventually, although Sverno succeeded in connecting and traversing most dimensions at Sayer's whims, Sverno would die due to the torture he had gone through. I must rescue Sverno at all costs. Only then could Li Xin stop the gods' misdeeds. KRRR. Li Xin, who had been lost in thought, suddenly noticed that he was surrounded by demonic beasts. He looked around. Crack bam! He saw a massive tree that seemed to be over 10 meters tall collapse, causing a thunderous boom. There was a giant demonic beast, so huge that he could not see its face until he looked up and stared for a while. Its belly protruded, and although its limbs were not particularly long, they were thick. Its skin resembled rough bark. In its right hand was a large club, with scraps of flesh stuck here and there, an indication of the number of creatures it had crushed with the club. It seems to have lost its focus in its eyes. Li Xin could instantly tell that the tree giant was not in its right mind. Wuong bong? The tree giant swung its club toward Li Xin, but it only slammed the ground with a loud crash, missing Li Xin. Having dodged the attack, Li Xin immediately released his mana to the ground. Stone hammer at novel bin at. A stone hammer that emerged from the ground, struck the tree giant's ankle and caused it to fall. Coop. The tree giant groaned. Bomb! Due to its weight, the ground shook upon impact, as if it was an earthquake. Then, from behind, a loud sound of sonic waves came, trees snapped, and a club flew in the air. Whoosh! Bomb! Upper ground. Li Xin, who had soared into the air in order to avoid the tree giant's attack, furrowed his eyebrows. Did someone intentionally send the tree giants? The condition of the tree giants was unusual. They seemed possessed, not focusing on defense but solely on swinging their clubs. They are greeting me quite aggressively. There were 4 tree giants surrounding Li Xin. 2 of them stood in front of him, while the other 2 hid among the trees, waiting for an opportunity. Do they think I won't be able to notice their presence? If that was the case, they could not be the lackeys of the gods who came to get him. Otherwise, they must be pretending not to know anything, which is quite an impressive show of acting skills. Psychokinesis. Li Xin, who had a faint smile on his face, gathered the tree giants hidden in the forest in one place. Kierg. Due to the sudden force, the tree giants knocked into one another and were startled. Flame fall. A massive fireball that formed in the air fell toward the tree giants who had gathered. Ba-ba-bam! With a tremendously loud sound of explosion, the temperature of the surroundings surged, and the tree giants were engulfed in flames in an instant. The next moment, Li Xin could feel the heat too. Ground wall. At the same time, the ground surged upward, creating an enclosure to prevent the fire from spreading further. The tree giants were weak against fire, therefore, these tree giants turned into ashes and disappeared. Clap 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 clap. At the sudden clapping sounds, Li Xin turned his head toward the source of the sound. When he turned, he noticed a man smirking in the darkness. Just as I expected, such an attack wasn't enough to threaten you, the man muttered in the darkness. He had snake-like eyes and green hair and emanated an extraordinary aura. Was that you just now? Li Xin asked the man. Yes. Well, you could say it was my greeting, the man replied. As he spoke, the man continued to chuckle. What's so funny? Li Xin asked. Oh, because it's entertaining, replied the man. After saying that, the man looked up into the sky and glanced at various spots, smirking. It's funny how all the gods have turned their attention here because of a mere human challenger, said the man. Do you think the gods would be able to see this place from where they are? Li Xin asked. Well, isn't that why they have sent their eyes to this place? The man replied. He was talking about the eyes of the gods, meaning the apostles. You're nothing more than an eye sent by the gods, Li Xin muttered. That's right. The gods just want to amuse themselves. I'm similarly amused myself, the man replied. Li Xin and the man locked eyes. So you're saying that you're also an apostle, Li Xin said. Behind those snake-like eyes, Li Xin could see the man's intention, his hunger, like a snake waiting for the right opportunity to nab its prey. Just looking at the man's eyes made Li Xin feel like he was going to be sucked into his gaze. He's messing with me, Li Xin muttered. Kek. Ha 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 ha. The apostle started laughing, holding his stomach. The man seemed out of his mind, but Li Xin remained calm. Once the individuals reached a certain level, all of them were somewhat insane. Among them, the apostles were the most deranged. That was impressive. As expected, your mental defense is excellent. I already knew about it because I've heard it from the gods, but it's still pretty amazing to witness it in person, said the apostle. But I don't find any of these exciting, Li Xin muttered. As he spoke, Li Xin activated his mana. I don't like things that are boring. If we continue to be boring people like this, I'll have to amuse myself, said Li Xin. Ha ha ha, you're funny. But let's postpone what's even funnier to a bit later, said the man. After saying that, the apostle lifted up his hand, and small birds flew in from all directions and settled on his arm. As I said earlier, there are many gods targeting you. Will they let this opportunity slip by? The apostles are searching for you in the land of Sayre right now, said the apostle. If I was scared of the apostles, I wouldn't have come here in the first place, Li Xin replied. That's true, but even if you're strong, it will be difficult for you to face multiple apostles alone, don't you think? The apostle asked Li Xin. One of the birds perched on the man's hand flew slowly toward Li Xin. Don't worry, it won't do any harm, said the apostle as the bird landed on Li Xin. Li Xin let the bird approach, because he knew he could handle whatever the man was up to. As the eyes of Li Xin and the bird met, Li Xin could see an image of someone walking on a desolate land. This bird is Yuba Homeston, but you can just call it Yuba. Anyway, Yuba has the ability to share what it sees with others, the apostle explained to Li Xin. Why are you showing me this? Li Xin asked. I don't want you to get beaten up by other apostles and die, or be handed over to another god so easily. Because it wouldn't be so fun, would it? Said the apostle. His raised eyebrows and the creases in the corners of his eyes made his smile even more disgusting. Let's form an alliance. I'll help you, the apostle suggested to Li Xin. I haven't heard anything more interesting than what you just said in a while. Aren't the apostles supposed to be afraid of the demon god? Do you think those insignificant gods can come here without being noticed by the demon god? Li Xin asked. You're right. But the demon god has no time to care about what's happening here, said the apostle. What did you just say? Li Xin seemed confused. It seemed like the apostle knew something that Li Xin did not. The fact that something happened to the demon god during this time was something Li Xin had never heard of, even in his previous life. You could probably tell after seeing Yuba's ability just now, but I have found 4 apostles so far. If we come together, there will be 5 of us. Besides, Sayer is also after you. So, do you think you will be able to withstand that combined force? The apostle started to laugh. Then at least reveal the name of the god you serve, Li Xin said. Fine. My name is Buren, the apostle of the god of deception, said the apostle, introducing himself. The god of deception? Buren. Li Xin muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. Soon, Li Xin smirked. What's the matter? The apostle asked Li Xin. Nothing, let's form a temporary alliance, Li Xin said. When Li Xin agreed, Buren approached him with a smile and extended his hand for a handshake. Don't die so easily, Li Xin, said the apostle. Well, same to you, Li Xin replied. As Li Xin and Buren extended their hands for a handshake, their eyes met. Li Xin could notice a strange power in the apostle Buren's sharp eyes. As their hands drew closer, the ominous feeling intensified. Just as I expected. Did he notice it? The power of the two who had read each other's minds clashed in the air with an explosion. Dark blitz gun. The black lightning energy that quickly gathered at the tip of Li Xin's fingers was shot toward Buren. Qua! The surrounding air heated up enough to melt everything that was around. The power was beyond Buren's expectation, as he thought it was impossible to shoot such a powerful blast instantly. Buren, who furrowed his eyebrows at the inexplicable power, quickly waved his hand. A ginormous eel appeared in the space and opened its mouth wide and swallowed Li Xin's black lightning energy. Kugugugu! Its mouth was filled with Li Xin's black lightning energy, and its stomach bulged and burst. No, my habomb! Buren cried out. Another lightning bolt struck Buren, who opened his eyes wide in shock, but this time, a turtle with a shell resembling a jewel appeared and deflected the lightning bolt. Since you've destroyed my toys, I'll make sure to turn you into my toy, said Buren, gritting his teeth. Well, your deception doesn't affect me, said Li Xin. The god of deception and his apostle Buren were individuals whom Li Xin had already known in the past. They were wicked beings who would relentlessly seek anything useful and unique and turn them into their toys. What they had done to their followers in the name of the apostle was so terrible that it could not be spoken of. Although Li Xin had not seen them in person, their infamous reputation was well known. I didn't expect to meet you on just the 49th floor, Li Xin muttered. So, you already knew about me, said Buren. Dozens of voids opened up near Buren, and several beasts with long snouts emerged from them, spewing venom. Thunderbolt. Rumble crack. Dozens of lightning bolts were precisely aimed at the beasts. Li Xin demonstrated a level of mana control that was unbelievably skillful for a lower floor challenger. Crunch. After seeing that, Buren realized that Li Xin's skills far exceeded his expectations and gritted his teeth. I heard that it hasn't been long since he became a challenger, but how is this possible? Buren did not think that Li Xin's skill would not be that astonishing just from looking at his appearance, but now, his opinion of Li Xin changed. He's constantly manipulating mana, to read its flow, and predict the changes. Li Xin was able to accurately read the point where the beasts would appear and dealt with them skillfully. At first, Li Xin's response might have been somewhat clumsy due to his lack of knowledge about the beast's characteristics. However, as time passed, his countermeasures became flawless. He remembers the beast's subtle movements, habits, and characteristics, and responds accordingly. How is it possible to remember everything in that short amount of time? Buren originally thought that Li Xin was an exceptional wizard, a necromancer with excellent judgment. However, that was not all. He possessed unbelievable, hidden abilities. There was a reason why he had become so strong in such a short period. Soon after, Buren realized that he would never be able to win against Li Xin. That was his conclusion. Seek. Buren called out. A huge mana circle emerged from the sky, and a giant shark appeared within it, opening its mouth wide and soaring upward. Li Xin, who was preparing for the attack, felt something strange and furrowed his eyebrows due to the extraordinary power wave. No way. Another portal appeared in front of the shark that was flying toward Li Xin. Yet another portal appeared above Buren. Li Xin, who sensed that his opponent was trying to escape, hastily gathered transcendental class energy and fired a spell, but it was futile. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Buren, who had entered the shark's mouth, disappeared into that spot. Buren still seemed to have plenty of energy left, but he escaped so quickly. Buren's reaction was completely different from what Li Xin had anticipated. But now I have a good sense of his combat force. Li Xin had taken this time to adapt to his opponent. He was confident that he would not miss Buren the next time they met. Besides, there are others still lurking around. As Li Xin raised his transcendental class energy, he began to sense the presence of another individual hiding. I won't let this one slip out. Qualification of an adversary. Black mana lingered over Li Xin's violet eyes, which were shining like jewels. He activated his transcendental class energy and dispersed his mana in all directions. Rumble. The weather changed instantly. Divine realm breaking force. The pressure in the space and the transcendental class energy emanating from Li Xin was overlaid with Li Xin's black mana and pressing out in all directions. Wait. At the same time, someone revealed themselves from the darkness. Seeing that figure, Li Xin withdrew his energy, putting a stop to the divine realm breaking force. Wait. You are. Li Xin muttered. It had been such a long time since Li Xin last saw that guy. He never expected to have a reunion like this. Grucka? It's good to see you, Li Xin, said Shakan, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Shakan was the great warrior of the Dark Frost Troll tribe as well as an apostle of the god of death. He grinned, revealing his large fangs. Shakan the Dark Frost Troll was the hidden boss of the 4th floor stage. However, after the god of death had made Shakan into his apostle, he disappeared and the content of the stage changed completely. Each stage of the tower presented a world that was a replica of a world in another dimension. The gods either lured exceptional individuals from these dimensions to their side, or if they failed to do so, they destroyed the real world and collected the souls there. Those whose existence were erased by the gods could then no longer do anything on their own and became dependent. They lost their energy source to the gods. Their clones were constantly being made, and by defeating these clones, challengers could accumulate their achievements. These clones were just like dolls that exist to help the challengers grow. Li Xin was able to look into their past using his title as He Who Knows Death and uncover their secrets. Shakan. The previous Shakan whom Li Xin had known from the 4th floor no longer existed. Nothing had changed on the outside, but Shakan's class and power seemed to have increased drastically, because even Li Xin was not able to see through him clearly. Why are you here? Li Xin asked Shakan. Shakan looked around and hung his hooked scimitar over his shoulders. Do you remember why I left the Dark Frost tribe? Shakan asked Li Xin. Yes, Li Xin replied. The trolls of the Dark Frost tribe had been deceived by the god of blessings and were put through plagues, which made their life miserable. Therefore, Shakan had left the tribe in order to seek revenge against the apostles sent by the god of blessings. Are you saying that that guy is here right now? Li Xin asked. That's right, Shakan replied. The god of blessings was the god who had been showing hostility toward Li Xin since their encounter on the 4th floor. Li Xin had already somewhat expected that the god of blessings would use this opportunity to send an apostle to restrain him. If Shakan is here, it's highly likely that the god of blessings is here. Li Xin did not know exactly why, but he felt a connection with Shakan. Perhaps it was because they both dealt with the power of death. Why did you reveal yourself to me? Li Xin asked. Well, I thought you would attack me if I didn't do that, Shakan explained. Recalling the recent situation, Shakan hardened his expression. He had originally thought that the reason he lost against Li Xin on the 4th floor was because he had not received the power from the god of death then. However, at this point, he thought differently. That feeling of being drained. It felt like the unique abilities and power that had become part of him for a while now were being taken away. Therefore, confronting Li Xin sent chills down his spine. Guruk? What kind of power does Li Xin possess? Although Shakan tried to hide his thoughts from him, Li Xin was now accessing Shakan's inner thoughts. Is it because of my divine realm breaking force? The divine realm breaking force was a skill that not many people could use easily, even if they ascended to the class of transcendence. The apostles thought of the divine realm breaking force as a power that denied them of their worth. If you don't go against me, there is no reason for me to attack you, Li Xin said. Gurkha? All right, Li Xin. I will help you, Shakan replied. Are you trying to lure the apostle of the god of blessings out? Li Xin asked. That's right. Lucky for me, because I found you before that guy did, Shakan replied. The connection he felt with Shakan aside, Li Xin did not entirely trust Shakan's words. He could not be sure whether Shakan had truly found him by luck or not. You don't trust me? Shakan asked Li Xin. Yeah, Li Xin answered honestly. Don't worry. You and I are under the protection of the god of death, Shakan said. What do you mean by protection? I have never received any abilities from the god of death, Li Xin replied. But the power of death is embedded in your mana. As long as you possess that power, even if you're not a follower of the god of death, he won't be hostile to you, Shakan explained. Shakan's shining eyes looked directly at Li Xin. Besides, I have no intention of harming the one who saved me. Grukka, said Shakan. Li Xin chuckled and approached Shakan for a handshake. I'm glad you're here, Li Xin said. Shakan shook Li Xin's hand. I will capture the apostle of the god of blessings for you, no matter what, said Shakan. No, you can just stand by and support me when necessary, Li Xin replied. Thinking about the mischiefs the god of blessings and his forces had been up to, Li Xin was not going to go easy on them. The god of blessings probably thinks he has the upper hand now that I came to a realm outside the influence of the tower, but I'll show him that that's not the case. But, it's my duty to capture that apostle, said Shakan. Well, you don't know if that apostle is the one who ravaged your tribe, Li Xin explained. If not, I'll find out who that guy is, even if I have to torture this one, Shakan said. That's why I'm saying I'll capture this apostle, and put an end to this one. Save your strength and focus on killing the one who made you like this, Li Xin said. Shakan nodded as he contemplated Li Xin's words. That makes sense, said Shakan. If we find the one that you're looking for, I'll hand him over to you, Li Xin said. Got it, Shakan replied. A temporary alliance formed between Li Xin and Shakan, a team of death. This place is where the dangerous devil resides, said Shakan. I know, Li Xin replied. Li Xin and Shakan arrived at Sayer's castle and were contemplating how to enter. I have a way, said Shakan. He took out one of the dozens of fang ornaments he wore on his body and infused it with mana. This is the fang of a person who is skilled at forming astral bodies. Grab my arm, said Shakan. Li Xin grabbed Shakan's thick arm. As Shakan began reciting an unknown spell, the fang he was holding snapped, and Li Xin and Shakan's bodies began to blur. If they don't realize the existence of such power, others won't be able to see us. So, if we want, we can even pass through walls. But restrain yourself from using mana, Shakan said. How did you acquire this ability? Li Xin asked. I gained it while searching for apostles, Shakan replied. Shakan put his index finger to his lips and moved to the inner part of the castle wall. As their bodies naturally passed through the wall, they could see devils patrolling inside. Shakan looked at Li Xin. He was pointing upward. Shakan nodded, and quickly moved to an area where no one was standing and got into his position. Thud. Shakan and Li Xin jumped. Although the ground sank because of them, no one noticed it because there was no one nearby. Hanging on the top of the building, the two of them could see the view of the territory. Sayre's territory was so vast that a single glance was not enough to see it in its entirety, and there were dozens of buildings within the castle walls. Among them, a large and majestic castle stood out. It was undoubtedly Sayre's castle. There's an unidentifiable barrier blocking mana detection. Such a barrier seemed appropriate for a castle of the Great Devil. Li Xin was aware that their immediate goal was not to charge in there and confront Sayre. What was more important was to rescue Sverno. Therefore, they first had to find out where he was, but the problem was that it was difficult. Hey, did you also hear that? This time, a voice came from the room directly below the top of the building. Li Xin immediately put his head closer, through the walls and into the room, and tried to listen in on the conversation. Mr. Aaron brought in an incredible gemstone from the outside. It's likely to increase the success rate of this experiment. The two devils were sitting on a sofa, conversing. A gemstone and an experiment. Instinctively, Li Xin felt that the conversation was about Sverno. Pulling his head out, Li Xin activated his mana. We're going inside, said Li Xin. Got it, Shakan replied. The time limit of their astral bodies was almost up, so they immediately entered the room and stood behind the two devils, who were unaware of their presence and engrossed in their conversation. Swoosh. After a moment, the two startled devils stood up abruptly when they noticed the two who slowly revealed themselves. How dare you enter this place? Who are you? One of the devils asked. You don't need to know who I am. Just finish the conversation you were having earlier, said Li Xin, approaching the devil slowly. You fools. How dare you? Do you even know where you are? The other devil shouted. The next moment, demon power shot out from the devil's hand, trying to engulf Li Xin, but it dissipated as he drew Martyr and cut through the demon power. From now on, for every attempt to deceive us, a part of your body will fall off, one by one, said Li Xin. A sharp blade was pointed at the devil's throat. How dare you, Kup? When the devil who was standing next to him tried to fight back, he was struck by Shakan and slammed into the ground. Why are you doing this to us? The devil immediately realized that he would not be able to win against the overwhelming force emanating from Martyr and gave in. Divine power and demon power were natural enemies, but in particular, Li Xin's divine power sent shivers down their spines because it was like nothing they had felt before. Swoosh. Thud. Kahayak, the devil groaned in pain. It will be the same, even if you don't answer, Li Xin said. At novel bin at. The devil, who just lost his left wrist, grabbed his bloody hand and gritted his teeth. What kind of experiment is it? And who's conducting it? Li Xin asked. But the devils did not answer once again. How loyal. But let's see for how much longer you can keep your loyalty, said Li Xin. Li Xin knocked the devil down using psychokinesis and stepped on his chest and started to piece through his heart with Martyr. Stop. Please, stop, the devil screamed. Although the devil was screaming, Martyr did not cease. All evil must be eradicated. One of Martyr's abilities was the power to eliminate evil. With Li Xin's increasing divine power, Martyr had become significantly stronger, effortlessly erasing the existence of the devil. The devil realized that Martyr was quickly nullifying his demon power and felt as if his sanity was slipping away. Very slowly, the devil felt that his existence was being erased. It was more painful than dying, as he endured each moment of feeling his being wiped away. Elf. At the devil's urgent cry, Martyr finally paused. An old elf is conducting an experiment to open up a dimension. The experiment is taking place in Sayre's outhouse. So please. The devil, trembling, pleaded desperately. In response, Li Xin pointed Martyr at the devil's neck. Lead the way. If it's true, I'll let you go without pain. But if it's a lie, you'll suffer for eternity. You'll be neither dead nor alive, Li Xin said. I'm telling the truth. The devil shouted in terror. We'll figure that out once we arrive. Besides, you'll have to put on a good show for me as well. Li Xin laughed. Li Xin and Shakan brought one devil along. However, both of them were walking behind the devil with their hands shackled. As they walked, they saw another devil approaching them from a distance, holding a trident. Act well, Li Xin whispered quietly from behind the devil. Mr. Eder, what are these? The devil who approached them pointed to the two standing behind Eder. One is a troll and the other is a human. I found them outside, Eder replied. Oh, is that so? How did a troll and a human manage to get in? The devil asked. That's why I'm planning to interrogate them, Eder replied. I see. But why do you look so pale? And why are your hands trembling? The devil asked again. Gulp. Eder tried to look away to avoid the curious gaze of the devil and coughed. Well, I have to interrogate them quickly at the laboratory, so step aside, Eder said. All right, sir, the devil replied. The devil glanced at Li Xin and Shakan for a while, but continued on his way. I did well, didn't I? Eder asked Li Xin, looking proud. Yay, if you had hesitated, you could have been in big trouble, Li Xin replied. Kek. At Li Xin's harsh words, Eder accidentally choked on his saliva and coughed. He continued walking. They had a few more encounters with others along the way, but no one found them suspicious. After all, devils often kidnapped various beings from different dimensions, so it was not uncommon for them to bring trolls and humans like these. Here we are, said Eder. Contrary to the image of a great devil, the interior of the outhouse looked clean and neat. As they went inside and descended the stairs, they realized that this place inside was much larger than they had anticipated. Mr. Sayer is making a significant investment in this project, said Eder. A project? Li Xin asked. Yeah, it's called the Mouse Hole Project. Huh? I don't know the details of the project. So, don't look at me like that. Eder shouted. Li Xin shook his head, looking at Eder, who was trembling at even the slightest glance from him. By the looks of it, this seems to be an experiment site, but where's that elf? Li Xin asked. I don't know either. I'm serious. Eder shouted in terror. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. From this point on, it'll be difficult for me to move. Besides, it will look more suspicious if I take you guys along, said Eder. Well then, there's no other choice, Li Xin muttered. It was not surprising that this devil did not know the details or the exact location of Sverno. Just by looking at how much he knew and observing the behavior of the other devils outside, Li Xin could tell that this guy held a relatively high position in the demon world. We were lucky. The next moment, Li Xin drew out Martyr. Haik. When he saw Martyr in front of his eyes, Eder covered his mouth and swallowed his scream. Li Xin swung Martyr at Eder. Thud. Cook. Eder, who gasped, was hit by the blade of Martyr and collapsed to the floor. Are you going to let him go? Shakan asked. Since he brought us here, he will have to die anyway, Li Xin replied. Li Xin pierced the wall using his magic and put Eder inside. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? If he gets caught, he might be tortured. Since he helped us, shouldn't we keep our promise? Shakan asked Li Xin. A promise? Shakan, you haven't quite met devils yet, Li Xin replied. What do you mean? Shakan asked. He followed us simply because we were strong. Given their wicked deeds, I don't find it harsh even if we kill them all, Li Xin replied. Is that so? Shakan muttered. But, I think we don't have to punish every wrongdoing that did not affect us. That's why I'm giving him a chance, Li Xin muttered. What kind of chance are you talking about? Shakan asked. Well, we never know, but he might be able to be brought back to life if Sayer dies, Li Xin replied. Oh, that's a possibility, Shakan muttered. Besides, if he's really lucky, he might be able to survive until Sayer dies without getting caught, Li Xin suggested. After saying that, Li Xin smirked and moved on. What are we going to do now? Shakan asked. Well, we will have to find Sverno, Li Xin replied. Li Xin saw devils moving busily around here and there. They were hiding their presence, so the devils could not notice them easily, but they knew it would not take long for them to be discovered if they stayed like this. Therefore, Li Xin spread his mana in all directions and focused all his senses on the mana wave. As they entered the building, nothing interfered with his mana wave. I found him. Eventually, Li Xin detected an individual who dealt with mana, not demon power. There was definitely someone with a very pure flow of mana far under this place. Shakan, there's someone down there who could be Sverno. Is there any way we can get there quickly? Li Xin asked. I used up all my power to form spiritual bodies before, Shakan replied. Tisk, I guess we don't have any other options then, Li Xin muttered. Shadow space. A giant skeleton appeared from Li Xin's shadow. It was a beast called Skeleton Mole. The summoned mole beast began digging the ground with its sharp claws. Ba 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 bam! The floor of the underground laboratory started to shake, causing a commotion nearby. Is it all right for us to make such a loud noise? Shakan asked, looking worried. It's fine. It would take too long to go quietly all the way down there. It's better to do this quickly, Li Xin replied. Since Li Xin encountered Buren, uneasiness had been haunting him. Wouldn't the devil guys somewhat know that Li Xin was going after Sverno? The chances of them not knowing the full details was high, but since Li Xin was looking for Sayer, someone could have noticed it. In this case, it would not be surprising even if an apostle who was in the fourth realm had told Sayer about Li Xin. Since the apostles entered Sayer's territory without permission, it might not be easy to have a conversation with Sayer, but that was something Li Xin could not be sure of. Regardless, time was not on Li Xin's side as he had to rescue Sverno. Even if a battle breaks out, I must secure Sverno first, then battle. Li Xin, with a firm expression, lowered his head and looked into the hole. Several layers had been penetrated already, and through the hole, Li Xin could see devils who were looking up. Let's go, said Li Xin, looking at Shakan. They jumped down from above. After landing on the ground, Li Xin could finally see Sverno. Who are you guys? Sverno, who was sitting at his desk, contemplating something, could not hide his surprise when he suddenly encountered the two. The little goblin who was sitting next to Sverno shook like an aspen leaf when he saw them. Are you Sverno, the sage who traverses dimensions? Li Xin asked, looking at Sverno. At Li Xin's question, Sverno frowned instantly. I don't know where you heard about me and came to find me, but if you don't want to die, leave right now, said Sverno. Why do you think I'll get killed? Li Xin asked. Well, that's because I am a slave of Sayer. And he treasures me quite a bit, Sverno replied. Do you want to be his slave? Li Xin asked. No, that's not it, Sverno replied. Then come with me, Li Xin suggested. Even with Li Xin's words, Sverno's rigid expression did not show any signs of loosening. As long as Sayer is here, it will be impossible to escape, said Sverno, with fear. Then we can just kill Sayer, replied Li Xin with a smirk. Sverno could not help but sigh to himself as he looked at the human and troll who had come uninvited. He thought highly of the fact that they had made it this far. Intruding into the fourth realm was a challenging task in itself. It was clear that they possessed a considerable level of skills. However, Sverno knew that strong individuals could get him into bigger trouble than weak ones. How absurd it is to think that you could kill Sayer. If Li Xin had mentioned a special escape method instead of spouting such nonsense, Sverno might have pretended to believe him. Tisk, tisk. Since you sought after Sayer's treasure, Sayer won't spare you. Sverno thought that with their potential, they could have reached the higher floors. However, their recklessness would throw them into the abyss of hell. Sverno had seen countless individuals like them. Although Sverno did not know their purpose for seeking him, it no longer mattered now that they were here. Sayer already knew that you guys would come. Sverno wanted to say it plainly, but he could not risk being heard by Sayer. The reason he was here in this place, with his attendant, was because of Sayer's command. He already knew that someone would intrude, and that was why he had Sverno evacuated to this place. Therefore, it was obvious that Sayer's eyes would be here. You won't be able to defeat Sayer, said Sverno. Are you worried for me? Li Xin asked. Although Li Xin's words struck a chord with him, Sverno replied without batting an eyelid. Why should I worry for you guys? Do you think you guys are the first ones to attempt this? Yes, we would be the first, Li Xin replied. Stop talking nonsense, Sverno, frowning at the answer that was not what he was looking for, opened his eyes wide at the intense aura he felt at that moment. His assistant, the goblin, who sat next to him, was trembling and about to pass out. Wong. The next moment, a portal appeared on the wall, and a man with blonde hair walked out. His hair fluttered. You've come, said the man. The man had large wings with feathers which reminded Li Xin of an eagle. He was fit and quite handsome, which did not make him look like a devil at first glance. Mr. Sayer, Sverno muttered with nervousness. As soon as Sayer appeared, Sverno could not look up. He barely managed to calm down his pounding heart. Yes, my precious slave, Sverno. Who has been tormenting you like this? Sayer asked Sverno. Sayer was calm, arrogant, and seemed relaxed. Sayer's deep voice made Sverno's heart pound like crazy once again. Well, and no one. No one tormented me, sir, Sverno replied with a shaky voice. Sayer frowned and cast a spell on him. The black demon power turned into a thin barrier and locked Sverno up. Is this Sayer's unique ability? Coop. Sverno groaned in pain. You won't die. I'm just trying to protect you from these thieves, so don't worry. But you will be punished for lying, said Sayer with a bitter smile. The demon power that Sayer shot hit the goblin, slamming him against the wall. No. Sverno screamed in agony, looking at the goblin, who seemed like he was about to die. The goblin remained motionless. Can you hear me? Li Xin asked, looking straight at Sverno, completely ignoring Sayer, who was standing in between. Sverno also looked straight at Li Xin. Oh, were you asking me what I said? Li Xin asked. Li Xin acted as if he was talking to himself, and Sverno was taken aback as he suddenly blurted out those random words. For the first time, Sayer frowned at Li Xin. Yes, I will be the first one to slam Sayer to the ground before your eyes, said Li Xin, looking at Sverno. As soon as he said that, time slowed down for Li Xin, and black mana wrapped around Martyr, which had been drawn out. Divine Realm Breaking Force. The transcendental class energy that filled the space pressed down on Sayer's divine class energy. No way. Sayer started to panic as a portion of his divinity class disappeared in an instant. It was the first time he experienced such an effect. I'll kill you in one strike. Li Xin had to deliver at least one critical blow, while Sayer had not revealed his true form yet. The black mana and divine power that flowed over Martyr, which seemed impossible to harmonize at first, intertwined with each other and resonated. Divine Death Strike. As the black mana and divine power fused, a purple sword aura was generated, distorting the surrounding space as it flew. Sayer, sensing the danger, hastily gathered his mana, but it was futile. The Divine Death Strike is a strike created to kill devils. The moment the strike hits, the demon power disappears. It was a skill that Li Xin developed after vaguely witnessing the end of a speck of transcendence on the 30th floor. By intertwining with the death aura of black mana, Martyr's killing power and ability to destroy demons were amplified. Since Martyr was a sword, this skill took the form of a sword strike, but in reality, it was a skill filled with the mysteries of magic. If Li Xin did not possess the skill Chaos, he would never be able to accomplish this, no matter how talented he was. The purple strike unleashed by Martyr cut off Sayer's right arm and leg and then disappeared. Sayer groaned in pain. Sayer, who had lost his balance, slammed into the ground, bleeding like crazy. Sverno, unable to believe what he saw, looked to Li Xin, trembling in amazement. This is crazy. The words Sverno had thought were mere bravado from a human turned out to be grounded confidence. He could not believe what was going on even though he saw it unfold with his own eyes. Sayer, in particular, hated to be seen when he looked disheveled. Therefore, it was far beyond his imagination to see Sayer, who possessed such unbelievable power, with his face smashed into the ground. Besides, Sayer was a great devil who sat on one of the 72 thrones of the demon world. Yet a mere human brought Sayer down in an instant. Boom, thud, ugh, Sverno groaned. The barrier that surrounded Sverno disappeared, and Sverno dropped to the ground. The throbbing pain disappeared as soon as he saw Sayer slammed into the ground. For the first time, Svrno felt he could finally be free from Sayer. He started cheering for Li Xin. He's insane, Shakan muttered, looking at Li Xin. Shakan, who had been on guard, ready to respond to Sayer's attack at any moment, looked at Li Xin with admiration. Li Xin was, after all, a human recognized by the god of death. He was able to turn a great devil into a cripple in an instant. Shakan was proud that he had acknowledged such a human. You arrogant bastard. Demon power roared within Sayer's body. Once again, a horse with silver fur appeared from a portal that formed in the space and tried to mount Sayer on its back. No way, Li Xin muttered when he saw the horse trying to take Sayer. A black thunderbolt appeared from Li Xin's fingers and shot toward the silver horse. At the same time, Sayer's demon power also shot out in an attempt to block Li Xin's attack, but Shakan quickly took out one of the fangs and shattered it. Thorn of Desire. Shakan cast a spell. Red thorns sprang out around Sayer, absorbed the demon power and blocked the way ahead of Sayer. In the meantime, Li Xin's black thunderbolt turned Sayer's silver horse into ashes. Krahaha! Sayer roared. Sayer's body writhed as he tried to regenerate his severed limbs using demon power, but Martyr, which was wrapped in black mana, slit Sayer's throat. Swoosh! Thump! Sayer's head rolled away and stopped in front of Svrno. Hayek! Startled by the sight, Svrno quickly stepped back. Is it over? Shakan asked Li Xin to confirm Sayer's death. Yes, Li Xin replied. Li Xin checked the system messages that appeared in the air. You have taken away Sayer's divinity class. Your divinity class has increased by 1. Necklace of the Guardian of the Forest brings you serendipity. You have taken away Sayer's divinity class one more time. Your divinity class has increased by 1. There was a series of extortions of divinity class. Previously, there was an incident where Li Xin stole the stats from his opponent twice in a row due to the effect of the Necklace of the Guardian of the Forest. However, Li Xin found it very lucky that it occurred with the extortion of the divinity class this time. Could it be because of the stat luck? Li Xin thought this was an unexpected harvest. Adat Novel bin Adat. You have killed a great devil. You have acquired the title, Slayer of the Great Devil. Slayer of the Great Devil. Wow, you killed one of the 72 great devils that rule the demon world. You are an incredibly strong person. Or, are you perhaps a devil hunter? Hashtag resistance to demon power increases by 5%. The title, Qualification of an Adversary, is reacting. You have defeated an enemy with a divinity class of 10 or higher. Your transcendental class has elevated. The qualification of an adversary has now changed to Executor of Adversary. The power of the divine realm breaking force has been enhanced. Executor of Adversary. One who executes in order to become an adversary. Hashtag learn about transcendence. Hashtag can freely manipulate the transcendental class. Hashtag can use the divine realm breaking force. Transcendence. Each transcendence stat can extend 1 second of time into 10 seconds. Hashtag transcendence, 5/30ths. Hashtag transcendence recovers by 1 point every hour. Divine realm breaking force. This is a power created by the adversary to resist the power of the gods. Hashtag reduces the enemy's divinity class by 10. Number 1 transcendence point is consumed every second. A quest, the path to become an adversary is generated. The path to become an adversary. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 30 or higher, 0/1. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 20 or higher, 0/3. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 10 or higher, 0/10. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 5 or higher, 0/20. Asterisk if all conditions are met, you will become an adversary. As a flood of messages popped up in front of Li Xin, a smile appeared on his face. He had finally acquired transcendence. With this, I can almost say I've reached the pinnacle of my previous life. During his previous life, Li Xin could not acquire the title adversary, but now, things were different. Although the conditions were extremely tough, it did not seem impossible. With the rise in my transcendental class, my transcendence became 5. Thanks to the carelessness of Sayer, a great devil, things were much easier for Li Xin to deal with. If Sayer had appeared in his true form or if he had elevated his combat senses, even if Li Xin's divine realm breaking force was unleashed, he might not have been able to deliver a fatal blow. A moment ago, Li Xin poured out all his transcendental class energy, created an opportunity, and killed the guy. Thanks to that, the transcendence shot up, from 0 to 5. With this stat, Li Xin could probably kill at least one apostle. Mr. Svrno, Li Xin called out. Yes, Svrno replied. Until a little while ago, astonishment and confusion were clearly visible on Svrno's face, but at Li Xin's call, he immediately suppressed all those emotions and maintained his composure. We don't have much time, so if you want to escape safely from here, you will need to make a contract with me, Li Xin said. At those words, Svrno's voice dropped. What is your name? Svrno asked, looking at Li Xin. It's Li Xin, Li Xin introduced himself. Mr. Li Xin, at this point, you are not much different from Sayer in my eyes. You came to me out of the blue, killed Sayer, and now you say you are going to take me away. So, how can I trust you and decide to follow you? Svrno asked. Those were valid concerns. No matter how harshly Sayer had tormented him, Svrno could not just trust someone he just met. Originally, Li Xin wanted to convince him slowly, but the situation did not allow for it. Since Sayer was dead, soon there would be repercussions, and the devils in this land who noticed it would try to fight back. Moreover, there were also apostles outside who could burst in at any moment. Since the safety of Svrno was Li Shin's priority, he had no choice but to push the buttons to provoke him. If you choose to follow me, I will spare your daughter's life, Li Shin said. After hearing Li Shin's words, Svrno's eyes wavered. His cheeks trembled and his pale face quickly turned red. How do you know about my daughter? It was clear from his voice that Svrno was suppressing his anger. Li Shin understood. The mention of his daughter and the provocation to only save his daughter if Svrno followed him were enough to fuel Svrno's anger. His daughter had been raped and killed by raiders from another dimension in the past. Svrno had roamed through different dimensions without even knowing where her body lay. Li Shin knew where her body was and why she had ended up like that. However, there was no time for him to explain such things now. Li Shin only thought about convincing Svrno to follow him, because he would be able to calm his anger eventually. I know where your daughter Isabel's body is. And I have. Li Shin stopped talking for a second. Swoosh! After swinging Martyr fiercely in the air to get the demon's blood off, the white sword aura struck down on the goblin. I have the life-giving sword, Martyr, said Li Shin. Svrno's bloodshot eyes turned toward his assistant, the goblin. The muscles of the goblin, which were previously motionless, began to writhe, and his eyes opened. Sarzago! Svrno cried out. Mr. Svrno. Sarzago looked confused. Svrno embraced the goblin with tears of joy streaming down his face after hearing his voice. Well, so what are you going to do? Li Shin asked Svrno. It was a touching scene, but Li Shin simply did not have enough time to wait for them. When Svrno heard Li Shin's voice, he hesitated for a second but soon got up. If what you're saying is true, I will make the contract, said Svrno. Very well. As proof that I'm not lying, I will put all my mana on the line, Li Shin replied in a confident voice. Crack. Bomb. Just as the two of them were about to reach an agreement, they could hear the sound of a building collapsing from above. Li Shin, who found the cause of the vibration by channeling his mana, furrowed his eyebrows and hastily pulled out a contract. This is our contract, made with mana. There is no other way to take you out of here alive other than this, Mr. Svrno. So, I hope you understand, Li Shin said. I'll take a look at it, Svrno replied. The others will arrive here soon, so you need to sign the contract before that, Li Shin said. Svrno realized it was an urgent situation and did not waste time responding. Instead, he quickly glanced over the contract to examine its contents. After confirming the details, Svrno nodded. I see that you're very confident, Svrno muttered. Svrno looked at Li Shin with a complicated expression. It was a contract involving mana. If Li Shin did not know the location of his daughter's dead body or if he attempted to forcibly bind him, Li Shin would lose all his mana according to the contract's conditions. Since Svrno was aware of the effectiveness of a contract involving mana, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Well, there is one more thing to add, said Svrno. What is it? Li Shin asked. Please bring my assistant as well, Svrno replied. As it was not a difficult request, Li Shin promptly added the details regarding the assistant to the contract. I agree, said Svrno. Me too. I agree to the contract, said Sarzago, the assistant. All of a sudden, the bodies of Svrno and Sarzago turned blue, and they got absorbed into the necklace and ring that Li Shin took out from the subspace pocket. Is everything over? Li Shin asked Shakan. Yes, Shakan replied. Well then, it's now your turn to help me, said Shakan looking at Li Shin. Shakan looked up with a determined face. Li Shin could sense a strong aura coming from above. Ba-ba-ba-bam! In an instant, the ceiling collapsed, and two apostles emerged. One was a woman with long red hair in braids, and the other was a handsome man with blonde hair. Besides, thin thread-like substances swirled around the woman's entire body. Well, who have we got here? Aren't you the famous he who knows death? The woman with red hair gestured dramatically and spoke. The man beside her observed Li Shin and Shakan carefully. Is Sayer really dead? The blonde man asked, looking at Sayer, now a corpse. I didn't expect him to kill Sayer, but I guess he's more impressive than I thought, the woman replied. While listening to their conversation, Li Shin turned his head and looked at Shakan. Shakan, is the one who you were looking for here? Li Shin asked. No, Shakan replied. After hearing his response, Li Shin gradually released the remaining mana from his body. Their classes seem to be pretty high. Li Shin's current divinity class was 5. Since the increase in abilities due to the difference in divinity class would not occur, it meant that his opponents had a minimum divinity class of 5 or higher. However, as Li Shin now had perfect control over transcendence, he was able to sense that the divinity class of the opponent was at least 10 or above. Although those two people seemed like nothing compared to Sayer, they were not easy opponents to deal with. As soon as I transcend to the 3rd realm, I will attract the attention of the gods again. Besides, I can't go beyond the 50th floor yet. Now that Svrno had been rescued, it was time for Li Shin to fulfill his plan. In order to do that, Li Shin had to stay in the 4th realm until the next dimension gate opened. Who are your gods? Li Shin asked straightforwardly, looking at the two. Li Shin was aware that apostles generally did not hide information about their gods unless absolutely necessary. Divinity class increased under the influence of others. Besides, it was the basic duty of the apostles to reveal their divinity class, unless they were placed in a situation that could threaten a reduction in their divinity class. I'm Melina. I am the apostle of the god of offerings. The redhead woman spoke first. The blonde man glared at Li Shin and Shakan, then continued. I'm Shane. The god I serve is the god of blessings. I came to get you, who defied the scriptures, said Shane. Shane stared at Li Xin in the eye. He wants to see you, said Shane. If he wants to see me, then tell him to come, Li Xin replied. You arrogant fool. Shane glared at Li Xin. Gruka, I am Shakan, the apostle of the god of death. You should deal with me first before you take Li Xin. Shakan shouted, gathering his strength. The next moment, his muscles swelled, and his eyes became bloodshot, looking fierce. Wung bong! Shakan's fist extended out and struck Shane, sending him flying and crashing into the wall, buried in fragments of stone. Thud. In an instant, Shane's neatly styled hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn. He frowned and stood up. Are you an apostle of the god of death? Shane asked, looking at Li Xin. That's correct, Li Xin replied. So, you are associated with the god of death? Shane asked. Li Xin dealt with the power of death, and he was assisted by an apostle of the god of death. Anyone would assume that Li Xin and the god of death had a cooperative relationship. Although it seems weird to say no, Li Xin did not answer his question, because Shakan would deal with Shane, the apostle of the god of blessings. Well, your opponents are determined. Will you be alright to deal with us? You must be tired from dealing with Sayer, said Melina, mocking Li Xin. Melina and Shane confidently appeared in front of Li Xin for a reason. It was because they were certain that Li Xin and Shakan would be exhausted from their fight with Sayer. However, when they directly confronted Li Xin, Melina and Shane could not help but be surprised. That was because Li Xin and Shakan seemed much more unscathed than they had thought. They believed that Li Xin and Shakan were deliberately hiding their injuries. Are you the type who worries about others? Li Xin asked Melina. No, but you will soon become my offering, so I'll have to take care of you, don't I? Melina replied. If you want to give an offering so bad, why don't you give yourself? Li Xin said. Snap. Li Xin snapped his finger and looked at Sayer, who had fallen. Zombification. The lifeless body of Sayer writhed and stood up. The arms and legs that were severed by Li Xin attached back to his torso, and his dark gaze turned toward Melina. Ugh, how annoying. Sayer and Melina engaged in a fierce exchange of attacks. I have 5 minutes at most. Li Xin could not make Sayer into his subordinate because he lacked the ability to make a great devil into his subordinate yet. In that case, he thought it would be best to use Sayer temporarily as a zombie to buy time and devise a strategy. It was a bit wasteful to use the corpse of a great devil as a disposable pawn, but he could not risk losing the big picture for small gains. There are a few more apostles outside. Although those apostles were fighting against Sayer's subordinates at the moment, it was only a matter of time before they would rush here. Before that happened, Li Xin had to come up with a plan. He had only about 5 transcendence points left, which was far from enough to deal with all the apostles outside. If Li Xin could abandon Shakan here and flee, it would be easier to devise a plan. What should I do? Li Xin did not feel good about abandoning Shakan. If he had no other choice, Li Xin would have to abandon him, but at the moment, Shakan had the upper hand in the battle with his opponent. I'll quickly deal with Melina, help Shakan, and escape together. Regardless of the outcome, once the decision was made, Li Xin had to move quickly. Dark Blitz Gun. In an instant, black thunderbolts gathered on Li Xin's palm and raced through the air. Sayer, who had become a zombie under Li Xin's command, spread his wings and grabbed the woman. Wung bomb! The dark blitz gun shot through Melina and Sayer without hesitation. Pizzicato! In an instant, she became disheveled. Frowning, she pulled out the whip at her waist. I'll offer these wounds as a sacrifice. Melina shouted. At that moment, an unknown power enveloped her, erasing all the wounds that had covered her body. I must ascend to a higher place by offering you as a sacrifice, Melina said. Having made up her mind, she pushed away the electrocuted Sayer and rushed toward Li Xin. Tisk, this is annoying. The concept of offering meant that everything could be sent off to the gods, including pain. Moreover, it seemed she had received a reward for that offering, as her momentum became even stronger. Bam! The steel shield created in the air was cracked in an instant by Melina's whip. Seeing her, Sayer seemed like an easy target now. I guess it's still quite challenging to deal with the apostles without transcendence? Besides, if high-class apostles were to come, facing them without transcendence was out of the question for Li Xin. Divine Realm Breaking Force. I'll deal with them quickly and escape. Just as Li Xin activated transcendence to unleash his attack, someone much stronger than the two in front of him began to connect the space. Wung Wung? Who's doing this? Even though their appearance could not be seen yet, the tremendous difference in class could be felt. At this level, they could even be considered a low-class god. The fact that such a being appeared here was beyond Li Xin's expectations. Did something really happen to the demon god? Li Xin's expression stiffened rapidly. The same went for Melina and Shane. Only Shakan seemed fine, just glaring at Shane while catching his breath. Wung. The next moment, a portal opened, cutting through the air. A man with blue hair down to his shoulders walked out of the portal. His rough skin suggested he was of a completely unfamiliar kind. Hello, friend, said the man with blue hair. The air around him was completely different from the previous two. Unlike the initial hostility of the two, his eyes contained a sense of friendliness. Who are you? Li Xin asked. It was clear to Li Xin that he was an apostle, because the power emanating from him was very similar to that of other apostles. However, he was of a distinctly different class. Well, the man smiled and looked at Melina and Shane. This power is. Li Xin could realize that the entire space was getting destroyed. To be more exact, the boundaries were contorting. Shit. The connection between the world and this place was completely severed. Li Xin urgently invoked transcendence. He could sense that if trapped in this man's power, he would never be able to escape. This guy was on a completely different level. Only 5 transcendence points remained. Therefore, Li Xin planned on creating an opportunity by lowering the opponent's divinity class for 2 seconds and escaping. Divine Realm Breaking Force. The transcendental class emanating from Li Xin began to suppress the power that was forcing this space to be isolated from the world. Time flowed extremely slowly. 1 second felt like 10 to Li Xin. The man let out a small exclamation. His face showed a hint of surprise, but he remained calm. Darn it. The flow of power that seemed to isolate the 4 individuals in this spot from the world momentarily stopped. However, that was all. There was no opportunity for Li Xin to break through. Li Xin extended his mana to see if there was a spot he could target, but he immediately realized that it was impossible with just simple mana. Although Li Xin had lowered the opponent's divinity class by 10, the opponent showed only a slight surprise on his face and remained unfazed. This meant that the opponent's divinity class was far beyond 10 or that he possessed an extraordinary mental strength that would not waver even with a sudden decline in his divinity class. It would be somewhat fortunate for Li Xin if it was the latter, but regardless, the situation was not good. Will there be a chance if I summon the world of death? Li Xin hesitated before attempting to summon the world of death, because the opponent's movements started to speed up even in the transcendence. Man, he is adapting to transcendence. The man was not yet faster than Li Xin. However, blue energy started to quickly gather above his hands. While Li Xin was quickly activating his mana to counter the attack, his eyes went wide as he realized that the energy was moving in a different direction than expected. Coop. Coke. Melina's neck was severed and her head fell. Shane's body, too, was impaled, and his head dropped. Li Xin and Shakan could not understand what was happening to them. My name is Geraldine, the apostle serving the god of destruction, the man with blue hair introduced himself. The god of destruction. Li Xin stared at him, trying to ascertain the truth behind his words. Li Xin had first heard the name God of Destruction on the 17th floor. He was the god whom even the administrator feared. Li Xin expected that this god would be the strongest among the forces hostile to Li Xin. The God of Destruction was a name he had never heard of in his previous life, and he had no idea how powerful this god was. However, now, Li Xin could tell that the God of Destruction was at least on the level of a high-class god. Does this god not care about the demon god, or has something gone terribly wrong that even the demon god could not prevent the intervention of this god? The exact reason was still unknown, because, except for the God of Destruction, the other apostles were within Li Xin's expected level of ability. Except for Geraldine, none of the apostles of the high-class gods revealed themselves in front of Li Xin yet. Although Li Xin was in the worst-case scenario, there was still a chance for him. In fact, Li Xin thought he needed to know why Geraldine went through all this trouble to isolate this place from the world and kill the other apostles. What are you trying to do? Li Xin asked. When Geraldine heard his voice, he stared at Li Xin and smirked. You've grown well, said Geraldine. Li Xin looked confused, because it felt like the man was speaking in a tone that sounded like he had raised Li Xin himself. What do you mean, ugh? Li Xin could not finish his sentence. The isolated space began to revert to its original state. Through a small opening, a new dimension was connected. Adat Novel bin Adat. So was this the place where that arrogant person claimed to have broken my head? A rough voice echoed from within. Geraldine's figure was gradually fading. Don't die, and come up. Make sure to bring everything you can, said Geraldine. What do you mean? Li Xin was confused. This is an escape route. Since I've separated the space, it'll be quite a struggle for the others to figure out where you've gone, said Geraldine. With those words, Geraldine disappeared. Where are you, human? I'll capture you and turn you into my puppet. A familiar voice came from beyond the portal. Looking at the portal that seemed like it could vanish any moment, Li Xin and Shakan crossed into it. The 50th floor consisted of hundreds of islands surrounding one large central island. All the islands were numbered based on their proximity to the central island. The closer they were, the lower their number. The area was called the Lardal Archipelago. The most central island in the Lardal Archipelago was Island 1. The towering trees on Island 1, a distinguishing feature, could be seen from even the islands far away. Baek Hyun absent-mindedly traversed Island 7 while looking at those trees. Thunk. Baek Hyun frowned. He had been quietly walking down the street when a man bumped into his shoulder. He was annoyed but held himself back from cursing. Ugh, I'll forgive him. Even kids can forgive and forget, Baek Hyun muttered. Baek Hyun, content with his newfound maturity and patience, nodded and pressed forward, but seconds later, he felt a jolt. Wait a second. Baek Hyun remembered something he had heard before. With a frown, he frantically searched his belongings before turning. Hey, stop there right now, Baek Hyun shouted. He was aware of the prevalence of pickpockets in the Lardal Archipelago. After all, he had already experienced several attempts to pick his pockets. How the hell did he do that? 12 times. That was how many times someone had tried to pick Baek Hyun's pockets in the last 2 months since he had arrived here. Among the attempts, he had never been a victim even once. Whether they used their hands, magic, or artifacts, it was impossible to deceive his keen senses. The offenders were always caught and suffered the consequences. However, this time was different. Baek Hyun did not feel anything apart from their shoulders brushing past each other. This is driving me crazy? All my belongings were in there. Baek Hyun shouted in anger. His subspace pocket was gone, and the person who had bumped into him was likely the one who nicked it. Baek Hyun darted through the crowd of challengers, hoping to catch the culprit before it was too late. The people around recognized Baek Hyun and whispered among themselves. Hey, isn't that Baek Hyun over there? Why is he running like that? Didn't you see? Someone pickpocketed him. Wow, even high-ranking challengers get pickpocketed. Tisk tisk, you never know. Then again, Baek Hyun is known to be a bit naive. I heard that Earthlings are in danger these days. Would they try to mess with Baek Hyun as well? When he heard the comments of the people around him, Baek Hyun gritted his teeth in embarrassment. Let's see what I do with you if you get caught. As Baek Hyun ran, he used magic to trace the pickpocket's tracks. The thief was speedy and had already vanished from his sight. All he could recall was that the person wore a brown robe and long brown shoes and was slightly shorter than him. Damn it! Baek Hyun shouted. Even the last of the traces were gone. He wondered if the ground had swallowed the thief or the sky had taken him. After all, tracks and traces didn't just vanish like this. He immediately contacted Park Hae-won, who had agreed to meet him nearby. Hashtag Baek Hyun, where are you right now? Hashtag Park Hae-won, I'm going from Island 23 to Island 17. Hashtag Baek Hyun, I was just pickpocket. So come quickly and help me find him. Hashtag Park Hae-won, huh? How did that even happen? Hashtag Baek Hyun, I don't know either. I failed to even sense it. Hashtag Park Hae-won, there's no way you didn't notice it. You probably forgot it and left it somewhere. No. Hashtag Baek Hyun, I said I didn't. He wore a brown robe and long brown shoes reaching his ankles. Tell this to other people around us, so they can help me find him. Hashtag Park Hae-won, alright. I'll inform the organization, United Earth. Be careful and watch out for yourself too. The pickpocket could be targeting you, not just your belongings. After ending the call with Park Hae-won, Baek Hyun quickly contacted others. Why did this happen to me now? Currently, not only Baek Hyun but also the other Earthlings were doing their best to stay hidden. A wanted notice had been issued for Lee Shin, offering a reward of 2 million points for his capture. Vula and Alice also had a bounty on them of 1,500,000 points, respectively. It was a tempting reward that could catch anyone's attention. However, Lee Shin and Vula were top-tier fighters, and Alice was no pushover either. Moreover, the whereabouts of the three were currently unknown. That was why bounty hunters aiming for the reward were targeting Earthlings associated with them. While Baek Hyun, Park Ju-hyuk, Park Hae-won, and the few others in the top rankings were relatively safe, the weaker Earthlings had to be careful, as a single mistake could cost them their life. Crime wasn't a novel sight on Lardal. However, many islands here were defended by the Defense Force, a group of White Elves. The single-digit islands were well protected by high-ranking White Elves, ensuring safety and lower crime rates. Even up to Island 30, the Defense Force maintained strongholds, providing a sense of security. However, beyond Island 30, crime became more rampant, and the need for caution grew. The islands from the 11th to the 30th were sensitive to major crimes but tended to overlook minor ones like pickpocketing due to insufficient manpower to cover the expanded area. Even if Baek Hyun sought help from the Defense Force, he wouldn't receive much assistance. He had no choice but to rely on other Earthlings, but everyone was preoccupied with their own safety, making it difficult to receive assistance from them. They were all worried that bounty hunters would be around, targeting them. Could it be that they're targeting me? Baek Hyun could sense the gazes of others, and his heightened nervousness made him hyper-aware of his surroundings. The possibility of bounty hunters targeting him for the reward hanging over his head gave him a headache. Despite searching around, he ultimately could not find a trace of the bastard. Ha! Baek Hyun sighed deeply. Then, a message arrived. Afzal Tashi, hey, I think I found him. Baek Hyun exclaimed with relief and asked for her location. Baek Hyun, where are you right now? Afzal Tashi was on Island 16, attached to the east side of Island 17. She was walking down the street, searching for ingredients to make something healthy for Ethan. That was when she received a message from Park Hae-won. Hashtag Park Hae-won, someone wearing a brown robe and long brown shoes stole Baek Hyun's subspace pocket. Contact Baek Hyun immediately if you find the thief. Tashi saw the message but did not reply to the message, focused on searching for the ingredients. To be honest, she was not particularly interested. She did not think losing one's subspace pocket was a big deal. Besides, she doubted that the pickpocket would be here. While pondering this, she noticed someone in the distance, desperately running. Could that be him? The guy was wearing long brown shoes and brown clothes. That could have been a coincidence, but his appearance and behavior indicated he was someone on the run. Tashi briefly considered pretending not to notice him. Still, she put down the ingredients and walked toward him. Coincidentally, the guy was also running toward her through the crowd. Whoa! She tried to focus on the pickpocket, but her gaze kept slipping away in a different direction. Therefore, she immediately opened her third eye, as female Cyclops could nullify magic. She quickly grabbed the pickpocket by his collar and lifted him. Ugh! The pickpocket gasped. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the pickpocket looked at her. Tashi promptly slammed him to the ground. Thud! The bustling market suddenly fell silent. Soon, the others around started to flee. They were quite familiar with such situations because it was a frequent occurrence. Once every 2 days or so, and this was actually mild compared to the outer islands. Coop. The pickpocket shouted in pain and writhed, but it was meaningless. There was no way he could escape a Cyclops' grasp. It's you, right? Tashi glared at him and asked. The face of the pickpocket, pinned to the ground, came to light. The pickpocket wasn't even an adult, but Tashi wasn't interested in his appearance. She roughly tore open his robe. The torn robe revealed Baekhyun's subspace pocket. Is this the subspace pocket? Tashi muttered. The item was in Tashi's hand, but a cannonball from afar struck her, and she was sent flying. Thud. Ugh. Tashi groaned in pain after being smashed into a wall. She quickly brushed off the rubble and looked in the cannon's direction. He's still there. After noticing that her opponent was still there, Tashi immediately activated her mana. Just as she was about to crush the one who had shot her, a human figure abruptly approached her, cutting through the settling dust. Tashi, are you okay? Said the man. The man removed the robe covering his head, revealing that it was Ethan. No, don't come here, Tashi shouted. Wung bomb! Another fierce barrage erupted, with firepower twice as strong as before. This time, the cannonball was aimed directly at Ethan and Tashi. However, Tashi, determined, poured out her mana and blocked the attack. Are you all right? Tashi asked. When she turned around, she couldn't find Ethan, so she opened her eyes wide in panic. Ethan. Tashi called out his name. The area actually had 3 enemies, the pickpocket, the one with the cannon, and the last one who had been hiding around, looking for an opportunity to abduct Ethan. Tashi soon realized that, and her mana bubbled with rage. The pickpocket had also vanished at some point, and the one with the cannon had disappeared after the last attack, having completed his task. Stop hiding and get out right now, Tashi shouted as loud as she could. At novel bin at. The white elves hiding everywhere revealed themselves. Withdraw your mana immediately, or we will take you down, warned a white elf. Tashi, blind with rage, was about to clash with the white elves. However, Baekhyun and Park Hye-won arrived just in time to stop her. Tashi, you cannot clash with the defense force. Baekhyun tried to stop her. Yeah, that's right. So stop and come down, Park Hye-won added. Ethan was. Those bastards kidnapped my babe, Tashi told Baekhyun and Park Hye-won. Huh? Ethan? Mr. Ethan was kidnapped. Baekhyun was shocked. Baekhyun and Park Hye-won exchanged glances. But still, you have to stop now. If you cause a commotion and get captured by the defense force, we wouldn't be able to do anything. You won't be able to find Ethan, you understand. Baekhyun tried to explain, hoping that she would calm down. Yeah, that's right. Let's calm down for now, said Park Hye-won. Thankfully, they successfully persuaded Tashi to calm down and withdraw her mana. The tense white elves realized that the situation had been resolved, so they promptly left. Then the trio decided to look for the thugs from before, but they could not find any traces of them anywhere. Eventually, they decided to take a short break, and Tashi used it to hand Baekhyun what she had snatched from the pickpocket. Here you go. This is your subspace pocket, said Tashi. Fortunately, Tashi had snatched the subspace pocket from the pickpocket, and considering how easy it had been to retrieve it, they felt certain the thugs' real intention was not to steal the subspace pocket. They must be the bounty hunters, Park Hye-won stated with certainty. This is all because of that Li Shin? No. Why hasn't that person shown up yet? What is he up to? Tashi asked, frustrated. I'm not sure. I don't know what our master is up to right now, Park Hye-won muttered. But didn't Vula and Alice come up to the 50th floor a few months ago? Baekhyun asked. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure what's going on anymore, said Tashi. The 3 of them sighed and started walking again. Dantalion, a great devil and the owner of the 71st throne, was in charge of truth and memories. He had the Book of Truth that answered a question correctly in exchange for demon power. In hindsight, Dantalion regretted what he had done back when an apostle abruptly visited him. I have found the challenger, Li Shin, who crushed your head. The apostle had then given him Li Shin's location. The apostle had also said that since Sayer's power would soon weaken, he should go to Sayer's territory and connect the dimensions. Dantalion was also told that he could take his revenge this way. The Book of Truth confirmed the apostle's information, and Dantalion unwittingly made the grave mistake of bringing Li Shin to his land. How could such a thing happen? Dantalion used to believe that his power to read the truth and memories worked on everyone. However, he was wrong. His power didn't work on that human. For the first time in his life, Dantalion started to doubt the Book of Truth. On the day Sayer died, he had foolishly brought Li Shin to his territory, intending to capture the arrogant human who had crushed his head. Following the instructions of the Book of Truth, Dantalion had opened up a dimensional portal to bring Li Shin into his domain. He had also read about Li Shin's might in the book, but he had assumed that the fight with Sayer would have weakened the human, making his capture seemingly achievable. Dantalion was certain that this was why the book had asked him to capture Li Shin. However, the reality was different. His unique power did not work on the human, resulting in a complete failure. He could not understand why the Book of Truth told him to bring the human, and when asked this, the book didn't provide an answer to this question. Dantalion, Li Shin called out. What do you want? Dantalion asked. So, when can I hear the next truth? Li Shin asked back. Dantalion struggled to suppress his urge to vomit at the human's audacity. The Book of Truth was his unique power. Yet, Li Xin, standing in front of him, was attempting to use that power for his own selfish desires. Our battle damaged the Book of Truth. A significant amount of demon power is required to restore it to its original state. But because I am fulfilling your request, restoring the Book of Truth is impossible. Don't you see that? Dandelion replied, expressing his indignation. Stop pretending like I haven't treated you well. Shouldn't you be able to do at least this much if I allowed you to absorb Sayer's force? Li Xin scoffed at his words and ignored him. What do you mean, allow? Because of the remnants of those apostles there, my subordinates suffered heavy casualties. Dandelion shouted at Li Xin. Contrary to his title as the Great Devil of Truth, Dandelion had fallen for Li Xin's deceit and sent his subordinates to Sayer's territory, resulting in significant losses. There were disciples there, and he suffered immense damage thanks to the clash with them. Of course, the apostles eventually fled, and he could absorb Sayer's remnants, but there was not much gain. Dandelion stopped speaking. He was so angry that he wanted to smash his hand into a wall. Hurry up. The dimension gate will open soon, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin, along with Sverno, awaited the day when the dimension gate would open. Besides, they hid themselves in Dandelion's territory to evade the god's attention. After reaching the 50th floor, the challengers had scattered, deciding to work on their stuff until the dimension gate opened. Some focused on upgrading their equipment, some on training, and some used this rare free time to rest. The journey from the 1st to the 50th floor had been long and arduous, but now they could finally return to their home, Earth. While some were satisfied with their lives in the tower, most challengers yearned to return to Earth. Their days here were filled with tension, the specter of death ever present. Even outside the stages, safety was not guaranteed for the challengers. The 50th floor gave the challengers a sense of stability for the first time in the tower. Thanks to the White Elf tribe that maintained public order on many islands, the challengers who stayed on such islands hardly faced any danger. The challengers on the 50th floor only had to wait a few more months to return to Earth. They had been happily savoring thoughts of their families, colleagues, lovers, and friends eagerly awaiting their return when something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, Li Xin, Vola, and Alice found themselves with exorbitant bounties on their heads, and with the Ice Elves' notarization, there was no escaping payment. All eyes in Lardal Archipelago were now fixed on them. Consequently, challengers of all ranks, from the lower to the upper, started to take action. The ranking system of the floors 50th and above was different. It was a unified ranking tab called the Integrated Ranking, which integrated the ranks of challengers from all dimensions, not just the Earthlings. In other words, there were two rankings, Earth Ranking and Integrated Ranking. The key difference was that the integrated ranking included all the challengers from the 50th to 100th floors. Furthermore, the high floors, the 50th to the 100th, allowed challenges to move between floors. So, someone on the 100th floor could easily meet a challenger on the 50th floor. Li Xin had yet to enter the integrated ranking, i.e., he still hadn't reached the 50th floor. Therefore, the bounty seekers only targeted Vola and Alice, combing the islands. However, tracking their movements proved incredibly difficult, leaving the bounty hunters no choice but to search for individuals associated with them. Vola and Alice were Li Xin's closest confidants, and Li Xin also had close ties to many Earthlings. As a result, the hunters started targeting the Earthlings, which unfortunately led to casualties among the innocent. Wait, why are you doing this to me? You look like an Earthling, aren't you? 5 challengers from another dimension surrounded a male challenger from Canada, creating a dangerous atmosphere. And no, I'm not an Earthling, shouted the Canadian. Tisk, judging by your appearance, you probably know where Vola and Alice are. Are you sure you don't know? Accused a challenger. What are you talking about? I haven't even seen their faces. Coop. The Canadian challenger groaned in pain. Someone had used their sword to stab him from behind. The challengers from higher floors had vastly superior skills, leaving the Canadian helpless. I don't know anything, the Canadian challenger said, terrified. Well, if I stab you a few more times, I'll be able to tell if you know it or not, said the challenger from another dimension. Screams echoed through the dark alley, and on that day, the first Earthling death was recorded on Island 53. Earthlings felt the gravity of the situation and established their own community as a result, United Earth. While waiting for the dimension gate on the 50th floor to open, the challengers on the 50th floor exchanged information, provided support, and responded to the bounty hunters together. United Earth. #ShinURA, help is needed on Island 35 at the entrance of Fairy Hill. There are 9 hunters, one seems to be Jervan, a low ranker. #Mark Kelly, I'm on Island 36. I'll be there soon. #Irvin, I'm on the Fairy Hill already. I'll be there soon. #Kim Dong-wook, I'll be able to help you as well. It will take me about 10 minutes. #John Calvin, do we have any low ranker here who can support Shin Ura? Do we have any low ranker who can counter Jervan? #Mark Kelly, Jervan is 32,105th on the ranking. With the support of 3 challengers ranked above the 100,000th place, we should have no problem defeating him. #Shin Ura, please hurry up. Anyone would be great. Shin Ura, hiding on the rooftop of a building, clenched her teeth as she looked through binoculars at the entrance of Fairy Hill. A blonde-haired woman and a brown-haired man were standing there, both wielding swords with tense expressions. Shin Yura had arranged to meet those two earthlings here. They had decided to meet late at night to avoid encountering the hunters, but they had attracted the attention of the hunters in that short time since their arrival. Oh man, what should I do? Even if I go there now to help them, I won't be able to stop the enemies. There were 9 enemies, including Jervan, a challenger with a long horn protruding from his nose. He was considered a low ranker, currently occupying the 32,105th position in the overall rankings. Unless another challenger with a similar rank arrived, there would be casualties. 7 United Earth individuals had said they would come to support Shin Yura. It would take at least 10 minutes for them to arrive here. Some would likely arrive before 10 minutes, but the situation would remain unfavorable because the enemy had a low ranker. In the integrated ranking system, the first to 1,000th place challengers were considered top rankers. Challengers ranked from 1,001st place to 10,000th place were considered rankers, while those from 10,001st to 50,000th were labeled low rankers. Upon reaching the 50th floor, each challenger's achievements were automatically aggregated and registered in the integrated ranking. Once a challenger was registered, they would not disappear from the ranking even if they died. Therefore, becoming a ranker or a low ranker was a challenging task. Over 100 million challengers from all dimensions had reached the 50th floor. Most of them were either dead or outside the tower, so to be in the top 50,000, one had to be incredibly skilled. For now, I should look for an opportunity to take them by surprise and buy time. Shin Yura thought that the enemy was still unaware of her presence. In that case, she felt observing the situation and looking for a good opportunity was better than immediately joining them. She retrieved an arrow and applied poison to the tip. It would be great if I could get Jervan. She pulled the bowstring tight. On the other side, the brown-haired man swung his sword at Jervan, but Jervan easily caught the man's sword. Now, Shin Yura almost simultaneously released the arrow. It pierced through the air, aiming at the back of Jervan's neck. However, as soon as the arrow hit its target, the thick skin on Jervan's neck expanded and seized the arrow. Crack! This can't be happening. Shin Yura felt devastated. The arrow had accurately hit Jervan. However, the arrow broke and dropped to the ground, and the arrowhead that had pierced the skin was pushed out. Still, the poison must have entered. Jervan's sinister face turned toward Shin Yura. The paralyzing poison she had applied to the arrowhead should have stiffened his body, but he was moving perfectly fine, defying its effects. For now, I have to run away. While Shin Yura was thinking about her next move, Jervan leaped forward, landing on the rooftop instantly. He had jumped with such force that he had reached the top as if teleported. He blocked Shin Yura, who was trying to flee. There was another bug here, said Jervan. Tisk. Shin Yura clicked her tongue. Shin Yura immediately threw the smoke bomb in her arms onto the ground. Poof! The spinning cylindrical smoke bomb exuded grey smoke. Assuming that it would completely block the enemy's vision, she tried to run away. However, a thick hand emerged from the smoke, grabbed her wrist, and threw her toward Fairy Hill. Ah! Shin Yura screamed in terror as she flew off. The man and woman, astonished by her sudden appearance, caught her and were pushed back in the process. Ha! Thank you so much. Shin Yura thanked the challengers who had caught her. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Shin Yura muttered. Determined, the 3 of them looked up at the building. Even if they managed to deal with Jervan, it would be difficult for them to escape considering that 8 other hunters were in front of them. You guys are. As the hunters tried to threaten Shin Yura and other challengers, a loud noise interrupted them. Wung bomb! Suddenly, a large hammer fell from the sky. The hunter, barely avoiding the hammer, looked at the humans who appeared from the rising dust. You've come. Shin Yura finally seemed relieved. There were 6 earthlings in the area now. When the hunters saw that, they frowned and seemed annoyed. Where's Jervan? Mark Kelly, who had the hammer on his shoulder, asked. He should be there, on the rooftop. Wait, what's happening? Shin Yura looked up and noticed something strange. When the other challengers looked up at the rooftop, they also noticed something strange. Jervan should have emerged from the smoke long ago, but there was still no sign of him. Why is he still not? Hey, look over there. There's Jervan over there. Something black flew through the smoke like a cannonball. The black cannonball-like creature crashed into the ground, creating a dust cloud. I guess he arrived just in time, said a challenger, looking at the scene. What do you mean? Shin Yura asked, failing to understand the situation. He wrote to the community that he would join us immediately, replied the challenger. Shin Yura hadn't looked at the community because she was too busy dealing with Jervan. Wait, so who just arrived? Shin Yura asked again. A human flew out of the building and landed on the ground. Shin Yura looked at that person with widened eyes. The person looked very familiar to her. Mr. Park Ju-hyuk. Shin Yura was surprised. Holding a long sword, Park Ju-hyuk glared at Jervan, now pinned to the ground, with his characteristic cold gaze. Coop. You damn bastard. Jervan groaned in pain and glared back at Park Ju-hyuk. After thrusting his arms and legs into the ground, Jervan raised his thick horn and aimed it at Park Ju-hyuk like a cannon. Shin Yura and the other challengers flinched because Park Ju-hyuk was too close to react properly to Jervan's sudden attack. Moreover, even when the horn was mere inches away from stabbing him, he didn't react. Therefore, the challengers could only imagine the horn piercing Park Ju-hyuk, killing him right before them. Thunk. Crash. However, Jervan's horn just passed by Park Ju-hyuk, and instead, Park Ju-hyuk pinned Jervan to the ground, his sword firmly lodged in Jervan's heart. Many challengers were there, but not one could understand what their eyes had seen. Coop. Jervan spewed blood and writhed. The remaining challengers stared blankly at the unbelievable sight. The hunters were the same. Since Park Ju-hyuk had defeated Jervan, these hunters had no reason to attack the remaining Earthlings. Damn it. We are not involved in this. Let's just run away. As soon as they confirmed Jervan's defeat, the hunters fled. I've used more of my power of transformation than I expected. Since climbing up to the 50th floor, this was the first time Park Ju-hyuk had battled a low ranker. He had used 500 points of transformation energy in a single attack just now, and since he couldn't kill the opponent with a stab to the back, Park Ju-hyuk had to use an additional 150 transformation energy points. Jervan was a good match for Park Ju-hyuk, as his opponent specialized in delivering heavy blows. Therefore, as long as Park Ju-hyuk could block that attack and counter properly, he could win against the opponent fairly easily. I will have to refrain from using my unique ability for a while. Park Ju-hyuk exerted more pressure on Jervan, who stubbornly resisted without giving in. He then put the sword against Jervan's face. Damn it. How can I lose to a rookie who just got up here? Jervan muttered and groaned in pain. Who ordered you to do this? Park Ju-hyuk asked Jervan coldly. What are you saying? Isn't it obvious that I made my move for the bounty? Jervan replied calmly, but his eyes showed a hint of panic. Why would someone like you aim for Vula and Alice? I thought you knew your limits. But you decided to do this. Park Ju-hyuk questioned Jervan. Park Ju-hyuk moved his sword a bit closer to Jervan's face, unsatisfied by his answer. Overwhelmed by the piercing pain, Jervan quickly spilled his guts. The Platinum Group? They ordered it? I'm telling the truth. Please trust me. Terrified, Jervan shouted. After hearing his response, Park Ju-hyuk glared at Jervan and pushed in his sword further to determine whether he was telling the truth. Stop. Please stop. Jervan shouted in pain. Then tell me more, Park Ju-hyuk asked Jervan coldly. The head of the Platinum Group is looking for Li Xin. That's why I was going after the Earthlings. I'm pretty sure that the members of this group are trying to get more information on Li Xin through Vola and Alice. Trust me, I'm sure. Jervan explained, frightened. Huh? Are you sure they are not after the bounty? Park Ju-hyuk asked once again to confirm. Why yes, I'm sure. Jervan replied. After seeing Park Ju-hyuk's reaction, Jervan internally rejoiced because Park Ju-hyuk seemed to believe his crude hypothesis. I've heard from my people that Jervan tried to add facts to fiction, but he could not finish his sentence. Without even listening to his words, Park Ju-hyuk slit his throat. He was aware that Jervan's words were lies. The Platinum Group was notorious for targeting bounties. They were mercenaries who only cared about money. There was no need to listen to Jervan's nonsense any further. Wow! A soft exclamation of awe rippled among the Earthlings. Others, including Shin Yura, looked at Park Ju-hyuk with admiration. His ranking was, at best, 43,821st. Although he was also a low ranker like Jervan, his ranking was much lower. Simple ranking was determined based on the total achievements of challengers. Hence, even if their rankings were similar, there could be significant differences in their combat capabilities. Just looking at the rankings, Park Ju-hyuk's ranking was nearly 10,000 places below Jervan's, but he routed the opponent with superior force. Adat Novel bin Adat. Shin Yura, who had seen Park Ju-hyuk at undermost before, had some understanding of his combat force, but someone like Mark Kelly or Irvin found it just bizarre. They were aware of the advancement of Koreans, but seeing it firsthand made it even more evident. It was truly impressive how a challenger from the 50th floor had risen to the status of a low ranker and managed to overpower someone ranked considerably higher than him. Challengers like Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyun, and Park Hae-won were referred to as the U generation, the undermost generation. Furthermore, the leading challenger of the undermost generation was not Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyun, or Park Hae-won, but someone else. Everyone unanimously recognized him as the strongest, Li Xin. When Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyun, and Park Hae-won had reached the 50th floor, their rankings were 43,821st place, 40,399th place, and 48,681st place, respectively. Watching Park Ju-hyuk clean Jervan's blood off his sword and sheath it, the Earthlings pondered how high Li Xin's ranking could be. The current biggest hot topic among Earthlings was when Li Xin would reach the 50th floor. Chapter 162, The Abandoned Warehouse. Island 113 was a seldom visited location by challengers. In the past, it had been a hub of factories, drawing in a considerable number of people. However, it became a ruined island after a fierce battle between two rankers, leaving behind abandoned factories and warehouses scattered throughout the area. Put him there. Ethan's kidnappers threw him into a random abandoned warehouse. He could not resist because he was in monoblocking shackles, and his vision was also blocked. Thud. Ugh. Ethan groaned in pain. A large sack covered his face, and he was surrounded by darkness, failing to see anything. He felt that his back had hit a metal bar because his back ached. Remove the sack. Yes, sir. The long darkness finally ended, and light started to pour in after the sack was lifted, revealing the typical sight of an old abandoned warehouse to Ethan. Boxes with unknown contents were scattered everywhere, and so were some things that looked like containers. At least 10 people were before him, and it was impossible to estimate how many more people might be in this spacious warehouse. Hey, someone tried to get Ethan's attention. This person had put Ethan in the large iron cage. He was smiling slyly. You won't get out of here alive, the man continued. Ethan found the threat lame, and he wasn't even afraid. Keck. Ethan laughed at the man's pathetic attempt at threatening him. Are you laughing at me? Ethan's mocking laughter enraged the man. The man opened up the gate of the cage and kicked Ethan several times. Quack. Ethan groaned. You damn bastard! How dare you laugh at me? The man kicked Ethan to the ground, closed the cage, and left. Content. If you want to avoid suffering like this, you better listen to us, said the man. Ethan, his face now bloodied and bruised, gritted his teeth and glared at the man. Satisfied with Ethan's current appearance, the man smiled. Ethan took a deep breath and looked around as the man disappeared from his sight. Ethan looked surprised. He could recognize the person locked up in the adjacent iron cage. It's that Japanese challenger. What was her name again? Ethan muttered. He furrowed his eyebrows as he stared at her. It's Miura Kanoko, replied the Japanese challenger, having heard his mutter. Oh yeah, the explorer, right? Ethan asked. Yes, that's right. And you're Ethan, the warbear, right? Kanoko asked. Ha ha ha, yeah, that's right, Ethan replied. You seem pretty calm, said Kanoko, looking at Ethan. Well, there's no need to worry. Tashi will soon come to rescue me, Ethan replied. The tale of Ethan and the Cyclops' love had become quite famous among the Earthlings. Oh, I see. Kanoko nodded and leaned her head against the iron bars. Unlike Ethan, Kanoko was worried. She could not even tell which island this was. Moreover, the enemies seemed highly skilled. She could not tell if her comrades could come and save them. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Staying safe in Lardal Archipelago was a challenge, and even in islands 1 to 10, complete safety couldn't be guaranteed. Islands 11 to 30 were relatively safer, but due to their vastness, there were still potential risks. Beyond Island 30, the danger increased significantly. Nevertheless, not everyone stayed in the inner islands. After all, different classes of challengers had specific needs for items, ingredients, and encounters with particular individuals. Thus, many had no choice but to explore the outer islands. However, it was absurd that the Earthlings had to experience such hardships just because there were bounties on Li Xin, Vula, and Alice. There were no bounties on other Earthlings, yet they all had to be cautious of potential threats. Kanoko thought this situation was utterly nonsensical. Li Xin had not shown up, and they had no contact with Vula and Alice since they climbed to the 50th floor. Ha, Kanoko sighed. Hey, I said you don't have to worry about it, said Ethan nonchalantly. Kanoko was about to say something in response, but she noticed someone approaching and looked to the other side. Put them in there. Let us go. We don't know anything. There came the voice of a woman and a young boy. Their head was also under sacks. Not long after, their sacks were also removed. Wait, is that Mrs. Kong Yung-won? Ethan looked at the woman and said. Oh, is she the lady who makes delicious tteokbokki? Kanoko asked Ethan. Ever since her time in Undermost, Kong Yung-won had often been called the tteokbokki lady. Familiar with her other name, she nodded looking at Ethan and Kanoko. Also, the boy who was standing next to her was also Korean and looked like a middle school student. The boy wasn't talented enough to reach this floor alone. He had received help from many to make it up here. How could they kidnap a child? Aren't you guys ashamed? Ethan muttered. Hey, I'm not a kid, the boy replied with a frown. If you're not a kid, then what are you? Ethan said, looking at the kid. Ugh, you don't even have hair. The kid shouted, looking at Ethan. Upon hearing the boy's words, Ethan was shocked and froze. Oh my, Sang-woo. You shouldn't say things like that. Kong Yung-won was startled and scolded the boy. So your name is Sang-woo? Hey Sang-woo, bald people would take umbrage if you keep saying such things, said Ethan, looking at the boy. But it's true, isn't it? Sang-woo looked at Ethan, unable to see the problem. Well, it's possible to be sued for defamation of someone's character, Ethan tried to explain. Just shut up, Kanoko said. Ethan could only mumble in a sullen voice in response. The man who had kicked him earlier returned. Now, let me ask you a simple question. Why isn't Li Xin coming up? The man asked. Maybe he killed himself, Ethan replied sarcastically. Ugh, you must not have gotten beaten enough yet, said the man, glaring at Ethan. We said we don't know, Sang-woo shouted. The man, about to open Ethan's cage, hesitated and glared at the defiant boy. Ha, you think I'll go easy on you just because you're a kid? The man laughed at the boy. Thud. Slamming the iron cage hard, the man opened the cage with Kong Yung-won and Yu Sang-woo. The man grabbed Yu Sang-woo by his collar and lifted him. Ugh, let me go. Sang-woo held onto the man's arm and tried to kick his jaw. However, the man tilted his head and easily avoided the boy's attack. Huh, quite tenacious, said the man, laughing at Sang-woo. Bomb! However, a series of consecutive kicks struck the man's ear. Because the shackles blocked mana and reduced one's physical abilities, Sang-woo's kicks did not cause much pain. However, the man's face contorted rapidly. His pride was hurt. Ugh, you son of a bitch, the man shouted angrily. Woong, bam, kuak. Sang-woo screamed in pain. Ah, Sang-woo. Kong Yung-won started to panic. The man had slammed the boy into the iron bars of the cage strongly, so Sang-woo's head was bleeding. Ethan, Kanoko, and Kong Yung-won stood up, their faces stiff with shock. You idiots seem to be having trouble understanding your situation. The man glared at them. He gritted his teeth and picked up the handgun placed outside the cage. Bang! He quickly aimed the gun at Ethan's shoulder. The bullet tore through Ethan's muscles, sending him flying before he crashed onto the other side. Bang! 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 The next 3 bullets pierced Ethan's legs and his other shoulder. After the first shot, Ethan had tried to get up, but he could no longer get up. Know your place. Got it, the man said, looking at Ethan, who had collapsed. Be prepared. I'm going to get you no matter what. Ethan glared at the man and gritted his teeth. The man did not care. Ignoring Ethan, the man stared at Kanoko and Kang Young-won and smiled slyly. I will forgive you too. Whoever wants these women. An abrupt noise interrupted the man. Boom! There was an explosion, and the massive door of the abandoned warehouse flew away next. The metal door spun around and flew toward the man holding the shotgun. Bomb! As the man jumped to avoid the metal door, it hit the cage and fell. Man, there are so many people here. Baek Hyun, responsible for the gate flying off its hinges, muttered while panting heavily. He had been running around like crazy searching for this place, so he was out of breath. The man smirked at Baek Hyun and approached him. Did you come here alone? The man asked Baek Hyun. Well, I think it will be enough, Baek Hyun replied. Tisk, do you really think you can deal with all of us alone? You're, at best, a low ranker, placed near the bottom of the list. The man laughed at Baek Hyun. Baek Hyun quickly scanned the inside of the abandoned warehouse, noting the presence of nearly 100 people, each armed and prepared for combat. Among them, there were at least 3 who looked like low rankers. The man standing before him was also a low ranker with a similar ranking. If you're bounty hunters, you should be going after the bounties. Why are you bothering these innocent people? Baek Hyun asked. Then you tell me, where are Vola and Alice? The man asked. I am sure you have already heard this many times, but I will repeat, we don't know. Baek Hyun shouted. Baek Hyun was really frustrated. Why wouldn't these men believe him and the Earthlings? Had they just not repeated the line enough times? Well, we're the best at making people remember what they have forgotten, said the man. The man raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers at Baek Hyun. As the others were about to respond to the man's signal with wicked laughter, a sharp wind rushed into the abandoned warehouse. Cock. Huh? What's going on? Move aside. Hide behind those covers. As the hunters hurriedly hid themselves, Park Hae-won approached Baek Hyun. Hey, you found us pretty quickly, said Baek Hyun, smiling at Park Hae-won. Where are the others? Park Hae-won asked. They're almost here, Baek Hyun replied. The man heard Baek Hyun and Park Hae-won's conversation and frowned. The man was unsure if it was a bluff, but more reinforcement could be coming. Seeing how confidently they had rushed in, there had to be a good reason. The man decided to end this quickly. After looking around for a while, the man moved toward the hostages. I'll capture those 2 at once by using the hostages. The man approached the collapsed boy and Kang Young-won, but something in the space between blocked his path. Whoosh, swoosh, invisibility. The man had barely evaded the dagger that sprang out of thin air and stepped back. Did she break in while I was dealing with Baek Hyun? The man thought there was still a chance, as the hostages were still there. He thought he would have a chance if he could block this woman while the others blocked Baek Hyun and Park Hae-won. Thump, 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 thump. The abandoned warehouse suddenly started shaking, and light rays poured from the ceiling. When the man looked up, humans descended from the newly formed holes. Is this the place? Park Ju-hyuk said, holding something resembling a parachute with one hand. Park Ju-hyuk then landed on top of a container. Damn, I almost threw up. Inuokogo looked at the parachute in his hand as if he despised it and set it on fire immediately. Wow, I never knew there were places like this. Other than these people, Shin Ura, Mark Kelly, Evans, and many other Earthlings came to rescue them. At least I don't see any rankers here. Park Ju-hyuk scanned the hunters and muttered. It was a show of confidence. He could deal with anyone as long as no rankers were present. Well, you know, we have 3 low rankers over here. So, who wants to take them? Park Hae-won asked. Park Ju-hyuk and Baek Hyun exchanged glances, and each rushed toward a low ranker. The fight between bounty hunters and Earthlings ended more quickly and easily than expected, with the Earthlings trouncing their enemies. The enemy leader collapsed on the ground, bleeding profusely. Who's behind this? You guys wouldn't gather like this without someone behind you. Park Ju-hyuk shouted at the man. When Park Ju-hyuk asked, the man smirked. It's the Platinum Group, the man replied. Are you sure? Park Ju-hyuk asked again to confirm. Jervan had said the same thing earlier. Were those guys really behind this? No matter how good you are as a whole, you guys won't be able to defeat the Platinum Group, said the man. Those were that man's dying words. Park Ju-hyuk seemed a bit more serious after talking with the man. The Platinum Group was a challenging organization to handle. Their goals might have been just points, but their combat force was not to be underestimated. Well, for now, everyone should stay together. And try to stay within Island 10 and below. Park Ju-hyuk warned the challengers. And with that, the kidnapping of Earthlings on Lardal stopped. After experiencing the unbelievable unity of the Earthlings, the bounty hunters rarely bothered them. The Earthlings, who had become a force of their own, never became targets of criminals and bounty hunters on Lardal Island again. Besides, unlike what the Earthlings had expected, the Platinum Group did not make any special moves. Park Ju-hyuk sought advice from Clark, the American challenger, but he suggested that it would be best to stay away from the Platinum Group and watch them for a while and not provoke them if possible. However, Zhou had a different opinion. In the recent fight at the abandoned warehouse, Zhou had pinpointed the location of the bounty hunters. This time, Zhou strongly argued that they should actively seek out the Platinum Group. Zhou suggested that potential threats should be eliminated in advance. Therefore, balancing the two opinions, Park Ju-hyuk ordered the Earthlings to investigate the Platinum Group while staying cautious secretly. While the Earthlings lived like that, Vula and Alice, who had gone into hiding, finally revealed themselves. Less than a week remained until the Dimension Gate's opening. Island 43 was an island that was placed adjacent to Island 30, where a considerable number of criminal groups existed. Shortly after Vula and Alice appeared there, rumors spread to the inner island that one of the criminal groups on that island had been wiped out. When the names of Vula and Alice, who had caused a stir on Lardal Archipelago for a while, resounded again, the dormant bounty hunters made their moves again. While the Earthlings were still contemplating their next steps, Li Xin finally appeared on the integrated ranking. As the news spread, challengers immediately began searching for his name, starting from the low-ranker section. What's going on? They could not find Li Xin's name in the low-ranker section. The endless scrolling finally stopped after surpassing 5-digit numbers, passing through 4-digit numbers, and reaching 3-digit numbers. Integrated ranking 999th place, Li Xin. It was the birth of the first top ranker on the 50th floor. There were criminals hiding in the basement of Island 43. Suddenly, with a thud, the basement door flew open. Hic. The criminals were startled, trembling in fear. What are you guys doing here? Vola asked, looking at the criminals. Vola had shimmering silver hair, a high nose bridge, and impeccably clear skin. By contrast, there were bloodstains all over his body, making him appear all the more ferocious. Adat Novel bin Adat. Vola. One of the challengers in the criminal group muttered. The challenger, who was sitting further inside the basement, got up. It was Hijra, who ranked 27,212 ND in the integrated ranking. His towering stature, measuring 2.5 meters, made Vola appear small. Thud. However, as he approached a few steps closer, Hijra fell to his knees in front of Vola and lowered his head. I want to live, said Hijra. There was a reason why Hijra kneeled before Vola without even trying to fight. Looking at our rankings, aren't we almost evenly matched? Why are you giving up so easily? Vola tilted his head with a puzzled look and asked. Vola was ranked 13,877th in the integrated ranking. At the moment, he was almost among the top of the low rankers. Therefore, he could try to aim to place among the rankers soon. No sir, I'm not as skilled as you are. What do you want? I'll give you anything, said Hijra. Oh, is that so? Vola smirked. He swung his sword in a flash. Swoosh. Thunk. Hidra's head fell off very easily. When his subordinates saw Vola kill him so easily, they shook like a leaf. What I wanted was your head, so I took it, said Vola. Then, he looked around at the other subordinates and sheathed his blade. Who's the second fiddle here? Vola asked. It's me, sir. The guy, who seemed nervous the entire time, raised his hand. Vola gave a wicked smile, because he could clearly tell what this guy was thinking at the moment. He was thinking, should I betray Hijra, and how can I ensure my own survival? Although Vola did not particularly like such individuals, paradoxically, they are the ones he needed the most now. Those who clearly show what they wanted could be trusted. As long as Vola fulfilled that desire, there was no reason for these individuals to betray him. That guy seemed like he would be satisfied as long as Vola could secure his safety. If Li Xin comes up, that problem will be solved. For some groups, the linchpin of their power was in their leader, and their stability also varied depending on the leader's ranking. If the leader was a low ranker, those around that level would try to attack them. On the other hand, if the leader was a ranker, most would not dare to provoke them. Of course, if the leader was a top ranker, no one could bother them, but it was difficult for even Vola, someone who climbed the tower together with Li Xin, to predict Li Xin's position. However, he concluded that at the very least, Li Xin would be a ranker. Since Li Xin was in a position that these guys could never reach, Vola thought they would never even consider betraying him. So, what's your name? Vola asked the one who referred to himself as the second fiddle. My name is Jean, sir. Alright, Jean. From now on, you're the boss here, said Vola. Just like that, Vola granted him the greatest authority there. After all, they were just criminals. If they betray him, he could simply kill them. I wonder how Alice is doing. Alice finished her preliminary investigations while hiding her identity, at the request of Li Xin, who had also instructed her to defeat all the criminals of Island 43 if he did not appear on the island a week before the Dimension Gate opened. With the eyes of the wise man, it was not particularly difficult to uncover some secrets. Indeed, the reason why Li Xin took care of Alice was also because of this ability. She was aware of it. That was why she actively used this skill to assist Li Xin. But there's a bit of a problem here, Alice muttered. Island 43 was not as big as the other islands. However, the more she unraveled the tangled web of powers and influences within Island 43, the more complex it seemed. And as she encountered these connections one by one, the hidden mastermind of this place was revealed. The Platinum Group, which was the infamous group that usually operated above the 50th floor, was secretly operating here. It was a small group consisting of only 8 core members. However, there were many underlings under them. The same structure was true on Island 43. All 3 major corporations here were funding the Platinum Group, and those on the ground managing this place were all subordinates who blindly obeyed it, as if they were under some kind of hypnosis. Well, that's not a problem. The real question is, where is the leader of the Platinum Group right now? Alice wondered. The leader of the Platinum Group was an incredibly skilled individual who ranked 1830th. Of course, one's ranking was not a complete indicator of their entire combat power, but even so, there was a significant gap between the leader, Alice, and Vola. If she made a wrong move, they could be defeated by the leader of the Platinum Group even before Li Xin arrived. However, Vola had already started interfering in the matters of Island 43, and Alice was doing the same. They thought that the Platinum Group would not react much at this point, but if they kept poking their nose into their business, they would eventually emerge. Even their deputy leader was a ranker who was at the 6,280th place. Besides, 2 other members were also rankers, and 4 members were the top among the low rankers. The corporations that Alice and Vola had been interfering with did not seem absolutely crucial to the Platinum Group, but eventually, those money-minded individuals would not remain passive. Vola. Alice called out. Oh, you're here? So what did you do with the company? Vola asked Alice. I've captured the head of those bastards. But it seems like we need to change our plan, Alice suggested. Huh? Like how? Vola asked. Alice took out a map from her bag and spread it out in front of him. Look at this. Here, here, and here. These 3 companies are all owned by the Platinum Group. If we make a wrong move, they might make their move before Li Xin arrives, said Alice. Well, if they come, we can take them down, said Vola casually. When Alice heard Vola's response, she slapped his arm. Startled by the sudden attack, Vola could not dodge and glared at her. Hey dummy, we will die even if only the deputy leader shows up. Alice shouted at Vola, feeling frustrated. Tisk, then what do you want us to do? Vola asked. First, we need cooperation from the Earthlings. We need more information, said Alice. Didn't Li Xin say not to involve the Earthlings? I think he said that because they have to return to Earth soon, said Vola. We just need a few to help us, Alice replied. So, you mean all of us are going to attack the Platinum GR? Vola could not even finish his sentence because Alice started yelling at him again. Hey, you really need to stop doing this? Do you think we'll be able to defeat the Platinum Group with a few of these people? Please remember that they've only recently come up to the 50th floor. All the members of the Platinum Group are the ones who have climbed up to the 70th floor or higher. Alice yelled at Vola in frustration. When Alice said that, Vola seemed disappointed. Tisk, only if I had a bit more time, my ranking would have been much higher than theirs, Vola muttered. Well, to be honest, we had no choice. We needed to spend that time to get what Li Xin had asked us for, Alice replied. After devising their plan, Alice and Vola immediately contacted a few individuals, including Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyun, and Kim Kong-chan. Really? Master had asked for a favor. Yes, but we need to handle this discreetly. As soon as they received the call, the Earthlings joined forces with Vola and Alice to formulate and execute the plan. The criminals were caught off guard and started to fall into their hands. Rumors had already begun to spread on Island 43, and by the time the hidden backers of the criminals showed up one by one to counter the Earthlings, Li Xin appeared on the rankings and the attention of all the people of Lardal Archipelago was focused there. The blue sky, towering trees, and beings from countless races were present. All eyes were focused on this place. The rumors will spread pretty quickly. Hiding in the 4th realm, Li Xin finished preparing for the final plan, returned to the 3rd realm just in time and climbed up to the 50th floor. Perhaps the gods, upon confirming his return to the 3rd realm, would send their subordinates here. Li Xin checked the torrent of messages that appeared one after another. You have cleared the 49th floor. Your achievements will be recorded. Oh my goodness! You have made the highest achievement? Many gods are paying attention to you only. You have achieved 5,310,999 points. You have received 5,310,999 points. It was a kind of achievement that one could make only if they cleared several of the upper floors. Li Xin wondered whether the achievements he had made in the 4th realm would be recorded, and true enough, everything was recorded. Considering what he had accumulated so far, Li Xin thought that he might be able to reach and become a top ranker. The ranking system has been reorganized. There will be an integrated ranking. All your achievements will be added up and recorded. Your integrated ranking has been calculated. After receiving the message, Li Xin immediately checked his position on the integrated ranking. 999th place, Li Xin. Li Xin was able to be ranked as a top ranker in one go. He had been hoping for it, but he still could not believe that he was already a top ranker as soon as he arrived at the 50th floor. There were 998 other top rankers above him, but many of them had either died or disappeared. As individuals climbed up higher, their achievement scores grew more quickly than their combat power. Therefore, the ranking did not necessarily reflect one's actual combat power. Although Li Xin was at the bottom among the top rankers, he still had the confidence to deal with most of the top rankers. Hello sir, said a white elf. While Li Xin was lost in thought, looking at the ranking, a white elf approached him. The white elf appeared to be in his middle age. Arrogance and calmness were evident in his demeanor. The scene of the white elf approaching Li Xin caused a stir among the bystanders. Who is that person? How come the defense force approached him as soon as he arrived? Is he a criminal? How can a challenger who just arrived be a criminal? Wait a second, isn't that Elf Versha? Did you just say Versha? Isn't he the leader of the defense force? Damn, this is insane. What's going on? Versha, the leader of the defense force that protects the Lardal Archipelago, greeted Li Xin. Huh? Versha is talking to me right away? Things are getting more interesting than I expected. Li Xin tried to hide his excitement and looked at the white elf named Versha. So, why is the defense force greeting me like this? Li Xin asked Versha. Ha ha ha, because we are the defense force. To protect the Lardal Archipelago, it is important to build a good relationship with important figures, Versha replied, smiling at Li Xin. The polite and courteous demeanor of Versha surprised those around him. It was completely different from his usual arrogant and cold attitude. Why am I considered an important figure? Li Xin asked again. Although Li Xin already knew, he pretended to be clueless. At Li Xin's response, Versha's expression became slightly distorted. He would probably want to take me away before others realize that I'm a top ranker. That was probably why Versha rushed and appeared in front of Li Xin to speak to him. Soon, some of the challengers who checked their rankings would contact their leaders and try to get in touch with Li Xin. Therefore, before that happened, Versha made the first move. However, now that Li Xin asked Versha such a question, he had no choice but to speak about how special Li Xin was directly in front of others. Besides, Versha could try to avoid speaking about it, but it would be futile, because it was quite obvious that Li Xin was playing dumb. Well, we usually refer to a top ranker as an important figure, Versha replied. Top rankers were challengers who ranked within the top 1000 on the integrated ranking. In other words, these were challengers who were the strongest players in terms of numbers. As soon as the words top ranker came out of Versha's mouth, everyone started checking their ranking windows, and the activity in the community erupted like a volcano at that moment. Asterisk Li Xin is on the 50th floor. For real? Stop lying. It's true. I just confirmed it myself. Asterisk Versha just welcomed Li Xin. WTF. What kind of nonsense is this? Stop lying. What's with the guy above always saying stop lying? It's true. I just confirmed it myself. Hey, you two. Are you a bot or something? I'm on Island 1 right now, and seeing Versha's facial expression is the funnest thing ever. Why? What's up with Versha? Did Li Xin do something? I don't know. I don't think he said anything much. Asterisk breaking news. Li Xin has ranked 999th place. Damn. This is true. This is really happening. He's already a top ranker on the 50th floor? Does that even make sense? Then, that's probably why Versha is trying to get Li Xin's favor. What the hell did he do to get that ranking on the 50th floor? I wondered what was taking him so long to come up from the 49th floor, but did he exterminate demons or something? Maybe he defeated a great devil. Bro, say something that makes sense. But actually, there's already a rumor in Isosha that Li Xin had defeated a great devil. What are you saying? That rumor was proven to be false? I don't think defeating just one great devil would get him that high of a score though. So then, did he kill an apostle? Or did he manage to kill about 3 great devils? Do you guys think you can really understand Li Xin's life? Just let him be. Don't bring it up again. True that. LOL, you're the wise one here. I feel like Li Xin is living in a world different from us. But BTW, who do you think will win if Versha and Li Xin have a fight? If the community were a website on Earth, the overwhelming number of posts would have caused the system to freeze. Upon hearing this news, challengers from various parts of Lardal Archipelago began to flock to Island 1. As time passed, the crowds became so large that the White Elves had to impose restrictions on them. Oh, so, because I'm a top ranker, I'm an important figure, Li Xin replied by asking him the same question once again, and Versha demonstrated extreme patience and nodded. Yes, that's right. Will you come with us? Let's have a chat, said Versha. Well, Li Xin showed a contemplative expression, stroking his chin. Versha's expression became even more distorted when he saw Li Xin's response. But actually, I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'll stop by later if I have time. Li Xin smiled mischievously and walked past Versha. As the clamor of the people grew louder, Versha's face turned redder and redder. The defense force, a group of white elves, appeared to be a single unit on the surface, but in reality, they were divided into 2 factions. There was the Versha faction, which was responsible for islands 1 to 10, and the Genia faction, which was responsible for islands 11 to 30. The Versha faction consisted of only the high-ranking white elves. Therefore, although their numbers were smaller than the Genia faction, each individual was quite strong. On the other hand, the Genia faction had fewer high-ranking white elves, but a larger number of white elves. The reason for this division was simply due to differences in values and ideology. Versha believed that guarding a few islands perfectly would be sufficient, while Genia believed that more islands needed to be defended. Both factions had their strengths and weaknesses, and it was difficult to say that one was definitely better than the other. As a result, the gulf of differences split the white elf community. Li Xin planned to cooperate with the Genia faction rather than Versha, with Island 43 chosen as the base for their cooperation. It was once a place filled with criminals, but now it was to serve as a residence for humans. Long time no see, said Li Xin as he walked in. Li Xin was now on Island 5 of the Lardal Archipelago. Whenever people recommended the best and largest accommodation in Lardal Archipelago, they would all talk about this place named Fia. It felt nostalgic for Li Xin to relive the memories of staying comfortably here in the past. As he opened the door and entered the place, a large lobby and numerous people came into his view. When he looked closely, there was a line that extended all the way behind the counter. It seemed like everyone was waiting to make a reservation. Is it the reservation period? The FIA had a system that opened up for reservations for a week once every 2 months. That was because if they accepted reservations at any time of the year, it would quickly become fully booked for the next 1 or 2 years. Li Xin looked at the clock. It was 9:52 a.m. According to what he remembered, reservations started at 10 a.m. As the time was approaching, the line became extremely long. Li Xin knew that if he had to wait for his turn, he would have to spend the whole day here. I don't have any choice, do I? Li Xin slowly walked toward the line. After leaving Island 1, he had changed his clothes and concealed his face in order to disguise himself. Therefore, no one has recognized him so far. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, get in line properly. What are the guards doing? He's trying to cut the line. As Li Xin walked past the challengers and residents who were in the line, disgruntled voices could be heard. That was because in FIA, even low-rankers were treated the same as ordinary people. The low-rankers also had to line up and make reservations just like everyone else. On the other hand, the rankers were given a 2-day period called the priority reservation period outside of the regular reservation time. This allowed the rankers to reserve 1 room per person. However, even the rankers received the same treatment as others during this week-long reservation period. That was why the others were complaining when they saw Li Xin cut in line. It was an old rule and tradition of FIA. Being a place supported by the defense force, breaking the rules was as good as defying the defense force. Stop right there, a guard said, looking at Li Xin. The guard blocked Li Xin's path. He was muscular and resembled a gorilla. If you want to make a reservation, please go to the back of the line, said the guard with a cold voice. There were still 8 minutes left until 10 a.m. The guests, who thought they had found a small amusement to pass the boring 8 minutes, turned their eyes toward Li Xin. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. At novel bin at. Tisk, the guard repeated. When the guard heard the sound of Li Xin clicking his tongue, the expression on the guard's face got distorted abruptly, and at the same time, Li Xin pulled back his robe that had been covering his face. Step aside, said Li Xin to the guard, revealing his face. Li Xin did not want to start a fight at this point, so he wanted to quickly reveal his face, finish making the reservation and enter a room. There was one exception to the rules in FIA, which applied to the top rankers. The top rankers were treated as exceptions in both the defense force and at FIA. Therefore, the top rankers could make reservations at any time. Besides, the place always had some rooms set aside for them to immediately check in. Since Li Xin had not known that it was the reservation period right now, he initially planned to quietly inform the staff and enter his room. However, it became troublesome because it coincided with the reservation period. The guard did not say anything. Even in the face of Li Xin's words to step aside, the guard remained silent. Li Xin stared back at him. He stood still, rolling his eyes at Li Xin. It seemed like the guard did not recognize Li Xin. It was understandable since Li Xin had just climbed to the 50th floor and became a top ranker in a short amount of time. Perhaps the guard had not received the news yet. Li Xin did not plan on getting mad at him, because the guard could have sensed something already. At that moment, the murmuring sound around them grew louder. It could be because of the guard's attitude or the insolent demeanor of the human in front of them. However, the noisy murmurs quickly subsided. Step aside, everyone, said an elf. The elf had white silky hair and a small face adorned with distinct features, but rather than appearing soft, she had a strong aura. The beautiful white elf approached Li Xin, drawing the attention of everyone around. Li Xin also looked at her with surprise in his eyes, because he had not expected to encounter her so soon. Nice to meet you. My name is Genia. You're Mr. Li Xin, right? Genia, the head of the defense force in charge of islands 11 to 30, opened the door and approached Li Xin. Yes, that's correct, Li Xin replied. The commotion that arose with Genia's sudden appearance doubled as Li Xin's identity was revealed. In fact, for them, this figure named Li Xin was even more astonishing than Genia. It was an uncanny feat that Li Xin could cause a stir across the entire Lardil archipelago, being a challenger who had only just climbed to the 50th floor thanks to the extraordinarily huge bounty of 2 million over his head. Besides, as soon as he had reached the 50th floor, Li Xin became the top ranker. In fact, he was the first one to become a top ranker at the 50th floor. In terms of achievements, Genia was no match for Li Xin. Furthermore, across the entire tower, there had never been a case where a challenger who had just reached the 50th floor became a top ranker. Therefore, those who got mad at Li Xin a while ago hid among the crowd, trembling, while observing the situation. What's your name? Genia asked the gorilla-like guard. My name is Bibiseng, the guard replied with his name. Biseng. And who's your superior officer? Genia asked again. Rebiseng did not get a chance to respond fully before he was interrupted by Genia. Rejigal. Yes, that's right ma'am. Alright, I see. You may get going, Genia said. After hearing Genia's cold voice, the panicking Biseng quickly walked away. Do you plan to stay here, Mr. Li Xin? Genia asked. Well, I plan to stay for a few days, Li Xin replied. Alright then. I'll take care of everything for you, so rest easy, said Genia. Li Xin thanked Genia. Thank you, not a problem. After saying that, Genia bowed her head and walked out of the building while making a call. No one who witnessed this exchange could divert their gaze from Li Xin due to Genia's courteous behavior. Among the bystanders, those who were proud of their somewhat great reputation wanted to approach Li Xin. They excitedly entertained the thought of talking with Li Xin, but they quickly gave it up. It was because a ranker stepped forward first. Ha ha ha, it's such a stroke of luck to come back like this after missing the reservation period by accident. Hey man, I'm a ranker in the 4311th position. I'm Sizian. Nice to meet you, a ranker introduced himself to Li Xin. As Sizian boasted of his high ranking, he approached Li Xin and reached out his hand for a handshake. But Li Xin had no intention of greeting such a guy who was full of himself. When Li Xin ignored him, Sizian was slightly irritated. He extended his hand to grab Li Xin's shoulder. However, suddenly, 5 white elves surrounded Sizian and forcibly escorted him out of the Fia. The situation was resolved just like that, and no one dared to approach Li Xin after witnessing the ranker, who was the first one to approach Li Xin, being driven away without any explanation. Hello, Mr. Li Xin, your mana has been set. After finishing the mana settings, Li Xin got into the elevator for the top floor guests. Once the mana was injected, the elevator recognized him and started operating automatically. Then, Li Xin entered the room and sat down on a chair, lost in thought. Although Fia was undoubtedly the best choice of accommodation in terms of convenience and safety, the reason why Li Xin chose to stay here was primarily because he wanted to meet Genia. Since this place received support from the defense force, he believed that the news of his presence here would reach Genia's ears. Li Xin had planned to secretly arrange to meet her once she had reached out. However, their encounter took place under the gaze of too many people. He thought Genia might have been near where he was. It was not necessarily a bad situation, but Li Xin thought that it might cause Versha to have his guard up a little higher. Well, it'll be fine, Li Xin muttered. Lying back in his chair, Li Xin heard the incoming notifications. He took out a tablet that was powered by mana to read the messages. The rumors spread quite fast, Li Xin muttered again. The second reason why Li Xin decided to stay here was that it would be easier to interact with influential individuals who stayed on the top floor of the Fia. The messages that Li Xin just received were of that kind. The individuals staying on the top floor heard about Li Xin and contacted him through the Fia. After checking all the messages from those individuals, Li Xin logged into the community. There were numerous messages waiting for him. There were messages from many people, including Park Ju-hyuk, Baek Hyun, Park Hye-won, and Kim Kong-chun. However, the most important ones for Li Xin at the moment were from Vola and Alice. Li Xin needed to know how they were doing. #Alice, hey Li Xin, I found out who the real owner of Island 43 is. He is controlled by a group called the Platinum Group. So, watch out for this group. The name Platinum Group was mentioned by several others aside from Alice. Li Xin was lost in thought. The leader of the Platinum Group had sent Li Xin a message through the Fia, expressing his desire to meet. Most of the messages Li Xin received a few minutes ago were probably to scout him or build rapport, but the intentions of the Platinum Group still seemed unclear at the moment. #Park Ju-hyuk, hello master, I heard you've arrived. While tracking down the individuals who put a bounty on you, I found some information that seems to be related to the Platinum Group. Platinum Group was mentioned here and there. Initially, when Li Xin heard of the name from various other people, he thought that the Platinum Group was simply after a bounty of 2 million. However, now it seemed to him there were several things that were strange. Li Xin was certain that the leader was currently on the 50th floor. He was sure because the leader contacted Li Xin a few minutes ago through the Fia message that he wanted to meet. If that was the case, why hadn't that leader guy captured Vola and Alice? Originally, Li Xin had thought that guy was trying to conquer the tower from the upper floors, but he soon realized that was not the case. I should really meet him to see what's going on. Ignoring all other messages, Li Xin replied only to the leader of the Platinum Group. 10 p.m. tonight, special room on the 31st floor. The 31st floor of the Fia was a collection of several high-end restaurants and a few private rooms. Li Xin had rented one of the special private rooms and was seated there. Currently, no one else was using the room except for Li Xin. A while later, a man entered the room guided by a staff member. He was covered from head to toe, including his hands and feet. He was wearing gloves and shoes, concealing all his bare skin from sight. He wore a mask on his face and firmly pressed a hat on his head. Is it you? The one who wanted to meet me? Li Xin asked as soon as he saw him. The man stared at Li Xin with a vigilant look and then sat across from him. Yes, that's right, replied the man. The man was Kane, the leader of the Platinum Group. Li Xin had looked up some information about him before this meeting, but there was not much available, except that Kane would do anything for points. So, what's the reason you wanted to meet me? Li Xin asked Kane. His sharp gaze scrutinized Li Xin, so instead of avoiding his gaze, Li Xin met his eyes as if also trying to assess him. Join the Platinum Group, said Kane. Tisk. Is that why you called me? Li Xin was disappointed. He clicked his tongue and hardened his expression. Li Xin did not set up a meeting just to hear what everyone else was also saying. Are you refusing to accept my offer? Kane asked. Yes, Li Xin replied. Kane's voice carried a hint of disappointment. There's a bounty on your head, said Kane. There are rumors that you're aiming for that bounty, Li Xin replied. Li Xin taunted him with his words, trying to provoke a reaction. Kane glared at Li Xin. In the tense atmosphere that made it feel as if an eruption of mana could happen any moment, the man named Kane broke the silence. "I know the one who put the bounty on your head," said Kane. It was an unexpected statement. Whether Kane knew the truth or not, there was no reason for him to say that to Li Xin. "Why are you telling me that?" Li Xin asked with a puzzled look. "We actually had our eyes on you. But now we're giving up," Kane replied. Kane seemed nervous. His tension was palpable. "Get to the point," Li Xin said. Li Xin carried himself in a calm and composed manner throughout the whole conversation. Just from his appearance, it was hard to believe that Li Xin had only just arrived at the 50th floor. Kane looked at Li Xin in the eyes. "We will provide you with information. So don't interfere with us. That's all I want to ask you." Tap, 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 tap. Li Xin tapped his index finger on the table, lost in thought. He wondered who could be targeting him and putting a bounty on his head. Li Xin, 2 million, Vula, 1 million, Alice, 500,000. It was not easy to find someone who could easily wager an enormous sum of 3.5 million points. Besides, since the bounty was issued under the protection of the defense force, no one could make a dummy bounty, thinking that no one would be able to catch them anyway. The first to the 49th floors were often referred to as a kind of tutorial to reach the 50th floor. That was how significant the 50th floor became in the world of the tower. From the 50th to the 100th floor, all the challengers could interact and meet with all sorts of individuals. Li Xin thought about the point in time when the bounties were placed. It was clear that it was issued after someone failed to find him in the 4th realm. In that case, he thought that it could be the subordinates of a god who had put the bounties on them. Perhaps even now the apostles could be looking for an opportunity nearby. Tap, 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 tap. The atmosphere grew heavier with each sound Li Xin made in the silence. When Li Xin lifted his head slightly to look, it seemed like Kane was also lost in his thoughts. Kane was probably thinking about whether Li Xin would accept the proposal not to interfere with them. However, Li Xin did not plan to give in to his wishes that easily. "Well, there's a condition," said Li Xin. For a brief moment, the look in Kane's eyes wavered. "What is it?" Kane asked. "Can you provide specific details about the person who placed the bounty? And also tell me everything about how you found out about it. Tell me about the setting and the exact situation as well," Li Xin replied. The atmosphere of the upper floors was completely different from the lower floors. One could not recklessly speak in the upper floors like they would in the lower floors. Every word had to be spoken with caution. Although the world of the lower floors was centered around the individual, it was not the same for the upper floors. The higher the ranking, the stronger the power and influence one could exercise. However, it always came with responsibility. Kane remained speechless. His demeanor changed. The weight of what he would say was apparent. It was easy for Kane to just say that he could provide all the information, but he soon realized that he could not actually tell Li Xin all the details. The reason why Kane simply said that was because he did not think Li Xin was a tough opponent. Looking at his attitude, Li Xin decided that if he could not answer these specific questions, Li Xin would just destroy him right there and walk away. "I'm sorry, but there are limits," Kane replied. "Were you just playing with me?" Li Xin said in a cold voice. Li Xin's transcendence was sufficient. Besides, it seemed somewhat necessary to demonstrate his abilities at this point. Transcendence. Each transcendence stat can extend 1 second of time into 10 seconds. Hashtag transcendence, 30/30ths. Hashtag transcendence recovers once every hour. Bam! As soon as Li Xin slammed the table, the tea in the cup splashed into the air. Hundreds of water droplets began to fall in slow motion. In the midst of the slow flow of time, the tense gaze of the man was fixated on Li Xin. Frostbite. The next moment, Li Xin turned the water droplets into sharp icicles and hurled them toward Kane. Bomb! Simultaneously, Li Xin pushed the table using his psychokinesis and pinned Kane's body down. The shards of ice were about to surge over him. Ba-ba-bam! However, the ice shards passed through Kane's body, which became ghost-like, and the table struck the wall. Thunderstrike. Pizzicato! The sound of an explosion filled the room lightning. The thunderbolt that started from the center spread in all directions, and eventually electrocuted Kane's body. Kof! Kane shouted in pain. He trembled in his place. Then, Li Xin electrocuted him once again with the thunderstrike. After getting struck, Kane fell to his knees. To do all these, Li Xin only consumed 1 transcendence. Not even 10 seconds had passed. Kane looked at Li Xin with a dazed expression. Li Xin, who was sitting still in a chair, looked back into Kane's vacant eyes. As Li Xin remained motionless in the chair, Kane fell onto his knees before him. Shit. He's so fast that I can't even counter his attack properly. Was this the difference between a ranker and a top ranker? Kane never thought he would be humiliated like this by a mere beginner who had just reached the 50th floor. Of course, the body confronting Li Xin at the moment was Kane's clone. However, even this clone possessed 50% of Kane's strength. Kane thought he would be able to escape at least, if he found an opportunity. However, he soon figured out that it was a ridiculous idea. Initially, he even thought about whether he should have actually come himself, though that thought did not last long. Besides, he had decided to send the clone in anticipation for a situation like this. I will tell you everything, said Kane. What are you talking about? Li Xin asked. I'll tell you everything I know, Kane replied. Then speak, said Li Xin in a cold voice. Kane spoke about everything within his knowledge. It was presumed that a bounty was placed by an apostle, but Kane did not know which god's apostle it was. Fortunately, Li Xin had a way to figure out who that was, because Kane had a meeting arranged with the guy on Island 100. That was all that Kane could say. It's not particularly helpful, Li Xin commented after hearing Kane's words. But, if you let me go, I'll take you with me to Island 100, Kane replied. Why should I trust the guy who sent a clone because he was afraid of me? Li Xin scoffed at his words and glared at him. When Li Xin said that, Kane's eyelids twitched. I've heard that you guys are the real owners of the 3 major businesses on Island 43. Is that right? Li Xin asked, looking at Kane. After hearing Li Xin's question, Kane's face became expressionless. This time, Kane was truly taken aback, but he tried to maintain a poker face. Besides, Kane was curious as to how Li Xin found out, because Li Xin was someone who had only just reached the 50th floor. Even if Li Xin had asked Vola and Alice to find out about it, it had only been a day or two since they had messed around on Island 43. It was impossible to know so much in such a short time. In that case, it was likely a bluff. However, unlike what he expected, Li Xin's calm gaze was filled with conviction. Seeing that, Kane could not easily brush his comment off. But how did you know that? Kane asked Li Xin. That's something you don't need to know. Give up your ownership of Island 43. If you can do that, I will spare your life, Li Xin replied. What are you saying? That's too much to ask for. Kane grumbled. At novel bin at. Don't you remember inciting bounty hunters and targeting the Earthlings to capture me? Li Xin laughed at Kane. Even if that's true, I can't do that for you, Kane replied. Kane could not concede this. The scale of the points that he earned on Island 43 was quite impressive. Even if he had to give it up eventually, it would cause an uproar within the Platinum Group for him to do it so easily. Moreover, those who followed the Platinum Group could rebel and leave if Kane decided to give away his ownership like this. Kane did not know how Li Xin managed to find out about this, but he had to negotiate his way out. Then, I'll kill that clone and take over with my own power, Li Xin said. In response to Li Xin's firm attitude, Kane was startled and instinctively gathered his mana. Wait, why do you want to take over Island 43? We need to know the reason behind your request in order to negotiate, Kane said. I have no reason to tell you, so make a decision. You will either have to give it up, or face me, Li Xin said with a smirk. After finishing his conversation with Kane and returning to his room, Li Xin checked all the messages he had ignored earlier. He responded to each of them. Originally, he had no intention of contacting anyone else, but his thoughts changed after the conversation with Kane. It's finally here, Li Xin muttered as he saw a message from Genya. When Li Xin came back after the meeting with Kane, he noticed that Genya had also contacted him. After sending her the time and place to meet, Li Xin infused mana into the ring and necklace. The next moment, the shimmering light inside them burst out, and soon the figures of a middle-aged elf and a goblin appeared. Svrno admired the luxurious interior of the Fia with awe. Hayek, Sarzago, Svrno's assistant, jumped in surprise and looked around. Where are we? This place looks so all of a sudden, Svrno stopped talking. While Svrno was speaking, he looked out the window and gulped. Seeing the whole of Island 5 in plain view from the high-rise, Svrno could instantly figure out where they were. No way. Are we at the Fia right now? Svrno asked excitedly. Yes, we are at the top floor of the Fia, Li Xin replied. Wow. Svrno seemed amazed. Svrno had only heard of the Fia but had never seen it with his own eyes before. That was because he had no reason to go up to the 50th floor in the first place. Seeing that Li Xin had summoned him, it was certain that he was on the 50th floor, and if the accommodation was this good, it had to be the Fia. Wow. How many rooms are there? Sarzago looked around with an amazed expression. Rest well today, because starting from tomorrow, we will set up a laboratory and start the actual work, Li Xin said. Understood, Svrno replied. Svrno lay on the bed, enjoying its comfort. The furniture in Sayre's castle was great as well, but he did not truly feel comfortable because his mind was never at ease. However, now, things were different. Svrno felt like he could truly relax here. Grr. Svrno was startled by the abrupt sound of his own stomach growling and looked at Li Xin. Mr. Svrno, you must be really hungry. Well, I guess it's about time to get hungry. I'm actually hungry too, Sarzago said and laughed. Li Xin smiled at the two and gestured toward one side of the wall. If you press the button over there and say what you want, it will be brought to you, Li Xin said. If I can say what I want, does that mean I can ask for anything? Sarzago looked surprised. Yes, you may ask for anything, Li Xin replied. Well then, I want a jelly crab, fully cooked, with fully ripped regna leaves from the lizardman's swamp, Sarzago said. Excitedly, Sarzago recited the instructions for the food he desired, and upon hearing the answer that they could get it served, Svrno also began to blurt out all the food he wanted. Eat your fill. Li Xin gave them time to enjoy themselves because he knew that this luxury would soon be gone. The dimension gate would open in 2 days, and it would bring a bigger storm than ever before. Besides, the two of them had to be the ones to create that storm. The White Elf officers who were gathered at the Defense Force headquarters were conducting a meeting. There was a serious atmosphere. The dimension gate will open in 2 days. Every year around this time, it gets chaotic, but this time it seems to be even more chaotic. There were only 2 days left until the Dimension Gate opened, meaning the Defense Force had to restore order to Islands 1 to 10, which would become more tumultuous. It was their duty as well as their mission. There are unusually many challengers gathering this time. That's a common occurrence. There's nothing new about it. It's just a bunch of small fry. So, we don't need to worry about them. Versha, who was sitting in the highest seat, spoke in a low voice that resonated throughout the room. His words drew the attention of everyone present. However, it is predicted that there are 4 top-ranker individuals in the Lardal archipelago. No, there will be 5 actually, including the newcomer, said Versha. Versha's voice was filled with annoyance and displeasure. Among the officers, those who sensed it were cautious in their responses. However, amid this tense atmosphere, one of the elves stepped forward. We need to make sure that the top-ranker individuals remain as allies, not enemies, said the elf. The elf who rebuked Versha's hostile attitude toward the top-rankers was Genya. There was no other elf who could speak to Versha in this manner. When did I ever say I would treat them as enemies? Versha's voice remained calm, but Genya could sense the suppressed anger in his voice. I just mentioned it again, because we should not forget our duties because of our emotions, said Genya. Crunch. The sound of his teeth grinding echoed in the room. Hey Genya, are you saying that Versha will forget his duties? You are going too far. You shouldn't have said that to him. Are you showing arrogance just because you've gained some status? Mind your attitude. Versha's closest aides lashed out on Genya. Compared to Genya, the high-ranking white elves in Versha's faction were much older, making her seem like nothing more than a young novice. Well, it's not like Ms. Genya misspoke. An elf tried to defend Genya. Enough. Genya raised her hand to stop the elf who tried to defend her. Did I say something wrong? Think about who the most crucial figure in the Lardal archipelago is at this moment, Genya continued, trying to show that she was taking a logical approach to this problem. Her fiery gaze swept across the officers, landing on Versha for a second. Isn't it Li Xin? He was the first one ever to become a top ranker on the 50th floor. Besides, it's not just him. As I said earlier, it is estimated that there are 4 more top rankers in the Lardal archipelago other than Li Xin. The likelihood of them approaching Mr. Li Xin is quite high. So, we need to find out the whereabouts of the other top rankers using Li Xin and prepare accordingly. Genya tried to explain her logic. All of the elves present already knew about the impact and power of the challenger named Li Xin. However, Li Xin was seen as a reckless person that even Versha could not do anything about. Besides, who could control this challenger, who was not only a top ranker but also one who might rise even higher in the future? It is easier said than done, Genya. If you are so confident, then why don't you show it to us? If you can negotiate with Li Xin successfully, I'll grant you the authority to use the seed of Ardalgia. Versha sneered at Genya as he made this proposition to her. Ardalgia was the name of the giant tree that was located at the center of Island 1. Under the protection of Ardalgia, white elves grew stronger. Therefore, gaining the authority to use the seed would mean an opportunity to expand the reach of Ardalgia's protection. But, on the other hand, if you fail in negotiating with Li Xin, I'll strip you of the authority over islands 11 to 20, said Versha. Those islands were also known as the Second District. Versha was very assertive in his stance. In fact, he was very confident that she would not accept this proposal. Taking away the authority over the Second District would be quite detrimental to her. Even if she agreed to accept his offer, it did not matter to him, because he thought that Genya would not be able to win this bet anyway. Just like Versha expected, Genya could not respond immediately, as she was lost in deep contemplation. Why would you say something that you can't even handle easily? Versha tried to mock Genya. I will do it, Genya replied. Genya ended her deliberation and cut off Versha's words. What did you just say? Versha could not believe what he just heard. I said I'll do it. I'll accept your offer. If I fail, I'll relinquish all authority over the Second District, Genya replied with confidence. Versha's eyebrows furrowed as he listened to her bold acceptance, and a slight smile appeared on Genya's face. One location to confront the criminals. The tension in the air weighed down heavily on the challengers. We should also have a trump card to protect ourselves. Sham, a low ranker on the 10,300th position, stood in front of Vola and threatened him by brandishing his spear. You dare say such things even after seeing Li Xin's ranking? Vola calmly replied to them. Li Xin, as a top ranker at the 999th position, carried more clout than they had anticipated. As a result, those who were ahead of Vola in terms of combat force could not casually launch an attack on him. The unease on the enemies' faces was clearly visible, an anxiety that Li Xin could appear in front of them at any moment and sweep them away. If they were to fail to capture or kill every single one of them in one fell swoop, Li Xin would come after them for revenge. While Sham, who was standing at the very front, was deciding what action was best in this situation, someone approached him and whispered. A smile appeared on Sham's face. So, you asked if we dare say such things even after seeing Li Xin's ranking, right? Well, is Li Xin here with us right now? I don't think so. Also, I've heard that he values Earthlings a whole lot. With those words, a challenger revealed himself from the back. It was Cizian, who was ranked 4,311th. He was a challenger who had been humiliated by Li Xin last night during a battle in the Fia. Crack crack. Sham cracked his neck and started to warm up. The 4,311th position was a rank that not even Vola could simply deny. Ha ha ha, you annoying bastards. Do you think you can just barge into someone else's territory like this? Huh. Sizian laughed at Vula as he spoke. I'm not here to seek revenge because of Li Xin, but still, trying to take someone else's territory by force like this is not my style. The challengers, who did not know what had happened to Sizian last night, could not understand why he mentioned Li Xin's name. What is he even talking about? Park Ju-hyuk asked. I have no idea, Vula replied. The important thing right now is how we can stop that rancor, Alice pointed out. Park Ju-hyuk, Vula, and Alice whispered to each other while looking at Sizian. When will Li Xin join us? Vula asked. He said there will be reinforcements to come help us, so we should continue what we are doing, Alice replied. What do you mean by reinforcements? What about the master himself? Park Ju-hyuk seemed confused. Alice decided to launch this attack after receiving a message from Li Xin last night. Since Li Xin assured her and said that the reinforcements would soon arrive, it was enough reason for her to carry out the operation. But will reinforcements capable of facing a rancor at a decent position really come to help us? Alice's doubt was cleared faster than she expected. Whoosh clang! Suddenly, something appeared and clashed with Sizian's axe, pushing him back. Alice, who did not even realize that someone else was there, looked ahead in surprise. There was a woman who was dressed in black and brown clothes that clung tightly to her body. Above the mask that covered her nose and mouth, her eyes shot a sharp look at Sizian. So, you must be Sizian, a rancor who is full of bluff, the woman said in a mocking tone. Her words made Sizian frown. Who are you? Sizian asked. In response, she twirled the daggers in her hands and crossed them, creating a scratching sound as the sharp metal clashed. Me? Let's just say I'm the deputy leader of the Platinum Group. It seems I'm deeply connected to this place, the woman introduced herself. Alice and Park Ju-hyuk looked at the woman in astonishment upon hearing her words. You're from the Platinum Group? But then why are you helping us? Alice asked the woman, bewildered, because she could not understand the situation. I'm helping you guys because the leader told me to come help you, the woman replied. Li Xin and Kane had arrived at an agreement, finally finding common ground in their negotiations the night before. Kane was pleased to repair his antagonistic relationship with Li Xin and at the same time protect his clone, and Li Xin was glad to get the ownership of Island 43 through their cooperation. Originally, Li Xin's goal was to gain a foothold on an island close to Island 30. His goal was never to start a business to gain points like them. Therefore, Li Xin decided to allow the Platinum Group to keep their businesses going there, and they would assist him by handling the affairs related to Island 43. This assistance included dealing with the various forces on Island 43. Although Li Xin could have done this on his own, involving the Platinum Group, which had been managing the place for a long time, would get things going faster. That was why the deputy leader of the Platinum Group, Plita, had come here under Kane's command. Wait, are you the deputy leader of the Platinum Group? Huh? So, you must be that Plita. It is ridiculous for someone with a lower rank than me to blabber such nonsense. Sizian became red with anger and clenched his axe. When he lifted up his axe, it created an atmosphere that seemed to reignite the fight and intensified the heat in the space. We surrender? We give up. We don't want to be part of this anymore, said a man. All of a sudden, the leader of the criminals who intended to protect this place raised both hands. What did you just say? What the hell do you think you're doing right now? Sizian, who was about to charge toward Plita and fight, spoke in a bewildered tone. Stop all this nonsense? What do you expect us to do in a situation like this? It's all meaningless if we can't subdue them right now, especially with the involvement of the Platinum Group, the leader of the criminals shouted at Sizian. Engaging in further combat was futile when the opposing side had a top ranker in their team. The plan to quickly subdue the people of the United Earth using Sizian and meet again at the negotiating table had become meaningless at this point. They had no choice but to give up their position. At that declaration, a smirk appeared on Plita's face. Sizian once again found himself unable to hide his frustration. While waiting for the appointment with Genya, Li Xin reviewed the proposals that he would present to her. Squeak! The door slowly opened, and Genya entered the room, her pure white hair fluttering behind her. Oh, you are already here, Mr. Li Xin, Genya greeted Li Xin, bowing her head. Yes, Li Xin replied. After a brief greeting, a staff member brought in coffee and placed it on the table before leaving. Li Xin and Genya were at a cafe within the FIA facility that was designed to ensure absolute secrecy. Many people utilized this place for such a purpose. Besides, Li Xin had covered the area with his mana in advance to prevent any unexpected situations. Genya slowly sipped her coffee, before starting to talk. I didn't expect that you would meet me so easily, said Genya, looking at Li Xin. Just because I disregarded Versha, doesn't mean I'm disregarding you, Li Xin replied. Her expression subtly stiffened upon hearing Li Xin's words. Perhaps she sensed that Li Xin saw through the internal situation. It seems your information network is better than I thought, Genya said. Well, Li Xin did not say anything more. He just took a sip of tea with a relaxed smile on his face. Li Xin knew that he had the upper hand in this meeting. Ahem. Actually, I think it's for the better that you know us well, because then there's no need for me to give unnecessary details, said Genya. After saying that, Genya took another sip of coffee as if she was worried about being put in a spot. Li Xin thought today would be a simple meeting to establish a mutually beneficial relationship, but her reaction was quite different from what he expected. Well, as you might already know, Mr. Versha and I oversee different districts. Besides, our values were quite different from the beginning, Genia started to explain to Li Xin. Yes, I'm aware of that, Li Xin replied. There's an official proposal from the Defense Force. It is to enhance our cooperation with you, Mr. Li Xin, said Genia. What is it? Li Xin asked. Before giving her response, Genia gulped as if she was nervous about it. Genia, being considered second in rank in the Defense Force, was in a position of high power. Even her military power alone was enough to overwhelm most rankers. It was the first time even Li Xin had seen her so tense, in contrast to her usually cool and composed personality. At least while you are staying in Lardal Archipelago, please inform us whenever you have contact with the top rankers. That's the first proposal, said Genia. She said those words and stared at Li Xin with a nervous look on her face. Surely she must have found it absurd. In essence, it was no different from telling Li Xin to report to the Defense Force. Besides, Li Xin was not a ranker, but a top ranker. Well, she is definitely still lacking. She had great strength, leadership skills, charisma, and judgment, but she was not as good as Versha in negotiating and applying her political power. Li Xin could already tell what was lacking in her compared to Versha. Besides, the way she proposed these to Li Xin would not have worked with other top rankers who were hot-tempered. They would have left this meeting a long time ago in frustration. Granted, she might have figured out Li Xin's personality in advance and decided to go with this way of proposal. Well, of course you will be recompensed accordingly. So please listen until the end, Genia added on quickly. Li Xin chuckled at her words and nodded. Perhaps his reaction made her even more nervous, as her tension was clearly visible to Li Xin. The second condition is that we hope you'll help us when the Defense Force clashes with some top rankers. Of course, this is only when you are within Lardal Archipelago, said Genia. Since it was a condition that Li Xin had anticipated already, he nodded again. Adat novel bin adat. What's next? Li Xin asked Genia. The last condition is to lend us your name. It is for us to announce that the relationship between you, Li Xin, and the Defense Force is official, said Genia. The name Li Xin was very different from that of any other top ranker who might come at the 999th position. That was because Li Xin was just a challenger who had only reached the 50th floor. Many were expecting that if Li Xin continued to climb the tower, he would eventually be ranked in a double-digit position. That was one of the reasons why there was an obsession over Li Xin in the Defense Force. Li Xin looked at Genia, with an expressionless face. She tried not to show her emotions, but it was clear that she was intensely worried and also curious about Li Xin's response. Thanks to the immortal sphere, Li Xin never forgot what he had seen once. Just by looking at her, the changes in her were imprinted in Li Xin's mind. Since all the subtle changes remained in his memory, Li Xin could not help but notice the difference all the time. So, what is the recompense for that? Li Xin asked Genia. Please tell me what you want. I will give you everything I can, Genia replied with nervousness. After hearing her response, Li Xin raised a corner of his mouth and smirked. Did you say you can do anything for me? Can you guarantee that? Li Xin asked again to confirm. Of course. I can give you everything of mine. If you have any requests, please tell me, Genia replied. Li Xin stroked his chin. It was amusing for him to see her worry about what he would ask her. You, Li Xin replied. Hearing this completely unexpected response, Genia looked at Li Xin with a puzzled expression. Sorry, what do you mean by that? Genia asked, because she did not understand what he wanted from her exactly. Didn't you say that I could say whatever I want? Li Xin asked. Yes, I did say that, Genia replied. So I said, you, Li Xin replied. Huh. Genia started to panic. Her carefully maintained poker face crumbled for the first time. The day of the opening of the Dimension Gate was approaching. It was a festival for all the challengers in Lardal Archipelago, because it was a period when those who had been suffering inside the tower throughout the year could return to their hometowns. Depending on the dimensions, the gates were created in different locations. While the vast majority appeared in islands 1 to 10, a very small number of dimensions had their gates located outside of those islands. Furthermore, since the gates operated based on the origin of the challengers, those who did not come from that dimension could not use them. At the eastern square of Island 3, countless Earthlings had gathered. They were calming their pounding hearts, waiting for the Dimension Gate to open. The Dimension Gate always opened precisely at midnight. The current time was 11:03 p.m., meaning in 57 minutes, they would finally be able to return to Earth. They thought about the transformation of the boss of the first floor named Li Xin, and the nearly 4 years that had passed since then. The remaining 4 out of the 5 challengers who had first entered the tower after the upheaval of the first floor was filled with complex emotions. Are we finally going back to Earth? Baek Hyun asked with excitement. Oh, Hyun? I'm so excited for us. My heart is pounding so fast. Everyone will be amazed when they see my ranking, don't you think? I wish Ian-ju could have come back with us. Park Hyun muttered. Upon hearing Hyun's sad voice, the 3 guys fell into silence. When we get out, let's inform Ian-ju's parents and hold a funeral. Okay, let's do that. Hey, guys. We can live for Ian-ju as well. Kang Ji-hoon tried to comfort others who seemed depressed. Kang Ji-hoon cheered them up with his bright voice, so they tried hard to maintain a calm expression. By the way, where is Ju Hyuk? Yeah, also, I haven't seen CEO Wang either. As they were looking around for others, they could soon recognize familiar faces among the crowd of Earthlings. Ju Hyuk. Hyuna, we are over here. Park Ju-hyuk's task force reunited, and he warmly looked at them, his comrades. Contact me when you return to Korea, said Park Ju-hyuk, looking at his task force team members. Park Ju-hyuk then wrote down his phone number, which he used to use in Korea, and handed it to them. You surely will be really busy once you go back, said Baek Hyun, looking at Park Ju-hyuk. In response to Baek Hyun's words, Park Ju-hyuk chuckled. Well, you will be busier than me, I'm sure, Park Ju-hyuk replied. Looking at the rankings of the Korean challengers who had reached the 50th floor, Baek Hyun was in first place and Park Ju-hyuk was in second, excluding Lee Shin. Although Park Ju-hyuk did say so, he believed that as a government official, he would be busier than Baek Hyun. However, in terms of popularity, Baek Hyun would be more popular, so he would live a busy life as a superstar in Korea for the time being. Because he is a government official, Park Ju-hyuk's news would probably be somewhat more subdued. Hey, look over there? CEO Wang and Mrs. Kong also came too. While they were having a conversation, other people also started gathering one by one. Just as the sound of conversations among Earthlings were starting to grow louder, a white elf from the defense force stepped forward. Please step back, everyone, said the white elf. As the white elf nudged the people out of the way, a massive portal began to appear in the center of the square. The dimension gate was opening. The situation on Island 43 was quickly resolved. Although numerous parties were involved, the three main businesses were all subsidiaries of the Platinum Group, and since they knew the internal affairs on the island the best, there were no issues ironing them out. The reason the Platinum Group could not have control over the entire Island 43 from the start was due to the lack of combat force and the significant risks involved. However, with Li Shin's presence, all those risks were significantly reduced. Li Shin was a top ranker. Though he was just barely a top ranker, it did not matter, he was the first one to become a top ranker on the 50th floor. Besides, Kane believed that if Li Shin started climbing the tower again, he would undoubtedly be ranked within the top 100. Li Shin's potential, as Kane had personally encountered, was at that level. Other top rankers who met Li Shin would likely have the same thought. Based on this reason, Kane thought that other top rankers would not easily antagonize Li Shin either. Kane, the leader of the Platinum Group, was a top ranker who had already reached the 89th floor. Kane was well aware of his limits. He knew that he would not be able to go up in ranking that much through the remaining floors. Therefore, when Kane directly faced Li Shin, he could feel Li Shin's greatness. Kane even thought that perhaps joining forces with Li Shin was one of the best choices he had made up to this point. It will take some time to fully organize everything, Kane thought as he entered Island 43. They were quickly cleaning up the place using the manpower of the organizations under the Platinum Group and were currently on the 50th floor. However, with so many parties with intertwining interests, no matter how quickly they worked, he thought it would take about 2 or more weeks for the situation to stabilize. Follow me, said Kane, looking at Li Shin. Kane met Li Shin again on Island 43. The island, which had been turbulent until the day before, was now considerably calm. That was because the Earthlings who had gathered here had all disappeared through the dimension gate. Kane and Li Shin entered a building together and descended the stairs that led them to the underground level. When they arrived at the basement, they saw a space larger than the area on the ground floor. This way, said Kane, leading Li Shin. Inside, several people were busily moving around in white robes. Oh, Mr. Kane, you are here. One person spotted Kane and greeted him. When he saw Li Shin standing beside him, he widened his eyes and looked back at Kane. Is he, by any chance? Yes, that's right. He is Li Shin, Kane replied. Nice to meet you, I'm Dr. Song Soder. You can also call me Dr. Song. Dr. Song was a name that sounded like Korean, so Li Shin thought he could get along well with this man. He is the big shot here who will help you from now on, added Kane, looking at Li Shin. Hello, my name is Li Shin. Li Shin introduced himself to Dr. Song. After shaking hands, Li Shin followed Kane and descended another floor. The place was not significantly different from the floor above, except for the presence of a few pieces of equipment, giving off a feeling of emptiness. Since you told us that you need a lab, we left only the necessary equipment in the lab and got rid of everything else. If you need something, just let Dr. Song know, Kane said. This secret research facility was originally where Kane secretly studied the items for his businesses. However, he decided to hand the area over to Li Shin, because with the Platinum Group's organizations now able to control most of the businesses on Island 43, they could already generate much larger profits than before. Of course, they would distribute a portion of the profits to Li Shin, but even considering that, it was a lucrative business. Most importantly, establishing a good relationship with Li Shin was the biggest benefit, and the rest were secondary. Wow. Li Shin scanned a few pieces of equipment in the room. You are analyzing the equipment's performance using Hextech LV2. These items were more decent than Li Shin had expected, though some equipment were difficult to assess even with Li Shin's Hextech skill. They are good. Thanks, Li Shin said to Kane. No problem. I'll leave first, so check everything you want and come up as our members want to see you, Kane replied. Okay, Li Shin replied. Kane left first, and after he left, Li Shin summoned Sverno and Sarzago from his bracelet and necklace. Sverno, who exclaimed as soon as he came out, carefully looked around the laboratory. This place looks excellent. The equipment is better than I thought. Sverno seemed excited. Yeah, that's right. There are things that we have not seen even in Mr. Sayer's castle. Sarzago seemed amazed too. Seeing their reactions, Li Xin had a strong feeling that things would go more smoothly than he expected. Lillian, Mei, Worry, Li Xin called his subordinates. The next moment, a pool of blood appeared in the air and Lillian emerged from it, brushing her purple hair aside. You are way too late in calling me, Lillian grumbled as she appeared in front of Li Xin. I'm sorry, Li Xin replied. Li Xin had a lot to take care of as soon as he arrived here, so he ended up calling Lillian a little too late. Soon after, Mei and Worry also revealed themselves from the shadow space. Did you call us, Master? Mei and Worry stood in front of Li Xin. Make sure you guard this place for a while with Lillian, Li Xin ordered, looking at the three of them. Understood, Mei replied. Yes sir, just trust me, Worry replied as well. Well, fine. But can you promise me that you will at least show me around outside? Lillian asked Li Xin. It had only been a while since Li Xin reached the 50th floor, so it was still a busy time for him. He had a lot to do. Also, while doing his work, he had to make sure that Sverno and Sarzago were safe. Sverno and Sarzago were manpower that Li Xin had to protect. Besides, he felt a little uneasy about leaving them alone with only the Platinum Group to rely on. They should be fine, especially with Lillian here. Also, now Li Xin had plenty of mana. Even if Lillian were to maintain her original form, it would be fine for a while. Besides, it was now easier for him to respond to any emergencies that happened to them, because he could immediately know. Mr. Li Xin, then where should we establish the dimensional connection? Sverno approached Li Xin and asked. Right above here, said Li Xin. Li Xin pointed at the ceiling with his index finger. We will connect the dimension gate to the first floor of this building, said Li Xin. Li Xin seemed excited to proceed through his plan. He had a look of determination. Li Xin went outside the building and met the members of the Platinum Group who had been waiting for him. You're finally here, said Kane. Are these the ones? Li Xin asked, looking at the members. The Platinum Group was composed of 8 members. However, only 4 of them, including the leader, were present at the moment. Yet, the rest of them seemed to be still occupied with the tower conquest, Kane replied. At novel bin at. The members looked at Li Xin with curious eyes, as if he were a strange animal. 3 of them were dressed similarly to Kane and had a similar aura, although their appearances were slightly different. I thought you would look hideous, but actually, you are unexpectedly handsome. The deputy leader, Plata, seemed interested in Li Xin. However, Li Xin ignored her comment. The dimension gate has opened. So why aren't you guys going back to your homeland? Li Xin asked the members of the Platinum Group. When he asked that question, Li Xin's words brought their mood down a little bit. Well, we forgot about our homeland. This place is our homeland. They were referring to the tower. Li Xin could understand, because there were quite a few of them in the tower who thought this way. I see, Li Xin muttered. Since you've seen their faces, I think this is enough for today. If the others come by later, I will introduce them to you again, Kane said. Okay, Li Xin replied. And speaking about the one who had set up the bounty who we talked about last time, we agreed to meet on Island 100 a week later, Kane said. After hearing Kane's words, Li Xin looked at the members' faces. Their faces were filled with nervousness. Got it. See you then, Li Xin replied. Kane nodded, and at the same time, he and the other members disappeared from where they were standing. The dimension gate had been open for a day already. The cycle of challengers entering and leaving the tower from the outside dimension was taking place. This gate only opened for a month, but Li Xin still had no interest in leaving. Numerous people from Earth were wandering around the dimension gate in the eastern square of Island 3. As Li Xin saw that, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This body belonged not to the human Li Xin but to Jean Ebrium, the necromancer. Li Xin wondered if he would be able to actually use that dimension gate. He briefly considered sneaking past, but he did not follow through with that idea. There might be unforeseen circumstances, so he did not really feel like venturing out. You are here, said a voice toward Li Xin. When Li Xin turned his head at the soft voice, Genia was there. Did you talk to Versha? Li Xin asked Genia right away. He went straight to the point since he had no interest in engaging in idle chatter with Genia. Besides, she was not the type who wanted small talk anyway. Not yet. If I bring it up to him so soon, it feels like we've planned it. So, I'm waiting for the right moment, Genia explained. After replying, she smiled brightly at Li Xin. Unlike the somewhat rigid atmosphere during the first meeting, Genia seemed quite friendly now. Li Xin was not sure if it was a pretense coming from a cooperator or if she genuinely felt comfortable. Do as you please, Li Xin said. What Li Xin wanted in this negotiation was to establish a perfect alliance with Genia. Also, he wanted to increase Genia's influence within the defense force and expand the scope of their management of the islands. This was Li Xin's plan, and it was in the direction that Genia also wanted. Li Xin had already thought through all the possible methods for implementing this, but he no longer needed them. That was because Genia told Li Xin about Versha's proposal, which completely changed Li Xin's. If negotiations were successful, Versha promised to Genia that he would give up the ownership of the Seed of Ardalgia. The Seed of Ardalgia was one of the 2 remaining puzzle pieces to connect the dimension gate, which had to be obtained from the Lardal archipelago. It was the final part of the plan that Li Xin had been thinking about and preparing diligently since his return. Obtaining the Seed of Ardalgia was something Li Xin thought would be the most difficult, along with Sverno's rescue. However, interestingly, Versha had wagered the Seed of Ardalgia. The Seed of Ardalgia was a rare seed that appeared once every 100 years. It was an item that even Versha, the leader of the defense force, could not easily touch due to its rarity. However, its acquisition seems near, thanks to a serendipitous turn of events. Hearing the backstory, Versha's plan seemed to be an attempt to weaken Genia's power by giving her an outrageous proposal that Li Xin would most certainly decline. It was too bad for Versha because luck was on Genia's side since she was dealing with Li Xin. He thought that even if he were to accept this negotiation proposal, Versha would do anything to not hand over the seed to Genia. However, Li Xin was determined not to let things go that way. He was determined to influence opinions so that she could receive the seed no matter what. I will soon have contact with a top ranker, Li Xin said to Genia. Sorry? With whom? Genia asked in surprise. To be honest, this meeting was not certain yet, but that was the plan. Li Xin had to make it happen somehow. Well, there is a top ranker that I will be meeting. I'll let you know soon, so please be prepared, Li Xin replied without giving her the details. Okay then. But then, why are you telling me so soon? Genia asked. I thought it was better to let you know soon, so that you won't be too surprised when you find out, Li Xin explained. Genia seemed confused after hearing Li Xin's explanation. Li Xin knew of a top ranker who was hiding in the Lardal archipelago. Since he had already identified the top ranker's location through Alice, it should not be difficult to meet him. He was going to ask the top ranker to attack the headquarters of the defense force. When that happens, unless all the officials in the headquarters of the defense force come out and fight back, there would be considerable damage. All you need to do is to act well and pretend accordingly, Li Xin said to Genia. I need to act well. Genia seemed surprised. Her frowning face clearly showed her surprise and embarrassment. He wondered if she lacked confidence in acting. Wong. The next moment, a circular portal appeared in the air. The portal's color was a mixture of white and blue that blended in a mysterious manner. It was midnight already, a time when many people would be asleep from the exhaustion of everyday life. Yet the number of people gathered there was beyond count. Hundreds of camera lenses were focused on one spot. The bustling chatter of the crowd abruptly ceased as the dimension gate opened. As the enigmatic gate distorted the space, challengers revealed themselves from within one by one. There they are finally coming out. Where is Li Xin? Look closely for him. Isn't he hiding somewhere? Are you dumb? How can he hide? As soon as they come out of the dimension gate, their mana dissipates immediately. Didn't people say that he has purple hair? I don't see anyone with purple hair. Excuse me, sir? Where is Li Xin? Countless people anxiously called out the name, Li Xin. However, contrary to their expectations, Li Xin's figure could not be seen, not even until the very end. However, even if he was not around, there were plenty of people who could draw their attention. Hey, who is that person? It must be Baek Hyun? It's Baek Hyun. Look at those fierce eyes. Oh my, could that be Park Ju-hyuk? He is really here. Wow, please take a look over here. The cheers of the people calling out to them spread through the air. This was another day since the birth of the tower when a wave that would consume the earth was about to strike. On December 1st, the dimension gate opened, marking the beginning of a new era. Earth welcomed challengers from various countries adorned with honors and glory from their conquests. The chatter about the upper floor challengers' progress gradually subsided, and new stories about the Korean challengers who reached the 50th floor recently spread throughout the world. The miracle of undermost, Korean challengers achieved top rankings on the 50th floor. Baek Hyun, Park Ju-hyuk, Park Hae-won. The trio of top rankers. Who are they? They have surpassed Cha Yu-min? Who are they really? The 13 Koreans who could not step foot in the top rankings yet. World records achieved? The astonishing survival rate of the Korean challengers. Baek Hyun, get lost. The controversy over his personality. Is Park Ju-hyuk a secret agent trained by the Korean government? Park Hae-won the only female challenger among the three to become a top ranker. Love calls are pouring in from all over the world. Articles and comments poured in like raindrops in a storm. Most Korean challengers who entered the tower after the upheaval on the first floor and recently reached the 50th floor received some attention, but only a select few garnered overwhelming interest. As for the people from the other floors, they were met with indifference and dismissive reactions from others. A challenger, who had managed to reach the 70th floor and pridefully exited the dimension gate, found his pride hurt by the people's reaction. Excuse me, sir. The man grabbed a journalist who was passing by. Yes? Who are you? The journalist asked the man, unaware of his identity. Oh, my name is Park Yoon-ki, the one who reached the 70th floor this time. The man named Park Yoon-ki introduced himself to the journalist with a disappointed voice. Are you Mr. Park Yoon-ki? Didn't you say you were going to the 65th floor last year? The journalist asked Park Yoon-ki. When the journalist recognized him, Park Yoon-ki grinned and nodded vigorously. You remember me, right? I knew it. Park Yoon-ki seemed excited. You managed to break through the 70th floor already? Wow, that is quite impressive. The journalist showed interest in Park Yoon-ki. The journalist's admiration was enough to pump Park Yoon-ki's chest full of pride. Ha ha ha, it's not that big of a deal, really. Park Yoon-ki tried to talk to the journalist. However, a shout echoed from a distance. Park Ju-hyuk has stepped out of his car. The journalist's eyes widened, and he quickly turned away from Park Yoon-ki. What? Really? Is he out of it already? The journalist asked. The journalist immediately left Yoon-ki, soon disappearing in that direction. Hey, wait up, where are you going? Park Yoon-ki yelled at the journalist. He could not catch the journalist getting farther away from him. Clearly, most journalists were more interested in Park Ju-hyuk than in him. Still, I can't believe they are treating me like this. Reaching the 70th floor is a big deal, right? Yes. Park Yoon-ki muttered. Tears welled in his eyes, an emotion he didn't experience even when the boss of that stage had beaten him like a drum. Ms. Park Hae-won, please give me your autograph. On the other side, a woman shouted, looking at Park Hae-won. She had recently become Park Hae-won's fan. Did she seriously ask for an autograph? This place is packed with people, so why would Park Hae-won do that for you? Park Yoon-ki mumbled, sounding depressed. I will do it for you, so everyone, please calm down. It would be appreciated if you guys could start lining up here, Park Hae-won said, looking at the crowd asking for her autograph. What did I just hear? Did she just tell them to line up? Park Yoon-ki could not believe her influence. Park Hae-won was standing quite far from Park Yoon-ki and hadn't shouted despite her noisy surroundings. However, every word that came out of her mouth clearly reached Park Yoon-ki's ears. For Park Yoon-ki, who had honed his hearing as he climbed up to the 70th floor, hearing that volume of sound was nothing special. And despite feeling upset by Park Hae-won's words, he still turned around and ran toward her. However, ahead of Park Yoon-ki, too many people were moving busily to get closer to Park Hae-won to get her autograph. Hey, don't push me, I'm going to get in here too. Park Yoon-ki shouted. He soon found himself squeezed between people, all eagerly waiting to get Park Hae-won's autograph. Park Yoon-ki had been her fan ever since he entered the tower. Lost in thought about the plan to connect the dimension gate, Lee Shin wondered if he could even complete this task. At some point, he wondered if the task was too much for him. Lee Shin thought about it 100 no, thousands of times. Each time, he found the task extreme. He wasn't even sure he could finish it successfully. All he knew was that Sayer, with Sverno's help, had succeeded in making a gate that connected different dimensions. Thanks to the power of the immortal sphere, not a single memory from the past disappeared for Lee Shin, allowing him to gather information effectively and put the pieces together accordingly. As he climbed the tower, Lee Shin had to gather the materials to create the dimension gate and forcefully open it. Simultaneously, he had to increase his power and strength to rescue Sverno from the territory of the Great Devil. Furthermore, once he reached the 50th floor, he had to obtain the seed of Ardalgia that was in the hands of the defense force. Each of these tasks was nearly impossible for ordinary lower floor challengers. And since he had to succeed in each task, he wasn't sure of this plan's success rate. However, now, he was almost there. Phew, Lee Shin sighed. The night was deep, and on the tranquil island 43, Lee Shin leaned against a hill and lit a cigarette for the first time in a long while. As he watched the smoke rise like clouds, it felt like the pent-up frustration in his heart was finally being released. Yeah, that's right. I used to smoke for moments like this. After Lee Shin had decided to climb the tower, he quit smoking immediately to maintain his physical condition. Perhaps it was because it had been so long since he last smoked, but the cigarette gave Lee Shin a sense of nostalgia. Do you want another one? Kane asked Lee Shin. Lee Shin did not notice Kane approaching him again. He wondered when Kane had come all the way here. Kane stood beside him and offered him another cigarette. No, this will be the last one, Lee Shin replied, looking at the cigarette in his hand. At this point, even a cigar wouldn't affect his physical condition. However, each challenger had their rhythms and patterns, and he did not want to disrupt the pattern he had maintained until now. Just this cigarette was enough for Lee Shin. He found it inappropriate to smoke during his free time or while his mind was filled with complex thoughts. You're so fussy, said Kane, looking at Lee Shin. Click, pizzicato. Kane took back the cigarette he had offered to Lee Shin and smoked it himself. Aren't you the best challenger in the tower right now? What's troubling you so much? Kane did not understand what was going through Lee Shin's mind. Kane had been approaching Lee Shin frequently to either get closer to him or read his thoughts. They had agreed to become co-workers, so there was no need to keep a distance, but Lee Shin believed there was no need to get too close. After all, he didn't fully trust a group solely focused on gaining more points. Just mind your own business, Lee Shin replied. Honestly, explaining this plan to others was impossible. The dimension gate was a kind of benefit given to the challengers of all dimensions. Maybe it was what the gods had in mind when they first created the tower. However, the dimension gate connected to Earth would disappear in the future, replaced by gates connected to other dimensions. Lee Shin devised this plan to prevent that from happening, to ensure that the gods would no longer treat humans like toys. Lee Shin could not explain this to Kane. When the tower first appeared on Earth, all those who entered ended up dying. The casualties were enormous in the early days. Nowadays, fortunately, someone who had reached the 50th floor was decrypting the information and keeping it updated, which significantly increased the survival rate of people. That wasn't the case initially when the survival rate was almost zero. Of course, many challengers settled in the world of the tower before reaching the 50th floor. However, countless people died during the ascent. Many individuals now exhibited a significantly higher survival rate, up to the 50th floor. The ones who entered the tower earlier had paved the way for those after them. Therefore, despite having weak bodies and fewer abilities compared to species from other dimensions, humans achieved successful results quickly. Besides, it was evident that the gods believed in the potential of humans. The gods had even forcibly put humans into situations that would drive them to ascend to the 100th floor. Li Xin was determined not to repeat such a past. Li Xin was aware that the future was twisted. He did not even know when the gods would make the dimension gate disappear. Therefore, he aimed to create another dimension gate in secret to prevent such a disaster. But I'm not sure what kind of side effects may occur. Li Xin's plan was an act that infringed on the authority of the gods. Therefore, the gods would undoubtedly retaliate in some way. As long as he was within the fence called the tower, the gods couldn't directly harm him. It was the same for the apostles as well. Those who reached the 100th floor could not re-enter the tower. Li Xin knew this because he had already reached the 100th floor. Then, one had to leave the tower. On the contrary, if one decided to remain inside the tower, they had no choice but to deal with challengers selected by the gods. These challengers with powers from the gods themselves were titled apostles. The gods usually recruited top rankers as apostles and used them to intervene and increase the stage's difficulty. Well, all that didn't really matter much to Li Xin. If someone with power from a god approached him, he would kill them and make the god lose their divine power. If the gods decided to interfere in the stages and raise their difficulty, he could just break through them and receive better rewards. The path to become an adversary at novel bin at. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 30 or higher, 0/1. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 20 or higher, 0/3. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 10 or higher, 0/10. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 5 or higher, 0/20. Asterisk if all conditions are met, you will become an adversary. It was rather good for Li Xin if the gods decided to send their apostles. They would serve as a stepping stone for him to become an adversary with true transcendence. To capture a god with a divinity class of 20 or higher, he would probably have to fight a demigod or reach at least the 90th floor. Oh, we have started disposing of illegal things this time. We are trying to convert them into legitimate businesses as much as possible, so keep that in mind, Cain said to Li Xin, exhaling the smoke while expressing regret. Yes, that's a good idea. From now on, you won't be able to operate in the dark world alone, so it would be best to switch quickly. We need to ensure we don't get caught by the defense force, Li Xin said. The defense force? Do you really think they will expand the defense zone from islands 31 to 43? Cain asked Li Xin. Yeah, I think so. All illegal businesses in the 4th district would be wiped out in the future. So we need to dispose of them before that happens, Li Xin replied. In a month from now, many things will change, including the dimension gate and the situation in the Lardal archipelago. On Island 156, there was no bustling city like the square. Instead, it offered a serene landscape of untouched nature with mountains, trees, and water. Li Xin relocated to Island 156, which stood among the dozens of small islands on the outskirts. The dense forest obscured the island's interior, making it barely visible even as Li Xin rode on Vecjack. He quickly unleashed his mana in all directions, causing mana waves to extend hundreds of kilometers, sweeping through the island. I can't detect it at all. As the waves of mana spread, some creatures were clearly detected, while others remained unnoticed. Li Xin was here to find Steiger, the top hextech mage of Lardal archipelago. Steiger was a crucial piece needed for the completion of the dimension gate, along with the seed of Ardalgia. If it had not been for Alice's eyes of the wise man, finding him would have taken a lot of time and effort. Such was the level of perfection with which Vian had concealed himself. The more I think about it, the more amazing his abilities are. Li Xin found someone evading his mana detection with just one hextech skill quite impressive. There was simply no trace of him. What should I do? Unleashing the undead to search the entire island would not be a bad option, but there was no need for that when there was a faster way. Li Xin activated his mana, creating a massive mana sphere in the air. Then, he unleashed a powerful stream of his mana, spreading in all directions. If you don't come out now, you will be swept away by it, Li Xin said. To be more accurate, it was a murmur as if he was whispering. However, it was a message intended for someone somewhere. The sphere of mana, which was on the verge of exploding, vibrated with intense heat. Explode, Li Xin ordered. Li Xin swiftly extended his index and middle fingers, striking the ground. In response, the mana sphere arose before descending toward the ground. Hung! The fierce shockwave shook the air. Boom! A light beam pierced Li Xin's mana sphere and shot into the sky. The mana sphere, unable to withstand the collision with the beam, exploded immediately. Li Xin shifted his gaze in the direction of the light. A wild man wearing black sunglasses stood holding a gun to the sky. He blew the smoke from the gun and glared at Li Xin with a satisfied smile. Li Xin climbed onto Vecjack and looked down at the ground. In the man's hand was a gun of uncertain size, resembling either a pistol or a rifle. His long hair was roughly tied back, and his unkempt beard added a rugged touch to his face. Suddenly, mana began to gather again in the grey barrel of the gun. Li Xin's senses heightened, allowing him to perceive things he couldn't sense before. Was he trying to diminish my cognitive ability? Whatever the man was doing, he failed to deceive Li Xin for long. Something that had been concealing the man's mana waves seemed to have dissipated during their last exchange. Aware of the imminent danger, Li Xin knew he had to block the man's attack. Suddenly, the slide on the gun moved back automatically, and a massive bullet flew out of the muzzle. Bong! The shooting was so loud that Li Xin wondered if this was really a gunshot, as it sounded more like cannonball firing. He straightaway activated his transcendental class to counter the attack. He released his mana and scattered it into the air. Time slowed down, and he could even see the wind moving. Bang! Then, once again, another shot rang out. To consecutively fire bullets with such power within such a short time was insane. The concentrated wind that Li Xin had created exploded beneath the spinning bullets. Brrr, boom! Li Xin had used his mana to counter the bullet's rotational force, which required a high level of mana control. He used his mana to congregate and condense air before giving it spin in the opposite direction to render the first bullet powerless. However, the following bullet flying toward him gained momentum in midair. Does this one have wind attributes? Li Xin noticed a layer of condensed air around the bullet. The second bullet got very close to Li Xin in no time, passing by the first bullet. His aim wasn't me, it's Vec Jack. In that brief moment, the man had realized Vec Jack's speed differed from Li Xin's. In this situation, Li Xin could not avoid the attack and had to confront the man. He created a steel shield and cooled the space above it. He then pushed the bullet down using psychokinesis. Crack! The bullet tore the steel shield like paper, but it slowed down consequently. The bullet only managed to graze Vec Jack's leg, which melted from the great force. Clack! The man swiftly tossed the gun into the air and skillfully added new parts, which seemed to move like sentient beings, transforming it into a deadly sniper rifle. The man did not even load the bullets, as bullets materialized in the air and autonomously loaded themselves into the rifle. Li Xin knew that he would be in an unfavorable position if the man got into a sniping position. The easiest way to defeat a sniper was to not even let them get into a sniping position. An enormous amount of lightning energy gathered in the air, and thunderbolts fell on the man. The man responded to Li Xin's attack by setting up a layered iron barrier in the air, deflecting the lightning energy. Li Xin created a massive steel spear and thrust it downward at the man. Bomb! The entire island vibrated. The ground trembled, and a gigantic crater formed beneath the man's feet. A white beam flew out of the settling thick dust. Is he using the light attribute this time? The man was now using the light attribute instead of the wind attribute, showcasing his versatility in using multiple attributes. The bullet he fired sliced through the air, leaving behind a scorching trail. However, there was more to it than the light attribute. Another attribute lurked within the bullet. Undeterred, Li Xin concentrated his mana and created a thick barrier in the air. Pizzicato. However, the barrier shattered easily, much to Li Xin's disappointment. The fragments of the shattered mana barrier scattered and disappeared. Furthermore, the bullet with the light attribute was still flying toward him, aiming to kill him. It's the Demon Breaker's bullet. This hidden attribute was extremely destructive, capable of destroying even mana. A wizard with weak physical abilities would be helpless against this bullet and die. Even Li Xin hadn't expected to ever fight someone capable of using the Demon Breaker attribute. It was the stuff of legends. Crunch. Li Xin clenched his teeth and used his transcendence to pour out as much mana as possible to cause an explosion in the air. He knew that the bullet was enveloped in a light attribute barrier, but he had no choice but to make a move, despite knowing it could be useless. Li Xin twisted his body desperately, narrowly evading the bullet. Luck played its part as the light attribute bullet's trajectory wavered, sparing his heart but hitting his left shoulder. Thankfully, the explosion had succeeded in altering the bullet's path slightly. Li Xin's health points plummeted from the injury, and his left shoulder became immobile. He promptly retaliated with a relentless barrage of lightning energy toward the sniper's location. Bayam! Thick black smoke billowed, engulfing the surroundings and obscuring the view. The ground became a haze of dust, and even the nearby grass caught fire, sending dark smoke spiraling upward. The opponent's counterattack came to a halt. His mana wave still detected the opponent, so he knew the man was alive. Besides, Li Xin knew that someone at that level would not die so easily. However, he thought the man's condition would be far from good. And because of the intense danger that Li Xin felt, he decided to release his mana wholeheartedly. Shall I go down and take a look? In the blink of an eye, Li Xin descended with Vec Jack, and the flapping of its enormous wings dispersed the smoke, revealing the man. The thick steel that surrounded him melted away under Li Xin's mana. The man's leather clothes were charred, and he appeared tattered. The man glared at Li Xin, clearly aggrieved. Well, considering that the man had failed to capture a wizard despite having the Demon Breaker and light attributes, it was understandable that he could be frustrated. Encountering the Demon Breaker attribute had left a lasting impact on Li Xin. The power to disrupt mana was not to be taken lightly, and most challengers couldn't withstand it. Moreover, if the man wanted to, he could easily eliminate any challenger, regardless of whether they were a wizard or not. In fact, for the first time since encountering Geraldine, Li Xin genuinely felt that this situation could have been dangerous. Li Xin's transcendence, luck, physical abilities, mana control, judgment skills, and so on were required to prevent the bullet from piercing his heart. The opponent's bullet would have pierced his heart if he lacked any of them. It seemed like the man couldn't move due to the recoil from using the Demon Breaker attribute. The man hadn't set up a proper defense to counter Li Xin's magic, therefore, the damage acquired exceeded the man's expectations. At the start, Li Xin had no intention of killing him, intending to reveal his power and negotiate from an equal position. However, the man unexpectedly had the Demon Breaker attribute. The Demon Breaker attribute was too dangerous for him to deal with because, with this attribute, it was impossible to remain unscathed. Thud clank! A harsh metallic sound came from behind him, somewhere far away. A thick steel cannon was firmly lodged into the ground, aimed toward Li Xin. Behind the cannon, a muscular dwarf with a beard was cursing and scowling at Li Xin. You damn bastard! What the hell do you think you are doing? barging in out of nowhere, shouted the dwarf, glaring at Li Xin. Li Xin smirked at the sight and approached the dwarf. The gunner lying on the ground struggled to stand up upon seeing that. Don't mess with the elderly man, said the man. The man pointed his gun at Li Xin, but he remained composed. Judging from the man's condition, he couldn't use the Demon Breaker attribute right now. Therefore, the bullets he would fire in that state did not threaten Li Xin much. Somehow, it felt like Li Xin had become the antagonist. The battle between top rankers had placed him on an equal footing with the man, but since Li Xin was the intruder, he appeared as the villain. Although his shoulder was also messed up, he could not help feeling a little sorry. Hello, sir, please calm down. I did not come here to fight, Li Xin said, looking at the elderly dwarf. Li Xin spoke calmly, trying to create a peaceful atmosphere. Who the hell are you, barging in like this and causing a ruckus? And you're saying you didn't come here to fight after making all this mess? Li Xin did not know how to handle this situation. He hadn't intended to make things difficult, yet the fight escalated beyond his expectations. By the looks of it, the gunner seemed to have a special relationship with the elderly man. In this case, Li Xin could not kill the gunner or force the gunner to come with him. Therefore, he just turned toward the gunner with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. Let's forget about what happened, considering we both got hurt, Li Xin said. The gunner's face distorted. Li Xin, however, believed that it was all okay since they both had gotten hurt. After managing to persuade them with great difficulty, Li Xin was able to go to the cabin where they lived. This cabin looked like an ordinary house from the outside. However, as someone who knew how incredible Vian Steiger was, he could not believe that Vian was living in such a house. Li Xin suspected that Vian's real residence was hidden, but he was just satisfied with being able to converse with Vian. Tui Laron, the gunner, was ranked 912th among the top rankers. He was spitting blood. The one standing next to him was the elderly muscular dwarf, Vian Steiger, the hextech mage Li Xin had fervently sought. Thud. Vian placed a teacup on the wooden table with great force. Then, he stared at Li Xin. Drink this, said Vian. Thank you, Li Xin replied. There was a leaf floating on the tea. As Li Xin smelled the fragrance of the tea and took a sip, he felt his mind and body calming down. So, what brings you here? Vian asked Li Xin. Li Xin knew he had to tread carefully. Despite their rough first meeting, he had a plan to win Vian over. He understood the pain of Vian's past, deceived by gods, betrayed by comrades, living in isolation. Therefore, Li Xin planned to touch upon those memories and connect with him. Well, Li Xin cleared his throat lightly and recalled the past. Li Xin had a similar painful past, oppressed by the gods, unjustly imprisoned in the tower, and losing his comrades. He had ascended the tower with mighty determination only to realize that at the top, he only had one choice, either become the god's lackey or die. I lost my comrades and family to the gods, said Li Xin in a poignant and anguished voice. At novel bin at. The abrupt change in the atmosphere made Vian and Laurent's gaze sink. They oppressed and threatened my people. That's why I decided to climb the tower, Li Xin continued. As Li Xin recalled the past, he started to become emotional. This wasn't a show, so there was no need to make up stories or pretend to be emotional. One by one, they died. So I lived to my fullest, sacrificing myself to save those few people on the verge of death. But the words of the gods were nothing but empty lies, said Li Xin. Vian's cheeks trembled, and his face was filled with anger. I don't want to be fooled by the gods anymore. I'm going to kill them. So please help me, said Li Xin desperately. Li Xin explained his situation, and his sincerity seemed to have reached them because Laurent's cold expression melted. Besides, Vian's eyes were filled with sympathy for Li Xin. You're telling the truth, said Vian. The gem on Vian's necklace glowed blue and returned to its original state. The gods will close the dimension gate within 5 years, Li Xin added. What did you say? Vian was shocked to hear that. Vian frowned at Li Xin's words and fiddled with the necklace again. The gem in his necklace shone blue again before returning to its original state. Vian wondered if his necklace was working okay. Is that true? The man asked Vian. Judging by their reactions, it seemed that the necklace could detect lies. Li Xin wondered if such magical artifacts existed. However, he soon thought it could be possible because he did not know about all the equipment. And tomorrow, Versha will lead the defense force and attack this place, Li Xin said, looking at the two. What? Vian shouted in anger. What the hell are you talking about? The man also shouted in shock. Both of them sprang to their feet, slamming the table in surprise. The necklace Vian wore glowed red this time. Li Xin was testing if it truly detected lies, noting that blue signified truth and red indicated falsehood. I'm just kidding, Li Xin quickly said. The duo glared at him with a bewildered expression. Li Xin hoped that he did not ruin their relationship by carrying out that experiment. Haha. The atmosphere felt too down, so I tried to lighten it up, Li Xin said. He came out with a hasty excuse, but they were still glaring with anger. You damn bastard, Vian muttered, looking at Li Xin. Vian, the hextech mage, swore and sat back down. Laron also managed to calm himself down and sat down next. However, Li Xin's curiosity about the necklace kept growing, annoyingly enough. If it could detect lies, there must be a limit to the number of uses or the amount of energy consumed. Should I check it one more time? Li Xin glanced down and looked at Vian's necklace again. He felt a sharp gaze suddenly. Something told him that if he continued, he would be kicked out. Ahem. So what I'm trying to do is make their act of closing the dimension meaningless, Li Xin said. Huh? What do you mean? Vian asked Li Xin, looking confused. I am going to make semi-permanent activation equipment for the dimension gate, Li Xin replied. Vian's eyebrows arched, seemingly asking Li Xin to explain this nonsense. You must be crazy, said Vian. If you help me, sir, it will be possible, Li Xin replied. Vian's face turned serious, meaning he was actually considering it. Besides, Li Xin thought there was no turning back if they had come this far in their conversation. Most of the preparations are almost complete. The remaining plan in Li Xin's mind was the attack on the defense force using Laron and securing the seed of Ardalgia. In the office of the Korean Challengers Association, Chair Jian Jae-yong and several returning challengers gathered for a conversation. Among them were Park Ju-hyuk, now a low ranker after reaching the 50th floor, and rankers like Baek Kong-woo and Shin Ji-won. Kim Kong-chun and Wang Kong-wung had also been invited to join the meeting. A great many challengers have returned to Earth through the Dimension Gate this time. Also worth noting is the fact that their achievements this time are on a different level from before, Jian Jae-yong said, looking at the 5 challengers in the office. The 5 challengers nodded in response. While the public is delighted that a new era has begun, the reality is not so great. As you might already know, an organization called Reverse is secretly wreaking havoc, Jian Jae-yong continued. Reverse was an organization driven by a misguided belief, aiming to create a world exclusively for challengers. They saw challengers as the ultimate rulers, with the ordinary people meant to follow their lead. The problem was that more people, including non-challengers, had joined Reverse than anticipated, causing headaches for a number of countries. Besides, it has been 3 years since Cha Yumin's disappearance. Most people probably think he's dead by now, said Jian Jae-yong. Baek Kong-woo and Shin Ji-won's expressions stiffened. However, Cha Yumin's case is not a simple disappearance. Reverse kidnapped him, said Jian Jae-yong. Park Ju-hyuk, affiliated with the government, was familiar with this information as he had heard it several times before. Even with the help of various countries and the deployment of rankers, we still could not find him, said Jian Jae-yong. Kim Kong-chun and Wang Kong-wung were shocked, as they were hearing about this for the first time. Mr. Cha Yumin, the ranker, was kidnapped? He was kidnapped on Earth. Kim Kong-chun could not believe what Jian Jae-yong had just said. That was because Cha Yumin was considered one of the strongest challengers on Earth. Since it had been 3 years since his disappearance, it might have changed, but it was undoubtedly true at the time of his disappearance. That's right. I witnessed it myself, replied Baek Kong-woo somberly, standing next to Kong-chun. At that time, we discovered a location we presumed to be Reverse's headquarters. So, several countries made an agreement to secretly form special teams to launch an assault. While Cha Yumin was trying to rescue one such special team, something like a black hole engulfed him. A black hole? Kim Kong-chun asked. Yes. I'm pretty sure it was an ability used by one of the challengers from Reverse. A black hole suddenly appeared in the air and swallowed Yumin and other challengers before vanishing, Baek Kong-woo explained. As Baek Kong-woo explained, the others fell into silence. There was nothing to say. Wang Kong-wung broke the brief silence. Then, what happened to that Reverse headquarters afterward? It is currently being managed by the World Challenger Association, Jian Jae-yong stepped forward and explained. After the Cha Yumin incident, 34 countries had joined the World Challenger Association, WCA, and remained actively involved. Following the Isosha incident, Korea's influence within the WCA had grown significantly, and it had strengthened its position. May I go and take a look at it once? Wang Kong-wung asked because he wanted to see the structure of that facility. He was curious to see the facility with such a high level of technology that it could evade the surveillance networks of numerous countries. Yes, for sure. We can recruit other people who want to visit and go together next time as a group, Jian Jae-yong replied. Anyway, we need Mr. Li Xin's help to find Yumin, Shin Ji-won said. Shin Ji-won was Cha Yumin's colleague. She had climbed the tower together with Li Xin in the past. We need you guys' help. So, where is Li Xin right now, and what is he doing? Jian Jae-yong asked. Jian Jae-yong knew that Li Xin had also reached the 50th floor this time. However, he still had not come out of the Dimension Gate. Since he had climbed the tower alongside other Koreans and his rankings had appeared among Koreans, people were expecting Li Xin to come to Earth through the gate. Besides, everyone was eagerly waiting for that moment. Well, Master said that he has to finish some tasks. It seems he won't come through the Dimension Gate until they are done. Park Ju-hyuk said what he had heard from Li Xin earlier. He thought that Li Xin would not come out to Earth before he finished those tasks. Moreover, since Li Xin had once been the boss of the tower's first floor, it remained uncertain if he could access Earth using the Dimension Gate. This matter had captured everyone's attention, but as Li Xin hadn't shown signs of entering the Dimension Gate, it frustrated everyone. Our master will come because he told us so. He will definitely come, Kim Kong-chun added. Kim Kong-chun believed in Li Xin's words, and Wang Kong-wung and Park Ju-hyuk nodded at Kim Kong-chun's statement. Observing their unwavering trust, Jian Jae-yong couldn't help but feel confident that, if these challengers believed in him so strongly, Li Xin would undoubtedly find a way to return to Earth. I wonder what he's up to, Shin Ji-won muttered. Yeah, same. You talk about him so often, it seems like you really want to see him. If he comes out, I would indeed like to meet him, Shin Ji-won replied. Li Xin had warned Shin Ji-won against ascending to the 80th floor. She used to think he was crazy, but now, after hearing Cha Yumin's story, it all made sense. She would have died if she had gone to the 80th floor. Therefore, she wanted to ask Li Xin how he knew about her. On the 15th, an auction will be hosted by the WCA. I think all of you will participate, am I right? Jian Yang asked. Everyone nodded at Jian Yang's words. The auction house created by the WCA was designed to facilitate appropriate and efficient transactions while the Dimension Gate was open. Participants could choose to participate anonymously or with their real names. Since the gate would only be open for 30 days, all the necessary trades had to happen swiftly. Challengers could then use the items to ascend the tower. This auction, which was conducted globally, lasted for a week, and all challengers who had returned to Earth would definitely visit it. In addition to the 3 individuals nominated as their potential rankers Baek Hyun, Park Ju Hyuk, and Park Hye-won, I'm sure the other challengers who could not make it as a low ranker this time will also participate in this auction. Am I right? Jian Yang asked. Kim Kong-chun and Wang Kong-wong nodded, being part of the mentioned group. And Reverse will probably attempt to approach all of you guys, Jian Yang continued. Reverse sought to recruit exceptional challengers who aligned with their ideology. If they didn't initially align, Reverse believed these challengers would eventually come around to their way of thinking and join their cause. Jian Yang was certain that Reverse, with their radical mindset, would try to approach Korean challengers to persuade them. Normally, Reverse does not act much during the opening of the Dimension Gate. However, this time, they would not want to miss the chance to meet all of you, said Jian Yang. What should we do then? Please act like you want to join Reverse. We are determined to uproot them this time, Jian Yang replied. Swoosh thud, clank. Laron checked his ammunition and finished loading the weapon while looking anxiously at the headquarters of the Defense Force in the distance. His small telescope Vian's work allowed him to see the interior of the Defense Force headquarters, even from several kilometers away. Is this really going to work? Even as he was setting up a large cannon, Laron wondered if he was doing the right thing. Squeak. Laron finished his preparations by adjusting the cannon's angle and loading the shells. He then sat down on a tree stump and lit a cigarette. Ha! Laron puffed his cigarette. Laron thought the conversation with Li Xin had gone well. Vian and Li Xin negotiated a bit before agreeing on some terms. Vian had agreed to help Li Xin establish a connection with the Dimension Gate. The sole remaining challenge was obtaining the materials for the connection, which required a daring move like attacking the defense force. However, Laron was confident in his ability to carry out the attack without being detected. However, Laron had strict orders: only attack 3 times, show that the attacker was a top ranker, make the attacks flashy, and then run away. He couldn't kill the elves of the defense force. Li Xin had told Laron that would be enough. With the Demon Breaker attribute, Laron was certain he could severely hurt Versha in an instant, maybe even kill him with a single strike. But he also knew the risks. Using the attribute would leave him vulnerable, increasing the chances of being captured and killed by the defense force. It's been a while since I had this much fun, Laron muttered. It had been 4 years since Laron experienced the limits of the tower and hid himself from others. Therefore, the defense force would never suspect that he was the culprit behind this attack. Pizzicato. After flicking the cigarette away, he stepped on it to put it out and erased his traces. He got into his position, ready to shoot on signal. He was also perfectly prepared to run away afterward. Li Xin went into the headquarters of the defense force along with Genya. It's nice to see you again. Versha smiled kindly and extended his hand to Li Xin. Li Xin smiled back and shook his hand. Yes, thanks to Genya, Li Xin replied. As Li Xin emphasized that he had come because of Genya, not Versha, a hint of resentment appeared in Versha's smile. Please come in, said Versha. As Li Xin entered, he noticed the defense force officers gathered inside, waiting for him. They were seated in a long row along a large rectangular table, with Versha occupying the seat of honor. Li Xin sat opposite Versha, another seat of honor, and Genya sat next to him. Li Xin immediately sensed the intention behind his placement. It was meant to pressure him. All the white elves present were officers and they were exerting pressure on him, especially Versha, seated in the seat of honor. However, Li Xin had no intention of playing along with their petty tricks. Well, is this a ceremony of some kind? Li Xin smirked and activated his mana. Li Xin did not even have to use his transcendence status. Just activating his mana was enough to push away the pressure from dozens of rankers easily. Adat novel bin adat. He's quite impressive. However, Versha was different from others. When Li Xin used his mana to scan Versha, he could sense that Versha was a preeminent top ranker, explaining why he was this organization's leader. Meanwhile, the other elves in the room felt shocked. Although the elves and Versha had been trying to pressure Li Xin had effortlessly dealt with the pressure. How could a mere challenger who recently climbed up to the 50th floor be like this? Versha did not look so great. He had just realized that he couldn't control Li Xin as he wanted. Ha ha ha, what do you mean? What nonsense? We would never do that to you. I hope that we did not make you feel displeased. Welcoming a remarkable figure like yourself has made us all nervous, said Versha. His face was calm, and his voice nonchalant. Li Xin thought that arguing with an annoyed elf would do him no good, so he went straight to the point. I heard Genya's proposal. I thought it was absurd when I first heard it, but I decided to accept it after Genya convinced me, Li Xin said. May I please know what persuaded you to change your mind? Versha asked Li Xin as if he could not believe Li Xin's words. His cold gaze swept over Li Xin, seeking anything useful in his response. However, Li Xin's answer surprised them. I like Genya, and her earnest arguments moved my heart, Li Xin replied. Sorry, what did I just hear? Versha asked Li Xin again, furrowing his eyebrows. Li Xin's response deviated from their expectations, but he had anticipated their reaction. He intentionally gave that answer because Genya couldn't offer anything beyond the designated proposal. Besides, the defense force could not engage in any shady deals with a challenger. The only way to offer Li Xin something was through an official defense force meeting. Therefore, when Versha heard that Genya had persuaded Li Xin, he felt confident that she had engaged in some secret shady deal. He would have investigated and expelled Genya if such a deal had occurred, but Li Xin's reason was unexpected. Well, there's nothing more I want to say. I like Genya, so I accepted her proposal, Li Xin reiterated. That was a lie, but Li Xin felt no shame saying it. In addition, Genya couldn't help but blush in embarrassment, which further confused the officers. They wondered if this was the truth. Crunch. Versha gritted his teeth, taken aback. He had never expected Li Xin to give reasons like this. It was an audacious and shameless attitude, but he could say nothing if Li Xin insisted on it. Thump. At that moment, one hot-tempered white elf officer slammed the table and got up from his seat. You're talking nonsense? Do you think we would not know what you and Genya are planning behind our backs? The white elf officer shouted. In an instant, Versha's expression distorted, and Li Xin tried his best to suppress his laughter. Are you insulting my love? Li Xin shouted back at the officer. Li Xin gritted his teeth, and his face distorted in anger as he seemingly failed to suppress his fury. In the meantime, Genya was so embarrassed that she could not even look up. No matter how powerful Li Xin was, he was inside the headquarters of the defense force. Li Xin's worth was solely based on his incredible potential that he demonstrated by becoming a top ranker on the 50th floor. Anything beyond that remained to be seen. If the White Elf officers and Versha decided to go against Li Xin, he would not have the ability or skill to handle them on his own at this moment in time. Versha would know that. The officer who stood up in anger did not do it without reason. If they were to let Li Xin slip like this, a significant portion of the defense force's power structure would shift to Genya, and even the seed of Ardalgia would have to be handed over to her. Moreover, although the officers were not sure how Genya managed to hit it off with Li Xin, it would still be a significant thorn in the flesh if the top ranker Li Xin ended up siding with Genya. That was why the officer on Versha's side tried to start a fight. If the officer were to get into a face-off with Li Xin, Versha would have no other choice but to side with the defense force and attack Li Xin. In short, the officer wanted to give Versha a reason to fight Li Xin. Versha, who was quick-witted, immediately realized that the officer's intention was to provide a pretext, but there were too many risks involved in the officer's plan. Versha was worried about losing a grasp on Li Xin. Versha thought that the chances of losing Li Xin here would dramatically increase if Li Xin had prepared reinforcements, or if Genya were to help him. Of course, if Genya were to assist Li Xin, it would be a pretext to punish her, but that was all he would gain. If Li Xin were to escape and prepare for another attack on the defense force again, the problem would become bigger. Tisk, he made a hasty judgment. Versha believed that this pretext to fight could have been created any time. Therefore, from Versha's perspective, the officer's action was too rash, though it was not completely bad, because he could still try to eliminate the risk factors. Even if he is a top ranker, it would be impossible for him to escape from here unless he has support. Versha knew of a way to prevent Genya from intervening and helping Li Xin. I guess there's no other way. Versha smirked as he made up his mind. He wanted to warn Li Xin that if he acted recklessly like this, they could easily eliminate him without worry of repercussions. No matter how much potential he may have, he is only a greenhorn at the moment. Versha thought that forcing Li Xin into submission was the last resort. Before doing that, they wanted to instill a sense of crisis in Li Xin and turn the tide for their negotiations. Do you think such an unreasonable excuse will work on us? Versha accused Li Xin. Well, can you promise that you weren't going to oppose us from the beginning? Li Xin retorted. After realizing Versha's decision to overpower them by force, Li Xin looked at them with cold eyes. Li Xin thought that there was no need to show further respect. You are making a foolish judgment, said Versha, glaring at Li Xin. And so are you, Li Xin replied. Genya, who sensed the unusual atmosphere between Versha and Li Xin, gripped her sword tightly. She had to make a judgment on what to do if a fight were to break out. No, this is not right. No matter how absurd the reason may sound, openly overpowering someone by force is definitely wrong. At that moment, the officer who had stood up pulled the string of a magical bow he conjured in the air. Well, Li Xin, it seems that due to your arrogance, you may go through some hardships while climbing the tower. I'll teach you a lesson today, said the officer. You know you're crossing the line right now, Li Xin replied. Maybe you aren't aware, but in Lardal Archipelago, the will of the defense force is law, said the officer. The elf's arrow was released and charged toward Li Xin. The officer thought that Li Xin would block the arrow easily, because it was not an all-out attack, just a threat. However, Li Xin had a different thought in mind. Li Xin thought of a saying that he heard on Earth, which was lose the battle to win the war. Although it had little value in the world of the tower, there were still times when one should take a hit. The magic arrow extended straight toward Li Xin, who was defenseless, and he was hit. Coop. Li Xin groaned in pain. Li Xin was hit directly and fell backward, crashing into the wall along with the chair. Ugh man. This is quite painful. Li Xin coughed up blood after getting hit. Startled by his condition, Genia rushed to him and her forces immediately drew their swords, glaring at Versha's side. What the hell are you doing? Genia frowned and shouted at the officer. At the same time, the elves on Versha's side gnashed their teeth. It was because they expected that Li Xin would block such an open attack. Damn it! He got us. For the first time in a long time, Versha felt that things were not going his way. It was not pretty for a top ranker to be seen struck like this when they were held with such high regard. Now that things have turned out this way, we're done the moment we lose Li Xin. Li Xin tried to make sure that there was no way out of this problem, preventing them from even preparing minimal backup measures. This meant that Versha could no longer calmly observe the situation. You are still foolish. Sometimes it's better for yourself to leave a path for the opponent to survive, said Versha. After saying those words, Versha's sword glimmered. The ghostly aura of his sword as well as Versha's aura gave Li Xin the impression as if he had encountered an assassin. You're quite audacious, Versha muttered. Li Xin slowly got up. His left shoulder, which had earlier been hit by Laurent's attack, hurt even more than the magic arrow. Tui. Li Xin spat out blood and wiped his mouth with his fingers. Then, he smirked. Seeing that smirk, Versha felt his sense of unease heighten. How many challengers could laugh like that in such a situation? Surely if they could laugh in a situation where they might die, they were truly insane. I never knew that the Defense Force was an organization that intimidates challengers with violence, Li Xin said, looking at Versha. Don't try to put on a show. Do you really think I wouldn't know that you're pretending to have gotten hit like this? Versha asked. Then, do you think the officer who just shot that magic arrow at me is also putting on a show? Li Xin asked back. The next moment, Versha stopped talking because he realized that engaging in further conversation would only justify Li Xin's action. Versha was aware that, in a situation like this, it was useless to engage in dialogue. He had to assert his truth by force. Grab Li Xin, everyone. Versha demanded. Words that could not be taken back and came out of Versha's mouth. Genia looked at Versha with a shocked expression. That was because it was the first time Genia saw Versha reveal his true intentions like this. Mr. Versha. Genia shouted in shock. Be quiet, Genia. If you try to help Li Xin here, you will become a traitor to the Defense Force from this moment. Do you understand? Versha shouted at Genia. What are you talking about? What crime did Li Xin even do? Genia shouted. Don't forget that your followers are in my hands, said Versha, threatening Genia. Are you using that as a threat? Are you saying that you're going to take fellow white elves hostage? Genia shouted. Genia could no longer hide her anger. She was already aware that Versha was a calculative elf. Besides, she knew that Versha would not hesitate to use any means for his goals, but she did not know that Verissa would go so far as to use his own kin as hostages. At this moment, Genia felt all her remaining respect for Versha disappear. Clang. However, Genia let go of her sword. She could not step forward because if she did, all those who followed her would be utterly defeated. She trembled in anger, and tears that she had never shed in her life began to well up in her eyes. I am sorry. Genia apologized to Li Xin. That's okay. We haven't known each other for a while. So, it's right for you to take care of your followers. Genia thought that Li Xin would blame her, but instead, his words consoled her even more, drowning her in a sense of guilt. In her mind, she thought that Li Xin would not be able to escape from this place. The elves who had already heard the commotion would probably be on their way here. Moreover, the Defense Force headquarters was well prepared for any potential attack. Previously, there were numerous challengers who looked down on the Defense Force just like Li Xin did. The Defense Force had specialists who were equipped to capture challengers like these. It was the start of your downfall from the moment you entered this place, Li Xin, Versha said. As Versha gave a signal, unknown currents began to sweep through the conference room. This is mana suppression B. No, wait, it's made up of circuits that are 2 levels higher than the mana suppression bomb. This skill was different from the mana suppression bomb, which suppressed mana on a small scale. Instead of scattering particles that temporarily suppressed mana, the circuits in this device complemented each other from the moment they were activated. This skill involved compression, expansion, and rotation. The particles of mana intertwined in their own ways, blocking and interfering with the flow of mana. At the same time, Li Xin's gaze turned to the bracelets worn by the elves. These bracelets were interconnected with the device that was activated, and at the same moment, these bracelets were all synced. Are these bracelets that can resist this mana suppression device? Although Li Xin had the skill of Hextech LV2, it was still difficult for Li Xin to find a way to break free from this mana suppression. If he had a little more time, maybe, he could have come up with a way to break free on his own. However, it was impossible for him to overcome it on the spot. When he heard from Genia in advance that there was such a device, Li Xin thought he would be able to solve it on his own, but it was just arrogance. You seem a little surprised there, Versha said in a voice mixed with anger and ridicule. Indeed, it's not easy, Li Xin muttered. That's it for your showing off, said Versha. However, Versha did not ignore the uneasiness that he was feeling. Sometimes one's intuition was more accurate than the objective judgment. Therefore, he was determined to launch his best possible attack immediately at Li Xin. There's nothing else that I can do, even if he may die in the process. Although it was best to capture Li Xin alive, Versha believed that if he tried to limit his output now, there might be no solution in the end. Die. Versha shouted at Li Xin. A sinister white aura shot from Versha's sword toward Li Xin. Then a massive vibration spread throughout the headquarters. Ba 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 bam! A fierce explosion resounded, and all the mana suppression and equipment in the headquarters became non-functional. Huh? What's going on? Versha seemed confused and looked to the side. When he took a close look, one side of the wall was crumbling into pieces. What the hell is happening right now? Versha shouted in panic. There was an artillery attack from the outside. What do you mean? How can the wall collapse when we have a mana barrier? Versha could not understand. Well, that's because all the Hextech devices just stopped working instantly. What did you just say? Versha could not believe what was going on. On the other hand, Genia rushed to Li Xin, worried that he might have been hit by Versha's attack. However, Li Xin was unharmed. That was because the mana suppression was released right before the aura struck him. How did you manage to stop it? Genia looked at Li Xin with her eyes wide open. Genia knew that it was difficult to block Versha's aura through conventional means, let alone when the mana suppression was lifted when the aura was right in front of Li Xin's face. She thought unleashing mana to block the attack in that split second was almost impossible. Just well, Li Xin replied. Sorry. Genia asked again. Li Xin responded to Genia quickly and approached Versha. You seem unfit to be the leader of the defense force, said Li Xin, looking at Versha. Crack. Gritting his teeth, Versha tried to maintain his composure and stood eye to eye with Li Xin. Do you think you've won? Versha asked Li Xin. Although he was not sure what Li Xin just did, there was still a way to capture Li Xin. If the entire defense force were to join forces, they could nab a single individual. Swoosh! Suddenly, a grey bullet shot through Versha's shoulder. At novel bin at. Ko. Versha groaned in pain. Startled by a sudden premonition of danger, Versha had managed to turn his body at the right timing, causing the bullet to pierce through only his shoulder. It's a sniper. Mr. Versha has been hit. Defend him and get the sniper immediately. Stop. Genia shouted loudly. Genia then picked up the sword she had dropped on the ground earlier. At the same time, the other elves under her also armed themselves. Then, the next moment, their weapons were not aimed at outside enemies, but at the elves within the same space. You have violated the regulations of the defense force, said Genia, looking at Versha. Genia then approached Versha, who had fallen and pointed her sword at his throat. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you, Genia? Versha shouted at Genia. Shut up. Genia shouted back. Swoosh, thump. Without giving others a chance to react, Genia swung her sword, slashing one of Versha's arms. Versha tried to evade her attack, but the grey bullet that struck him earlier and Li Xin's psychokinesis did not allow him to move. He had no choice and could only watch helplessly as he lost an arm. Krya. Versha shouted in pain. He quickly grabbed his severed right arm with his left hand. Then, his bloodshot eyes glared at Genia, but she did not even flinch. Versha had violated the regulations of the defense force and tarnished its honor. As the interrogator of the defense force, I hereby strip you of all your authority, said Genia with a determined voice. Genia held the position of an interrogator. Although she only had authority over those below the rank of officer, when she was at the scene of unmistakable crimes like this, she had the power to administer punishment as an interrogator. To be honest, as a power that mostly applied to elves below officer rank, it was not something Versha and his faction had to worry about, which was why Versha allowed her to wield such authority. However, when faced with this situation, there was no justification or countermeasure left for Versha. If the target of punishment was someone else, he might have found a way to escape, but since the target was Versha himself, there was no way out. From now on, anyone who picks up their weapon will be considered a traitor, said Genia. Her cold voice reverberated through the room. Capture all those who have joined forces with Versha and search for the sniper who attacked this place. They must be a highly skilled individual capable of landing a fatal blow on Versha, so take into account the high probability of them being a top ranker and act accordingly. Yes ma'am. At Genia's command, the elves moved swiftly. The officers glanced at each other, but eventually complied with the elves. They had no excuse. Don't even think about playing tricks on me, you understand. Li Xin threatened them by activating his mana. The officers did not think of going against Li Xin at this point because they had other excuses up their sleeves, and Versha had been disarmed already. Things will be noisy for a while. Since this great commotion occurred in the middle of Island 1, it was clear that Lardal Archipelago would undoubtedly be in chaos for a while. Laron, who had escaped from the elves of the defense force, hid in the basement of Island 43. Since the elves' pursuit was not as intense as Laron expected, it was not difficult for him to escape from them. Besides Laron, Vian Steiger was also in the basement of Island 43. He had decided to come join Li Xin at his proposal. Bring me the equipment, Vian Steiger said to Laron. As soon as Laron returned from the ambush, Vian Steiger received the equipment and checked for any malfunctions or damage. How was it? Vian asked. It was just as I expected, Laron replied. Vian nodded. You made sure to check the range of motion, the duration of mana suppression, and the time it took to activate the pulse for the Bion mana pulse cannon, right? Vian asked. Yes, I did, Laron replied. Hey, shouldn't you be checking if someone is feeling alright if he'd just returned from attacking the defense force? Sverno spoke up, seeing Vian only focused on checking the equipment. Who cares? It's not even that big of a mission, Vian grumbled. When Svrno heard this response, it made him smile because although Vian phrased it that way, Vian stayed up all night fixing Laurent's equipment before it was deployed in the operation. Besides, even after Laurent left to attack the defense force, Svrno could tell that Vian was worried about the malfunctions that might arise. Although it had only been a few days since they had met, Svrno quickly understood his personality. Thanks to you, I'm able to return safely, Laurent thanked Svrno, as he returned the protective barrier that Svrno had given him. When Vian had supported Laurent with offensive equipment for the attack on the defense force, Svrno had provided him with defensive equipment to ensure his easy escape. Well, I don't think you even needed to use this, Svrno muttered. Still, there is a clear difference between having it and not having it, Laurent replied. You can keep it, because I don't need it anyway, said Svrno, giving it back to Laurent. But Laurent hesitated to receive it from him. It's fine. Who will be able to attack me here? Svrno said, trying to make Laurent feel better. When Svrno said that, Laurent looked up and around his surroundings. On one side, a goblin and a skeleton mage were conducting research. Hey, look over here. This is something that draws in energy from different dimensions, said the assistant, who was a goblin. If we don't make the magic engraving precisely, it will cause a problem, replied the skeleton mage. Yes, you're right, replied the goblin assistant. Hey you skeleton, what difference does it make if you train 100 times a day? The clone of the leader of the Platinum Group mocked Worry. Man, you really know nothing about chivalry. Don't try to mess with me here. You're just a clone, Worry replied. Ha, do you think you can defeat a clone though? The leader of the Platinum Group laughed at Worry. We never know, we'll have to fight to see. I won't let my master down, Worry glared at the leader. The leader of the Platinum Group and the skeleton warrior, who was summoned by Li Xin, guarded the place while exchanging sword strikes. Were they called Mei and Worry? They both did not seem like ordinary skeletons, since they emitted an unusual aura that made them seem more powerful. However, among Li Xin's subordinates, the most impressive one was definitely the vampire. Step aside, you imbeciles, Lillian said with a cold voice. Lillian had violet hair and her bright red eyes were shining like gems. Besides, her fair skin and captivating voice enchanted men. Why yeah, of course. I'll step aside, the leader of the Platinum Group stuttered and stepped back at Lillian's words. You're such a loser in front of women. Well, it can't be helped if you are just like your original, Worry mocked the leader with a smirk. Shut up, the leader shouted at Worry. The next moment, Lillian approached Laurent. Hey, you, said Lillian. Laurent tensed up as he looked at Lillian, who was standing in front of him. He could not even understand why he was getting nervous. If my master got hurt, I'll make you pay the price, you understand. Lillian threatened Laurent. Don't worry. Your master is perfectly fine, Laurent replied. Humph, I know that it's very unlikely that you alone can cause my master any harm, but I said it just in case, said Lillian in a cold voice. Okay, Laurent replied. Lillian walked past him and went outside and Laurent gulped. We will first need to properly establish the defense system here. Shit, have you been staying here just relying on this kind of defense mechanism? Vian shouted. Well, this level of defense system should be enough, Svrno replied. Darn it, if that guy decides to attack, we're all dead, Vian shouted. Then he will also die, Svrno replied. You should have made it so that it's impossible for anyone to even think of intruding in the first place. Vian shouted at Svrno. So, did you, Mr. Vian, fail because you were caught by Li Xin as well? Svrno asked Vian. Hey, that guy is an exception. Vian was stunned by Svrno's words, and his face turned pale instantly. Seeing that, Laurent shook his head and headed upstairs. Oh, is that you Mr. Laurent? You're Mr. Laurent, right. Dr. Song recognized Laurent. You're Dr. Song, right. Laurent also recognized Dr. Song. Yes, that's me. I heard the rumors that you destroyed the headquarters of the defense force recently. Ha ha ha, I never thought there would be such a heroic person like you. Dr. Song praised Laurent. Well, yeah, thanks. I'll get going, Laurent said. Okay, see you next time, Dr. Song replied. Laurent, who had a hard time dealing with Song Soder's outgoing personality, quietly left the scene, trying not to attract attention from anyone else. As he stepped outside, he could see many humans bustling about. There were Zaytans, Germayans, Yellow Crescentians, and more. They seemed ordinary at first glance, but they were all talented people. Occasionally, Laurent spotted individuals who seemed to be low rankers. That was possible because they had seized the entire organization on Island 43. How impressive, Laurent muttered. Then, he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Pizzicato. As he lit the cigarette, the smoke dispersed into the air, revealing the image of Li Xin behind it. Since Li Xin had arrived on the 50th floor, the community had never been quiet for a day. There was always a new post, and comments flooded in like crazy. Asterisk breaking news? The truth behind the attack on the headquarters of the defense force. Who was the madman behind this act? Don't make it sound like the entire headquarters was blown up. Who cares whether the whole building exploded or just one side of it exploded? The important thing here is that someone attacked the headquarters of the defense force. That guy should be dead by now, right? I bet Versha would not have stayed silent about this. But why did that happen to the headquarters all of a sudden? It was fine even when it was hit by cannons. So how did it suddenly end up like that? Maybe it was done by a top ranker? Could be, who knows? I feel like an official announcement will be posted soon. Asterisk I witnessed it myself. There was a confrontation between Versha and Genya inside. There we go again. Why are there so many idiots trying to take advantage of such a situation? LOL, that's so true. Hey, I'm the author of the post. I promise you. Well, I couldn't see it clearly because I was standing far away, but I'm telling the truth. Excuse me, but could you not talk so recklessly just because you're anonymous? Remember that you're still in a tower, alright? Versha and Genya were originally at odds, didn't you guys know that? Oh, for real? They were at each other's throat? Why do we have so many clueless people here? Didn't you guys know that? I saw the confrontation too. They were fighting each other. Same? I saw it too. I saw Versha's arm getting chopped off. LOL. Ugh, this place is full of fabrications and provocations. Ah, damn it. I should have recorded the scene. Someone please upload it here. Amidst the blazing discussions in the community, one post popped up. Asterisk breaking news. The truth behind the attack on the headquarters of the Defense Force. Video. In that post, there was a video of Versha inviting Li Xin into the officers' conference room. Well, is this a ceremony of some kind? It was clear to anyone watching that Versha and other officers were pressuring Li Xin in the video. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? What nonsense? We would never do that to you. I heard Genya's proposal. Afterward, Genya approached Li Xin as the representative of the Defense Force to make a proposal and Li Xin accepted it. Well, there's nothing more I want to say. It's exactly as I said before. I like Genya and that is why I accepted her proposal. In this video, Li Xin was uttering words that were shocking to people. The video also included shots of Genya blushing and being unable to lift up her head. They clearly appeared to have feelings for each other. At that moment, an officer elf began to refute Li Xin's words angrily. Are you insulting my love? Li Xin expressed his anger toward him. People who watched the video started hurling insults at Versha's faction. Asterisk it was already shocking enough that Li Xin likes Genya, but the response of those bastards is even more shocking. Those damn idiots? I know right? Who do they think they are? It seems the problem is that Li Xin accepted the proposal. That's why they are getting mad at him, pretending not to believe it and saying all sorts of random things. What the hell? They made the proposal first, so why are they acting like this all of a sudden? But what's going on really? Why are they behaving like that again? In the video, an officer in Versha's faction attacked Li Xin without warning, and Li Xin collapsed because of that. When Li Xin began to cough up blood, Genya rushed to support him and confronted Versha with anger. It was unmistakably a scene of lovers. I never knew that the Defense Force was an organization that intimidates challengers with violence. Adat novel bin adat. Li Xin's words made them panic even more, because the reputation of the Defense Force had been completely ruined. Asterisk so the Defense Force turned out to be a den of scums? From today on, I won't listen to the Defense Force anymore. Same here. How dare those scums try to impose discipline when they are acting that way? Were they always doing these kinds of things behind our backs all this time? The public sentiment toward the Defense Force plummeted rapidly. Grab Li Xin, everyone. Versha's words added fuel to the fire, fortifying the sentiment. Mr. Versha, be quiet, Genya. If you try to help Li Xin here, you will become a traitor to the Defense Force from this moment. What are you talking about? What crime did Li Xin even do? Don't forget that your followers are in my hands. Are you using that as a threat? Are you saying that you're going to take fellow white elves hostage? Just like that, Versha blatantly revealed his wickedness in front of everyone. He had tried to kill Li Xin, resorting even to taking the fellow white elves, who were part of the same Defense Force, hostage. Unable to do anything else, Genya reluctantly put down her sword, and Li Xin comforted her. I am sorry. Seeing Genya apologize to Li Xin, several viewers sobbed. It was heartbreaking to see Genya forced to abandon her lover, and the kindness of Li Xin to be understanding toward her decision. In the video, the obvious villain was Versha. The next moment, Versha lifted up his sword. It was the start of your downfall from the moment you entered this place, Li Xin. At this point, people began to root for Li Xin to overcome this situation and escape from Versha. They did not know the details, but what was absolute law and justice in Lardal Archipelago had turned into evil and hostility in an instant. The next moment, the mana-suppressing device was activated, and Versha unleashed a sword aura toward Li Xin. However, just before the attack landed on Li Xin, the video ended. Asterisk what the hell? What's coming up next? Why did the video end so abruptly? What the hell? Are they cutting it here? Oh my god, are they kidding me right now? Not even K-dramas would end an episode like this? Release the next video right now? Ugh, you annoying ones. I won't be able to sleep tonight like this. Don't try to mess with me like that. I'm going to head to the headquarters of the Defense Force right now. Asterisk if Mr. Li Xin died like this, I will start a coup d'etat. I'm recruiting members to start a coup d'etat together. Who's down? Me. I'll kill that bastard, Versha. How are you going to kill him? I'll kill him no matter what. I don't think you'll even be able to go near Versha. You'll probably be beaten up by the White Elf officers and get chased away. But is it true that Li Xin died like this? No way. He's Li Xin? Well, how is he supposed to survive in that situation? True that. Didn't you guys see that ruthless sword aura? It reached right in front of Li Xin. I know. Besides, how can Li Xin block it if he can't even use his mana? I feel like Li Xin would be at least brain dead. If he's alive, I'll give away all my points. That's how certain I am about his death. No, please, be alive. You have points to waste? Then just give them to me? After the incident, the collapsed walls of the headquarters of the Defense Force were covered with temporary barriers, hiding the inside from view. Since the members of the Defense Force were thoroughly blocking the entrance, no one could enter. Reveal the internal situation of the Defense Force. What happened to Li Xin? Tell us quickly. Come out, Versha. Give back Li Xin and Genya. After the video was released, hundreds of challengers gathered in front of the headquarters of the Defense Force. Although not all of them were supporters of Li Xin and Genya, there were quite a few who wanted to free them. The video had such an impact on them that even those who did not like Li Xin or Genya much had a change of heart. The reputation of the Defense Force has hit rock bottom, Genya spoke in a melancholic voice, looking outside from within the headquarters. A fallen reputation can be restored, Li Xin, who was sitting in a chair and reviewing documents, replied. But are you really okay? Genya asked Li Xin with a worried voice. What do you mean? Li Xin asked back. Well, you know what I mean. Genya blushed. Genya seemed embarrassed. You said that, you like me, Genya added on in a quiet, shy voice. Oh that. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that, Li Xin replied nonchalantly. Huh? Sorry. Genya seemed disappointed at Li Xin's response. We were just pretending it anyway, right? So don't think about that anymore, Li Xin replied with a cold voice. Annoyed by his indifferent response, Genya turned toward the door to leave. But Ms. Genya, Li Xin called out. Li Xin's sudden call made Genya pause. Yes, Genya replied. It seems like the case of using the seed of Ardalgia is missing from these documents, Li Xin said. Oh, I see. I'll make sure to bring that up. That's all you want to say, right? Genya asked once again. Yes. Perplexed by her cold tone, Li Xin replied with his head tilted to one side in curiosity. Okay then. I'll see you when the work is done, Genya replied. Her tone of voice had become very professional in an instant. Li Xin's confusion ended there as well. He carefully read through the information about the seed of Ardalgia, not missing a single detail. Indeed. This is definitely related to dimensional energy, Li Xin muttered. When Sayer connected the dimension in the past, he probably did not use the seed of Ardalgia. He must have found something similar, but Li Xin had obtained the seed of Ardalgia. Well, I believe all that's left is to cross over to Earth now, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin thought that the connection of the dimension gate would not take long, because he had already finished making sufficient preparations in advance. As soon as the connection is established, I'll return to my homeland, Earth. Li Xin felt his heart pounding at the thought of finally being able to return to his homeland after a long time. On December 15th, the World Auction, organized by the World Challenger Association, WCA, finally opened its doors. This time, the auction took place in Nanning, China, and thousands of challengers had already gathered there. The auction would run from the 15th to the 21st, spanning a whole week, and would feature tens of thousands of items, in particular, the key items selected by WCA on its last day. The auction venue consisted of 3 halls which were organized based on the value of the items. Among them, the place where most of the general public and challengers gathered was the 3rd auction hall. This was where the first auction began. Wow, I can't believe the world changed so much while I was away these 4 years. Baek Hyun had a bewildered expression as he looked around at the most modern and advanced facilities of WA. Hey, Appa, take a look at this. Park Hae-won called Baek Hyun. Huh? What is it? Baek Hyun turned to look at her. Park Hae-won stood next to Baek Hyun and held up her phone. Wind, Park Hae-won said. As she flicked her index and middle fingers, a gust of wind blew through, causing their hair to flutter. Oh, I took a picture at the right moment. We look quite nice here, actually. Park Hae-won seemed excited. What are you doing? Are you trying to post on Instagram or something? Baek Hyun laughed at her. Ugh, I'm getting lazy these days. But my fans are always waiting for me to upload something, so yeah, Park Hae-won muttered. In the 2 weeks since her return to Earth, Park Hae-won had skyrocketed to stardom, surpassing 5 million followers on her social media account. So why would you do such a thing in the first place? Baek Hyun shook his head as if he could not understand her. Even so, my fans really love and support me, so I want to give back. It's not like I'm good at communicating, but even just by posting a single picture, they show so much love, Park Hae-won explained. She used Instagram as a way to express her gratitude to her fans. Besides, it was the only thing she could do for them. Don't you also have a lot of fans? Park Hae-won asked Baek Hyun. Well, yeah that's true, but why do they like me anyway? There are so many people who are better looking than me, Baek Hyun replied. Ugh, just be thankful, idiot. Park Hae-won rolled her eyes at him. Hey, watch your mouth. Your fans might find out about your rough way of talking, Baek Hyun laughed at her. Adat novel bin adat. I'll watch out, lol, Park Hae-won replied. At that moment, familiar-looking people approached the two of them. Hyung, Nuna. Shin Ha-neul greeted them happily, waving his arms enthusiastically. Hey, isn't this place amazing? Kang Ji-hoon, who was standing next to Shin Ha-neul, playfully poked Baek Hyun in the arm with an excited look. He is already getting too excited though we haven't even started going through the items yet, Shin Ha-neul said. Also, Nuna, I saw your post on Instagram. You just posted, right? Huh? Did you see it already? I literally just posted it. Park Hae-won smiled. Shin Ha-nul showed them his phone screen. I'm following you, remember, Shin Ha-nul said to Park Hae-won. Oh, really? Park Hae-won replied. Yeah, so can you follow me back please? Shin Ha-nul shyly asked Park Hae-won, and she agreed with a smile. Wow, thank you so much, Nuna. Shin Ha-nul seemed excited. Haha, a thing to be grateful for, Park Hae-won muttered. To Shin Ha-nul, whose follower count was only at 80,000, getting a follow back from Park Hae-won felt like a drink in the desert. He had been wanting to increase his followers more than anyone else. Wait, what's your username again? As Park Hae-won searched for Shin Ha-nul's username to follow him, challengers from the United States spotted the Korean challengers and approached them. Heya. A muscular bald man in tight-fitting clothes named Ethan greeted them, along with other American challengers. Huh? Who's that? Is that Ethan? Park Hae-won looked at the man. Oh my, Hae-won. You know I can't speak English. Same. I'm not good at it either. What about you, Ha-nul? Hyung, you know me. Do you think I'll know how to speak English? Communication was natural in the tower, but it was different on Earth. As Ethan approached them, everyone froze in an instant. I haven't seen you for a long time. Friends, Ethan greeted them. Hi. I am. You guys can't speak English. Ethan chuckled and spoke fluent Korean. Huh? Ethan, you know how to speak Korean too. Hey, isn't it a must to know a second or third language these days? Besides, Korean is one of the popular ones, Ethan replied. Whoa, I almost had an anxiety attack because of the English. What funny kiddos, Ethan laughed. Where did you learn that way of speaking? I learned it from a novel. How is it? Not that bad, right? Ethan seemed proud of his Korean skills. Well, I guess the people I meet in the tower speak like that too, so, Park Hae-won muttered. Park Hae-won greeted the Americans who came along with Ethan. Hae-won, I'm your fan. Me too. Can you give me your autograph? Yeah, I want one too. Park Hae-won had an unusually large number of male fans, and some of Ethan's colleagues were among them. Tisk tisk. These guys, they only like pretty girls. Baek Hyun shook his head in frustration. Well, Park Hae-won is indeed very pretty, Ethan said, as he looked at Park Hae-won, who was diligently signing autographs for her fans. Huh? Did you just say Hae-won Nuna is pretty? Shin Ha-nul said with a smirk, looking at Ethan. Huh? I mean, Ethan seemed to panic. Oh, I see. So you just said another girl was pretty when you have Tashi? Kang Ji-hoon took out a notepad and started scribbling something as if noting down a hit. Ethan said Hae-won was very pretty. Hey, stop it. Stop it already. What nonsense. Ethan, flustered, tried to snatch Kang Ji-hoon's notepad but failed. Hihi, I should tell Tashi Nuna about this, Shin Ha-nul joked. Ethan was looking at Hae-won drooling. Kang Ji-hoon's notepad was filled with increasingly exaggerated facts. Well, what is it that you want? Ethan's neatly organized hair became damp with sweat. I feel like I'm a little thirsty. Shin Ha-nul muttered. A single coffee here costs over 10,000 won. Don't you think it's too expensive here, Ha-nul? Kang Ji-hoon added. That's right. It's too expensive for me to buy. Shin Ha-nul muttered, looking at Ethan. I'll buy it for you guys. Come on, let's go right now, said Ethan. What about your colleagues over there? When Shin Ha-nul looked to the side, Park Hae-won seemed busy taking pictures with the male fans surrounding her. Just leave them. They'll come on their own, Ethan said and put his arms around both of them and led them away. Oh, wait a second, I didn't get a chance to give her my username for her to follow me back on Instagram yet. Shin Ha-nul shouted, but it was too late. Ethan, Shin Ha-nul, and Kang Ji-hoon went inside first, and Park Hae-won seemed occupied with her fans. Baek Hyun, who was left behind, looked flustered and hurriedly followed Ethan. Hey, wait up. Baek Hyun shouted to get their attention. As a huge crowd gathered at the headquarters of the Defense Force in Island 1, Jenia's official announcement continued. Hello, this is your new leader of the Defense Force, Jenia. Jenia introduced herself in front of many others with a new title. It was Jenia, not Versha, who became the leader of the Defense Force. Challengers began to buzz with excitement when they heard her announcement. We have purged the corrupt elements within the Defense Force. Versha, who committed corruption, has been imprisoned in an underground cell, and the Defense Force will undergo a reorganization, said Jenia. It was a shocking story for everyone. While many people had wished ill upon Versha and hoped that Jenia would rise, when it actually happened, it was still surprising to them. In the video, Versha had gone to the extent of almost killing Li Shin. While Li Shin had been rendered powerless, Versha's sword aura was about to tear him apart. Yet, the question remained as to how Jenia managed to turn the situation around. Li Shin is alive. Besides, he made significant contributions in removing the corrupt elements within the Defense Force. From now on, Li Shin will work as an ally of the Defense Force, and the Defense Force will form an alliance with him, Jenia continued on. It was pretty frequent for top rankers to form an alliance with the Defense Force. Of course, since challengers led such independent lives, most of them were unavailable when they were actually needed. However, even retaining a nominal association was a great benefit for the Defense Force. Therefore, the challengers simply accepted the news about the alliance between Li Shin and the Defense Force without much commotion. Afterward, Jenia explained the direction the Defense Force would take in the near future and the events that had occurred so far. The Defense Force planned to designate new defense zones from Island 31 to Island 43, cover the 4th District, and deploy additional defense mechanisms accordingly. These two were Li Xin's proposals. The reason Versha did not expand the defense zones further previously was primarily due to a lack of manpower. However, Li Xin was planning on covering that with Vian's abilities, more specifically, using AI Titan. Li Xin handed over the method of its production to Vian. With that, he would be able to create proper machines. Moreover, Li Xin also planned to plant the seed of Ardalgia in the 4 districts according to the defense strategy, inevitably expanding the scope of the elves' activities. And lastly, Genia's announcement was not very long. She seemed slightly nervous to bring up the final point. Li Xin and I are not in a romantic relationship. Romantic feelings are not important to the leader of the defense force. So, please don't misunderstand. That's all. Thanks. Genia finished her speech and stepped down from the platform. The community was flooded with discussions about her final remark. Asterisk so Li Xin and Genia are not dating? Asterisk I feel like Li Xin was dumped by Genia. Asterisk wow, and he still decided to help the defense force after getting dumped? He's truly amazing. Numerous posts and comments poured in. Among them, there seemed to be a lot of sympathy for Li Xin. Rumors abound as female challengers began to fall for this unexpected side of his character, the pure-hearted guy. Li Xin, who had been briefly observing the reactions of the challengers in the community, became frustrated with the strange comments flooding in and signed out. Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. There were many important things that had been said in the announcement, but he was annoyed by the attention being drawn to strange things. At that moment, Genia, who had finished her speech, approached him. Let's get going, said Genia. Okay, Li Xin replied. The two descended into the underground of the defense force. It was where the seed of Ardalgia was stored. You cannot enter this place without the permission of the defense force leader, said Genia. Genia had the emblem that she had taken from Versha. Only those the emblem acknowledged could become the defense force leader. That emblem had acknowledged Genia, and the next moment, the mark of the defense force was engraved on her arm. So, is this the seed? Li Xin muttered. There were 4 seeds inside a bean sack that looked like a kidney bean. We are going to plant these seeds in the 4 defense zones, said Genia. I hope we can plant one on Island 43 as well, Li Xin suggested. Of course, Genia replied. The giant tree, Ardalgia, was rooted in Island 1. Even if these seeds of Ardalgia sprouted, they would not grow into a massive tree like the Ardalgia. However, it would grow into a tree just larger than an ordinary tree and expand the scope of defense by linking with the Ardalgia and its blessing. The reason why the White Elves on Lardal Archipelago could use their power was due to the Ardalgia blessing. Therefore, planting these seeds in the 4 zones and expanding the scope of the blessing would enable them to defend more islands. And as the power of that blessing grows stronger, more White Elves will be born. Their power will also increase, Genia explained to Li Xin. But it will be quite challenging during the transition period, Li Xin replied. Yes, I'm aware. And I am prepared for that, Genia said. Li Xin smiled at her confidence. In the future, Genia might change like Versha, but if that happened, wouldn't another tide push her out? Li Xin did not need to worry about it at the moment. Since the defense force had been restructured smoothly, that was enough for Li Xin for now. We should go and plant them right away, Li Xin said with determination. Don't you think we are rushing a bit? Genia asked. Genia still did not know what Li Xin was planning. She did not know that Li Xin wanted to connect the dimension gate using the power of the Ardalgia. In theory, connecting the dimension gate would not have a significant impact on the seed's germination, but there was always an unknown risk. If that happened, how would Genia react? Perhaps she might turn her back on Li Xin. Sorry, I don't have much time, Li Xin replied. Then let's go together, Genia suggested. But things aren't settled here yet, so that's not possible. Please don't leave this place for a while, Li Xin said. After seeing Li Xin's firm attitude, Genia bit her lips and nodded. All right, I get it. But promise me you will come back to the defense force, said Genia. I will, Li Xin said. The next moment, Genia took out a seed and handed it to Li Xin. Do you trust me? I could run away with this, Li Xin said, looking at Genia. Then it would be my misjudgment. I already know that you have plans on Island 43. I suppose you need this seed for something, right? Genia asked. As those unexpected words came out of her mouth, Li Xin looked at her with surprise. Yes, that's correct, Li Xin replied. This entire matter would have been impossible without you, Mr. Li Xin. I don't think you would do that, but even if you were to run away with it, I won't resent you, said Genia. Then, the next moment, she smiled sweetly and extended her hand to Li Xin. You won't run away, right? Genia asked. I won't run away, Li Xin replied and shook her hand with a smile. Sverno, who received the seed of Ardalgia, observed it with a face full of curiosity. Vian, too, looked closely at the seed with fascination and seemed amazed when he sensed the power emanating from the seed. This is truly amazing. Is this the seed that came from the tree on Island 1? Sverno muttered. If we want to investigate it in detail, even a few years would not be enough. We should probably plant it quickly and make it sprout, Vian muttered. In response to Sverno's words, Li Xin started planting the seed. Those around them watched the process anxiously. Hey, what are you all staring at? Go back to your work. There are things to do. As soon as the tree grows, we need to prepare to connect the dimension gate. Get ready, everyone. Li Xin watched as they busied themselves, trying to calm his excited heart. The time to return to Earth had finally come. The researchers were busy with their work, and Li Xin simply watched. Vian tirelessly installed and maintained equipment, while Sverno, wearing the glasses that Vian had made for him, zealously scribbled things down. How much longer do you think it will take to grow? Li Xin asked Sverno. It had already been 4 days since they planted the seed of Ardalgia. However, the trees that they had thought would grow quickly were still showing no signs of growth. Well, it's definitely clear that energy is gathering around the tree. If we measure the flow of mana, we can see that the currents from the Ardalgia in Island 1 are gradually getting connected with the currents here, Sverno explained as he looked at the data. The next moment, Sverno showed Li Xin the measuring device that Vian had made for him and explained the graph on the device display. The speed is increasing though, so I think when we reach a certain point, there will be explosive growth. Sverno rubbed his chin with a puzzled expression. But, you see, it's still difficult to pinpoint the exact point right now. Based on the case study that I read on the growth of the seed of Ardalgia, it clearly sprouted quickly in District 3, Li Xin said. Well, it could be due to 2 reasons. First, it may be because Ardalgia is located closer to District 3, Sverno explained. So you're suggesting that closer proximity has a greater impact? Li Xin asked. Yes, that's what I think. And the second reason is that the seed was divided into 4 parts, Sverno continued. Li Xin shook his head. Huh? What do you mean by that? He asked Sverno with a confused look. The main Ardalgia and the small Ardalgias that grew from it are known to be interconnected. It's probably the same for the seeds. The seeds seem to sprout faster when all 4 seeds are planted together, Sverno explained. Li Xin seemed worried because, at the moment, he could not plant the other seeds. Besides, considering the lack of manpower and organization, he was aware that it would be a real disaster if they did things hastily and the seeds were damaged in the process. Well, is there any way we can accelerate the process of germination? Li Xin asked. No, I don't think so, Sverno replied with a depressed voice. There were less than 10 days left until the dimension gate closed. Li Xin wondered if the seed would grow into a tree by then. He had to consider the worst-case scenario. Adat novel bin adat. Well, then are all the other preparations complete? Li Xin asked. We're in the final stages. The Mountain Vital Force, or MVF, that you brought, Mr. Li Xin, complements the Burt Gang a lot better than I anticipated. So it turns out that the amplification of the instantaneous power is several times. Sverno was talking about the progress when an alarm started to ring suddenly. Beep 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 beep. Startled by the sound, Sverno looked toward the stairs, and saw that Song Soder was hurriedly coming down. Mr. Sverno. Song Soder shouted in an excited voice. What's wrong? Sverno was nervous to hear Song Soder's response. The seed has started to sprout. Song Soder shouted again. At his words, Li Xin's and Sverno's eyes opened wide in surprise and hurriedly went up. When they arrived, Vian and others were already looking at the seed. Contact Genya, Li Xin said as soon as he saw the seed. Yes sir. At Li Xin's command, one of the members of the Platinum Group rushed out to inform Genya. Li Xin thought that it would be better for Genya to watch this scene with them, if she had the time, since she was the leader of the defense force now. It's moving. The ground began to tremble. After urgently pushing aside the machinery around them, everyone went closer and watched the scene. Soon, mysterious-looking leaves and stems which were colored in a blend of green and white, sprouted. Just as we thought, the energy is amplifying rapidly, Vian muttered, observing the sprouts with a detector. I think I should go down and check it out, Sverno said to Li Xin and went back down underground. Dr. Song, how are we doing with the preparations? Sverno asked. Everything is ready now, Song Soder replied. A large device had been set up in the basement. It had a cylindrical glass cover under which was the Burt Gang. How about we try to instantaneously amplify the Burt Gang's power to open the dimension using the MVF? Sverno asked. I don't think that will be enough. In the current state, it's difficult to open the dimension. If we're willing to take the risk of overloading the MVF, we could try to amplify it, but I don't think we want that, Song Soder replied. What is the speed of growth of the Ardalgia? Sverno asked. Just a moment, please. I'll take a look at that, Song Soder replied. Song Soder's and the researchers' eyes darted to and fro across a large screen as numbers and letters appeared, and they scrolled up quickly. Then, their eyes finally landed on a single spot, and a satisfied smile appeared across their faces. I think it will be today. It seems like it will become a perfect small tree by tonight, said Song Soder. Phew. Sverno sighed. Sverno's sigh revealed his complex emotions. Finally, by the end of today, the results of this dreadful project will show up, Sverno muttered. Sverno thought that the past few months spent with Li Xin were more challenging and exhausting than the years he had lived under Sayre's captivity. Sverno had been tirelessly brainstorming and researching, pouring all his knowledge into this, to the point where it would not be an exaggeration to say that he held more than a 90% stake in this project. Besides, he seemed to have lost quite a bit of hair. However, it was also true that it had been a rewarding and enjoyable journey for Sverno. Through this endeavor, his knowledge and abilities had grown to another level, and he had also forged relationships with good people. Therefore, Sverno had no regrets about following Li Xin into doing this project. I'll have to put in everything I have until tonight, Sverno muttered. The auction was now entering its final stage. Only 2 days remained today and tomorrow. Challengers who received the mission to notify the association once Reverse approached them were puzzled by the lack of any developments, considering the auction was almost over. What could it be? Baek Hyun lay in his bed, lost in thought. Baek Hyun wondered if Reverse had not contacted him because he had been too nervous and consequently behaving conspicuously. A million thoughts crossed his mind, but he could not be sure of the reason. Or maybe, they think my skills are lacking. Now, he felt disappointed that Reverse had not made contact with him, but he quickly shook his head and tried to erase that thought. It was already late at night when the auction ended. There was only one more day remaining tomorrow. Well, it will probably be good for me anyways, Baek Hyun muttered to himself in disappointment. All of a sudden, Baek Hyun felt thirsty and got up from his bed to open the refrigerator door. Baek Hyun was surprised to see a note inside the fridge. Who left this here? He picked up the note and slowly unfolded it. Let's meet at the third auction hall at midnight tonight. We have prepared things that will satisfy you. Baek Hyun could immediately tell that this note was sent by Reverse. He looked around hastily, but no one was there. Besides, he could not feel anyone around. The place he was staying at, Rayard Hotel, was a place that had been allocated to him by the country, and only a few were allowed to stay here during the auction period. Others could not even access it. No way. Baek Hyun immediately contacted the association to confirm if one of the staff members was playing a prank on him, but he was told once again that no one could enter the hotel during the auction period. Gulp. Baek Hyun thought his mouth was dry, so he grabbed his cup to take a drink. However, he stopped and put the cup back down with a stiff expression. I'm thirsty though, Baek Hyun muttered. Biting his lips, he went outside. At that moment, something similar was happening to many others in different places. At a club where rough drum beats and bass echoed loudly, there were people dancing and enjoying themselves without a care in the world. This is the life of adults, kiddos, Ethan said in an inebriated tone as he took Shin Hanul and Kang Ji-hoon to a bar. Man, this place is sick. Shin Hanul shouted. Ugh, I'm already getting tired of this place. Kang Ji-hoon also shouted to get his words across. They had to shout over the loud music to be heard. Wait a second. Aren't you two Korean challengers? Two foreign women who spoke fluent Korean approached Shin Hanul and Kang Ji-hoon. Why yes, that's right. Haha, I'm that Shin Hanul. Shin Hanul introduced himself with pride. Wow, you speak Korean pretty well. Kang Ji-hoon commented. The slightly tired eyes of the two brightened all of a sudden. Oh, that's because I'm very interested in Korea, one of the women replied. Yeah right? Korean challengers are so cool, the other woman also replied. Haha, then, shall we teach you more about Korea? Shin Hanul asked. Really? Wow, that would be awesome. The women seemed excited. Well, I actually know a lot about Korean culture. Kang Ji-hoon replied with pride. The faces of the two were filled with excitement. The women came up to Shin Hanul and Kang Ji-hoon and started clinging to them. Ethan, who had been watching their interactions proudly, grabbed a drink that was handed to him and started chugging it down. As he was chugging it down, he noticed a note on the bar table. Ethan quickly looked up to see who left it there, but he could not tell who had left the note. When he quickly unfolded the note and read the contents, his face stiffened rapidly. Ha, let's get out of here. This place is indeed a paradise. Shin Hanul and Kang Ji-hoon were ready to leave with the women they encountered at the bar, but the two were stopped by Ethan. What are you doing? Hey, get out of the way. We're busy people, so check out other guys, alright. Ethan pushed the women aside and took the two guys with him. Ethan could hear them swearing at him from behind, but he simply ignored their words. What are you doing? Man, you said we could have fun here. Ethan's face was very serious, and the two soon realized that something was off and fell silent too. After taking them to a quiet place, Ethan showed them the note. What is this note? The faces of the two became serious as they read it. Then they hastily looked around. Who gave this to you? I don't know that either. I did not even realize that this note was in front of me for a while. And when I came to my senses, it was just there in front of me, said Ethan. The third auction hall. Are you gonna go there? The three looked at one another. Well, I think I should go. It feels like we're being led to the slaughterhouse. Well, first, let's contact the association. And we should also let our colleagues know about this, said Ethan. At Ethan's words, the two nodded. Ju Hyuk-hyung? Yeah. You received one too, already. Nuna, did you receive a note? Really? You already did. What the hell, Clark? Oh, I was planning on doing that anyway. Did you just tell me not to do stupid things and come back to the accommodation quickly? The next moment, the three looked at one another with blank expressions, then nodded and went their separate ways. As it turned out, challengers from numerous countries, not only Korea and the United States, but also Japan, China, Germany, and the UK had received these notes. They had received the notes almost at the same moment. Therefore, the Challengers Association of each country declared it an emergency, and the challengers of the associations began to secretly gather around the third auction hall. The invited challengers cautiously entered the place, observing what was inside. Night fell, and the challengers of Island 43 gathered together and watched as the seed of Ardalgia germinated and grew into a tree in no time. The tree had grown to dozens of meters in just one day, and it could now be seen from any point on the island. Although it could not compare to the Ardalgia on Island 1, which was hundreds of meters tall, it was still very impressive. I'll start the device. One of the researchers pulled down a lever by force. With a metallic clanking sound, energy gathered, and energy waves began to ripple. Increase the output, and activate the MVF output amplification device, Vian shouted. Confirm the location as well. Location is confirmed, the dimension gate on Island 5 leads to Earth, Svrno replied. Is the output ready? Vian asked. Yes, we have enough, Svrno replied. Man. Svrno, your voice is shaking. Vian shouted. I will begin right now, Svrno replied. Svrno grasped the handle of the Burt Gang. Unlike before, when Li Xin had grabbed it, the Burt Gang did not open a dimensional rift and disappear. It seemed that it acknowledged Svrno as its master, because it only unleashed its true power for masters it recognized. Establish the connection, Svrno shouted. As Svrno shouted, light started emanating from the Burt Gang and soared above him. Wong. Space opened up near the small tree of Ardalgia, and a circular gate rippled into existence. Oh my, it's working, Svrno shouted in excitement. We did it, it's really connected. Dr. Song? Confirm it, does it match with the gate on Island 5? Vian asked. I am checking right now, Song Soder replied nervously. Cold sweat started trickling down his forehead. The sweat dripping down his nose fell, and a smile appeared on his lips. Yes, it matches perfectly. This gate is indeed connected to Earth, Song Soder confirmed. Everyone who was present there seemed as if all their energy had been drained from them, and the next moment, they just sat down. What about the destination? Vian asked. Well, we'll have to go inside to find out, said Svrno. Since this dimension gate was made by only stealing the coordinates of Earth, unlike the dimension gate created on Island 5, it will not transport each challenger to a different country. He stepped out, leaving the Burt Gang inside. This was the ultimate goal. We just need to confirm it one last time. With this dimension gate, challengers from other dimensions could go to Earth. Li Xin, trying to suppress his overwhelming emotions, took a step forward. Mr. Li Xin. Hey, where are you going? Li Xin, we still need to go through the final check. No, I think this is enough, Li Xin replied. Ignoring their words, Li Xin looked at Svrno. Is it certain that this gate will take me to Earth? Li Xin asked. Svrno, looking straight into Li Xin's eyes, understood his intention and nodded. Yes, I am certain, Svrno replied. All right then. From now on, I can manage it, Li Xin said. After saying that, Li Xin stood in front of the dimension gate. Ms. Genia, Li Xin called out. Yes, Genia replied. Genia, who had been watching the scene with Li Xin, responded absent-mindedly. I entrust this place to you while I'm gone, Li Xin said, looking at Genia. All right, I got it. Please take care, Genia replied. Thank you, Li Xin said. Having heard a satisfactory response, Li Xin entered the dimension gate with a big smile. As midnight approached, dozens of challengers made their way into the third auction hall one by one. Outside, members of the World Challenger Association had encircled the hall, ready for whatever lay ahead. Will we be okay? Don't worry. People are waiting outside. Baek Hyun, Park Hye-won, and Kim Kong-chun entered the third auction hall together. For nearly 2 days since the 5th day of the auction, the third auction hall had remained abandoned, with its power turned off. The moonlight seeped in through the windows, casting a dim glow inside. The long corridor was immersed in darkness. They were accustomed to walking in darkness, but the atmosphere made them uneasy for some reason. Is this the place? Challengers began to gather one by one at the central stage where the auction had taken place. Ju Hyuk-hyung. Hey, you're here? Did you hear about them? Don't let your guard down, Park Ju Hyuk replied. Yes, I'll make sure to do that. Park Ju Hyuk had entered this place with his task force team members, including Baek Hyun. A curtain covered the stage, but Ethan, who was with the American challengers, rushed to the stage and removed the curtain. Are you hiding here? Ethan shouted. Ethan forcefully removed the curtain, revealing the stage. Someone stood there wearing a black cloak, a black hat, a black mask, and an eagle-shaped mask. Reveal your identity, Ethan shouted. Ethan almost instantly transformed into a bear and charged toward that person. He swung his thick claws in the air, but the man became translucent and disappeared. Just wait for a second. I will tell you when the time comes. Huh? What was that? Ethan looked around with a puzzled look. What was that? It disappeared. What kind of ability is that? Anxiety gripped the hearts of the challengers who had witnessed the scene. What could they be thinking? Park Ju Hyuk couldn't fathom why Reverse had chosen such a conspicuous way to gather challengers. It seemed pointless, as the WCA would respond quickly, rendering any contact fruitless. Even those who shared Reverse's ideology wouldn't dare reveal their intentions in such a situation. The association told us to go in, saying that if we allowed entry to uninvited guests, Reverse might not reveal themselves. But it seems like Park Ju Hyuk could not get rid of his anxious thoughts. It was difficult for him to read their thoughts. Why did Reverse even kidnap Yumin? And why reveal themselves now after so long? At novel bin at. Ding ding. As midnight struck, a bell resonated, heightening the tension in the room. Nervous gulps echoed as Park Ju Hyuk wondered about Reverse's intentions. Someone walked out from behind the stage. There was a table in front of the man with a square box on it. Nice to meet you all, dear challengers, said the man on the stage. The person's deep voice seemed modulated. The man, wearing the same eagle mask, then took out a sword from the box on the table. Huh. Wait a second. That is Someone shouted, recognizing the sword, "That's the Xianyuan sword." Park Ju-hyuk heard it through the in-ear monitor, and his eyes widened. That man had the Xianyuan sword, an artifact people had desperately searched for in China. Tisk, it's already a disaster. All the noise coming from his earpiece made Park Ju-hyuk frown. The Chinese challengers also seemed on edge, so it could be inferred that the Chinese Association would feel the same way. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to our world, the world of Reverse," said the man wearing the eagle mask, introducing the organization called Reverse. "What nonsense? Stop with this nonsense. Just hand over that sword right now. If you do, then we will kindly go to your world," the Chinese challengers shouted. "It seems like you have misunderstood, so let me clarify," said the man. Although a mask covered the man's mouth, Park Ju-hyuk felt that the man was smiling behind it. "First, this sword does not belong to you, and you will never be able to possess it in your lifetime," said the man. "What did you just say? Who do you think you are?" "Second, this sword will cease to exist after today," said the man. The Xianyuan sword suddenly began to tremble as if it had difficulty enduring pressure. Stop it already. That's enough. You're going to break it." The man in the eagle mask ignored the challengers' words, and the Chinese challengers could not bear it and ran toward it. "Stop it." The sword shattered, leaving behind only shards. An unknown mana began to gather in the center of the stage. "And lastly, my third point. You have no right to refuse my invitation," said the man coldly. As he spoke, black spheres gathered in midair and suddenly expanded. "Everyone, defend yourselves with all your might." Park Ju-hyuk shouted urgently, but the situation had already spiraled out of control. Jian Jae-young and Shin Hyun-woo monitored the situation through Park Ju-hyuk's body cam, growing increasingly restless. They had planned to identify Reverse's headquarters and capture them with the help of the challengers. However, the man's unwavering confidence made them uneasy. They had sealed off several kilometers around the third auction hall with formations, preventing any entry or exit. Except for the unidentified person, the investigation was complete, and no one else was detected. The WCA members were fed up with China, as the Chinese side had promised to launch their attack immediately after the sword fell into the hands of the Reverse group. However, the problem arose afterward. First, the man's firm voice exuded confidence, although his face was concealed. Jian Jae-young sensed trouble brewing. "Ugh, I don't think we have any other option. We'll just enter immediately, just like what the Chinese side said," said Jian Jae-young. Shin Hyun-woo, deputy chairman of the Korean Challengers Association, nodded and relayed the message to the WCA. "We don't have time to seek the consent of others. Let's move right away." Jian Jae-young quickly made a decision. "Baek Kong-woo, Shin Ji-won." The chairman, Jian Jae-young, desperately called out. The two Korean top rankers nodded in response to Jian Jae-young's call and rushed straight to the auction hall. "And lastly, third, you have no right to refuse my invitation." A black hole began materializing in midair as soon as the man finished speaking. Could it be the one who took Cha Yu-min? However, it surpassed Baek Kong-woo's description in both scale and power. Could it be possible that he broke the Xianyuan sword to enhance the power using that as a medium? If this hypothesis was correct, the situation made sense. However, was such a thing really possible? The screen went blank, the camera seemed dead. They also soon lost their audio. "Damn it!" Jian Jae-young shouted. "Other countries have also started to enter," said Shin Hyun-woo after approaching. "I think it's already too late," said Jian Jae-young. "Sorry?" Shin Hyun-woo asked. Jian Jae-young blankly showed him the scene just before the screen had gone dark. "Is this a black hole? Is it possible to have such a powerful ability?" Shin Hyun-woo asked, puzzled. "It must have been possible. Damn it, I should have realized it when that guy arrogantly called out and summoned the challengers." Jian Jae-young gritted his teeth with a frown. Baek Kong-woo and Shin Ji-won entered the room and froze when they witnessed the chaotic scene in the auction hall. Over 100 challengers had all disappeared from inside the auction hall. Even the man with the eagle mask and the shattered Xianyuan sword were all gone. "The guy who took Yu Min-hyung must be behind it all," Baek Kong-woo muttered. "But, is it even possible for all those people to disappear simultaneously?" Shin Ji-won asked with a puzzled look. "Let's try searching for them elsewhere, just in case," Baek Kong-woo suggested. "Okay," Shin Ji-won replied. In a secluded mountainous area, home to only trees, grass, and insects, a circular gate with white, blue, and gray hues tore through space. As the surrounding animals fled in fear, Li Shin emerged. Lost in memories, he took a deep breath and exhaled. "Have I really returned?" Li Shin muttered. It felt surreal. How long had it been since he returned to Earth? Gazing at the blue sky, the scattered white clouds, and the shining sun, he realized that that was undoubtedly Earth. Crackle crackle. Li Shin heard the grass rustling, so he unconsciously released his mana, only to realize the perpetrator was a squirrel holding a nut. I'm sorry." Li Shin let go of the squirrel struggling in midair because of his psychokinesis. Seeing that creature, Li Shin became more certain that this place was Earth. "By the way, where am I right now?" It was difficult to determine the exact location as there were only mountains around. Shadow space. From within, Li Shin summoned a small flying skeleton and took to the sky. As the ground became more distant and he could see more of the area, Li Shin slowly flew around to check the surroundings. By flying around slowly, Li Shin could guess where this place might be. "Am I in China?" If it were China, it would be reassuring for Li Xin because this place was not too far from Korea. Li Xin looked surprised. Li Xin's mana wave detected something flying incredibly fast in the distance. Before long, a fighter jet came into his view. Was there an airbase nearby? Li Xin's expression stiffened, and he adjusted his direction, trying to move away, but the fighter jet approached him rapidly as if it was targeting him. The jet then abruptly fired missiles at him. They should know that I'm a challenger, yet they are choosing to attack me without confirming my identity. If it were in the past when the gate was open, it would be understandable, but trying to shoot him down without warning was unreasonable. If the challenger were a challenger from their own nation, they would not have attacked recklessly. Man, they're causing trouble as soon as I arrive. Normally, Li Xin would have ignored and passed by, but in this situation, he had no choice but to respond. The missiles that flew toward him twisted like snakes as they targeted Li Xin. Shield. He quickly read the missile's trajectory and created a shield to intercept it. The missile exploded on contact. Undeterred, the fighter jet pilot adjusted their position and fired the machine gun. Ba 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 bam, damn, I feel like more of them would join in to attack if I spend too much time here. Li Xin muttered. Stone edge. Dozens of spear-shaped stones rose from the ground and charged toward the fighter jet. Bomb! Beep 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 beep. Startled by the unexpected shower of rocks, the pilot urgently escaped from the fighter jet. Shit, what kind of magic is, the pilot started to panic. As the pilot was flying through the air, he was suddenly subjected to an invisible force. Therefore, his face quickly turned very pale. The place where he was being pulled toward was where he had just confronted the challenger. Upon facing the challenger, the pilot's eyes widened, as if he had seen that face somewhere before. The pilot looked at Li Xin. The guy before him had purple hair, pale white skin, and a cold demeanor. The pilot quickly realized the one before him was the wizard who had caused much commotion on Earth. But I clearly remember people saying that he did not come out of the dimension gate. Still confused, the pilot recalled that a ranker from China named Lei was on his way to provide support. Is he really Li Xin? Damn it! If Lei comes here, he will end up dying for no reason. We need to prevent that from happening. The pilot clenched his teeth before he urgently shouted something. Excuse me, sir, are you Mr. Li Xin? I am from the Air Force. The pilot, floating midair, vigorously tried to explain China was behind him. Unfortunately, communication was impossible because Li Xin did not know how to speak Chinese. The pilot wasn't making a lick of sense to Li Xin. I don't know what he is saying, but I need to meet the person in charge of this place, Li Xin muttered. Li Xin's mana waves detected another flying object. It was likely a challenger since it was improbable that they would send another fighter jet. He felt that he would no longer have to hold back and decided to wait. Soon, Lei was before him. He's not from a dragon tribe. So could he be Dralia? Dralia, a subspecies of dragon tribe, resembled East Asian dragons. They had long serpent-like bodies and short legs. The differential feature was their enormous wings. You are quite bold and reckless to fly around the People's Republic of China without permission, said Lei in Chinese. What is he even saying? Li Xin muttered, failing to understand him. The once blue sky was now filled with dark clouds, and it became even darker. Li Xin had no intention of dragging on this pointless conversation. Thunderbolt. In the meantime, Lei's expression stiffened when he noticed the sky darkening. A tremendous amount of lightning energy was flickering above the clouds. Shit. What's going on here? Ba ba bam. Dozens of thick thunderbolts fell from the sky. Startled, Lei desperately maneuvered the Dralia to avoid getting hit, but it was in vain. Kreia. Lei shouted in shock. Struck by a thunderbolt, the Dralia crashed to the ground helplessly. Lei seemed to have lost his mind after falling and trembled in fear. Lei, are you okay? Answer me, Lei. In the situation room, the people monitoring the situation through Lei's camera could not close their mouths at the shocking scene. Central District Air Base, Wuhan, China. The 52nd Brigade was in chaos due to the appearance of an unknown challenger. What the hell? What is he doing? Who even is that guy? Mao Xiaotian shouted. Waiting for confirmation, sir. How long will that take? Why wasn't that the first thing you did? Follow the DEM protocols, will you? Mao Xiaotian seemed frustrated. Well, based on appearance. What about his appearance? What is it? Just speak clearly. Veins popped out on Mao Xiaotian's forehead as he angrily shouted. Well, I'm not certain, but another challenger has appeared. What is the Air Defense Control Command doing right now? They should shoot that bastard down immediately. Are surface-to-air missiles just for show? Mao Xiaotian shouted again. Surface-to-air missiles are useless, as even Lei failed to do anything. We need ammunition with a special mana-suppressing circuit, but that requires approval from higher UPS. Fuck. This damn situation is already complex enough. Mao Xiaotian shouted again. The recent mass kidnapping of top-ranked challengers from various countries by reverse in China had caused a major headache for the headquarters. The United States, United Kingdom, Germany, Korea, Japan, and others had responded by sending military forces into China. Therefore, the higher UPS in China were very sensitive. The destruction of the Xianyuan sword, which the country's chancellor had desperately sought, had heightened the already tense atmosphere. Mao Xiaotian had to forcibly suppress the urge to crack the necks of those who had mishandled the situation. It has been confirmed. What? Who is he? Who is that bastard? Mao Xiaotian asked. His name is Li Xin? No challenger can control skeletons this well and unleash such bizarre and unimaginable magic skills. Did you say Li Xin? But he never appeared at the Korean dimension. Mao Xiaotian was lost in thought when a thought crossed his mind. Wait a second. Li Xin's origin has always been uncertain. The fact that he had returned to Earth shows that he passed through the dimension gate. But he did not appear at the Korean gate. Mao Xiaotian thought this situation would prove that Li Xin wasn't from Korea. And even if that wasn't true, it could at least be used as a stepping stone to deny it. It was valuable information. The next moment, Mao Xiaotian clenched his lips and looked at the screen. The screen showed dozens of fighter jets flying toward Li Xin. Call them back immediately, now, Mao Xiaotian shouted. Sorry, sir, but if you think the surface-to-air missiles are useless, do you think those fighter jets will stand a chance against Li Xin? Mao Xiaotian shouted. He had a good point. But we need to save Lei. Li Xin won't kill Lei, so call back the fighter jets immediately and request a conversation with Li Xin. Make sure you do it politely, said Mao Xiaotian. Yes, sir. And keep a tight lid on this Li Xin situation. Make sure it does not spread to other countries. You understand? Mao Xiaotian said. Mao Xiaotian hurriedly left the Air Defense Control Command. Then, he picked up his phone and made a call somewhere. Lei looked at Li Xin with trembling eyes from the ground. His Dralia couldn't even use its power against Li Xin before it had crashed. Lei couldn't even feel angry due to the overwhelming difference in strength. You are. Lei spoke in Chinese. I don't understand Chinese, so speak in Korean, Li Xin replied. Oh, yes, sir, Lei spoke in Korean. You can speak Korean. Li Xin seemed surprised. Well, just a little bit, Lei replied. Li Xin finally showed a satisfied smile. Good, listen carefully, Li Xin said. Yes, sir, Lei replied. First of all, where are we at right now? Li Xin asked. We're at Wuhan, sir, Lei replied. Li Xin could finally pinpoint his exact location. If we're in Wuhan, does that mean we're in the central district? Li Xin asked to confirm. Li Xin did not know much about this area. Yes, that's correct, sir, Lei replied. Where is the closest air base? Li Xin asked. Well, I cannot disclose that information, sir, Lei replied. You think I can't find it just because you won't tell me? Li Xin asked. Lei remained speechless. With a stern expression, Li Xin looked at the approaching helicopter. If you don't speak up, I'll make that one crash right now, Li Xin threatened Lei coldly. Lei's face turned pale, and he hesitated. Someone exited the approaching helicopter and came to them. Nice to meet you, sir. I am Lieutenant Wei Shiwen of the Central District Air Base. Are you Li Xin? Wei Shiwen introduced himself to Li Xin in fluent Korean. Yes, that's me, Li Xin replied. It seems our soldier made a mistake. I would like to apologize in his stead. We'll lead the way, so please come with us in the helicopter for now, and Wei Shiwen tried to explain. Well, do you really expect me to forgive you just because you said it was a mistake? Li Xin replied coldly. Sorry. Wei Shiwen gulped at Li Xin's cold voice. He could feel the goosebumps on his arms. But, Mr. Li Xin, you also attacked our fighter jets, and Wei Shiwen tried to justify his actions. As you already know, it was an unavoidable choice for defense. Haven't you already admitted it was a mistake on your side? Li Xin replied coldly with valid points. Yes, that's right, Wei Shiwen replied with a voice lacking confidence. I don't want to engage in meaningless arguments with you. And, first, I would like to go to the Korean Challengers Association, so if you could connect me to them, that would be great, Li Xin said. Wei Shiwen hesitated with a complex expression. Seeing that, Li Xin laughed and summoned a skeleton from his shadow space, believing that talking more would only be a waste of time. Where are you going? Wei Shiwen asked Li Xin with a bewildered expression. I'm going to Korea, Li Xin replied. Li Xin quickly took to the sky and sensed another person flying toward them. He wanted to ignore them and was about to leave. However, he turned his head sharply when he detected their mono wave. He blankly stared in that direction. Soon, a familiar challenger came flying on a large bird. The man's face was hidden behind a fan. Hello, Mr. Li Xin? Long time no see, said a man. The man retracted the fan, revealing a faint smile. It was Zhiyun. I rushed here as soon as I heard the news. Shall we move to a different place to talk? Zhiyun asked Li Xin. Li Xin nodded. With an embarrassed face, Wei Shiwen followed the two, but since Li Xin didn't allow it, he could not hear their conversation. If you come any closer, I will shoot them down. You understand? Li Xin threatened Wei Shiwen and others around him. No one dared to enter the place due to Li Xin's fierce threat. Zhiyun invited him to a small cabin in the mountain range and offered him a cup of tea. This is my hideout, Zhiyun said, showing the place to Li Xin. Did you live here? Li Xin asked. Yes, it's where I used to hang out, Zhiyun replied. It was surprising, as it contrasted with Zhiyun's image of being a noble figure in the city. So, why did you bring me all the way here? Li Xin asked. I brought you here because I wanted to chat with you privately, Mr. Li Xin. I have something to ask, said Zhiyun. What is it? Li Xin asked. At novel bin at. How did you come here without using the dimension gate? Zhiyun asked with a puzzled look. Li Xin thought about it a bit before explaining his project. He decided to let Zhiyun know because the Chinese challenger was a piece of his plan to gather power in the world. I see. Many people make plans, but very few can put them into action like you, Zhiyun said. So, I hope you can help me protect the dimension gate here, Li Xin replied. All right, sir. Then, does that mean I can also return to the tower through that dimension gate? Zhejun asked. Probably, Li Xin replied. Zhejun nodded repeatedly, looking interested. Currently, the Chinese People's Army is planning to turn you into a Chinese challenger, Zhejun said. What did you just say? That's nonsense. Li Xin seemed shocked. Zhejun also let out a bitter laugh, recognizing the futility of trying to make Li Xin a Chinese challenger. Planning such things would be a mere waste of time. You don't need to worry about that, though. I will stop them. I mentioned it to you as a precaution, Zhejun said. Mao Xiaotian seemed to have connections with the deputy chairman of the Challenger Association, but Zhejun had already won over the deputy. Unfortunately, Mao Xiaotian's absurd proposal could sway the high-ranking officials in the central district, so Zhejun had to prevent such nonsense from spreading through the media. Also, if the dimension gate in Wuhan were discovered, these people would be ridiculed. It was not the time to pay attention to such nonsense. Mr. Li Xin, I have another reason for bringing you here, Zhejun said seriously. Reverse has revealed themselves. The WA was held in Nanning, China, and numerous challengers, rankers of the next generation, were all kidnapped by Reverse. Zhejun explained in detail to Li Xin what had happened so far. I also received the invitation to the third auction hall, but I couldn't join the auction as I was busy managing the formation outside at the auction hall. Thanks to that, I did not get sucked into the black hole, Zhejun said. In reality, Zhejun had suspicions about Reverse's intentions, so he had used the formation as an excuse to avoid entering. However, he had not expected things to turn out like this. Many countries joined hands after that and have been able to locate them roughly. They are now mobilizing their forces and challengers to target Reverse, said Zhejun. Wait a second. Li Xin noticed the similarities between this incident and the past Putarana massacre, where challengers and military personnel from various countries stormed Reverse's headquarters and were massacred by their test subjects. Where is that place? Li Xin asked. It's the Putarana Plateau in Russia, Zhejun replied. Tell them to fall back immediately, Li Xin said seriously. After seeing the change in Li Xin's demeanor, Zhejun realized the gravity of the situation and made a few calls. He handed Li Xin his second phone. Use this to contact anyone you want to get in touch with first, Zhejun said. Li Xin made a call, hoping the number was still the same as before. After Li Xin disappeared through the dimension gate, the remaining individuals, exhausted, looked at the gate in Lardal Archipelago on Island 43. The gate shimmered, sparking their curiosity. Wait. He said you can use it even if you're not an Earth challenger, right? Kane, the leader of Platinum Group, looked at the gate with curiosity. Wait up. Are you planning on going through the gate? Li Xin entered because he was certain he could return to Earth. But you aren't from Earth, are you? Startled by Kane's curiosity, Sverno exclaimed. I have no homeland. And that only makes me more curious to know why Li Xin wanted to return to Earth so badly, Kane replied. You. Crazy. Do what you want. Become a dimensional orphan for all I care. It will be interesting to watch, Vian said sarcastically. Kane raised his eyebrows at Vian's sarcasm. You old man. He's cursing at me, Kane muttered. Stop it, Laurent intervened. Laurent's intervention made Kane hesitate. After all, the other guy was strong enough to deal a near-fatal blow to Li Xin, so Kane turned his head. I have no intention of doing anything harmful in Li Xin's homeland, Kane said. I want to go too. Because, just like the leader, I also don't have a homeland. Plita, the deputy leader, agreed with Kane's words. It wasn't that they truly had no homeland, they had simply erased it from their hearts. They longed to witness Earth's breathtaking night view, a thing of beauty according to many. It's not like you can't try it, Sverno muttered. The two looked at him with hope. Does that mean we can go? Kane asked. Unlike the original dimension gate, I made this gate by forcibly connecting different dimensions. I took the coordinates of the existing dimension gate and used an expedient, but I think you can probably use it too, Sverno explained kindly to them. Vian did not appreciate Sverno's friendly explanation, furrowed his brow, and went to the basement. Tisk, that old man. He hates us so much, Plita muttered, looking at Vian. Don't mind him. Since that old man is also an important figure, we must accept him as he is. Sverno checked the graphs and numbers on the screen and drank some water. Well, I was wondering what would happen if challengers not from Earth used this gate. Where would they end up? I also want to know if Li Xin made it there safely. So, are you guys willing to go? Sverno suggested. Yup, sounds interesting, Kane smirked at Sverno's suggestion. Leader, I want to go too, Plita shouted. Do as you please, said Kane. Give me a moment to prepare. I'll take care of it quickly. Dr. Song. Sverno called out. Yes. Song Soder replied. Sverno and Song Soder started moving busily again without a break. Air Force Commander Wang Jinghai slammed the table harshly upon hearing the report at China's People's Liberation Army headquarters. Did this damn guy ridicule our Air Force? Wang Jinghai shouted in anger. Upon hearing that the entire Central District Airbase had been disregarded, Wang Jinghai fumed and gritted his teeth. Zhejun, from the Challenger Association, taking Li Xin away without their input further fueled his anger. The Excellency has ordered us to bring Li Xin to our country, said the sergeant. And how do you suggest we do that? Just use the simple fact that he didn't appear from the Korean Dimension Gate, and his origin is unknown? Huh. Wang Jinghai said. But, if we can capture Li Xin and obtain his consent, wouldn't that be enough? The sergeant asked. Wang Jinghai furrowed his eyebrows after hearing the sergeant's words. Oh, so you can capture him? Wang Jinghai said. With the power of our People's Liberation Army, it is certainly possible. If we launch attacks from all directions and use ammunition that can penetrate Li Xin's mana shield, it's definitely possible, said the sergeant. All right. This sounds like a much better plan than kneeling in front of that damn arrogant bastard, Wang Jinghai muttered. Even if he's a challenger, he can't survive a barrage of missiles, said the sergeant. And what would our justification be? Wang Jinghai asked. Didn't he destroy our fighter jet first? Furthermore, our challenger, Lei, is half dead because of him, said the sergeant. Huh? That should be good enough. I want to see that arrogant challenger messed up. Soon, sir, the sergeant said with a sly smile. Explorations spanned the vast 17,700 square kilometers Puturana Plateau in Russia, led by challengers and task forces from various countries. The Russian Association's base transceiver station had detected a massive energy signature in the vast mountainous region at specific coordinates, which helped them locate Reverse's headquarters. The Puturana Plateau had faced sudden abnormal climate changes a few years ago, transforming it into a snowy region year-round. Task forces struggled to locate enemy positions amid the constant snowfall, making the operation more challenging. It's completely dead. It's not working at all. Baek Kong-woo, part of the Korean task force, checked his communication device, clenching his teeth. Kim Kong-won, the commander of the Army Special Operations Forces Challenger Unit of ROK SWCG, Republic of Korea Special Warfare Challenger Group, instructed his unit members and immediately checked the walkie-talkie. This is Eagle, requesting transmission confirmation. This is White Tiger, confirmed. Kim Kong-won's facial expression, which had been stiff, eased a bit upon hearing the immediate response. Although all external communications were down, the walkie-talkies still worked at their specific frequency. Putting on his goggles to secure visibility, he braced himself against the raging snowstorm. Enemies spotted, said Kim Kong-won. Though they were dressed in white and not clearly visible, he could definitely notice some movements. Let's close in, said Kim Kong-won. Their feet sank deep into the snow-covered ground. Their health points decreased rapidly, and fatigue accumulated. Despite the harsh conditions, the members of SWCG, consisting entirely of challengers, moved swiftly. Baek Kong-woo and the other challengers were no exception. They swiftly approached the enemy positions and stormed into them all at once. Ba-ba-ba-bam! The heated bullets pierced the enemies' hearts, and Baek Kong-woo's sword slit a few enemies' throats. Sadly, there were no challengers among the fallen, only civilians. However, they couldn't hesitate to kill them, as they were enemies still. Kill them immediately if you see them. They have grenades. The grenades could destroy everything within a 10-meter radius. Unless they were a safe distance away or neutralized by skilled individuals like Baek Kong-woo or Kim Kong-won, they could cause significant damage. There's an underground entrance over there, Kim Kong-won said. At Novel bin at. Having subdued all the enemies, they discovered a staircase leading underground and entered slowly. Check the front and back carefully, said Kim Kong-won. While the outside was covered in white snow, the inside was filled with darkness. Soon, flashlights and red laser dots crowded the ground and the walls. Halt, Kim Kong-won said. The walls were slick with blood. Kim Kong-won touched the blood with his finger. The blood froze due to the cold. He shone the light on the floor and noticed the marks of something being dragged. Looks like something hard was dragged. It's human blood. It seems like someone was attacked here. They collapsed, and the cold did the rest. Their corpse was dragged away after, said Kim Kong-won. Kim Kong-won shone the light further down the corridor. The passage seemed endless as the light failed to reach the other end of the corridor. We're going in, said Kim Kong-won. The bright red bloodstains grew darker, appearing everywhere. Despite walking for a while, they failed to find anything in this labyrinth-like underground base. Kim Kong-won continuously changed the communication frequencies to check the positions of the task forces from other countries. Even the task forces from other countries, a considerable distance from them, had also entered the underground base. The scale of this underground base exceeds imagination. As they walked, Kim Kong-won felt an increasing sense of unease. His instincts told him that they shouldn't spend too much time here. Let's pick up the pace, said Kim Kong-won. While moving swiftly forward, Baek Kong-woo raised his hand. Stop, everyone. What's the matter? Kim Kong-won asked, looking at Baek Kong-woo. I hear a kid crying. Somewhere inside, said Baek Kong-woo. Baek Kong-woo had a sensitive hearing, so he quickly moved toward the sound's origin. The room was enclosed in iron bars. Kim Kong-won and Baek Kong-woo locked eyes and nodded. We're going in, said Kim Kong-won. Bam! Baek Kong-woo smashed the doorknob with his fist and entered while his teammates guarded the rear. The inside of this prison cell-like room was larger than expected, and it had another, smaller iron cage. Inside it was a boy lying on the floor on the verge of dying. When Baek Kong-woo tried to approach the boy, Kim Kong-won stopped him. Clang! He aimed the muzzle of his loaded gun at the boy's head. Get out and stay outside with the rest of the group, said Kim Kong-won. But he's not wearing anything? Besides, he has no weapons, said Baek Kong-woo. The boy, indeed, seemed defenseless. Besides, it seemed like the boy had gone through abuse. However, Kim Kong-won had witnessed too many of Reverse's atrocities. Therefore, his intuition told him to kill the boy right away. Can you speak, child? When Kim Kong-won asked the boy in Russian, the boy nodded slowly. Save me, drawled the boy. Kim Kong-won hesitated to pull the trigger at the boy's plea. Please save me, said the boy. That's right. There's nothing this child can do. Clenching his lips, Kim Kong-won lowered the gun. All right, Kim Kong-won muttered. Looking at the boy and Kim Kong-won from the side, Baek Kong-woo sighed in relief and gestured to Kim Kong-won, asking whether it was okay to approach him. Kim Kong-won nodded and allowed him. Tell them we will rescue the trapped child, said Kim Kong-won. Understood, Baek Kong-woo replied. Pizzicato. This is Eagle. We're rescuing a child who was trapped. This is White Tiger. We are also reducing a trapped bomb. They heard an abrupt explosion through the walkie-talkie. A startled team member looked at Kim Kong-won and Baek Kong-woo. In the meantime, Baek Kong-woo had entered the iron cage and covered the child with a coat. As if synced with that explosion, the boy's stomach turned red. Oh no. As the skin on the boy's stomach split, flames erupted. Get out of there immediately. Quiet. That team member's words couldn't travel far before flames engulfed the room. Everything is set now, but there might be unexpected variables that I'm not aware of. Well, honestly, this is my first time directly connecting dimensions, so who knows? Svrno's words sounded discouraging, but his face was full of confidence and curiosity. Don't worry. It might be interesting in its own way, don't you think? Plita asked. What do you mean, interesting? Anyway, can we use it now? Kane asked. Yes, you can give it a try. Since it hasn't been that long since Li Xin entered, you guys might be able to meet him there, Svrno said. Let's get going, leader. It would be fun to ask Mr. Li Xin to take us on an Earth tour, wouldn't it? Plita seemed very excited. Don't get too excited, said Kane. Kane seemed lost in thought for a while before he looked at Laron. I just remembered that Li Xin asked me to watch over this place. I also have my business here, Kane muttered. You worry too much. Go ahead. I'll take care of it, Laron replied. Satisfied with Laurent's words, Kane turned and headed toward the gate. Then, off I go, said Kane. Oh, why don't you two hold hands before you go, just in case you get separated? Svrno said. Kane and Plita, with determined looks, held each other's hands and entered the dimension gate. The background flashed white, and a snowy white plane appeared before them. The two frowned at the pouring snowflakes. Wasn't the weather here supposed to be good? Plita asked Kane. I can't even see the dimension gate, said Kane nervously. Plita quickly looked around, opened her mouth wide in a panic, and stared blankly at Kane. Oh my gosh, that's right. Did we end up somewhere not on Earth? Plita asked. We can't be sure of that yet. Let's first look around, Kane replied calmly. Crack bam! The ice barrier blocking one side of the area shattered into pieces and fell off. The SWCG members huddled on the other side of the barrier and sighed in relief. Are you all right? Kim Kong-won asked. Baek Kong-woo nodded. Thank you, sir, said Baek Kong-woo. Baek Kong-woo had sensed the danger, and seconds before the explosion, he had swiftly moved back. Kim Kong-won used his ability to create an ice barrier and protect them from harm. Both now wore grim expressions, weary of Reverse's vicious acts. How could they put a bomb inside a child? Baek Kong-woo muttered. These guys are really insane, said Kim Kong-won. What on earth are they hiding? We didn't even detect the bomb, Baek Kong-woo asked. How about that other location? Are they all right? Kim Kong-won asked. Yes, there was some damage there too, but they safely got through it, Baek Kong-woo replied. We need to be more careful, Kim Kong-won replied. The Korean task force resumed their advance. The underground base's size surpassed expectations, and its twisted maze-like interior made advance recon difficult. After establishing communication, they learned that the other task forces were also exploring places in detail, but there seemed to be no progress. Damn it! Are we in the wrong place? No matter how much they searched, they failed to even find a trace of the kidnapped challengers. Moreover, it looked like this place was abandoned long ago. Pizzicato. Alpha team, there is a laboratory here. We are going to enter. They heard a transmission from the American task force. A laboratory. Kim Kong-won and the group didn't stop advancing. Soon, their walkie-talkie beeped again. Damn it! It's a trap. The test subject is moving. That guy just broke the mana suppressor by force and is fleeing right now. Pizzicato. The test subject has white hair and brown eyes. He took our sword and is using it. From now on, he is our designated target. The target is a black shadow. Arg. Pizzicato. Kim Kong-won urgently tried to communicate back, but there was no response from the American task force. A black shadow. Kim Kong-won muttered. The members of the Korean task force seemed very nervous now. Could it be Yu Min-hyung? Didn't that challenger have black hair? Well, that's how it was before the disappearance. Let's just quickly join them inside, just in case. Yes, sir. The Korean task force rushed inward as fast as they could, and they could feel the vibrations more clearly as they went further. The test subject was seemingly fighting the entire task force alone. I can hear people screaming. We're very close. Prepare for combat. The noise and screams soon subsided in the darkness, leaving only silence. When one of the members gulped and loaded his gun, everyone could hear it. The fear that the enemy might respond to this sound and rush in made their hearts beat like a drum. Prepare the mana-suppressing barrier. and take out the big KM6 sniper rifle, Kim Kong-won ordered in a whisper. One of the members quickly took out the KM6 sniper rifle from the subspace pocket and quickly prepared for sniping. He is at the end of this corridor, said Kim Kong-won. Kim Kong-won and Baek Kong-woo took small steps to move forward. He must be aware of our presence. If he really is Cha Yu-min, a narrow space would be more dangerous for us. In that case, we should activate the monosuppressing barrier and retreat right away. If he is really Yu Min-hyung, would I be able to defeat him? Kim Kong-won and Baek Kong-woo organized their complicated thoughts and kept their gazes fixed ahead. Kim Kong-won aimed his rifle toward the end of the long corridor. On 3, I will shoot, said Kim Kong-won. Yes, sir, Baek Kong-woo replied. Gulp. After Kim Kong-won gulped, he slowly started counting. 1, said Kim Kong-won. Baek Kong-woo held a sword in each hand. He tightened his grip on them and glared ahead. 2, said Kim Kong-won. Slowly, he pulled back the trigger. A black shadow suddenly rushed toward them from the darkness. 3, said Kim Kong-won. Bang bang bang. The shadow seemed like a part of the darkness, and the bullets seemingly hit the air. As the bullets struck the shadow, frost formed over the shadow, slightly slowing it down. Shoot. Kim Kong-won ordered. Bang. The 30mm monopiercing bullet accurately hit the shadow. Bomb. It seemed like a solid hit because flames had erupted, and the shadow had been pushed back. Yes, we got H. Kim Kong-won said. He couldn't finish the sentence because a shadow spike had burst out from the ground, piercing the gunner's rifle and shoulder before disappearing. Park Ha-jin, are you all right? Kim Kong-won asked in shock. Yes, I'm all right, sir. Park Ha-jin replied. Damn it, get up right now and activate the monosuppressing barrier. Kim Kong-won shouted. The black sword strikes kept coming from the front. Baek Kong-woo barely blocked them and entered the barrier. It's activating. Baek Kong-woo shouted. The monosuppressing barrier was now active. The shadow tried to barge in, but the barrier blocked it, and the task force members retreated in peace. Where are we going? Baek Kong-woo asked. We're heading to the large common area we passed by earlier. We're going to break through the ceiling there, said Kim Kong-won. This place was overflowing with darkness. It was a battlefield of the enemy's choosing. It wasn't suitable for Kim Kong-won and the task force to fight here. Request support to come to that location? We need to attack him at once. Otherwise, he will pick us off one by one, said Kim Kong-won. Yes, sir. By the way, is that really Cha Yu-min? Kim Kong-won asked. Baek Kong-woo used to be Yu-min's comrade, so Kim Kong-won thought he would know. Well, I think so. The shadow physically seems like Yu Min-hyung, Baek Kong-woo replied. Run, everybody! Kim Kong-won shouted. The Korean task force rushed to the large common area that they had discovered earlier. It was a vast space that could accommodate hundreds of people, featuring a stadium-like arena surrounded by spectator seats. Unlike other areas, the ceiling here was exceptionally high. Bomb! After stepping inside, Kim Kong-won slammed his palms to the ground. A massive ice staircase materialized from the floor, reaching the ceiling. Go up, quickly! Kim Kong-won shouted. Thud, thud, thud. They could feel the intense vibrations originating from the corridor. Cha Yu-min had reached the 80th floor and used to be the strongest Earth top ranker. However, the challengers here were sure he wasn't this strong before. It must be him. Kim Kong-won thought about the man with the eagle mask who had kidnapped the challengers not long ago. He had created the black hole that had sucked Cha Yu-min into it. However, the black hole in the auction house had seemed much stronger than it, and even Yu-min seemed stronger than before. The shadow is gradually overtaking him. Cha Yu-min could never achieve this while he had been in his right mind. Kim Kong-won had heard that the shadows could go rogue and out of control. This situation matched the description perfectly. Clang! Kim Kong-won aimed his gun at the entrance of the large common area. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps grew faster. He's coming! Bang, 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 bang. The bullets struck the shadow, but as if hitting air, they disappeared helplessly. Cha Yu-min got close to Kong-won and instantly struck him. Coop! Kim Kong-won groaned in pain. Ice rage. Shards of ice flew from all directions, attacking Cha Yu-min. Click! Kim Kong-won pulled a grenade from his pocket and threw it at Cha Yu-min. Boom! The ice shards retreated to create a hole. The grenade went in through that. It exploded, and the flames enveloped the shadow. Geek! Cha Yu-min groaned in pain. It was not the voice of a human, it resembled a monster's agonized scream. Kim Kong-won trembled at the eerie sight as a rope descended from above. Team leader, grab onto it. Bomb! An explosion occurred on the ceiling, and debris fell as the heavy blizzard hit downward. Amidst the falling snow, a black shadow became clearly visible. Now, I can clearly see you, you bastard! Kim Kong-won shouted. Kim Kong-won climbed up, holding onto the rope. Cha Yu-min jumped to follow him and attacked with his shadow sword. Ice call. The snowstorm falling from the sky turned into ice rain and attacked Cha Yu-min. However, Cha Yu-min managed to block them all. Afterward, passing by Kim Kong-won, he stabbed the task force member holding the rope. Kyua, the team member gasped. Splash! At novel bin at. The task force member's blood fell on the shadow, but Yu-min just shook the blood off and charged toward another task force member. Damn it! Cha Yu-min had become nearly twice as powerful in every aspect, including speed, strength, and skill use. Therefore, the ordinary members of the task force were no match for him. Baek Kong-woo. Kim Kong-won called out urgently as he saw Cha Yumin approach him. Baek Kong-woo had been dealing with the falling debris when he heard the shout, so he quickly blocked Yumin's attack. Hyung, wake up, look at me, Baek Kong-woo shouted, looking at Cha Yumin. Krrrr. Cha Yumin, sadly, just growled. Looking into Cha Yumin's darkened eyes, Baek Kong-woo thought that his words could not reach Cha Yumin at all. Damn it. How did this even happen to him? Everyone, climb up. We'll fight from within the blizzard. It will be a good place for us to hide. Kim Kong-won shouted. Pizzicato. This is Saint. We've reached the target point. This is Charlie. I've checked that there was a ground explosion. I will snipe the target. Kim Kong-won and the team heard a transmission from a foreign task force. All of a sudden, Kim Kong-won anxiously looked up. Baek Kong-woo and Cha Yumin were engaged in a fierce fight there. They were fighting very close to each other. Outside, someone had a gun aimed at them. Clang! There was a harsh metallic sound, followed by the flow of explosive mana energy through the barrel. Bang! The distorted muzzle spat out a bullet, which almost instantaneously appeared in front of Cha Yumin's head. Geek! Bomb! The bullet hit Cha Yumin, and he fell to the ground. Step aside, and leave him to us. Now it's our turn to deal with him, said Natasha Polly, the German task force team leader. She stood firm with a determined look. What do you mean you will deal with him? He doesn't even seem bothered, said Baek Kong-woo, looking at Cha Yumin. Wong. Cha Yumin, who had fallen to the ground, sprang up like a spring and started targeting Natasha this time. Move aside, you greenhorn, said a man, looking at Natasha Polly. The man with spiky blue hair gave Cha Yumin a cold smile. Cha Yumin. I've always wanted to step on your face, said the man with a sly smile. Jonathan, an American upper-floor challenger, looked at his rival with fiery eyes. As he clenched his fist in the air and pulled it closer to him, the stone and the rubble on the ground flew up and struck Cha Yumin. Ka. Cha Yumin groaned in pain. You would have died if it weren't for me, said Jonathan as he pushed Natasha Polly aside arrogantly. Get lost. I wouldn't have died even without your help, said Natasha Polly, as if her pride had been hurt. Ha, you have a huge ego, Jonathan muttered, looking at Natasha. He had an arrogant face as if saying there was no need to fight a battle of pride with someone like Natasha Polly. Natasha, who did not like that look, activated her unique abilities. As the veins around her left eye popped out, Jonathan looked at her, intrigued. As Cha Yumin tried to escape from the stones, the space around them began to crumple along with the stones. Surprised, Jonathan stared at Natasha Polly in amazement for the first time. Ha. Cha Yumin seemed out of breath as he tried to escape their attacks. Although his breathing sounded rough, Cha Yumin had already managed to shatter the stones and escape. However, the attack managed to create a tear in the shadow. See, you got nothing. Jonathan smirked and ridiculed her, but deep down, he had marked Natasha as someone to be wary of. Kia. Cha Yumin landed on the ground and let out a fierce roar. Amidst the raging snowstorm, black shadows emerged from all directions. The challengers from various countries surrounding Cha Yumin clenched their teeth in determination. Dozens of shadowy figures rose and attacked the challengers from all over the world. No way. He wasn't even fighting with all his strength until now. Unbelievable. Kim Kong-won felt a surge of panic as he witnessed Jonathan, one of the world's best challengers, struggling to handle Cha Yumin. Despite his best efforts to restrain him, Jonathan could only hold him back for a few seconds. Although Cha Yumin seemed hesitant and became slightly slower in countering them due to the attacks pouring from all directions, he soon began to target those who seemed relatively weak to break through. Kook. Ron. Sienna. Damn it, the weak ones need to step back right now, Jonathan shouted in frustration. No, we should not be doing that. If people step back like that right now, our formations will be disrupted. Kim Kong-won shouted back. Just shut up. We will all end up dying while trying to protect the weak ones here. So stop talking nonsense and step back right now, Jonathan shouted even louder this time. Kim Kong-won looked solemn. These individuals from different countries had never appropriately coordinated before, so the situation was chaotic. The lack of cooperation resulting from their unfamiliarity with working together created this situation. Additionally, each country's task force was only focused on its own gains, with no intention of coordinating. Besides, they did not have much time left. The group that had pressured Cha Yumin earlier started to break apart, failing to maintain their cooperation. The arrival of support from other countries only worsened the situation, resulting in even more damage. Man, why isn't he getting tired? Hey, don't expect things like that. Just fight as if you're going to kill him. That is what I'm doing. At that moment, 8 shadowy figures descended from the sky. As the white snow fog cleared up, they noticed that 7 of the 8 shadowy figures all had the same appearance. That person is. The shadowy figures concealed their face and body, revealing only parts of their rough blue skin and snake-like pupils. Kim Kong-won immediately had an assumption about their identity but couldn't be sure. Who are they? They look like humans, don't they? Yeah, I think so too. But what's up with this guy? His power feels quite unusual. Kane looked around, noticing the dozens of humans. They all seemed to be on guard against him. Well, Tisk, I just realized that I can't communicate with them, Kane muttered, disappointed. Conversing outside the tower was often quite challenging. What should we do? We need to ask where Li Xin is, Plata muttered with a worried look. Stomp stomp. As the two contemplated their next move, Cha Yumin attacked Kane. He instantly locked eyes with Cha Yumin. When his pupils dilated vertically, Cha Yumin flinched and froze momentarily. Using that opportunity, Kane punched him, sending Cha Yumin rolling into the underground base. What the hell? Did that challenger beat up Cha Yumin with a single punch? Man, what's up with that guy? Stay on guard, everyone. We can't tell if they're enemies or allies yet. Prepare to snipe. The others seemed intimidated by Kane and his power, but Kim Kong-won stepped forward, stopping the others. Then, he put on the translation bracelet he had been carrying. Ahem. Hi, can you understand what I'm saying? Kim Kong-won said slowly, looking at Kane and Plita. Kane and Plita looked at him with surprise, as they hadn't expected to encounter an earthling who could talk with them. Do you know our language? Kane asked Kim Kong-won, puzzled. Oh, I actually have a translation device, said Kim Kong-won. Kim Kong-won raised his arm to show the bracelet he was wearing. Phew, what a relief that I brought my translation device today. I almost forgot to bring it. It could have been a real disaster. You know, because we don't need translation devices in the tower, said Kim Kong-won with a smile. That's right. I did not even consider bringing a translation device since I hardly ever leave the tower. Are you Kane, the leader of the Platinum Group? Kim Kong-won asked Kane with a stern face. Yes, that's right, Kane replied. How did you guys end up coming here? Kim Kong-won asked again. Well, it's actually a long story, but to explain it briefly, we came here looking for Li Xin, said Kane. Huh? You came to look for Mr. Li Xin? Is Mr. Li Xin on Earth right now? Kim Kong-won asked with a surprised look. Yeah, that's right, Kane replied. The surrounding people who heard their conversation also could not hide their astonishment. What? Li Xin came to Earth. So, that guy is Kane, the leader of the Platinum Group. Wait a second. But how did someone not even from Earth end up on Earth? Unable to understand what the others were saying, Kane gestured to Kim Kong-won. Oh, it's nothing, Kim Kong-won replied. Thud, thud. Abruptly, loud noises resounded from behind. Cha Yumin, who had been hurled into the underground base, emerged before them once more. Man, I punched with all my strength, though. His resilience is quite impressive, Kane muttered, looking at Cha Yumin. Leader, we should deal with that guy before continuing our conversation. What do you think? Plita asked Kane. Yeah, sounds like a plan, said Kane. Is that all right with you? Plita asked, looking at Kim Kong-won. Yes, you can do that. But please make sure not to kill him, said Kim Kong-won. Ugh, you're asking for too much, Kane muttered. Kane furrowed his eyebrows but did not refuse the request. I guess there are strong individuals other than Li Xin on Earth, Kane said. This will be interesting. A gigantic skeleton landed on top of a large Hindu temple in Barthala, India. Huh? What was that? It's a monster? A monster has appeared. We need to call Mr. Avatar. Oh man. Dear Lord. Disregarding the turmoil, Li Xin disembarked from the skeleton and stepped into the Hindu temple. Indians attempted to obstruct his path, but their efforts proved futile. Employing his psychokinesis, Li Xin effortlessly erected a barrier to deter them. Who are you? An elderly man with a thick white beard approached Li Xin and asked. Li Xin infused mana into the translation bracelet that he had received from Zhejun. Where is your deva? Li Xin asked. The old man answered with silence. The old man's expression had briefly hardened before returning to normal. He is our god. So it is not within my knowledge where he is, the old man replied. Li Xin chuckled at the old man's audacity and decided to activate his mana. Well, then, shall I go ahead and search for him? Li Xin threatened the old man and started using his mana. Suddenly, the elephant statue placed beside him started floating. Hey, what are you doing? Shouted the old man in panic. Then, steel appeared over the elephant statue and pushed it to the ground harshly. Bomb! The pieces of the statue flew toward the old man, and the fall of the statue had created a hole in the ground, revealing what was beneath it. Go call Avatar right now? Hurry up! The old man shouted. Yes, sir. Well, I guess there's nothing beneath us, said Li Xin, looking at the hole. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God? The old man threatened Li Xin, glaring at him. God? What has your so-called God done for you? Do you really think your God will save you? Li Xin laughed at the old man. We are but creations of God. We accumulate achievement as we go through reincarnation, hoping for a better life in the next round, the old man replied. God cannot decide anything for us, Li Xin replied. Don't insult God. It will only accumulate as bad karma, the old man replied. Li Xin gave up on conversing with the old man. The old man was not a suitable conversation partner in the first place. You will soon realize how vile and filthy the gods you praise are, Li Xin said with a smirk. Li Xin stated that because the gate to Earth would soon open. He contemplated whether the old man could maintain such confidence when confronted with interdimensional monsters invading Earth. Drill. The trunk from the broken elephant statue began spinning, its tip soon became sharp and pointy. Zzz. Hey, stop destroying the temple. The old man shouted at Li Xin when he saw Li Xin destroying the floor again. The complete destruction of the floor revealed another space. It had a completely different atmosphere from the upper floor. Did you hide them here? I'm talking about the challengers, Li Xin glared at the old man as he asked. Li Xin could finally sense the barrier inside, which blocked mana. Indeed, this was the headquarters of Reverse. Even the barrier couldn't block the dark aura of the sinister people hiding inside. This is. Li Xin was trying to analyze the familiar dark aura when he sensed the commotion above from those outside trying to catch him. Therefore, he quickly used magic to embed the elephant statue into the cracked ceiling and covered it with the surrounding soil. They should stop them for a while? Li Xin thought it would work as long as challengers didn't get involved. They sure love cosplaying. Sparks appeared on various spots of the wall before him, brightening the area slightly. The wall was filled with images of Hindu gods and inscriptions in an unknown script. Could this be an ancient language? Li Xin had attempted to decipher ancient languages during his time on the first floor. Yet, he soon abandoned the endeavor due to their sheer abundance. How can something look so familiar and strange at the same time? Interpreting the inscriptions seemed impossible. As Li Xin ventured further, he came upon a massive altar with various antiques on it. "Who are you?" asked a man, looking at Li Xin. The man had walked out from behind the altar. He was wearing the familiar eagle mask. He was the mastermind behind the challengers' kidnapping incident and the leader of the organization called Reverse. Well, I didn't expect to meet you again like this. This man was a human who had given Li Xin quite a hard time in the past. That's something you should find out for yourself, Li Xin replied coldly. Are you Li Xin? Asked the man. The response made Li Xin think the man was quite perceptive, as he hadn't expected his name to appear so soon. Why do you think so? Li Xin asked back. Because I heard you've returned to Earth, the man replied. So, I guess you have spies all over the place. Li Xin asked again. Haha, Reverse is worldwide, the man replied with confidence. Reverse held far greater power and influence than most could fathom. Li Xin was already aware of that. However, he also knew that the organization would crumble like a sand castle once its leader died. Well, it's too bad that their leader would unexpectedly disappear soon, Li Xin mocked. You seem very confident, the man replied. Well, within reason, Li Xin replied. Li Xin could hear the man chuckle from behind his mask. I've always wanted to meet you, said the man. Why is that? Li Xin asked. A mysterious necromancer, a first-floor boss of an unknown origin, regained his senses one day and claimed to be a challenger from Korea. He then climbed the tower and became the top ranker. How could I not be curious? The man replied. As the man slowly walked up the altar stairs, he continued. Challengers are special beings. They successfully conquered many dreadful stages of the tower, overcame trials, and achieved their goals, right? Well, I think you're mistaken. The goal of the tower is to reach the 100th floor, not just the 50th floor or so, Li Xin said to the man. That's also true. But aren't there also many losers who can't even achieve that? The man asked. Having reached the top of the stairs, the man started to touch the antiques. Li Xin sneered because he could look through the man's trickery. Li Xin, I thought you would be different. I think you talk too much, Li Xin said, cutting him off. Psychokinesis. Li Xin forcefully pulled the antiques that the man was touching, shocking the man. The man used his power to materialize a black hole in his palm. The black hole began pulling the antiques back, fighting Li Xin's psychokinesis. Blitzgun. Li Xin believed there was no need to directly confront this man. Yet, as a golden blitz emerged from Li Xin's fingertips, the man swiftly shattered an antique. Simultaneously, he conjured a much stronger black hole in his other palm, which devoured Li Xin's blitz gun. Crunch. Li Xin could hear the man gritting his teeth under his mask. Of the 10 antiques, he managed to grab 8, so the man only had 2, one of which he had just destroyed. After putting all the antiques into the subspace pocket, Li Xin laughed at the man. Well, sorry. It was too obvious that you were trying to buy time, Li Xin said, looking at the man. The man's unique ability let him draw power from objects to amplify his powers. In the past, this ability had taken down many challengers. Li Xin's sudden arrival had likely prevented the man from absorbing power from the antiques beforehand. The artifacts the man held weren't notably powerful. Even utilizing 2 artifacts like the Xianyuan sword wouldn't guarantee Li Xin's defeat. Therefore, trying to confront Li Xin with those 2 artifacts seemed like a ridiculous notion. Lightning field. His black lightning energy spread in all directions, surrounding the entire space. Dark Blitz gun. Soon after, he shot the Dark Blitz. Although the man quickly tried to summon a black hole to block Li Xin's attack, the result could not be changed. Coop. The man groaned in pain. The man's face came to light as his mask shattered and the hood covering his head turned into ashes. His long black hair cascaded down. His pupils, glowing red, wandered for a moment before locking onto Li Xin. Until now, everyone had assumed that Reverse's leader was a man, but it was a woman. Those eyes. I knew it. In the past, Li Xin had killed her while trying to overpower her, so he had failed to sense it then. However, now, he could recognize the strange, sinister aura he had felt when he entered this place, Death Aura. A powerful demon soul was dormant within those glowing red pupils. As its host gradually lost control, the demon soul revealed its power. Well, revealing your power is useless. Li Xin drew martyr from his waist. The demon soul trembled visibly upon seeing the blade's pure white gleam. Stop, cried out the woman. Perhaps the mask also modified her voice, as she sounded nothing like the man from before. She sounded delicate, different from her old hoarse voice. Do you think it's possible? Li Xin asked Martyr, not the Reverse's leader. The demon soul is too deeply attached. The demon soul has dominated the host's body for so long, if we sever it like this, it might also harm her soul. Li Xin had two reasons for wanting to save her this time. First, he thought Earth could use her combat force. Second, he wondered if the demon soul infecting her was the reason for her evil nature. He wouldn't have saved her if a demon soul hadn't been infecting her, regardless of her combat force. Because without it, she was just an evil human who had created a malicious organization that wanted to put one type of human above others. She would have been inherently wicked. However, it was a different story if someone had manipulated her thoughts. Her heinous crimes might not disappear, but sincere remorse and repentance could lead to her living with the weight of those actions rather than escaping through death. Then what should we do? Li Xin asked Martyr. First, we need to separate her soul from the demon soul. But, it seems impossible with my abilities. Is there no other way? Li Xin asked again. Perhaps if a demon soul stronger than her tries separating it, it may work, but... Really? A thought just popped into Li Xin's mind. Li Xin harnessed his psychokinesis to immobilize her and locked eyes with her. The overwhelming force of the demon soul within her gaze was exceptional. He understood that this demon soul was likely beyond the control of most. However, he had a demon soul perfect for the job, the devil that he had captured on the 29th floor in Isosha. Although she had fallen from the 72nd floor, Li Xin could not ignore the caliber of power and achievements that she possessed. Necromancy. Be careful. Necromancy can corrupt the sorcerer's mind? Hashtag depending on your understanding of the demon souls, you can handle them more easily. Hashtag you can communicate with demon souls. Hashtag you can absorb demon souls. Hashtag you can summon the absorbed demon souls. Li Xin summoned the great devil Belial, whom he had absorbed in the past using necromancy. Long time no see. Just restraining Belial with necromancy made Li Xin more proficient in necromancy. While it seemed her resistance had waned after realizing she was only helping him get stronger, he knew that she still wanted to reclaim her body. Come out, Li Xin said to Belial. You arrogant human, have you finally decided to willingly accept me after all this time? A red soul hovering in the air glared at Li Xin and spoke. Li Xin replied with a wry smile. Don't talk nonsense, and look at her, Li Xin replied. Do you think you can keep me captive forever? Li Xin could quickly tell that they could not have a proper conversation yet. Martyr, Li Xin called out. Yes, sir. Shall I kill her? The cheerful tone sharply contrasted with the grim message it conveyed. What are you doing? At novel bin at. As soon as Li Xin held Martyr close to her, Belial retreated, bewildered. Do you really think I kept you because I could not kill you? I am not the same as I was a year ago. You're not even the slightest threat to me, Li Xin said coldly. Huh. After hearing Li Xin's harsh words, Belial trembled as if her pride was wounded. Separate the demon soul attached to her body. Then, I will return your body, Li Xin said. Are you sure? Belial looked at Li Xin with surprise because of his unexpected words. We aren't the same, so I am not like you, Li Xin replied. Make an oath under mana or something? Otherwise, I won't believe you. Fine, we will make a contract together then. If you remove the demon soul from her body and don't covet her body, I'll return your body, Li Xin said. Fine. After finishing the contract with Belial by writing the oath under mana, Li Xin put her inside the pupils of the fallen Reverse leader. Ugh. Reverse's leader began to writhe as if she was in pain. Do you think she would be alright? Well, there is nothing more I can do, Li Xin replied. If she ended up dying from this, it would also be her fate. This was all Li Xin could do to save her. After struggling for about 10 minutes, the color of her pupils turned black, then red, and finally stopped flickering after turning red. Did Belial fail? Li Xin really did not expect Belial to lose. Ha, you arrogant brat. How dare you try to defeat me, cried Belial. It seemed that she had won against the demon soul. Come out now, Belial, Li Xin said. As Li Xin said that, Belial sneered at him. She has a remarkable body. Despite my class going up by 1 after absorbing the demon soul, she still accepted me easily. Besides, I'm amazed by her abilities. It would be great to use her abilities alongside my illusion craft. She created a black hole with her hand. And soon, dozens of black holes appeared all around. Only one of them was real, all the rest were an illusion. Are you trying to break the contract right now? Li Xin asked Belial. Do you think I will fall for your deceitful words? How do I know for sure that you did not do anything to my body? Even if I regain my body, it's all useless if you kill me immediately. Belial shouted at Li Xin. All right. Just know that you broke the contract first, Li Xin replied calmly. Li Xin pushed Martyr toward Belial's neck. However, Belial just smiled and did not avoid Martyr's blade. I'm aware that this insolent thing cannot cut down what's alive, Belial laughed at Martyr. Did you just call me insolent? Martyr stammered in shock. I've already become one with this woman. So there's nothing you can do about it now. Will you kill her with me? Belial asked Li Xin. Li Xin's expression stiffened at the audacious reply, and he stared at Martyr. Martyr also seemed frustrated. Ugh. Belial has latched onto her stronger than the demon soul from before. I'm sorry. That's all right. It's not your fault, Li Xin replied. Belial seemed to have tried to use her wits, but it was just a feeble attempt. After all, Li Xin had already anticipated such a situation. Well, then I'll just kill both of you, Li Xin said. Huh? What did you just say? Belial started to panic. Her surprise was evident in her voice. Ignoring her response, Li Xin activated the lightning field once again. Dark Blitz Gun. The magic had knocked down the woman a moment ago, Belial quickly summoned a black hole to block the dark blitz gun. Wait a second? Are you really going to kill us? Belial started to stutter in shock. Disregarding her words, Li Xin pressed on with his assault, unleashing a barrage of spells and attacks. Surprisingly, Belial exhibited a level of proficiency with this skill that rivaled the former leader of Reverse. Yet, if Belial couldn't surpass that previous limit, her efforts would be in vain. Belial tried to create confusion by creating black holes around Li Xin, but it was futile trickery. Li Xin's skill level far surpassed Belial's, making it difficult for her to overpower him. While attacking Belial, Li Xin perfectly balanced offense and defense in the magical battle. I want to leave. I promise I'll leave. Belial shouted in pain. She had a composed tone before, but now she seemed to have forgotten all that as she pleaded on the ground. Li Xin fired the blitz gun on her head. Kyuh. Belial cried out in pain. She was electrocuted, and her eyes rolled back. She did not actually lose consciousness, but she pretended to. When Li Xin pressed martyr against her neck, she quickly opened her eyes wide. Contract? I'll make a contract with you? I promise I will never ever take this body from you, Belial shouted. Fine. Also, don't mix lies into the contract because it won't work, Li Xin replied coldly. Tisk. Belial clicked her tongue. Belial entered a contract that prohibited her from taking over the woman's body or meddling in her affairs. After signing this contract, Belial released the mental interference, and the woman finally woke up. The woman seemed confused. Perhaps due to the presence of the demon soul inside her, her pupils were still red. Name, Li Xin said, looking at the woman. It was to confirm whether her mind was back to normal. It's Yujia, the woman replied. Her pupils flickered with light. Finally, she regained her senses. Pizzicato pizzicato. A low-quality video was being broadcasted, showing numerous Indians prostrating on the ground in front of a collapsed temple. We will receive divine punishment? God will be angry. Our bad karma has piled up. It's our fault for not protecting the temple well. Save us? Please save us. The live broadcast captured a variety of voices. The person behind the broadcast was a famous Chinese broadcaster, Lu Yitang. While traveling in India, he heard the news of the collapse of the Hindu temple and rushed here to start the broadcast. This is insane. A man and a giant skeleton had abruptly arrived, and the temple collapsed soon after. The man had left the skeleton at the temple entrance as he entered and still had not come out. Indian troops, who thought it was a terrorist attack, surrounded the area and waited for the man to exit. The broadcast spread rapidly in China, India, Russia, the United States, South Korea, Japan, and more. Chairman, please take a look at this. A challenger has attacked the Hindu temple in India, said a subordinate. Jian Jae-yong, the chairman of the Korean Challengers Association, turned on the broadcast, clicking his tongue due to the sudden news. The world has gone crazy, Jian Jae-yong muttered. The world was already in chaos due to Reverse, so he wondered who would dare to touch Hinduism. Considering the scale of Hinduism, it was evident that no matter how strong the challenger was, it would be difficult for him to be unscathed. Besides, many challengers practiced Hinduism. Chairman. The subordinate seemed confused. What now? Jian Jae-yong was about to turn off the broadcast, so he asked without much interest. That man over there. Isn't that Li Xin? Asked the subordinate. Li Xin? What did you just say? Li Xin? You saw Li Xin. Startled by the name, Jian Jae-yong widened his eyes and looked at the screen again. The low resolution and the distance made it difficult for Jian Jae-yong to confirm, but he could be sure. The purple hair and robe, the ability to handle that giant skeleton, and the strength to single-handedly destroy a Hindu temple easily were proof enough. That is definitely Li Xin. But then, how in the world is this possible? Jian Jae-yong suddenly felt lightheaded. He could not be sure if what he saw was real. The Indian troops are trying to arrest Li Xin, said the subordinate. Hearing his subordinate's words, Jian Jae-yong came to his senses. Oh shit! Why are you hesitating while watching this? Jian Jae-yong shouted. I'll immediately contact the embassy, replied the subordinate. What are you talking about? Contact the government right now and request cooperation from the Prime Minister of India. Tell them it's my order, Jian Jae-yong shouted urgently. Understood. The subordinate replied. And gather all the challengers who can cooperate in India or nearby and send them there right away, Jian Jae-yong continued. Yes, sir. The subordinate replied. As his subordinate hurriedly left the room, Jian Jae-yong made a call somewhere, gritting his teeth. Various memories, so it was no wonder that she was very emotional at the moment. I'm sorry, Yujia apologized to Li Xin. Her voice and tone had completely changed from before. Li Xin felt no sympathy toward her though, merely considering her to be useful in achieving his goals. How did you end up being possessed by the demon soul? Li Xin asked. I think it happened while I was climbing the tower. On my way, I encountered a necromancer, but he was much stronger than me. After the possession by the demon soul, I don't even remember anything, Yujia replied. It was very rare to come across a necromancer. He had only encountered a necromancer once in his past life. Alright, then do you remember the atrocities you committed on Earth afterward? Li Xin asked again. Yes. Occasionally, some memories fade away when I lose consciousness, but I can remember most of them, Yujia replied. Well, that's good, because even taking your life would not be enough to pay for what you did, Li Xin said. The organization Reverse had committed all sorts of crime, kidnap, terrorism, murder, and many more. Their extremist ideology spread across the world, and their sympathizers were not a small number. Even at this moment, many were living under the influence of reverse. Li Xin organized his thoughts on what needed to be done. You need to take control of all the remaining minions of reverse on Earth. Make sure they don't cause any more trouble, and change their beliefs. This world does not belong to challengers. You understand? Li Xin said to Yujia. Upon hearing Li Xin's words, Yujia seemed to be filled with determination. Li Xin was aware that reversing the deeply ingrained beliefs would be extremely challenging, but there was no other way. It was her responsibility and her mistake, and she had to rectify it herself. I'll do whatever it takes to fix the problem. I will bear the consequences of my actions, Yujia said. Good, Li Xin replied. And thank you for saving my life, Yujia thanked Li Xin. Don't mention it. I didn't do this for you, Li Xin replied. Yujia nodded. Li Xin turned his head to check the surroundings. Where are all the challengers you kidnapped? Li Xin asked. I'll take you there, Yujia replied. Following as she led the way, Li Xin also had the chance to briefly hear about the organization and how they ended up hiding in this Hindu temple. Reverse had rapidly expanded its influence worldwide, even attracting influential civilians, and the reason behind this was their deputy leader, a hypnotist. Don't worry. He never disobeys my words, Yujia said with confidence. Li Xin nodded in response and entered the place where the kidnapped challengers were held. Dozens of them were locked up behind iron bars and were in handcuffs that restrained the challengers from using mana. Most of them looked familiar to Li Xin. Clang, clang. Li Xin could hear the sound of handcuffs and metal chains clashing. When he turned his head toward where the sound was coming from, he could see Park Ju-hyuk there with his mouth covered by an iron mask. He looked particularly miserable compared to the others. Well, that challenger attempted to escape and tried to rescue others, but I caught him. Yujia scratched her head with a troubled expression. It seemed like Park Ju-hyuk somehow managed to escape using his unique ability. However, as skillful as he was, he still had a hard time dealing with her and was ultimately caught. That was because Yujia also possessed the power of a demon soul after all. Moreover, she was currently ranked 9,782th in the integrated ranking of the tower, which meant she was quite powerful. When he heard her name, Li Xin realized that she was the same woman whom everyone had assumed to be dead. Psychokinesis. The next moment, Li Xin forcibly broke off the handcuffs from all the challengers in the room and released them. He could see various emotions like astonishment, confusion, joy, and anger on their faces. Master. The challengers approached Li Xin with joy, expressing their curiosity about how he got here and how he was able to return to Earth. Yujia, you can hide yourself well, right? Li Xin asked. Yes, I've been living like that all this time, Yujia replied. Although others seemed to be curious about who this woman was, Li Xin did not plan on telling them about her. That was because it would be troublesome and burdensome if the news of Li Xin saving the leader of Reverse got out, regardless of his motives. Though most of these people here were friendly toward Li Xin, one could never be sure how information might leak. None of these challengers knew that Yujia was the leader of Reverse. Instead, they were only curious to know who this beautiful lady, who seemed close to Li Xin, was. After sending Yujia away, Li Xin told the challengers to come up slowly. Then, he went up. There were already many Indian military personnel gathered there, just as he expected. Challengers who defended the temples and other Indian challengers had also gathered. At that moment, a man in military attire approached and stared at Li Xin, an air of arrogance surrounding him. I'm Lieutenant Hartman from the Central Command of the Indian Army. You flew in with a skeleton and committed terrorism in a Hindu temple. Have you lost your mind? The lieutenant criticized Li Xin. He took a puff of his cigarette and blew smoke in Li Xin's direction, throwing a disdainful look toward Li Xin. Are you not saying a word? Why? Is it because you're scared to see my soldiers lined up? Or is it because you are surprised that we were not frightened when you pretended to be Li Xin? The lieutenant asked in a mocking tone. What? Li Xin could not hold his laughter at his absurd words. The lieutenant had thought that this man in front of him was an imposter. Well, you probably thought some purple hair, a purple robe, and the ability to control skeleton would make you look like Li Xin, but you were foolish to think that. Didn't you think that countries would be aware of the whereabouts of a challenger at the level of Li Xin? The lieutenant said in a confident voice. Li Xin did not say much. It was not hard for Li Xin to understand their reaction. People usually had difficulty breaking free from their fixed beliefs and objectively assessing the situation. The belief that challengers could only return through the dimension gate was so ingrained that it was not easy for most to consider other possibilities. Because Li Xin did not appear at the dimension gate, they simply concluded that he was not on Earth. Furthermore, it seemed that China had not sold his information to other countries yet. What are they even planning to do? The next moment, Li Xin looked around his surroundings. It seemed difficult to pass through without any violence. Are you laughing right now? You must be out of your mind. Just follow us quietly. We will thoroughly interrogate you about your affiliations and the reasons for the terrorism here. You scum. The lieutenant chewed and spat out the cigarette and smirked. Well, I just came here to rescue the challengers who had been kidnapped, Li Xin replied. What did you say? What nonsense. Lieutenant Hartman's face got distorted at Li Xin's words. Then, dozens of challengers walked out of the collapsed temple. His eyes widened in shock as if they were about to pop out. They were the ones who had disappeared after being abducted by Reverse during the WA. What on earth is going on? Lieutenant Hartman could not believe what he was seeing. Am I good now? Since I just proved it, I think now it's your turn to answer. Why did you hide them? Li Xin asked. After hearing Li Xin's words, the Brahmin monk at the back as well as Lieutenant Hartman had bewildered looks on their faces. What do you mean I hid them? What nonsense? And even if the challengers were kidnapped and held here, you should have come here with our permission. Lieutenant Hartman started getting angry and raised his voice. I guess there was some kind of a connection. It was evident that there was a special relationship between that monk and Lieutenant Hartman. The monk praised Yujia, the leader of the organization Reverse, as Deva and concealed her secret base. Also, it seemed that although Lieutenant Hartman was aware of it, he had been pretending not to notice them. As Li Xin was about to say something to them, a helicopter approached from above. At the same time, Hartman's phone started ringing. When he saw the caller ID, he quickly answered it as challengers started pouring out of the helicopter. The next moment, men in black military uniforms surrounded Li Xin and pushed away the Indian army. Hello, my name is Ha Suk, the Director of Disaster and Safety Management at WCA. And these people are our agents from the Safety Management Division. Are you Mr. Li Xin? Ha Suk asked. Since most of their faces had been covered, Li Xin could not be too sure. However, other than Ha Suk, these people did not look Korean. Yes, that's me, Li Xin replied. Ha Suk looked a little surprised at Li Xin's answer, but he quickly regained his composure. How did you come here? Ha Suk asked. Based on his reaction, it was clear that Ha Suk came looking for Li Xin after figuring out that Li Xin was here. The question was, how did he know he was here? Because he had no way of knowing. The chairman, Jian Jaeyong, has made a request, because the current situation is being broadcasted live worldwide, Ha Suk explained to Li Xin. At Novel bin at. Upon hearing those words, Li Xin quickly scanned the surroundings. Among the crowd, he was able to spot a few individuals who were holding their cell phones. It seemed like they were the ones broadcasting this scene. You came here quite fast, Li Xin muttered. I was near this place. And you don't need to worry. We will take care of everything from here, Ha Suk reassured Li Xin. After nodding at his words, Li Xin looked at Lieutenant Hartman. He looked tense and rigid as he was speaking on the phone. The upper ranks in India would have already concluded their discussions because not only Korea, but the United States and China would have brought pressure to them, Ha Suk explained. Li Xin expected the United States to get involved, but he did not expect China to get involved in this too. When Lieutenant Hartman hung up the phone, Ha Suk approached him. Lieutenant Hartman, you are suspected of having dealings with the monks at this Hindu temple and receiving bribes, said Ha Suk. What are you talking about? When did I? Lieutenant Hartman started to panic. And we've also uncovered your ties with Reverse. They are a global criminal organization and your ties with them is a serious crime. The authority to punish those involved with Reverse lies with our organization, the WCA. So, I suggest that you come along with us quietly, Ha Suk continued on. After saying that, Ha Suk forcefully restrained Lieutenant Hartman. Hey, let go of me? You can't do this, Lieutenant Hartman shouted. He tried to resist, but as a person who was not a challenger, Lieutenant Hartman could not win against Ha Suk. The soldiers who had been gathered could not make any moves, as another officer had arrived on the scene quietly. In fact, the situation was quickly resolved as soon as Ha Suk and his people arrived. As soon as Ha Suk saw the challengers who appeared from behind, he finished assessing the situation and called the higher UPS. I didn't expect to receive this kind of help. Thank you. Ha Suk politely bowed his head. Aren't you curious though? Li Xin asked. Ha Suk flinched after hearing his question, but he did not respond with another question. Instead, he just smiled. Well, my job is not to satisfy curiosity. Haha. Where would you like to go? We'll escort you, said Ha Suk. Li Xin nodded in response to Ha Suk's words. Let's get going. And there's some news I need to share with you, said Ha Suk. Since there were too many Korean challengers here, and they could not transport them all at once, Ha Suk made Li Xin and Park Ju-hyuk get on the helicopter first. The rest were told that they would leave on a plane that would arrive later. What's the news? Li Xin asked. Are you aware that the task force from various countries have recently been mobilized to the Puturana Plateau in Russia? Ha Suk asked. Yes, I am aware of that, Li Xin replied. Oh, I somewhat expected that you would already know since you came here alone, but wow, you actually knew it, Ha Suk muttered. Well, we recently heard that a challenger named Cha Yumin was found there. Huh? Why would Cha Yumin be there? Li Xin was confused. He's currently unconscious, making the investigation difficult, but it seems like he was subjected to forced experiments by Reverse after being abducted, Ha Suk explained. After the short conversation, Li Xin could sense Park Ju-hyuk's gaze. It seemed like Park Ju-hyuk was worried because he thought Cha Yumin had some special significance to Li Xin. Nevertheless, his condition is not too bad. However, some members of the other task forces suffered significant injuries during the process of capturing him, Ha Suk explained again. Cha Yumin is that powerful, Li Xin muttered. It seems like he was affected by the power of sacrifice enhancement, which is believed to be the ability of their leader, Yujia. Moreover, he was in a state of complete shadowization, Ha Suk added. It seemed like Yujia had used her ability to bring about complete shadowization in Cha Yumin. When he was in that state, even an army of ordinary individuals would not stand a chance against him. The damage must have been great, Li Xin commented. It was okay. In fact, I have a question to ask you about that. Ha Tae-suk hesitated. What is it? Li Xin asked. A person claiming to be the leader of the Platinum Group came looking for you, Ha Tae-suk replied. Li Xin remained speechless for a while. Li Xin wondered why Cain came to Earth. He could feel a headache starting. And he seemed to have displayed considerable power in capturing Cha Yumin. If it wasn't for him, there would have been even more casualties, said Ha Tae-suk. How did Cain manage to get to the Putarana Plateau? The Dimension Gate had clearly appeared in China. If he used the same Dimension Gate as Li Xin, he should have arrived there. He is currently waiting for you, Mr. Li Xin, in South Korea, Ha Tae-suk replied. Li Xin felt like his head started to pound upon hearing those words. We need to hurry, before that guy causes more trouble, Li Xin said. The suspect of the terrorist attack at Bharatala Hindu Temple is a Korean. A serious criminal incident exposed on Chinese internet. Li Xin turns out to be the terrorist. Is Li Xin, who returned to Earth, really Korean? What is the true identity of the top ranker whom everyone has been waiting for? Li Xin immediately heads to the headquarters of the organization Reverse and rescues the kidnapped challengers. The broadcast from India spread globally, generating numerous sensational articles. People everywhere were curious to finally see Li Xin, who had been shrouded in mystery. Li Xin, who did not appear through the Dimension Gate, was first found in China. Wait a second? He didn't appear through the Dimension Gate? Does that even make sense though? What do you mean he appeared in China? So Li Xin is a Chinese challenger after all? Is this true? Stop talking nonsense. Then why would he climb up from a Korean tower? Don't you already know that the media here only writes positive articles about China? Ha ha ha, there are still people who believe in the media here? LOL. Was the Bharatala Hindu Temple actually a hiding place for Reverse? Shit. Then shouldn't we thoroughly investigate all Hindu people? This is insane. But how did Li Xin know that this place is the headquarters of the Reverse? I saw in another article that all the kidnapped challengers were rescued by Li Xin this time. Since the creation of the tower, all sorts of incidents and accidents would pop up in the news. Especially this year, more major incidents occurred, leaving no time for boredom in people's daily lives. These included the resurgence of the criminal organization Reverse, which had been quiet for a while, the kidnapping of Generation U challengers, and the shameful defeat of the task force from various countries by this one organization. Besides, Cha Yumin, who was presumed dead by many people, was alive. Then, there was the appearance of Li Xin, the talk of the town, whom people had been waiting for. So many events had unfolded in a short period of time. Among them, the appearance of Li Xin garnered the most attention. That was because Li Xin had made the outstanding achievement of becoming a top ranker just after reaching the 50th floor. Even the most famous actors or singers in the world could not match Li Xin's fame at this moment. As soon as what was deemed as an act of terrorism in India was broadcasted and the news of his return to Korea with an escort from WCA was spread worldwide, the prices of plane tickets to Korea soared several times. The people who bought tickets were not ordinary people, but the elite, the wealthy, and challengers from various countries, who were all hoping to have even a short conversation with Li Xin. They were all willing to spend any amount to get a seat, or even charter a private jet. In fact, they did not even hesitate to buy economy seats at exorbitant prices if they had to. Currently, Li Xin was the strongest human on Earth, displaying abilities far beyond others. If he managed to become the top ranker already on the 50th floor, it was almost certain that he would be able to climb to the top of the tower, the 100th floor, with no problem. It would not even be a problem for Li Xin to become one of the most powerful and strongest beings among different dimensions. Therefore, for those who wanted to gain Li Xin's favor, even spending way too much money to meet this person was not a loss. Thanks to this, the Korean government had a lot of work on their hands preparing for the arrival of this man of the moment known as Li Xin. You can get off here, said Ha Tae-suk. Following Ha Tae-suk's guidance, when they arrived at the rooftop of a building, other people were waiting to escort Li Xin. While it was almost impossible that anyone would attempt to assassinate him, those who were there to protect him were more tense than ever, knowing that they had to accommodate his needs as much as possible. Don't we have to go to the airport? Li Xin asked. It's fine. If we go to the airport, you will attract too many people's attention, so you might have to use magic or something. Haha, Ha Tae-suk replied. I see, Li Xin muttered. At that moment, a man wearing glasses approached Li Xin and greeted him. Hello, I am Kang Sang-jun, the Deputy Director of the National Security Agency. I will be accompanying you from now on, said Kang Sang-jun, looking at Li Xin. Then, I'll be on my way. I would love to be with you until the end, but there are some things waiting for me to attend to, said Ha Tae-suk. It's all right, Li Xin replied. After saying that, Li Xin followed Kang Sang-jun out. Director Ha Tae-suk is usually so busy that he can't tolerate wasting a minute or even a second, so taking the time out for you is quite an effort on his part. I hope you understand, Kang Sang-jun, who seemed to feel sorry for Li Xin, explained. Kang Sang-jun asked Li Xin where his destination was. Let's head to the Challengers Association, Li Xin said. Understood, Kang Sang-jun replied. Their way to the Challengers Association was not as congested as Li Xin had expected. It was because the government had managed the traffic in advance to prepare for Li Xin's arrival. Well, There was no need to go this far, Li Xin commented as he noticed the arrangements that went into this. If we made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize for that. This part of the city is usually very congested, but because of the news of your arrival, people flocked here. So there was nothing we could do, Kang Sangjun explained. Okay then, Li Xin replied. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the extraordinary treatment, Li Xin approached the association. The surrounding area was bustling with numerous people who wanted to catch a glimpse of him. As they entered the association, they saw that the chairman, Jian Jaeyong, deputy chairman Shin Hyanwu, the director of the National Security Agency, and the prime minister were all present. Before coming to Korea, Li Xin had asked Ha Tae-suk to arrange a meeting with them, so they waited for him in the association's office. Hello, I am Li Xin. Li Xin introduced himself to these people. After exchanging greetings, Li Xin got straight to the point. The atmosphere was not particularly bad. If they were the kind of people who would be upset or argue just because he was the one who had summoned them, he would not have called them in the first place. The dimension gate will soon close, and a new gate will open, Li Xin said. After hearing his words, their expressions stiffened. They were wondering what he meant by this. Li Xin continued with the explanation. Until now, the dimension gate served as a passage for challengers from the tower to return to their home worlds. But now, it will be different, Li Xin said. What do you mean? Challengers from other dimensions as well as those who are not challengers will also come to Earth, Li Xin replied. Their expressions turned grave. Among them, the Prime Minister Shin Jae-ho seemed to be the most skeptical and furrowed his eyebrows. What you're saying is too absurd. Do you realize that? Prime Minister Shin Jae-ho commented. In response to his question, Li Xin just nodded slowly because he could understand their reactions. He should have tried to build trust and persuade them, but unfortunately, there was no time for that. Those gods who were upset due to Li Xin's dimension gate may decide to open the gate leading to other dimensions tomorrow, or they might use Earthlings as a hostage to force Li Xin's obedience. Whether it was because of Li Xin or not, the original dimension gate should have already closed and the other gate should have opened. Time was not on the side of Earthlings. But don't you think my existence itself is absurd? Li Xin asked back. Shin Jae-ho fell silent. I understand that you may not be able to believe me and have doubts about me. However, we really don't have much time. Please think about the possibility. If the original dimension gate closes and the other gate opens up on Earth, what do you think will happen? Li Xin asked them. His words made all of them tense up and think seriously. All of them did not look so great, because it was difficult for them to envision a positive future. But aren't these just your assumptions? Such a thing has never happened before, said Shin Hyanwu. At novel bin at. Then have any of you been able to predict the rapidly changing situation of the tower? Do you think it's possible to predict it logically? Li Xin intended to challenge all their questions. Well no, it's impossible, Shin Hyanwu replied. Exactly. Ever since the tower appeared, everything has deviated from what would seem like common sense on Earth. It is impossible to predict it logically. We have to predict the future with abilities that are as unrealistic as magic, Li Xin explained. After hearing Li Xin's explanation, they nodded as if they could understand his point. Have you seen the future? Yes. I can't tell you all the details for now, but Earth was destroyed in the future. The other gate was opened, and the original dimension gate was closed forever. Hordes of invaders came wave after wave to attack Earth endlessly, Li Xin explained. Think about encountering the monsters that you encountered on the 50th floor or higher. Imagine one of them appearing in Seoul. What do you think will happen? Well, if the challengers of Earth along with our military weapons could be deployed to defend against Shin Jae-ho was the first to voice his thoughts, but Li Xin quickly interrupted him and asked the rest for their opinions. InRead.com. The others could not answer easily. You too should know what it would be like because you were challengers yourselves, chairman and director, Li Xin said, looking at them. They smiled bitterly and nodded. Humans, or rather, Earthlings, are considered among the weakest in the tower. Based on the abilities alone, they are even comparable to goblins. They have potential to excel, but that is all. Besides, there are significantly fewer challengers from Earth compared to other dimensions. Ordinary people who are not challengers will not stand a chance, even if only the orcs invade. Even if we activate the military, there will definitely be limitations, Li Xin continued. By now, these people gathered in the association office would already be aware that Li Xin's proposals were not to benefit himself. That was why his words had credibility. Nations should not fight against each other right now. The whole world must unite. And we must strengthen the defenses of each nation to prepare for potential enemies, Li Xin appealed to them. I think I can understand now. I can finally understand why you were acting this way until now, the director of the National Security Agency Yoon Sang, who had been saving his words, spoke up. What do you mean? Shin Jae-ho asked, looking confused. Our National Security Agency analyzed your actions through the reports we received. And we always found it very strange that you never killed enemies with high abilities, especially when they were Earthlings, Yoon Sang started to explain. Li Xin listened to his analysis intently. The way you acted in different stages was cold killing enemies mercilessly and making purely rational choices if you thought they would cause problems in the future. However, your attitude toward Earthlings was always somewhat different. I noticed that you saved some of them whom you would have killed under normal circumstances. Well, I guess you also saved some who seemed useful even if they were not challengers from Earth, Yoon Sang explained. After finishing his explanation, Yun Sang looked at Li Xin as if he had finished organizing his thoughts. I'll support your opinion, because I believe you're telling the truth, Yun Sang said. But Yun Sang, the Prime Minister muttered. Dear Prime Minister, I have full conviction in my judgment and analysis, Yun Sang replied. The Prime Minister looked at Yun Sang with a mixture of concern and trust. Then, a moment later, he nodded. In response to that, Jian Jaeyong smiled and extended his hand to Li Xin. The Challengers Association places our trust in you, Mr. Li Xin, said Jian Jaeyong. Although it was Jian Jaeyong's first meeting with Li Xin, he had somewhat trusted Li Xin because he had heard a lot from other challengers in the past. It will still be difficult though. Unless such a situation arises, other countries may not trust us nor follow our lead, Xin Jaeho cautioned. It's okay. What I wanted to ask you was to please find countries that are willing to work with us as much as possible. And Korea will be the starting point for forming Earth's defense, Li Xin explained. The dimension gate that Li Xin had worked with Sverno was currently connected to China, but changing the coordinates to move the destination to Korea would not be difficult. Li Xin planned on building the world's best defense centered around Korea so that the monsters from other dimensions could not even think of invading Korea. But wait a minute. Where are Kane and Plata? Li Xin asked because he had thought they would be at the association, yet they were not here. Oh, actually, Jian Jaeyong seemed a little uncomfortable. Kane and Plata were at Road World in Jamsil, which was located in Seoul. New Atlantica was the most thrilling and fun ride here in this amusement park. Kane and Plata were standing in front of it with excitement. Kane and Plata, I feel like you two would find this ride boring. A man who followed them as their assistant felt anxious every moment, because he was afraid that they might cause trouble. If this ride was boring, why would so many people wait in line? Kane asked. Yeah, it looks fun, doesn't it? Plata commented. I guess we should wait here until Li Xin arrives, Kane muttered. Yup, it seems like they have a lot of rides here, Plata replied with excitement. All right, but make sure you don't get in trouble, okay? The man warned them. Don't worry, said Kane. Yeah, Li Xin is going to kill us if we do. Trust me, we won't get in trouble. I promise, Plata replied. Kane and Plata sat at the very front of the ride and the assistant sat behind them. This is exciting, Kane muttered. The safety bar is coming down, said the staff. With the staff's announcement, the safety bar passed over their heads and was about to press down on their shoulders. Crack! Just as it was coming down, Kane and Plata frowned and broke the safety bar. Ah! People screamed. Tisk! I don't need this, Kane shouted. Oh sorry, we don't like being restrained like this, Plata explained. Hey, but you cannot just break things. The staff started to panic. Just start the ride already, Kane shouted again. The staff members were taken aback by their actions, and in the distance, security guards came running toward them. The assistant, starting to have a headache, got off the ride and approached the staff. Why aren't we starting already? Kane complained. Let's go, Plata shouted. The two of them seemed excited about riding the roller coaster, but the assistant watching them was exasperated. Ugh, these rascals? I'll tell Mr. Li Xin about all of this when I meet him. Thinking that to himself, he grinned and replied when his eyes met Kane's. Ha ha ha, it will be done soon. Ha ha ha. The view of the streets passed by quickly. How long has it been since Li Xin last saw a scene like this from inside a car? As he looked at the people walking outside, he lost himself in contemplation. The gate crisis is about to happen, so I need to finish preparing before that. Li Xin was aware that internal unity was the most important factor. I could not resolve the gate crisis in the past, but this time will be different, Li Xin muttered with determination. The physical abilities of the Earthlings were significantly inferior to the monsters from other dimensions. Earthlings were considered the weakest of all the races. In fact, they were as good as goblins. However, there was one saving grace about the Earthlings. It was their extraordinary potential. Humans from other dimensions had at least learned magic or skills, but humans from Earth had advanced in science rather than individual abilities. We need to come together, Li Xin muttered once again. Earthlings became stronger when they united. In the past, they could not present a united front due to the god's sudden closure of the dimension gate. However, things were different now. Currently, the combat force of the Earth was not drastically inferior to other dimensions, even if outliers such as Li Xin were excluded from the count. Do you really think the gods will open the dimension gate? Park Ju-hyuk, who was driving, asked Li Xin. It seemed like Park Ju-hyuk was questioning Li Xin under the assumption that something like that was very unlikely to happen. Li Xin smiled bitterly. In the past, it was just a drama orchestrated by the gods when they took Earthlings hostage in order to make the challengers of Earth climb the tower, but this time was different. The gods were truly angry, and there was a high possibility that they would open the dimension gate with the intent to destroy Earth entirely. Yes, they definitely will, Li Xin replied. But, don't worry, because we have you this time, don't we? Park Ju-hyuk tried to comfort Li Xin. Li Xin really hoped that he would be able to help. As Li Xin looked up, he could see the darkening sky. They were heading to the National Security Agency base, where Cha Yumin was hospitalized. We must take care of every single combat force we have. Li Xin was aware that he alone could not protect the entire Earth. In places where he was not present, other challengers had to step up and defend. Besides, he had a grander plan if Earth's defense stabilized. After that, we might be able to attack other dimensions. Cha Yumin would become one of Earth's most formidable weapons. It was the same for Park Ju-hyuk, who was in front of Li Xin at the moment. The tower made challengers stronger, and challengers protected Earth. That was the best structure Li Xin could imagine, and the plan had been progressing quite smoothly so far. Now, all that remained was for Li Xin to become stronger. Earth needed an absolute powerhouse. Just like how there was a demon god in the demon world and heavenly god in the heavenly realm, the existence of such absolute powerhouses made those worlds stronger, places where no one could invade. Upon arriving at the base, Yoon Sang, the director of the National Security Agency, warmly greeted Li Xin. Cha Yumin was in a state of unconsciousness, his whole body badly injured. How does he look? Yoon Sang asked Li Xin. Li Xin could not feel death coming from Cha Yumin. It looked like he might not wake up so soon right now, but at least he would not die. He won't die. If we wait, he'll wake up, Li Xin replied. Oh, is that so? That's a relief, Yoon Sang replied. When Cha Yumin wakes up, please let him know that I was here, Li Xin said. I will do that. But do you think he will be okay when he wakes up? Yoon Sang asked again. He'll be fine. He's a strong kid, Li Xin replied. Yoon Sang looked at Li Xin with a puzzled expression, but he did not avoid Yoon Sang's gaze. You're speaking as if you are an old friend of his, Yoon Sang said. Well, there are people who make me feel that way, Li Xin replied. Li Xin smirked and went back outside. Park Ju-hyuk was waiting for him there. Sorry for the inconvenience, Li Xin apologized to Park Ju-hyuk. It's okay. Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing, Park Ju-hyuk replied. Park Ju-hyuk was an agent of the National Security Agency. The deputy leader of his task force, Baek Hyuna, was also part of the National Security Agency. The others were recruited from outside the agency to form the team. So, where do you want to go next? Park Ju-hyuk asked. We should go meet those troublemakers, Li Xin replied, referring to Kane and Plata. Park Ju-hyuk took the wheel again. Li Xin could fly on a skeleton, but using such abilities within Korea was prohibited unless it was a special occasion. Of course, with his status, it would not matter much for Li Xin anyway, but he thought there was no need to attract unnecessary attention. We've arrived, Park Ju-hyuk said. At Novel Bin at. Thanks again, Li Xin replied. I have something to take care of, so I'll get going first, Park Ju-hyuk said. After dropping him off, Park Ju-hyuk left. The next moment, Li Xin entered the hotel. Kane and Plata were sitting at the lobby of the hotel that was provided by the association, sipping coffee. As soon as he spotted Kane and Plata, he glared at them. Their eyes showed a hint of guilt, seemingly aware that they had caused trouble. Oh, you're finally here, Kane said, looking at Li Xin. It feels weird to see you here, Plata said, looking at Li Xin. Li Xin smiled bitterly at the two, who pretended like nothing happened. Why did you follow me? Li Xin asked in a cold voice. Well, Svrno said that he needed someone to test whether your dimension gate was functioning properly, Kane replied. I was curious about what kind of place Earth was, so I decided to follow you, Plata added. I'll return to the tower before the original dimension gate closes. So, you guys should come with me, Li Xin said. What? Already? I wanted to have more fun, Plata replied with disappointment and finished the sweet coffee. This is really good, Plata commented on the coffee. Don't worry. You'll be able to come back, Li Xin replied. Alright. So, when are we going back? Plata asked. We're going back tomorrow, Li Xin replied. Li Xin had to change the coordinates of his gate that was currently connected to China to a location in Korea. Svrno and Vian said that by plugging their device into a specific location, he could collect the coordinates. Therefore, Li Xin thought of plugging the device near the original dimension gate that was located in Gwangaewamun. Also, there were still things left unresolved in the Lardal archipelago, so Li Xin planned on tidying things up before returning to Korea. Time passed by quickly. After taking the new coordinates of his dimension gate, Li Xin handed it over to Svrno, and following that the gate connected to China was closed again. After quickly investigating and fixing some errors that occurred this time, they reconnected the new dimension gate, this time precisely to a certain location in Korea. For testing purposes, other individuals also passed through the gate, but no one was sent to other locations. Such a masterpiece was created by the combined effort of the two individuals, Svrno, the sage who traverses dimensions, and Vian Steiger, the greatest hex-stack engineer around. When Shin Jae-ho and Yoon Sang saw the new dimension gate completed, they were taken aback. I never thought this would be possible, Shin Jae-ho muttered in amazement. Shin Jae-ho assessed that this dimension gate had the potential to rock the whole world, and with its value equivalent to the existence of Li Xin. The ability to travel to and from the tower throughout the year, not just 1 month, was an advantage beyond imagination. I think we will have to keep an eye on the surroundings thoroughly, Shin Jae-ho muttered. Yes, that's right. But even if someone is nearby, there's no way for them to use it. The other side of the dimension gate is under my control, and they won't be able to steal the technology. Besides, even by using Earth's current technology, it would still be impossible, Li Xin replied. Li Xin's words could be thought of as an insulting remark toward the scientific and technological capabilities of Earth, but Shin Jae-ho did not seem to care. Can I go over too? Shin Jae-ho asked with curiosity. No, that's impossible, Li Xin replied firmly. The world of the tower itself won't accept it, just like the conventional dimension gate. Oh, I see. Shin Jae-ho could not hide his disappointment. Before other countries find out, we should get ready as much as possible. Leave the security here to me, Yun Sang, who was standing next to Shin Jae-ho, said. Thanks, Shin Jae-ho replied. Also, do you remember what I said before? Li Shin asked, looking at the two of them. Both of them immediately caught on to what Li Shin was talking about and nodded. Yes, solidarity with other countries. I can finally understand why you were so confident, Mr. Li Shin, Shin Jae-ho replied with a nod. Yes, that's right, because they will have no choice but to cooperate with us, Li Shin said. But you see, monopolization of power can cause backlash, Jian Jae-yong, who suddenly approached them, said. Don't worry. While we gain additional benefits, we won't impose any restrictions on the use of this gate. As I mentioned earlier, now is the time for us to unite. The reason why I was able to capture reverse right away was also because of that, Li Shin replied. Understood, Jian Jae-yong muttered. As I mentioned before, when the gate appears, the world will undergo a tremendous change. With the new gate, challengers will no longer need to bring anything directly from the tower, and Earth's armies will be able to cross to other dimensions, Li Shin explained. Upon hearing Li Shin's words, the officers who heard his story gulped. Even though they had occasional minor battles and continuous military training, it had been a long time since any major wars had taken place on Earth. Li Shin's words were no different than foreshadowing an invasion. The standards of battles will change, and so will the rewards, Li Shin said with determination. He had pledged that he would not just hand Earth over as easily as he did last time. Your families, colleagues, friends, and loved ones are here. It's not just about protecting this place. It's about protecting your treasured people, Li Shin said with determination. The serious atmosphere in the area caught the attention of the researchers who had been checking the gate and the soldiers guarding the area. Li Shin's heartfelt words deeply moved them. I will take the lead. So, please defend Earth, everyone. Li Shin's sincerity resonated deeply in their hearts. We will protect it, even if it means laying down our lives. A major, who had come to protect this area, immediately responded to Li Shin's words that were filled with sincerity, words that no one questioned. So what's the name of this gate? Shin Jae-ho, who had been staring blankly at the gate, asked Li Shin. It's called the Eternal Gate, because it's a door that will never close, Li Shin replied firmly. It was already January 1st. The original Dimension Gate had closed, and the tumultuous year had passed. The Korean government announced the newly appeared Dimension Gate to the world. It was not a gate that would open for only 1 month, but a gate that could be used to go to the tower anytime. They called it the Eternal Gate. The shocking news attracted challengers from all around the world, and they spread word on the existence of the Eternal Gate. Is there no need to wait for the Dimension Gate to open now? The birth of a gate that allows us to go to the tower anytime. Korea finally pulled off an amazing achievement. The birth of the Korean version of the Dimension Gate. Where did it come from? Challengers from all around the world are flocking to Korea. Korean government, there will be no restrictions on entry to the Eternal Gate. Shocking news? The Eternal Gate can be used by challengers from other dimensions too. Countless articles spun off from various media outlets worldwide. Many individuals praised the new Eternal Gate because it had overcome the fatal flaw of the previous Dimension Gate, which was restricted by time. Countries that thought about the astronomical value created by the gate tried to trace the process of the emergence of the Eternal Gate, but it was impossible. Furthermore, in China, there were numerous false articles that claimed to have found the secret of the gate, but they were quickly taken down. These damn idiots? Why would they write such articles? Zhejun muttered. Zhejun had personally checked out the Eternal Gate at Li Shin's request. After realizing Li Shin was behind its creation, he stopped talking about it. He realized that no one else but Li Shin could have made it, and once the Eternal Gate was moved from China to Korea, there was no way to reproduce it. Zhejun had great influence over the Challengers Association of China, and he had great control over both the government and the military. Therefore, he used his connections to remove all articles and prevent any further false claims from China. Zhejun was well aware that for now, he should not draw unnecessary attention from Li Shin and Korea. Therefore, his plan was to take over the Challengers Association, which had great influence over the affairs of China, in order to further increase his own influence. The gate crisis. Zhejun muttered. When Li Shin came to Earth and met Zhejun, Li Shin clearly stated that these gates would reappear on Earth. Besides, he even mentioned that the first gate could appear in China. Well, I guess it's good that it turned out this way, Zhejun muttered. China was difficult to control. The high-ranking officials clung to their power for their own interests and did not listen to others. They were arrogant and unwilling to back down even when necessary. Crunch. Zhejun gritted his teeth, reminded of the negative past experiences he had had with them. He hid the smile that appeared on his face by opening up the fan. If we are left defenseless against the gate, the power of the Challengers Association will inevitably grow stronger. Especially now, with the appearance of the Eternal Gate, it would be even more so. Zhejun thought that he only needed to be prepared to seize power before that day came. A month had passed, and a small gate appeared on a hill near a secluded village in Shandong County. Gorak Gruoak. Green-skinned, muscular bodies with thick fangs protruding from their mouths, orcs with menacing eyes began to walk out one by one. Unlike the peace it enjoyed during the period of Dimension Gate opening, the Lardal archipelago located in Island 43 was now bustling with people. On one side, a new base for the defense force was under construction under the leadership of Wang Kongwang, while Vian's Hextech equipment was installed throughout the area. Shelters were set up to prevent anyone from entering the vicinity of the Eternal Gate. The entrance was guarded by the White Elves of the Defense Force and the subordinates of the Platinum Group. While Sverno was monitoring the status of the Eternal Gate in real time, Ji and Jae-young and Yoon Sang arrived at the tower from Earth. As they walked towards Sverno, he greeted them. "You are here," Sverno remarked, looking at the two. "Oh, thankfully you are here," Ji and Jae-young muttered. Ji and Jae-young introduced Yoon Sang to Sverno. "May we have a short chat?" Ji and Jae-young asked Sverno. "Sure," Sverno replied. "Where is Mr. Vian?" Ji and Jae-young asked. "Oh, Vian is," Sverno muttered. Before Sverno could respond, Vian came in through the entrance. "Oh, there he is," Sverno said. What's up? Were you guys looking for me?" Vian asked. "Hello, Mr. Vian. It's nice to see you again," Ji and Jae-young politely greeted Vian, who responded curtly. The four of them headed inside to have a conversation. Sverno and Vian were also part of the reason why Ji and Jae-young and Yoon Sang had come here. "Mr. Sverno, is it possible for you to create more Eternal Gates?" Ji and Jae-young asked. "The Eternal Gate is not something that can be built so easily," Sverno expressed his displeasure, indicating that it was impossible. "I'm also quite interested in this kind of research. We're merely curious about its potential," Yoon Sang added when he picked up on Sverno's reaction. Before becoming the current director of the National Security Agency, Yoon Sang had long been a researcher in weapon technology, which helped him relate to Sverno's reaction. "For us Earthlings, the Eternal Gate is almost like a revolution. We're just curious about how significant this gate is for you," Ji and Jae-young asked. "The Eternal Gate is the greatest masterpiece of my life. So, I can't guarantee that I could achieve the same result if I were to go back to the past. However, recreating the Eternal Gate is not an impossible task," Sverno replied. Ji and Jae-young and Yoon Sang were surprised by this unexpected response. "So are you saying that you can make this again?" Ji and Jae-young asked. "Ridiculous. It's easier said than done. You want us to make that again? Besides, even if I could make it again, do you think we would do it for you?" Hearing Ji and Jae-young's question, Vian gave a wry smile and snapped. "No, it's not that." Ji and Jae-young tried to calm him down. "Don't get worked up, Vian," Sverno tried to calm him down and explain. "Tisk." Vian clicked his tongue. "Do you even know the effort and preparations that Li Xin went through to create this Eternal Gate?" Sverno asked, looking at the two. Both of them pondered for a moment and then shook their heads. "Sorry, we've been short-sighted," Yoon Sang apologized. "Sorry," Ji and Jae-young also apologized. "Well, why did you call me again?" Vian asked. I heard that you have an interest in science and technology," said Ji and Jae-young. The word science and technology that came out of Ji and Jae-young's mouth moved Vian. "In our world, Earth, there are hardly any people who can do proper hextech. It is said that mana-based technology is rapidly advancing, but we need someone like you to deal with the situation we have now," Ji and Jae-young explained. Are you telling me to teach a bunch of idiots who know nothing about hextech?" Vian replied. "Just offering advice would be enough for us. But, in return, we will teach you about our science and technology. If science and hextech come together, we will be able to create remarkable synergy," Ji and Jae-young said with excitement. "I know several top scientists who I could introduce you to," Yoon Sang said. Reluctantly, Vian started to speak, but in fact, he had genuine interest on the inside. "Well, that sounds interesting," said Vian. "Besides, if science and hextech get combined, we will be able to make some decent equipment," Ji and Jae-young replied. "If you're willing, I'd like to bring you to them right away," Yoon Sang suggested. After considering his schedule, Vian nodded. "Okay then," Vian replied. Thunk. At that moment, Laron opened the door and entered. "No, you can't do that," Laron intervened. "What?" Vian looked surprised. "How can you trust them and go back to Earth?" Laron had overheard their conversation from outside and came in because he was worried about Vian. "Hey, you don't need to eavesdrop on this." Sverno scowled at Laron. Vian also grumbled that Laron was worrying for no reason. But Laron muttered. "Don't worry. These two are people whom Li Xin said we could trust," Sverno said. After hearing that Li Xin had said they could trust these people, Laron nodded with relief. "Adat novel bin adat. But I'll still go with you guys on the first day," Laron said. "Ugh, you worry too much," Vian muttered. "If you can come with us, we'll feel more at ease," Sverno replied. Having concluded the conversation like that, the four of them got up from their seats. "Oh, wait a second." Ji and Jae-young remembered something all of a sudden and asked Sverno, "Where's Mr. Li Xin right now?" "Oh yeah, you're right. I haven't seen him around lately," Yoon Sang commented. "He's probably still climbing the tower," Sverno replied. Geek. Inside the burning temple, the monstrous creature that had been burnt fell to the ground. "The monster of the burning temple, Lingbringa, has been defeated. You have cleared the 54th floor. Your achievements will be..." "I'll go back," Li Xin said. Returning to the 50th floor, Li Xin let out a sigh as he read messages that had accumulated. There was the beginning of the gate crisis. Li Xin thought there would be some developments sooner or later, and indeed, the gate had opened. "I wanted to finish up to the 55th floor before the gate opened. For now, it seemed that clearing the 55th floor should be postponed a bit." Despite it being only about a month, Li Xin had completed 4 stages. Even if he were to consider the 49th floor as an exception, the level of difficulty was much higher now. From here onward, the difficulty gap between each floor would become even greater. Now, Li Xin was on the 54th floor. His ranking had risen from 999th to 932nd. The community was filled with stories about the gate crisis and Li Xin's updated ranking. After returning to Island 43, Li Xin passed through the Eternal Gate and headed to Earth. "You are here," Kang Sangjun greeted Li Xin. He was the one who had been Li Xin's assistant when he arrived in Korea last time. "Have you been waiting for me here?" Li Xin asked. "Oh, haha, yes. I heard that you might come back today, so I stayed nearby," Kang Sangjun replied. When Li Xin nodded, Kang Sangjun took out a tablet and showed him something. "I heard that you came back because of the gate crisis. Here is a video taken on-site when it happened. And this is a summary of the overall situation," Kang Sangjun said. Li Xin quickly skimmed through the summary. It talked about the massacre that had occurred in Zhejiang City in China. Orcs had descended from the mountains and wiped out the entirety of a large village. The military responded late, and therefore, the damage was tremendously severe. Also, it was noted that no one lived in the place where orcs first appeared. There were 527 deaths and more than 1,000 casualties, Li Xin muttered. "Yes, that's right. And only 38 orcs were found," Kang Sangjun replied. The response from the Chinese side was much slower than Li Xin expected. Even if the orcs appeared suddenly, it was hard to understand how a mere 38 of them could cause such significant damage. "But I told Zhejun about the gate incident in advance though. The response to an event that should have been managed with haste was delayed. It was as if someone intentionally blocked the communication and delayed the response." Tisk. Li Xin clicked his tongue. As Li Xin organized his thoughts about the situation, he could infer how it went down. It was undoubtedly Zhejian's doing. And I see why he did that. First impressions were always crucial. With only 38 orcs, hundreds of people died. Inside the tower, there were creatures far stronger than the orcs. However, suffering such an event from a mere orc would undoubtedly leave a much greater impact and fear on people. Since the orcs did not dominate China yet, it seemed like Zhejun wanted to make them experience fighting the orcs themselves and act accordingly. I understand his intentions, but the method was wrong. Zhejian's methods were incredibly cold and ruthless. Especially toward his fellow Chinese people, he seemed particularly cruel. It seemed as if he held their lives and sacrifices with little regard. With a sigh, Li Xin started the video. Someone had recorded a scene of orcs attacking a village at night. It seemed like people thought they would be able to hide on the rooftop of the buildings without being found by the orcs, but that was a grave mistake. In fact, orcs had a keen sense of smell, and they were surprisingly strategic in battles. Challengers would not have made such a mistake, but these people did not look like they were challengers, but ordinary people. The buildings in the village were not that tall, so it was easy for them to spot the humans on the rooftop. In the video, the orcs slaughtered the people mercilessly. The speed of ordinary humans was insufficient to escape from the orcs, and they were defenseless in combat. These orcs killed the humans and ripped their bodies apart. While this gruesome scene might be familiar to challengers, it was pure terror for ordinary people. After capturing all the humans who tried to escape past one of the buildings, one orc broke through the door and entered it. It was obviously searching for the person who was recording the video because it had picked up on the smell of a human. Sobbing was audible from the video. In view was an iron door to the rooftop. After a quiet 30 seconds passed, the door began to bend. Thud, thud, thud. With a punch, the iron door dented, and the person begged for mercy, mumbling intelligible words. Bomb! Then, with a loud crash, the hinges supporting the iron door were shattered, and the door fell down, revealing the orc. As the orc approached, the video started to shake, went black, and only the audio could be heard. After listening to those cruel sounds, Li Xin hardened his expression and turned off the video. When he sighed and looked to the side, Kang Sangjun also had a displeased expression, his mouth tightly shut. "It seems like someone in the army found this video and spread it to the public," Kang Sangjun explained. "They decided to spread it to the public despite knowing that doing so would make the Chinese military look bad." Li Xin found it odd. "I didn't understand that part either, but it seems like a soldier who found the phone secretly uploaded it. After uploading the video, that soldier went into hiding," said Kang Sangjun. Li Xin thought that Zhejun was definitely behind this. Even in such a situation, he managed to send someone into the place and collect the phone. He's quite skilled. The next moment, Li Xin immediately observed people's reactions. Wow, orcs for real? That's crazy. Did challengers really deal with those in the tower? I heard orcs were on the weaker side in the tower. In the Korean tower, they have to kill orcs already on the 3rd floor stage. People couldn't even pierce their muscles with a kitchen knife. This is insane. I turned it off because I felt nauseous while watching. I don't feel good anymore. Shit. I can't believe they eat human corpses. Why did these creatures appear all of a sudden? Isn't this all because of the Eternal Gate? The Eternal Gate allows beings from other dimensions, not just Earthlings, to come over. Oh, is that so? Did the Eternal Gate cause this? Damn it, what did those crazy people create? Wait a second. Then does that mean this happened all because of Korea? Let's protest against the Eternal Gate. I'm in. Are they crazy? They brought in monsters just to move in and out of the tower for all year long. I feel like they are going to close it down, because other countries have been putting pressure on them as well. After the Zhejiang City massacre, people's reactions toward the Eternal Gate were extremely negative. They pointed to the Eternal Gate as the tragedy, which was a reasonable conclusion. I guess we're in a difficult situation, Li Xin said. Yes. Right now, there are numerous articles from China and some other countries criticizing Korea, Kang Sangjun commented. What do you plan to do? Li Xin asked. Kang Sangjun was also a member of the government. Perhaps he could know how they would respond. Take a look at this, said Kang Sangjun. He smirked and showed Li Xin his tablet. On the screen, familiar figures were holding a press conference. Hello, this is Samuel Campbell, the chairman of the WCA. The person speaking was the chairman of the WCA and also the president of the American Challengers Association. Next to him were Jian Jae-yong and the chairman of the French Challengers Association. They were all officials of the WCA. The Eternal Gate was not solely created by Korea but was secretly developed by several countries, including the United States, Japan, France, and Germany. It was entirely untrue, but that was what they declared. This recent gate crisis was something we had anticipated, and we were secretly developing the Eternal Gate to respond to it. Linking the Eternal Gate to this incident as the cause is meaningless. The Eternal Gate is a connection to the tower, while this gate crisis is caused by a connection to a different dimension. Samuel spoke so casually and calmly, as if this was normal. Do you guys know the purpose of the tower's existence? It was to enhance Earth's competitive advantage when at war with different dimensions. That was why challengers emerged, and we are able to use that power even outside the tower. It was a plausible argument, and many scholars had proposed similar hypotheses before. It was refuted due to lack of evidence, but it was sufficiently persuasive. Stronger monsters will invade in the future. So, if we don't become stronger in the meantime, we won't be able to protect Earth. This is not a war between nations. Everyone listened intently to his words. War, monsters, invasion. Every word was difficult to accept and raised people's unease. We need to prepare for the invasion by different dimensions and planets. The sound of cameras snapping and furious typing could be heard clearly from the video. This showed how much of an impact their declaration had on people. In different dimensions, an endless war is already taking place with intense slaughter. They have been training like this to become more powerful this way, but we have not. He looked at the public with a determined gaze. He met the eyes of reporters one by one and sent his message to the people beyond the camera. If Earth is not strong enough, we will be invaded by them. Now is the time for us to come together as one. As soon as his speech ended, questions poured out from the reporters like an avalanche. After the press conference, the broadcasts were filled with discussions about the gate crisis. Provocative words like invasion, monsters, and war seized the public's interest, further fueling the apprehension among citizens worldwide. Samuel, the chairman of the WCA, revealed that the recent orc massacre in Zayazwang City was a form of dimensional reconnaissance, hinting at a potential invasion of Earth. Adat Novel bin Adat. Yes, that's right. Many experts are currently analyzing the situation with that assumption. We managed to kill only 30 of the 38 orcs. The other 8 are thought to have returned to their world. So, where do you think the next gate will appear? Well, it's difficult to predict that accurately. However, if you consider how they scouted China previously, I think we know where they will appear next. Will stronger monsters come out next time? Yes, I think so. We can expect them to be much stronger than what we encountered this time. Wow, the damage would be immense. We must be fully prepared. All the broadcasts were seemingly discussing the same thing, the next gate's location, the adversary's strength, and whether the challengers could protect Earth from the next disaster. Some suggested that challengers should be restricted from entering the tower, and others even suggested closing the Eternal Gate. The authorities seemingly didn't want the challengers to go to the tower, as they feared that there would be no one left in case of another monster wave. What a foolish thought. Li Xin believed that the challengers should focus on getting stronger. This first monster wave was nothing compared to what was to come. The military could handle the first few waves, but their enemy's strength would grow with time, and even challengers would perish at their hands then. To avoid such a situation, the Eternal Gate was essential, and the challengers had to become stronger as much as possible by climbing the tower. This is not mere reconnaissance. This incident showed that the time to open such a gate had come. Perhaps the limitations had gotten looser when Li Xin returned from the tower to Earth. While he couldn't grasp the exact limitations or principles, he did learn a lot from helping Sforno's research to open the Eternal Gate. The ability to connect dimensions wasn't exclusive to someone. With the right medium, anyone could connect any place to anywhere using dimension energy as long as they fulfilled one condition. The dimension energy of their destination must be abundant enough to sustain the gate. Earth's dimension energy used to be thin and scarce, but with the tower's emergence, challengers' strength increased, which boosted Earth's dimension energy. The presence of strong characters with a high class increased a dimension's energy. The gods were currently observing the situation by connecting dimensions. They wanted to see how many gates they could open, so it wasn't simple reconnaissance. After they were done assessing, they would likely open a number of gates here. At this rate, no challenger from Earth would ever reach the 100th floor. Gods believed Li Xin could reach the 100th floor, yet his adversarial stance was clear. Thus, the gods might thrust Earth into a dimensional war, encouraging them to get stronger by competing with other dimensions. Where is Mr. Sforno? He's probably with the researchers. Researching dimensions and the gate was of utmost importance to protect Earth. Then, let's head over there first. Korea's research technology was still lacking. Li Xin thought that the best minds from the United States, China, Japan, the United Kingdom, and other nations needed to come together to study this phenomenon. From the forced opening of the gate to the connection, the blockade, and the maintenance of the gate. Once Earth has all these technologies, its stability will surpass all other dimensions. Unlike other species, Earth lacked physical prowess. Yet, its strength lay in understanding, exploring, and advancing via science and technology. Humans held the potential to manipulate dimensions solely with tech. All the preparations are now in place. Now, we just have to endure. Zhu Yun, most closely related to the recent gate crisis, watched television while unfolding his artifact, eight-sided formation. Use heaven, earth, wind, and clouds as the four directions, and the dragon, tiger, bird, and snake as the four features, thus forming what is known as the eight-sided formation. The eight-sided formation didn't follow conventions and remained in the form of a book. The book was populated with strange writing and patterns, and the pages flipped on their own, responding to Zhu Yun's mana. Detect the changes from the gate that appeared in Zayazhuang City recently, Zhu Yun muttered. As Zhu Yun's mana seeped into the pages, a map of China appeared above the previously blank pages, and his mana pulsated at a specific region. Tianjin. Unlike Zayazhuang City, where almost no one lived, Tianjin had a big population. If a gate appeared here, there would undoubtedly be more casualties. It would be unlike anything that had happened before. Ugh. Gripping his throbbing head, Zhu Yun frowned. The price of forcefully using the eight-sided formation was evident. He grimaced and picked up the phone. Tianjin. Stay in Tianjin. Move only when I give the order, Zhu Yun said over the phone. Zhu Yun believed that they should take action when the military leadership struggled to manage the situation. The Challengers Association needed to project itself as a more dependable entity than the nation's armed forces. There aren't many countries apart from China where the country's military has more influence than their Challengers Association. This highlighted the gravity of China's internal checks and power pursuit among various parties. It was also an opportunity for the Challengers Association to fortify its influence. Zhu Yun was determined to prevent ineptitude from undermining his nation. Lucerne, Switzerland. Li Xin, Yunsang, Sverno, and Vian emerged from a house behind an expansive green field. Dozens of bodyguards guarded the place, and one of them was Kim Kong-won, the task force commander of SWCG. Thankfully, Dr. Lurto accepted it, Vian said. How was he? Sverno asked Vian about his impression of Dr. Lurto. He's not bad. Although it's not my area of expertise, I could sense that his knowledge about the subject ran deep, Vian explained. There seem to be many outstanding individuals here as well, said Sverno. When Dr. Lurto is ready, we'll bring him over separately, Vian said. As they finished evaluating Dr. Lurto and were about to leave, Kim Kong-won, who had been waiting outside, rushed over to them. What's the matter? Gates have appeared in China and Italy, Kim Kong-won hurriedly explained. What did you say? Kim Kong-won immediately turned on two tablets, showing them the real-time footage. On the screens, Tianjin in China and Naples in Italy were both shown under attack by gate monsters. So it's orcs in China and water beetles in Italy. However, the situations in the two countries were different. The orcs appeared about 10 minutes ago. Since Tianjin is such a big city, the challengers residing there managed to defeat the orcs, so the damage doesn't seem severe, Kim Kong-won explained. Were there no challengers in Naples? There were few, but since the number of challengers in Italy is relatively small, to begin with, Kim Kong-won muttered. Naples, a port city, was overrun with black water beetles. Unfortunately, the water beetles crushed and devoured people who failed to escape. But you see, it might not look like it, but China isn't in a good situation either. There are tens of thousands of orcs there. While the Chinese military is trying to hold them back, citizens are still dying due to their undermanned response, Kim Kong-won explained. After grasping the situation, they could not hide their fear. Their gazes naturally fell on Li Xin. What will you do? Kim Kong-won asked Li Xin. I'll head to Italy, Li Xin replied. Luckily for Italy, Li Xin happened to be in Switzerland. Since China is too far from here, I suppose you'll be late. Please request entry to Italy. I'll fly there on a skeleton, Li Xin said. Understood, Yunsang replied to Li Xin. Yunsang immediately made a phone call. Li Xin also summoned his skeleton and soared into the air. Please take good care of both of them, Li Xin said, referring to Sverno and Vian. Sverno and Vian were much stronger than ordinary people, but they could still be in danger if monsters or challengers tried to kill them. All right, Kim Kong-won replied. Don't worry, Yunsang also replied. Li Xin received a tablet from Kim Kong-won, which enabled him to monitor the situation in Naples in real time as he flew toward Italy. Bang 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 bang. Riflemen fired on the water beetles swarming the city, trying to push them back. The water beetles did not have tough shells, so bullets easily pierced their hide. However, there were just too many of them. They were as big as small cars and even had wings. Since they could fly, dealing with them was even more challenging. Watch for their mouths. Their spit is incredibly sticky, so avoid it at all costs. Otherwise, block it with a shield. A missile made a bunch of water beetles burst like a watermelon, but some other beetles spit their mucus toward the tank, making it immobile. Then the water beetles covered the tank entirely. Save me? Ah, a monster? Where are the challengers? Where are they? No, no, no. The endless echoes of people's screams filled the air, turning the situation in Naples into an unmitigated disaster. Do we only have 3 challengers? The impact of the Eternal Gate was evident. Challengers could now return to the tower whenever they wanted, so a lot of them were inside the tower despite it not being December. Even with reinforcements converging in Naples from various locations, their numbers remained limited. Darn it! Arg! Li Xin could hear the screams of the challengers from the tablet. He saw a giant water beetle called Lithosaurus rising from the sea and pinning down an Italian challenger with its front claws. Oh no, we're in big trouble. The challenger Orso Baldoni is in danger right now, the broadcast reporter shouted. What power? Even though this challenger had given up on climbing the tower on the 50th floor, he is still someone who climbed all the way to the 50th floor. But he seems to be in trouble already. It was only the second gate opening, yet such a powerful monster had appeared. We need help. If this continues, Naples will be overrun by monsters? What is the military doing? They are hesitating to deal with the monsters stuck to the buildings? They seem to be worried about the damage to Naples? The lukewarm response is only increasing casualties? Li Xin accelerated. Naples, the port city, soon came into view. Chaos reigned in the area. The Italian military had established a perimeter, containing the onslaught of monsters. Soldiers were actively rescuing those who hadn't yet evacuated within this zone. Siain, Shuiak, Shiiak. The first thing Li Xin heard in Naples was the loud cries of the monsters. Just their monstrous shrieks were enough to drive people to insanity. Please, help me. A kid asked Li Xin for help. A child trapped under a car pleaded for help as a water beetle approached. Swiftly, Li Xin employed psychokinesis to lift the vehicle and free the child. Then, he tore off the car's metal plates and stabbed the water beetle with them. Siaik. After the water beetle shouted in pain, it vomited blood and died. Sob, sob. The frightened child trembled and sobbed. InRead.com. The little girl continued to cry. It will be okay now. Li Xin tried to comfort her. Thank you, sir. Sob, the girl replied. Shadow space. A giant bear-like skeleton appeared from the shadow space and kneeled before the girl. Get on up. This guy will take you to the army, Li Xin said. Sob. Mister, please help, said the girl once again. It's going to be all right, Li Xin replied. However, Li Xin quickly noticed the child's peculiar behavior and wondered how the child endured this situation for such a long period. Help. Please help, repeated the girl. This girl was in a state of panic and could not speak properly, but Li Xin had a strong feeling that her parents, who had likely sacrificed themselves to protect her, were somewhere near this place. Where are your parents? Li Xin asked the girl. Sob. They are hiding, inside the market, the girl replied. Li Xin did not know how she ended up in this situation, but there was no time. Besides, it would not be just this child. Others could be waiting, hoping for someone to rescue them. Don't worry, I'll save your parents. So just go back first and wait for them there, Li Xin said, reassuring the girl. Shadow space. Hundreds of skeletons crawled out of Li Xin's pitch-black shadow. Li Xin gave an order to his skeletons. Rescue the people, and kill all these filthy water beetles on sight. A helicopter soared through the sky, and on its door hung a reporter with a microphone. They were broadcasting the chaos unfolding in Naples. Sammy Harrison, an American challenger, had a sense of professionalism so strong that she only entered the tower to share first-hand accounts of its scenes with the public. Hello, this is Sammy Harrison. The situation in Naples is very severe at the moment. Water beetles are mercilessly attacking people, said Sammy Harrison. Sammy Harrison was undoubtedly the most famous reporter worldwide. Her mere presence on a broadcast propelled viewer numbers skyward. She was a reporter affiliated with CNN. While in Italy, news of the Naples crisis reached her ears, prompting an immediate decision to report. Sammy Harrison requested filming equipment from an Italian media company and even borrowed a nearby helicopter from CNN. The Italian media company could not refuse because her influence in media companies was beyond imagination. Here comes Sammy Harrison's broadcast? Damn, how did she manage to go to Naples? Wow, of course, it's Sammy Harrison. Speechless? Does she have teleportation abilities or something? How does she always get near the incidents so soon? Send Sammy Harrison to the parliament? With her, everything will become clear. Exactly? As her live stream started, the viewers quickly surpassed 300,000. People from various communities who were curious about the current situation switched to Sammy Harrison's broadcast. At this pace, reaching 1 million viewers seemed like nothing notable. However, Sammy did not care about the increasing number of viewers. Her only concern was how she could convey this scene to the audience in a palpable and impactful way. That was all. The Italian army has entered Naples. 3 challengers, who happen to be in Naples, are trying hard to fend off the water beetles, but since their numbers are overwhelming, it's hard for the challengers to fight back. Sammy Harrison shouted. If you know it's hard to fight back the overwhelming numbers of water beetles, go help them, don't just watch from there. Yeah, right. What the hell are you doing there? Isn't this girl a challenger herself? Don't you guys know who Sammy Harrison is? Do you seriously think Sammy Harrison would help? She won't be able to do a proper broadcast if she decides to help out. Still, we need at least one more person to help. Can't you see people dying? What difference will one more person like Sammy make? Yeah, that's right. It's more important for her to show the situation to the world. The chat room buzzed with comments pouring in rapidly. and the real-time and automatic translations allowed seamless communication for all. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a reporter before being a challenger, and a reporter must inform the public about ongoing situations. If the opportunity arises, I will help, but for now, I will focus on broadcasting, Sammy Harrison explained. Normally, the audience's requests would have waned by now. Sammy had a steadfast commitment to her profession. She was the type to jump in a sea of fire to ensure a live broadcast. However, this time, people did not stop telling her to go help. The water beetles were ruthlessly tearing people apart, and the audience had to see the brutal scene repeatedly, so they couldn't help but ask Sammy to intervene. I guess I have no choice this time. Even Sammy Harrison knew that she could not just stand by. I think the distance is making this broadcast quite illegible. Let me go down there and see for myself, said Sammy Harrison. The helicopter remained safe from the water beetles because its altitude exceeded the monster's flying range. However, descending posed a new challenge. Despite this, the audience erupted with enthusiasm at her audacious decision. Give me the camera, Sammy Harrison shouted. Yes, ma'am. She grabbed the camera and jumped out of the helicopter. A flying water beetle targeted her when she fell, but her hand spewed something sticky that dragged the beetle down with her. Thud! She crushed the water beetle with a powerful punch, as they both fell onto the building's rooftop. At novel bin at. Hashtag damn. This is insane. It feels so real. Hashtag you? That's gross. Hashtag is that really a water beetle? Why is it so huge? It's as big as a car? Not for a single instance during the entire fight did the camera lose stability. It was almost like some omnipotent third person was the cameraman. It was impressive. I've reached the rooftop. These water beetle shrieks are no joke. Please lower your volume if you find it uncomfortable, Sammy Harrison said. Sammy jumped from roof to roof while continuing her live broadcast. Corpses of people and monsters were scattered everywhere. It was a harrowing scene. She also saw people looking out of their windows, seeking help, but Sammy did not help them. She focused solely on accurately conveying the situation to her audience, like the citizen's location. Every time the viewers saw that, the chat room exploded with messages, but she just ignored them. The number of monsters is alarming. The number seems similar to the orcs incident in China, Sammy Harrison said. Afterward, Sammy Harrison swiftly moved around the scene, killing water beetles and rescuing people who were in danger. The crowd cheered in the chat whenever she killed monsters and rescued people. However, her expression was darkening. I can't handle this on my own. We need at least 100 challengers like me, or maybe, if we had just that person named Li Xin. With a somber expression, she effectively portrayed the gravity of the situation through scenes of gunfire, the cries of the water beetles, and an atmosphere of intensity, deeply impacting the viewers. The Italian army should be more proactive in. Sammy Harrison abruptly stopped talking. She had caught sight of something familiar. Among the flying water beetles, a massive skeleton came into view. Above it, she saw a glimpse of purplish hair. Huh? No way. A chill ran down her spine for the first time in her life. Unexpectedly, that sight had made her heart start beating like a drum. Everyone, do you see that? Her brightened voice made the viewers look at the screen. Hashtag what is that? Hashtag something is flying over here. Hashtag isn't that a skeleton? Oh, wait, what is that? Hashtag oh, man. Isn't that Li Xin? Hashtag huh? That's Li Xin? Why would he be here? Hashtag this is incredible. He came all the way from Korea? He is finally here? Hashtag Mr. Li, the great magician? The chat room erupted in a flurry of messages as the skeleton descended. Amidst this, Sammy Harrison dashed toward it with unwavering determination. This is breaking news? It's definitely breaking news. She had never imagined that she would get to see Li Xin fighting live. Sammy had only ever seen videos of his fights and had never expected to see him here because Korea was so far from Italy. Was he nearby? However, that wasn't her main concern at the moment. All she wanted was to present Li Xin to the public. The news of his appearance caused the viewer count to skyrocket, surpassing her record by far. If possible, I'd love to interview him. As she crazily dashed forward, she saw the skeleton landing gracefully on the ground. It is Li Xin. Li Xin is really here. Sammy Harrison shouted with excitement. Li Xin effortlessly lifted a car to kill the water beetle and rescued a young girl. He conversed with the girl, but it was too far for Sammy to hear clearly. However, she had an ability just for times like this. Sound amplification. This skill enabled her to hear distant sounds loud and clear. While it might not seem impressive, it demanded precise mana control, making it quite a challenging ability. It will be okay now. Thank you, sir. Sob. Viewers cheered as they witnessed Li Xin consoling the girl and ensuring her safe escape. He's nicer than I thought. Sammy Harrison used to think of Li Xin as a cold person, and the idea that he might be just pretending to look nice still lingered in her mind. Therefore, she reminded herself to research him well before forming an opinion. Where are your parents? The girl was panicking, so she couldn't speak properly. However, Li Xin could look through her thoughts accurately. Don't worry. I'll save your parents. So just go back first and wait for them there. After the girl left, Li Xin summoned an army of skeletons, making the viewer count skyrocket beyond 10 million. This marked the first instance where Sammy's live broadcast garnered over 10 million viewers. Moreover, UTV, previously immune to buffering or crashes, now encountered freezing and buffering issues. Eventually, UTV set a 10 million viewer limit for Sammy Harrison's real-time broadcast and allowed others to watch her broadcast on different channels. Otherwise, the UTV website would have crashed. I apologize, Ms. Sammy Harrison. We had to set a viewer limit for smooth broadcasting. Sammy Harrison received a message from UTV and felt annoyed, but she had no choice but to move on. She knew that it was a much better approach than her broadcast exploding. She refocused on the broadcast and observed Li Xin's skeletons. The army had various skeletons, all astonishing in their own right, emitting a formidable aura. How can he control all of them alone? Sammy looked at some of the stronger members of the skeleton army and wondered if she could win a fight against them. She concluded that she couldn't say for sure. His magic skills are insane, just like him. Sammy was lost in thought. She yearned to capture the scenes of skeletons rescuing people and battling monsters alongside Li Xin. She did not want to miss anything. What should I do? After a moment of contemplating, she suddenly descended from the building and encountered a skeleton wearing a robe. Sammy approached the skeleton and spoke to him. "Excuse me," said Sammy Harrison. "What is it?" The skeleton, May, looked surprised at the human's sudden appearance. "This is a cell phone, and there is a camera over here. Can you please take a video of the skeletons you're leading? Or, if you want, you can ask another skeleton," said Sammy Harrison. May looked momentarily puzzled by the unexpected request. The chat room, in the meanwhile, was filled with LOLs from the viewers. "This would be helpful for Mr. Li Xin as well," said Sammy Harrison. She continued to persuade May. At last, he agreed to accept her request. "Okay, I think it's not a bad idea," May replied. May summoned a group of humanoid skeletons and distributed Sammy's smartphones. Sammy always carried extra smartphones to be used as portable cameras. Therefore, there were enough cameras for them. #wow, I can't believe that actually worked, lol. #I never knew skeletons could be persuaded. But anyways, why do Li Xin's skeletons look so strong? #man. There's so much to see. Which one should I watch? I guess I'll just use a split screen to watch all of them. Man. The number of viewers must be insane. Even if she tried, she could no longer ignore the number of viewers. Sammy logged on to multiple broadcasting platforms to broadcast different parts of the scene, accommodating the massive viewership. "If you want to see other places, click the link below to access them," said Sammy Harrison. She turned to see Li Xin flying away on Jack. Is he going after that Lithosaurus that he saw earlier? Sammy Harrison had expected this outcome. A challenger was already battling the Lithosaurus, but their efforts were proving ineffective. With Li Xin's intervention, she was sure the creature would be defeated. So, she had to capture that fight. "Thank you, sir." Sammy Harrison bowed 90 degrees to May and hurriedly followed Li Xin. "She's the same as ever." Sammy Harrison was a famous woman even in Li Xin's past. She was known for her eccentric behavior. She was globally renowned as a reporter. "I didn't expect to meet her here." Li Xin had seen Sammy requesting something from May, and while he didn't know the specifics, it was evident. Sammy likely asked May to film the skeleton's rescue operations. Li Xin considered this a good idea, as broadcasting the severity of the situation would increase public awareness and caution. "There it is," Li Xin muttered, looking at the Lithosaurus. The boss who sent the water beetles this time was Lithosaurus. If it weren't for the challenger already fighting it, dozens of buildings in Naples would have collapsed already. Amid the fierce battle between the Lithosaurus and the challenger, Li Xin noticed people trembling in a nearby building through its windows. He knew that there was no time to just leisurely watch the situation. George's spear. Several cars on the ground disintegrated and transformed into sharp steel spears in midair. "Just die already," Li Xin said. The steel spears flew toward Lithosaurus' head and impaled him. "Quack!" The Lithosaurus let out a scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. People by the window, trembling in fear just moments ago, finally cheered. Li Xin looked sideways and noticed that Sammy Harrison had captured everything without missing anything. They should understand now. Li Xin thought he had clearly shown how important the existence of challengers was and how vulnerable the world, Earth, was to external threats. Wang Kongwang had invited Baek Hyun, Park Hye-won, Kong Ji-hoon, and Shin Han-ul to his house, so they were all gathered there. "Wow, Mr. Wang really is a CEO," Baek Hyun muttered. "But, Appa, he said he's not one anymore," Park Hye-won replied. "Still, he used to be a CEO, no," Kong Ji-hoon commented. "If he were the CEO of Dahan Construction. Wow, it's my first time seeing someone this rich," Shin Han-ul muttered in amazement. The four of them admired the Han River view from the 50th floor apartment. "Let's eat now." Wang Kongwang served the food from the kitchen. "Oh, Mr. CEO? I'll do it, so please have a seat." The cook, a lady, tried to stop him. "It's all right. I'll do it." Wang Kongwang smiled and refused. "We'll help too." "Yeah, if I help." "SHH, stay seated. You're the guests." The four of them obediently took their seats after seeing Wang Kongwang's firm attitude. "Now that we know he's rich, he seems more refined." "Yeah, indeed. He even looks cool serving food." "Are you jealous?" "Ha ha ha. Of course I am. Aren't you? I want to live as a rich man like him." Wang Kongwang served all the food, and they sat down to eat. When they turned on the TV, they heard the shocking news. China and Italy are currently under attack by monsters. They immediately put down their spoons and seriously watched the TV. Sammy Harrison's broadcast. "Go to that channel quickly." "Let me do it," said Wang Kongwang. Wang Kongweng hurriedly turned on UTV and selected Sammy Harrison's broadcast. This is insane. Oh no, that can't be happening. It was a vivid broadcast depicting monsters brutally attacking humans. The accompanying chat room overflowed with comments echoing their shared sentiments. Huh? Is that Master? Oh yeah, that's him. Oh, thank goodness. With our Master there, they should be fine. I guess he was nearby. After Sammy had asked May to film, new broadcasting channels had emerged. Wang Kongweng connected more TVs to see all those scenes and placed them side by side. Wow, it feels like we are there, Baek Hyun muttered as he watched the broadcast. The commenters in the chat room seemed to share similar thoughts as Baek Hyun, as they commented the same. Ugh, damn it, why is this happening to us? Please, help us. 3 people huddled in a corner of a building trembled as they watched the water beetles approaching them. They had no strength left to run, and they had no escape route. For some unfortunate reason, they could only focus on the beetles' razor-sharp mandibles and think about how they were about to die. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise. Whoosh thud, swoosh, siaik. A pure white skeleton fell on top of the water beetle, stabbed its head with their sword, and then beheaded it. Ah! A startled woman screamed as the water beetle's yellowish blood splattered on her. Www, what is that? The skeleton warrior with glowing red eyes glanced at them and turned around. My subordinates will guide you and lead the way, so don't worry, said Worry in a deep voice. The skeleton, wholly immersed in its coolness, brushed off the blood on its sword and walked off. Hashtag ha 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 lol. Hashtag what's up with that skeleton? He is so full of himself. Hashtag look at those people. They look so confused. Hashtag but that skeleton must be really strong. He killed that huge water beetle with just one strike. Hashtag I know, but isn't he, like, one of Li Shin's ordinary skeletons? Hashtag isn't he cool, though? He's so strong. What's your name, Appa? Hashtag damn. Are you really calling a skeleton Appa? Then I'll say Hyung. Hyung? I want to be your fan. Hashtag ugh. You guys are crazy. Li Shin's arrival transformed the chat room's atmosphere entirely. As skeletons dispersed, annihilating water beetles and saving lives, the viewers breathed a sigh of relief. And when another camera-operating skeleton made a cameo, the chat went wild. Hashtag ha 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 lol. Hashtag the legendary director Mr. Skeleton? Hashtag he is surprisingly good at handling a camera, huh? Was he really a director in his past life? Hashtag haha, that's funny. As viewers chatted while watching the broadcast, a water beetle abruptly swooped in from a distance, darting toward the skeleton operating the camera. At novel bin at. Hashtag hey, be careful, watch your back. Hashtag the water beetle is coming for you. Hashtag what are the other skeletons doing? The camera skeleton is about to get killed? The startled viewers frantically typed in the chat. Worry, who they thought had disappeared, reappeared, cut down the water beetle, and struck a pose again. Huh? Continue to do your job. I'll do mine, said Worry, patting the shoulder of the skeleton responsible for filming as he passed by. Then, oblivious that another camera was capturing him, Worry engaged in small talk with May. I think I was born to be a TV star, Worry said to May with pride. Where did you even learn such a saying? May mocked. Don't you watch TV? Worry replied. You watch it too much, you empty-headed fool, May replied. What? What did you say? Worry said. The viewers burst into laughter. These 2 skeletons were different from the others. Their heightened intelligence, human-like behavior, and impressive combat prowess drew attention. The viewers engraved their names, May and Worry, in their minds. Hashtag I bet May and Worry will have fans from now on. Hashtag I'll start a fan club for them. Hashtag Worry is kinda cute, no? Haha. Hashtag what do you mean, cute? Isn't May better? He's a skeleton mage. Besides, their master is a wizard too. Hashtag bro, you know nothing. Swordsmen are cooler? Hashtag you could just hit a swordsman with magic from afar. And then they are done. Hashtag just shut up. Hashtag why are you guys fighting about something so childish? As the skeletons smoothly saved Naples, Sammy Harrison focused on capturing Li Shin's actions. Lithosaurus attacked a building with dozens of people with its massive claws. Oh my gosh. What should I do? Should I turn the camera away? While Sammy believed in comprehensive coverage, this scene's brutality made her question its necessity for public consumption. Did she have to capture it when the audience could understand the implication? She thought about it briefly while her audience gave their thoughts about it. Hashtag what do we do? Hashtag damn it. I don't want to watch this anymore. Hashtag what the hell are the challengers doing? Hashtag my daughter is in there. Ms. Sammy, please help them, please. Hashtag if there is a god, please save them. The chat room exploded. And seemingly responding to their desperate pleas, Li Shin's steel spear flew incredibly fast, piercing the Lithosaurus and killing it instantly. Hashtag oh, shit. This is insane. Hashtag thank goodness they survived. He literally killed Lithosaurus with just one strike. Hashtag OMG. I pissed in my pants. Hashtag that was really amazing. Hashtag wow, there was a god in Korea. Hashtag Li Shin? Was he a god from birth? Hashtag thank you, sir. Sammy Harrison was transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, momentarily forgetting her journalistic role. Li Shin possessed an extraordinary blend of strength, integrity, and handsome looks. Every move that he made sent chills down people's spines. I can't believe I'm falling for him like this. Sammy quickly regained her senses and looked up, noticing a helicopter descending. Li Xin's skeletons had decimated the water beetles that had once been blocking the skies, and most of them were now dead on the ground. Hey, Sammy. Sammy Harrison grabbed the descending rope, her camera capturing the panoramic view of Naples. Emerging from their hiding spots, people cautiously ventured outside the buildings. Soon after, the Italian army entered different structures, clearing away bodies and rescuing survivors. She vividly conveyed the emotions of those who had returned alive from the brink of death. Being alive was such a precious and overwhelming experience for them. Everyone must have felt it. If it weren't for that person, the damage would have been much worse. Sammy stared blankly at Li Xin. When the camera stopped moving and zoomed in on Li Xin, the chat room started teasing Sammy. Hashtag what's up with Sammy? Why is she only focusing on Li Xin? Hashtag this is the first time I've seen Sammy Harrison like this. Hashtag yeah, me too. Hashtag what's going on? Did she fall in love with Li Xin? Hashtag ha ha ha, it seems like it. Hashtag it seems like she can't take her eyes off him. Hashtag she isn't even denying that. Hashtag I mean, it's Li Xin. It's understandable. Hashtag true that. The Naples crisis was nearing its end, and the situation in China was simultaneously being resolved. Due to the orcs' attempt to invade Tianjin, there were significant casualties and property damage. Nevertheless, swift action from the Chinese Challengers Association curtailed the extent of the catastrophe. Thanks to Zhejian's formation, the orcs could not go beyond a certain point, which contained the damage to a small region and allowed for swift handling. Although the orc general managed to injure some challengers, the challengers eventually managed to capture the general, and none of them died. Challenger's status will skyrocket after this incident, Jian Yang said. Yes, that's right. The number of people who said they would enter the tower has rapidly increased, Xin Haiyanwu replied. Jian Yang and Xin Haiyanwu were worried due to this recent incident. It had been a week already since the Second Gate crisis. Earth was no longer a safe haven in the eyes of many, so they wanted to enter the tower to gain strength. However, this definitely was not a good situation. How many of those could actually reach the 50th floor? Besides, before Li Xin created Undermost on the first floor, the survival rate was abysmal, a mere 3%. And that number was actually greater than their initial survival rate, which was in the unit interval. To survive and climb the tower, one needed to prepare in advance by thoroughly studying the tactics and steadily increasing their strength. Otherwise, most would die before reaching the 50th floor. And more than that, one had to have the right temperament and aptitude to survive in the tower. Hence, having people blindly rushing into the tower was not a good situation. Fortunately, the Korean challengers had a relatively higher survival rate, which had increased significantly after Li Xin's Undermost. If people prepared well, the enthusiasm for challenging the tower might play in Korea's favor. By the way, this is a big problem. I did not expect Italy to respond like this, said Jian Yang. They say the internal situation in Italy is not so great. I'm assuming the internal discord likely led to this miserable decision, Xin Haiyanwu replied. Italy made a shocking announcement regarding the Naples attack 2 days ago. They claimed exclusive rights over the monster corpses, including the Lithosaurus, and insisted that Li Xin should shoulder the property damage. People protested vehemently, but their protests were disregarded. And even Sammy Harrison was included in the claim when all she had done was broadcast the situation. Their demands were as unreasonable as could be. Challenger Li Xin caused significant damage to the city's buildings and citizens' properties while dealing with the monsters. Therefore, we request compensation for the damages, and since the monsters appeared in Naples, Italy has exclusive rights over their corpses. They had boldly made that statement. The South Korean government and the Challengers Association had sent people for negotiations, but they failed due to Li Xin's involvement. I'll go too. The association did not want the situation to escalate, so they had told Li Xin that they would handle it themselves. Unfortunately, he refused to budge and made an official declaration through Sammy Harrison's UTV channel during the negotiations. He refused to give in to their absurd demands and stopped negotiating. I'll give you all the profits from this video, Mr. Li Xin, Sammy Harrison said. Do whatever you want, Li Xin replied. As Sammy became involved with Li Xin due to this incident, she suggested that he should speak through her broadcast, and Li Xin accepted. Since the last broadcast, Sammy's subscriber count had surpassed 10 million, and her live viewership far exceeded most broadcasting stations' ratings. Let me know when you're ready, Sammy said. Sure, Li Xin replied. Li Xin organized his thoughts about what he wanted to say. It seems like many people still haven't come to their senses. I think it's time to let them know who the boss is here. The statement made Italy's motives clear. They wanted complete control over the challengers, extending beyond mere compensation. It appeared that they were unaware of their own standing. Let's begin, Li Xin signaled to Sammy Harrison. Sammy Harrison started the broadcast. Viewers numbering in the hundreds of thousands were already waiting as this was a scheduled broadcast. Hello, this is Li Xin. Li Xin started by introducing himself to the viewers. As Li Xin's face appeared on the screen, donations poured in like a torrent. The viewers, angered by the Italian government's unjust demand for payment, sent their support to Li Xin. Mr. Crazy Bastard donated 100,000 won. Hashtag ugh, dem crazy Italian government. Stay strong, Mr. Li Xin. Mr. Lloyd donated 380,000 won. Hashtag I survived this incident thanks to you, Mr. Li Xin. Thank you so much. Don't be discouraged. Mr. Happy Virus donated 210,000 won. Wow. Sammy could not hide her amazement, seeing the rapidly increasing donations to Li Xin. With this much donation, he can easily make the compensation. Amidst the smaller donations, larger amounts of hundreds or even thousands of won were also being contributed. Sammy Harrison was particularly impressed by Li Xin's composure, as he remained unfazed by the substantial sums flowing in. Thank you all. You can stop donating now. Please, listen to my story. I won't make it too long, Li Xin said. As soon as he said that, the donations stopped. It wasn't because everyone had stopped, but simply because Sammy had stopped the donation app. I will address the demands made by the Italian government. I will compensate for the damages I caused by destroying their cars and buildings, Li Xin said. The people expressed their frustration at Li Xin and shouted disapproval, asking why he must fulfill such unreasonable demands. However, Li Xin continued as if he did not notice their comments. And, of course, I will also give them all the monsters' corpses. Well, since they claimed it was theirs, what can I do? Li Xin said. Yes, that's right. Powerless individuals like us must comply if the government demands something, Sammy Harrison added. Sammy Harrison also made supportive remarks because she had also received damage compensation claims. She aimed to appease people's emotions. Li Xin observed the viewers' reactions and knew it was time to give his conclusion. So, I've decided to stop supporting Italy. And as you all know, I don't have much money. I went there to help people in danger, but now I don't think I'll be able to do that even if I want to, Li Xin said. Li Xin's declaration made the chat room explode with rage, especially the Italian viewers. They were furious. I sincerely apologize for this. Oh, and this applies to other countries as well. From now on, I won't support any country without consent to avoid unfortunate incidents. I am sorry for causing harm to others without their consent, Li Xin concluded. I am sorry too, Sammy Harrison added. Li Xin and Sammy Harrison apologized together, and the broadcast ended. Therefore, the viewers' frustrated outbursts were now directed toward the Italian government. The Italian government and the Challenger Management Office seemed on the brink of insanity due to the flood of petitions and protest calls. The public harshly criticized them, and many people even wanted to immigrate to Li Xin's country, Korea. Adat novel bin adat. You damn fools. Why did they handle things like this if you were going to be swayed by public opinion? Claudio Alberta, the president of the Senate, shouted, tossing his cigarette. Cook. But it's because the Challenger Management Office and the members of the lower house joined forces to push public opinion. Tevaldo Rico, an assembly member, was hit by the cigarette and clenched his teeth, bowing his head. Tevaldo Rico had known from the start that this was an unwinnable fight. He had argued that establishing a precedent was necessary to rein in the Challenger Management Office and the limited local challengers. Sadly, the opposition was too powerful and corrupt. Even after witnessing the recent gate crisis, these old fogies stuck in the past failed to make the right judgment. The current situation demanded that the authorities lean on the challengers. Perhaps they were unaware that they could no longer control the challengers with power and money like in the past, or perhaps they intentionally disregarded it. Get out of here now, and fix the situation quickly. Claudio Alberta shouted. Yes, sir, Tevaldo Rico replied. As Tevaldo Rico left the office, he loosened his tie and muttered curses under his breath. Ugh, that old fool, obsessed with money and women. Sitting in the driver's seat, he vented his anger with a motley of curses. Then he turned on his phone to check the current public reaction. There were tens of thousands of comments on Li Xin's video, posted on the country's broadcasting station. Among them were the comments from the people whose lives Li Xin had saved. The comments were listed in descending order of likes. I have worked as a sailor in Naples for over 2 decades. Recently, my wife got pregnant with our 3rd child. Even on my day off, I went to work, driven by the thought of providing for my family. The work wasn't hard, but looking back, I regret my decision. That single decision could have taken away from me the chance to ever see my children again. While I hid in a building during the chaos, many water beetles broke in through the window, and I thought I was about to die. Yet, a skeleton suddenly appeared, intercepting the attackers. At that moment, I felt a renewed sense of safety. I thought that I'd be able to see my child. It felt like the start of a new chapter in my life. Mr. Li Xin's immense compassion deeply touched me, and I vowed to live with gratitude for his help. However, the incident's aftermath has left a bitter taste in my heart. I truly hope our government acknowledges their missteps and corrects them. If not, I'm afraid my support for the current administration might waver. Tisk. Tevaldo Rico clicked his tongue. The following stories were no different. Numerous such stories had been posted, each critical of the present government. Tevaldo Rico empathized with these stories, as Li Xin had also saved his family. Until then, he had done everything to become an assembly member, sucking up to his superiors and committing corruption to reach his position. However, this just felt different. Honey, Tevaldo Rico called his wife. Yay, did everything go well? His wife asked. Not yet. Are you feeling okay? Tevaldo Rico asked his wife. Yay, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, his wife replied. He heard his wife's voice through the phone. Although she tried to sound cheerful, he could sense that she was not doing well. She had suffered a serious leg injury during the gate crisis and was still in the hospital. She might never even walk again. By the way, what about Mr. Li Xin? It must be really tough for him to save people and receive such treatment, his wife said. Tevaldo Rico gritted his teeth, wondering if she should really be concerned about others now. He contemplated whether adopting a more accommodating approach toward the challengers right from the start would have had yielded different results. Perhaps it had come to this point because the conservative old folks in power refused to cede power to the challengers. Tevaldo finally retrieved a USB drive from the car's glove box. Don't worry, dear. I won't become a scumbag who repays kindness with enmity, Tevaldo Rico replied. The next day, an atomic bomb-like disclosure shook the Italian government. The broadcast had been full of shocking revelations all day long. Claudio Alberta's affair, the target was Assemblywoman Capone. The in-laws of Claudio, the president of the Senate, are associated with the XXX company and are the mastermind behind the past unsolved assassination case. 2 years ago, the list of corrupt members embezzling national funds, circulated as a rumor then, included the president of the Senate, Claudio, and despite the incredibility of the stories, the rumors persisted, and evidence like wiretaps and account books emerged. Online communities were brimming with mockery aimed at Claudio and other corrupt officials, including Tevaldo Rico. Wow, these scumbags have no limits. Claudio has been doing all sorts of things behind the scenes for years, hasn't he? No wonder Italy is being ridiculed worldwide. Ugh, this is so annoying. Li Xin indeed made a mistake. Why did he help such a country? No, that's not true. What did the citizens do wrong? They elected scumbags like them. That's their mistake. Did Tevaldo Rico really expose all this? Yeah, it seems like it. I heard it was because of the incident surrounding Li Xin. Besides, Tevaldo is no ordinary assembly member. It would have been impossible for others to expose something like this. Ugh, you're speculating without evidence again. Even if Tevaldo exposed this, he's not much different from Claudio. He just committed fewer corrupt acts. They should just all resign together. Still, I think Tevaldo did a good job. Regardless, we all agree that Claudio is at the center of this mess, right? Ugh, fuck. How dare Tevaldo forget all the favors I did him and stab me in the back? Claudio shouted in anger. Unable to contain his anger, Claudio had made a mess of his office and was glaring at the reporters outside. His phone suddenly rang, and when he saw the caller ID, his face turned bright with relief. It was Prime Minister Furio Servi. Mr. Prime Minister? It's Claudio, said Claudio with delight. However, the voice on the other end was cold. There's a way to resolve this situation. Thank you. If it's you, Prime Minister Claudio was interrupted. Apologize to Li Xin immediately and resign from your position. What are you talking about? Claudio realized that something was wrong. Do you think you can answer all the questions the reporters outside are just waiting to fire? Several members related to you have already announced their resignations. Are you trying to throw me under the bus? I won't die alone, said Claudio. You are making a big deal out of this. Do you think citizens are the only ones supporting Li Xin right now? I am the president of the Senate. Who do you think stands behind me? It's not just you, the Prime Minister, but Claudio was cut off again. The WCA contacted me directly. They told me that if we failed to resolve the situation promptly, Italy would no longer be a part of the association. Huh? What? Claudio could not believe what he had just heard. WCA was the most powerful organization in the world. Chairman Samuel Campbell was said to have greater influence than any country's president. And now, after the Gate crisis, the sheer magnitude of the organization's influence in the future was evident. Chairman Samuel contacted me directly. So, resolve the situation before WCA makes an official statement. Claudio could not say anything for a while. Now you are coming to your senses. You've been in office as a member for too long. It's time to step down and rest in a quiet place. All right. Thank you, sir, Claudio replied. Prime Minister Furio's statement implied that Claudio would be spared from imprisonment. Understanding the message, Claudio bowed his head. The call ended, and he collapsed to the floor. Dear ladies and gentlemen of the nation, this is Claudio Alberta, President of the Senate. His formal apology was broadcasted, and he personally went to Korea to apologize to Li Xin and announced his resignation. Watching the unbelievable scene, Koreans joyfully typed on their keyboards until their fingers hurt. #damn, a Korean challenger is putting Italy's President of the Senate out of office. #why are so many people making a fuss over just one member resigning? #LOL, the commenter above knows nothing. Do you even know how many businesses are related to Claudio? Even the chairman of Korea's five-star group cannot bring down someone like him. Don't you remember when WCA's Director of Disaster and Safety Management came to Baratala to personally save Li Xin? Wow, that's insane. Even Cha Yu-min did not receive this kind of treatment. Why are you comparing Cha Yu-min with Li Xin? Can he even be compared to Li Xin? LOL, that's true. Red.com. I've heard other countries are looking to recruit Li Xin if possible, so our government should act properly. If Li Xin goes to another country, I'll immigrate there. Remember that. Farewell, bro. Korea was brimming with excitement and pride due to Li Xin, while other nations looked on with envy. Moreover, due to the recent Naples incident, some wealthy Italians living in Naples even said that they would immigrate to Korea. Li Xin had seemingly anticipated such a situation and did not pay much attention to public opinion. After all, he had too many other things to worry about. Hello, this is Samuel Campbell, Samuel Campbell said. This is Li Xin, Li Xin said, greeting him. Samuel Campbell, the chairman of WCA, had come to Korea despite having his hands full with the gate crisis. Also, he expressed his apologies to Li Xin for visiting so late. I wanted to meet you, Mr. Li Xin, to discuss the system that the Earth needs to establish in the near future, Samuel Campbell said. Li Xin also thought it was necessary to meet Samuel. He held multiple influential positions, such as WCA chairman, chair of the U.S. Challengers Association, and one of the early challengers to reach the 50th floor. He was a crucial figure in uniting the Earth's population. Thinking about the gate crisis that began in China and Italy, although the gates have disappeared again, I believe that controlling the gates should be our top priority to protect Earth. What do you think? Samuel Campbell asked Li Xin. Samuel Campbell had astutely grasped the essence of the impending dimensional conflict through the events that had happened thus far. Yes, I think the same way, Li Xin replied. Also, you don't have to answer this, but do you have the ability to see the future? Samuel Campbell asked. Samuel Campbell wanted to pretend that he was merely curious, but his eyes said that he was already sure. Therefore, Li Xin decided that there was no need to deny it to someone like him. To some extent, Li Xin replied. Just as I thought, Samuel Campbell muttered, nodding. I could tell that you can see the future while observing the gate crisis. Starting from Isosha no, I mean even before that, you foresaw this and have been preparing since. Samuel Campbell's blue eyes revealed heavy responsibility and anguish. Taking a sip of tea and clearing his throat, he began speaking. So, what will happen in the future? And what should we do? Samuel Campbell asked Li Xin. Li Xin did not know what to say. Facing such a direct question, Li Xin took a moment to gather his thoughts and sipped his tea. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping his armrest with his fingers, Li Xin looked at Samuel. Their gazes met in the air, and sparks seemed to fly as they peered into each other's hearts through their sharp eye contact. The future Earth will face destruction. Li Xin's words were shocking, but Samuel's face remained calm as if he had already expected it. Oh, I see. Then what about the actual Earth's future? Samuel asked Li Xin again. A faint smile appeared on Samuel's face. Li Xin smirked as well. This Earth will survive. I will make it survive, Li Xin replied. Great, that's what I wanted to know, Samuel replied. It was the first time Li Xin had seen Samuel Campbell smile so brightly. Even for Li Xin, it was difficult to tell if the smile was sincere or poker face. May I ask about the upcoming future? Samuel Campbell asked. More gates will appear soon. Controlling the gates. That's our top priority. We have the best dimensional study researchers working on it, so we'll have good results soon, Li Xin replied. We should quickly gather the best experts from each field for research, Samuel Campbell replied. Li Xin hesitated about whether to mention what happened in the past. He wondered if telling him about the beginning of the true tragedy would be good. There have been so many changes in this life so far, so that future may not happen, and the situation may change. Li Xin made up his mind to speak about it and reveal his plan. Humans from other dimensions will come to Earth, Li Xin said. Humans. Samuel Campbell's eyes widened at the unexpected mention of humans. And, we must kill them, Li Xin replied with a smirk. As Li Xin returned to his hometown, Earth was swiftly entering a period of great technological advancement. The gate crisis, which originated in China and Italy, gradually spread and became a global issue. The war to protect Earth against interdimensional monsters was far from over. Enemies relentlessly invaded this new planet, Earth, while the Earthlings fiercely drove them out to protect their land. Only 6 months had passed, yet over 20 gates had already appeared and disappeared on Earth. The number of countries that were invaded currently stood at 12, including China and Italy. Thanks to the rapid response and deployment by the WCA after the initial instance of the gate crisis in China and Italy, most of the countries were successful in defending themselves. However, some countries suffered irreparable damage. One example was Guam, a territory of the US. This island, separated from the mainland, was engulfed in an instant by monstrous creatures known as black-horned moles. These creatures burrowed into the ground, causing tremors and earthquakes, and as they emerged above ground, they split the land apart, causing people to be swallowed into the ground alive. This sudden attack that happened in the middle of the night caught the US government off guard, exposing a significant flaw in their otherwise successful gate defense strategy, leading to the loss of nearly 180,000 lives. Guam sank into the ocean, along with the monsters, and only few survivors remained. Since that incident, people fled to places where they could be safe, leading to non-stop immigration into certain countries. But South Korea is also placed at the edge of a continent. What do we do if we sink as well? Ugh, why would it sink? Don't be ridiculous. And please think before you speak. Huh? Are you afraid that South Korea will suddenly break off and turn into an island or something? I mean, you never know what kind of monsters might come out next. It's possible that there could be monsters that could split open the ground. Ugh, you worry too much. Then, how did people survive in North Korea, with all the things they need to fear? Fear? Is there even anything more fearsome than what they've experienced this time? North Korea turned into a sea of flames because of the recent gate crisis. Ha 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 ha, exactly. This is why we should not play solo. After the WCA abandoned North Korea, they seemed to be having a difficult time handling matters. Besides, it's not like there are many challengers there either. But I mean, isn't it the same for us? It's not like we, South Korea, have that many challengers. But each individual is strong. Besides, since Li Xin has already set up the system at undermost on the first floor, the challenger survival rate has greatly increased. Yeah, that's right. I think he brought a big change. Li Xin alone can't protect the entire country, and in the end, the country needs to have a good set of challengers. And thanks to Li Xin, we have a bright future because he prepared our challengers well. Li Xin? Did you just say Li Xin? Call him Mr. Li Xin, you damn bastards. If it's Mr. Li Xin, he alone can protect the entire country? Yeah, that's right. It's a shame that too many people lack faith in him. Here come the Li Xin fanatics again. Asterisk, let me tell you a fact. South Korea is the safest country in the world. And, if you don't know why, you are an idiot. Are you serious? Do we still have to tell people this? How come there are people who still don't know this? Well, there are countless reasons, but just one reason is enough to explain everything. And that reason is Li Xin. Yup, for real. Ha ha ha. Li Xin alone can defeat 100. What are you saying? He can defeat 1,000 on his own. Did you not see the skeletons during the incident that happened in Italy? And besides that, there are so many other reasons. Yup, exactly. On the internet, very few were worried for South Korea. South Koreans had a significant influence in the WCA, and there were many challengers in South Korea as well. Furthermore, since the Eternal Gate was located in South Korea, challengers from other countries had no choice but to head over, so there was no need to worry about the lack of challengers even if a gate appeared. South Korea was regarded as the safest country in the world. On the other hand, the neighboring country, North Korea, collapsed in an instant. Defying the WCA and continuing its dictatorship, North Korea ultimately could not block the gate, leading to its downfall. When the regime collapsed, the challengers of the WCA who arrived late took care of the monsters that came out of the gate. Currently, North Korea was a chaotic place, and it seemed like it would take considerable time for the government to operate normally again. Adat novel bin adat. However, on the other side of the border, South Korea was incredibly peaceful. The gate that appeared in Chuncheon was easily resisted. The gate detection device, currently in the research and development phase and not yet under mass production, had been installed in 2 locations in South Korea. Thanks to these devices, the soldiers and challengers who waited at the anticipated location easily blocked the gate in Chuncheon without any casualties. Thus, South Korea continued to enjoy peaceful days. But seriously, South Korea is really hot. Alice complained about the weather. What do you mean this is hot? Can't you endure this much? Vula replied. That's because you're an elf? I'm human, you know. Alice shouted at Vula. Tisk tisk. It's because you have such a weak mind that you can't keep up with Li Xin, Vula retorted. Alice and Vula, who had come over to Earth, were taking a break with their companions at Haeundae Beach, enjoying some leisure time. Let's stop fighting and have some fun. Shin Hanul nudged Vula and Alice toward the beach. The beach was already crowded with people enjoying water activities. These people don't seem afraid at all. If a gate were to appear in the water, they would not stand a chance, Vula muttered while looking at the people on the beach. That is because of the gate detection device. With that, we can know in advance if a gate is going to appear, so there's no need to worry, Baek Hyun explained. But, I heard that the gate detection device is not completely fail-proof. No. Well, that's true, but the probability of it not detecting one correctly is pretty low, Baek Hyun muttered and continued. And I think the citizens of our country seem to be very sensitive in regards to their safety. Haha. Oh, is that so? Well, I guess having so many people around is fun too. It's amusing how guys keep stealing glances at me, Alice said with pride, flipping her hair back and giving a confident smile. Seeing her like that, Park Hae-won chuckled and walked past Alice. At that moment, the glances that were directed at Alice shifted to Park Hae-won. Well, I don't think they are looking at you. You see, they are looking at me, Park Hae-won said. As soon as Park Hae-won said that, their eyes met, and a collision of egos and tension between them could be felt. The men who came with them shook their heads, and Vula laughed at Park Hae-won and Alice. Honestly, they look the same to me, Vula remarked, walking toward the parasol he had set up in advance. Everyone was wearing bikinis and swimsuits there, showing off their bodies. Vula's handsome appearance, tall height, and muscular physique drew admiration from both men and women. Life is really unfair. Look at Vula, Kang Ji-hoon muttered. Let's stay away from Vula, said Baek Hyun. Yeah, let's do that, Shin Hanul replied. After saying that, Kang Ji-hoon, Baek Hyun, and Shin Hanul headed straight to the water. People did not approach them. They had previously requested the local administrators to handle things strictly, so the crowd management was thorough. However, someone was already broadcasting from this location. Hello, everyone. This is Sammy Harrison. Sammy Harrison started her broadcast at Haeundae Beach. Sammy Harrison had returned from the tower yesterday and came here after hearing that Li Xin's companions were taking a break in Busan. Although ordinary people were not allowed to broadcast or freely film them, they made an exception for Sammy Harrison due to her influence and the fact that Li Xin's group had given their permission. This is Haeundae Beach in Busan, famous for its summer vacation resorts in Korea. She started the opening with her cheerful voice. Sammy Harrison, too, was wearing a bikini to fit the vibe here. Hashtag wow, I can't take my eyes off Sammy Harrison. Hashtag Nuna, take me. Hashtag this is my first time seeing Sammy Harrison wearing something like this. Hashtag you are so beautiful, I love you, Sammy Harrison. Even though it was just an ordinary broadcast, the viewer count quickly surpassed 100,000. Hashtag wait a second. Since Sammy's here, I feel like another gate could open here. Ha ha ha. Hashtag LOL, what if that actually happens? Hashtag if another gate appears this time, it's confirmed that Sammy is the one who opens the gate. Wherever Sammy Harrison went, be it for leisure or work, a gate always appeared there. That was why the title, Gate Opener, followed her. There were also times when nothing happened, but people enjoyed making fun of Sammy this way. She tried to maintain her poker face while the chat room was flooding with such comments. The people who are at this beach seem pretty carefree. I guess it's because the city is well protected by advanced equipment and skilled challengers. Sammy Harrison said. Hashtag I envy Korea. Hashtag I gave up doing water activities in my country. Hashtag did you see the video of the ambush that happened in Naples and Guam? People were swimming in the water, and when they came out, their legs were gone. Hashtag when will the gate detection devices be installed in the Czech Republic? Hashtag France still doesn't have them either. Hashtag China needs more of them. How could there only be 2 devices in such a large country? Hashtag just be thankful if you have them. After scanning through the viewers' chat, Sammy Harrison approached the water, which was crowded with people enjoying themselves. I envy them. Except for a few places in the United States, it's difficult to have this much fun. In situations like this, having a smaller land area seems better, Sammy Harrison said. Hashtag I agree with you. Hashtag well, I heard that with 3 gate detection devices, the entire South Korea can be covered. Hashtag let's just protect a few states in the US and abandon the rest. Hashtag stop talking nonsense, you crazy bastard. Oh, look over there. It's the famous Vola lying there. Sammy Harrison shouted with excitement. When she gestured to the cameraman focused on Vola who was lying under the parasol. Even at first glance, the sight looked simply picture perfect, leaving the female viewers mesmerized. Hashtag damn. This is insane. Is that what an elf is like? Hashtag is he alive? Isn't he a doll? How can someone look like him? Hashtag I love you, Vola. Hashtag I'm in Haeundae Beach right now, and even the celebrities cannot be compared with Vola. He is on another level. Hashtag I'm a current PD at a broadcasting station, and I bet that even if Vola debuts right now, he will become a top-level celebrity right away. Sammy Harrison requested an interview with Vola, but she acknowledged and stepped back when Vola shook his hands at her as if he did not want to be disturbed. Oh, there are 2 beautiful women over there. Sammy Harrison said, referring to Alice and Park Hae-won. Hashtag oh, they must be Alice and Park Hae-won, right? Hashtag man. Both of them are really pretty. I'll see if I can interview them, Sammy Harrison said, and started walking toward them. The next moment, Sammy Harrison got closer to the 2 women, who were still competing to see who was more popular. They had even asked the assistant of Wang Kong-wong, who accompanied them, to bring a sticker board for people to vote on who's prettier. Hello, this is Sammy Harrison. Sammy Harrison introduced herself to Alice and Park Hae-won. Oh, hi, Park Hae-won replied. Who are you? Alice replied with a cold voice. Park Hae-won smiled awkwardly, and Alice scanned Sammy with caution. What were you 2 doing? Sammy Harrison asked. We were just making a bet on who's more popular, snapped Alice. There were a lot of men surrounding the 2 women. While Park Hae-won seemed to have more popularity in Korea, Alice moved men's hearts with her fox-like air. Oh, I see. So you were going to do a poll using the stickers your assistant will bring? Sammy Harrison asked. Haha, yes. Park Hae-won replied with a shy voice. From your perspective, who seems more popular? Alice asked Sammy. When Alice asked Sammy Harrison, Sammy looked at both of them, contemplating. While Alice gave off a cool and sexy vibe, Park Hae-won exuded an unaffected personality and confident beauty. In Sammy's perspective, these 2 women seemed like 2 completely different types, and any vote was merely a matter of personal preference. Hashtag of course, Park Hae-won is more popular. Hashtag what are you talking about? If you're a guy, it would definitely be Alice. Hashtag stop making it obvious that you've never met girls before. The ideal type for men is Park Hae-won. We love you, Ms. Park Hae-won. Hashtag okay, we have another one here from Park Hae-won's fan club again. Hashtag tisk tisk, people who've never gone on a date talk too much. The viewers' opinions were also split almost evenly. Well, I think. Sammy Harrison muttered. After contemplating, Sammy Harrison was about to make a choice when someone walked onto the beach. She had violet hair, red eyes, fair skin, a small face, and strong facial features. Instantly, all eyes immediately shifted to this person. You know it's all useless, said Lillian with a cold voice. Although she did not specify, it was evident who she was referring to. Her gaze was directed at Alice and Park Hae-won who were standing among the men. As soon as the 2 women heard Lillian's voice, their expression stiffened. Why is Lillian here? I mean, how can I compete against a vampire? This is not a fair game. Park Hae-won and Alice tried to maintain their poker face, but it did not work out well. Hashtag wow, who is that person? She's almost on Vola's level. Hashtag I almost gave everything up when I saw her. That's how much I love her. Hashtag wait up, I'm going to Haeundae Beach right now. Hashtag uni, I'll become your fan from today. Hashtag me too, I just booked a flight to Korea. Hashtag oh my days. My love has been in Korea. As soon as the viewers laid eyes on her, they were all captivated by Lillian's appearance. The competition between Alice and Park Hae-won was forgotten. I'll choose Ms. Lillian. And I think the fight was meaningless, Sammy Harrison said, looking at the two. Park Hae-won could not say anything. Wow, the water here is so clear. Haha. Should we go in the water and play over there? Alice asked Park Hae-won to get away from the scene. Ha ha ha. Should we? Park Hae-won replied, because she too was feeling awkward. Moments ago, the two of them had been at odds, but now they had to happily jump into the sea together. Well then, since things have turned out this way, I guess I'll do an interview with Ms. Lillian. Sammy Harrison was going to interview Lillian instead of Alice and Park Hae-won. However, at that moment, a familiar figure appeared behind Lillian. Lillian, didn't I tell you to hold back on the charm? Li Shin spoke behind Lillian. Tisk, controlling my charm is a difficult task. Lillian complained to Li Shin. But still, do it. If you don't, things might spiral out of control here, Li Shin replied. It was Li Shin. He revealed himself at Haeundae Beach. Huh? Mr. Li Shin is here. Sammy Harrison thought that Li Shin would never show up in such a place because he was a busy person. The next moment, she quickly tried to suppress her pounding heart and approached Li Shin. Mr. Li Shin. Sammy Harrison said. At the same time, an abnormal energy reaction occurred in the sea. Is that a gate? Li Shin muttered. As soon as Li Shin noticed the sign of a gate, he spread his mana in all directions and pulled everyone out of the water using his psychokinesis. People who sensed the change hurriedly rushed away from the Haeundae Beach. The remaining challengers stoically waited for the gate to appear. Hashtag oh my goodness. Did a gate just appear? Hashtag what's up with the gate detector? Can't it detect this? Hashtag damn it, that's why I said we should not just rely on this entirely. These devices are not fully completed yet, so there could be errors? Hashtag wow. If it was not for Mr. Li Shin, some of them would have been sucked into the gate. Hashtag I know. He's the true hero of South Korea? We are able to live thanks to you, Mr. Li Shin. Hashtag but really, is it because of Sammy Harrison that the gate appeared again? Hashtag lol I know. Ha 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 ha. Hashtag is that so? Wow, how come there's always a gate appearing when Sammy shows up? Sammy Harrison's expression darkened as she read the viewers' comments. Having a gate appear wherever she was on the scene was not a favorable comment. Ah, damn it. This really makes it seem like it's my fault. The challengers were gathered in one spot, and after a moment, a gate emerged, revealing a group of humans who were dressed in a strange costume. They are finally here. Li Shin tried to stay calm as he looked at them. Those from the Lystria Magic Empire had played a significant role in leading Earth down the path of destruction before Li Shin's reincarnation. They have indeed arrived, although this time earlier than the last. From the gate that materialized on the beach, humans in peculiar attire walked out. A man with blue hair slowly scanned his surroundings and furrowed his brows. How vulgar, the man muttered. It seemed like he made such a comment seeing the people on the beach in outfits that revealed too much skin. There were only 15 people who emerged from the gate, but the mana waves they emitted were extraordinary. That guy. Li Shin recalled that the middle-aged man with blue hair was undoubtedly the leader of the #1 magical vanguard of the empire. His skills were comparable to those of Cha Yumin in his shadow state. If Li Shin's memory of the man's past skills served him well, he thought most of the current Earth challengers were not capable of defeating that single wizard in a one-on-one situation. Earth's strength lies in cooperation and teamwork. When everyone gathers, it will result in a synergy that is highly productive. Compared to the past, Earth's combat force was significantly stronger. Now that those who entered the tower could exit whenever they wanted, they could also enter whenever they wished, to become stronger in response to how the events unfold. At novel bin at. Moreover, there were individuals who had experienced tremendous growth in strength and abilities due to Li Shin's intervention, and even those who should have died were now alive thanks to him. He thought, at this moment, even without him, the current Earth would be able to withstand the invasion of the Lystria Magic Empire. And this time, I won't be just defending. The next moment, the man with blue hair approached Li Shin. His name was Aide McNay, and he was the leader of the Dimensional Invasion Vanguard of Lystria Magic Empire, as seen in past videos. Are you the master of this world? Aide McNay asked. He seemed quite confident in his guess. Has he already sensed my mana wave? Li Shin thought this way because he believed that he might be the only one among everyone in this place whom Aide McNay would have difficulty accurately gauging the abilities of. No, Li Shin replied with a cold voice. Then, does that mean there's someone stronger than you in this world? Aide McNay asked again. Just as they had been in the past, these individuals from the Lystria Magic Empire were greatly underestimating this world, Earth. That was probably the reason why they were speaking so arrogantly. Hey, I think you are forgetting something here, Li Shin said, glaring at Aide McNay. After saying that, Li Shin smirked and released his mana all at once in order to lift up all the sand on the beach. At such a sight, Aide McNay seemed shocked, even though he tried hard to remain calm in front of Li Shin. If you've intruded into someone else's dimension, shouldn't you first introduce yourself properly? Li Shin shouted at Aide McNay. Swoosh. Thud. As the mound of sand poured out all at once and blocked the front of the gate, Aide McNay gritted his teeth. It was quite a spectacle to watch. Aide McNay could not say a word. He simply stared at Li Shin, because he probably did not expect such a thing to happen here. Besides, it seemed like he did not expect to be humiliated by Li Shin from the start. Although he probably wanted to fight back, since he had come as part of the vanguard, he could not act as he pleased. Li Xin could sense his frustration. Sorry, I apologize for my actions, Aide McNay apologized to Li Xin. He bowed his head and held a hand out, while folding the other arm behind his back, the Empire's greeting. It was just my curiosity about such a powerful wizard that led me to be impolite. Please forgive me and extend your understanding. This episode has nothing to do with the Empire's intentions, Aide McNay explained in a reconciliatory tone, offering his hand. The wizards who were standing behind him also bowed their heads. At this point, Li Xin thought it was acceptable to accept their apology, because these individuals were still useful to him. All right, I will forgive this time. However, if you belittle the people in this world again with your words, there will be no room for mercy, Li Xin replied. Yes sir, I will make sure that doesn't happen, Aide McNay said. As they raised their heads, Li Xin returned the sand to its original state in one motion. Swoosh! Seeing the sand flow out like a wave in an instant, a look of astonishment crossed the wizards' faces. Since I've shown them this much, they probably won't act presumptuously like before. Li Xin was aware that he needed to demonstrate a sufficient level of ability to prevent these individuals from belittling Earthlings. We haven't come here to fight. We just want to have a conversation. Upon hearing those words, Li Xin turned his head to look behind. The government officials were already present. As soon as they noticed Li Xin's gaze upon them, Kong Sangjun approached him. Nice to meet you. I'm Kong Sangjun, one of the government officials introduced himself to Aide McNay. Hello, my name is Aide McNay. After exchanging casual greetings, they immediately proceeded to the negotiating table. Sammy Harrison could not contain her happiness as the viewer count suddenly surged due to the unexpected opening of the gate. Keeping the citizens informed was something that brought her joy, and capturing scenes like these in real time was a delight. But why is that annoying blue-haired guy acting that way toward Mr. Li Xin? Unlike before, Sammy Harrison found herself increasingly empathizing with Li Xin, though she was not aware of it yet. This sentiment was mirrored by the viewers, who were also growing more empathetic toward Li Xin. Hashtag go fuck yourself? We should throw all these scums down Niagara Falls? Hashtag they don't even know their place and are trying to mess with Li Xin? Hashtag I'll just throw them into that sandy beach? Hashtag LOL look at Li Xin's face. That relaxed face that seems condescending. He's so cool. Hashtag bro, please teach them a lesson this time? Viewers who had seen Aide's tone, expression, and actions could also feel that these individuals from the Lystria Magic Empire were belittling this place. When Li Xin lifted up the sand, Sammy noticed Aide's expression change and immediately zoomed in to capture his stiff expression on video. Hashtag ha 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 ha. Hashtag is he scared? Huh? Hashtag Mr. Li is really great. Hashtag oh holy shit. He is insane. Hashtag damn, this is insane. How can such a thing be done by a human? Hashtag I love you so much, Li Xin. At the sight of Li Xin who humbled the wizards at once, the people went into a frenzy. These people were satisfied to see Aide lower his head in front of Li Xin. Ah, sorry everyone, but unfortunately it seems like the broadcast should end here. They will soon have a meeting with the people from the Lystria Magic Empire, but I'm not allowed to accompany them, Sammy Harrison said, expressing her disappointment. At Sammy's comment, people were about to go mad with curiosity, but she just ignored such comments and ended the broadcast there. I won't be able to enter for sure if I keep the live broadcast on, so there is no other choice. Sammy Harrison changed her clothes right away, turned on the pencil-shaped recording device hidden in her front pocket, and secretly followed them. The car that carried the wizards from the Empire entered a large building. Government guards, who filled the area, were defending the entrance. Well, I'm not the type to give up at this stage. Sammy Harrison was known for traveling all over the place and successfully bringing reports from various places. This time, even if she could not do a live broadcast, she still wanted to listen to what these wizards from the Empire were discussing with the government officials. But with Mr. Li Xin here, will it be alright? It should be fine, right? Sammy thought that it would not matter even if she were caught by others, but she was a bit worried that Li Xin might catch on to her eavesdropping and have negative feelings toward her. Maybe. I shouldn't do this. No. I think I need to know about this. Yeah. The next moment, Sammy Harrison climbed to the rooftop of the opposite building and tried to sense the presence of the individuals from the Empire using her presence detector. Are they heading to the conference room on the 30th floor? Having located them, she held a thin thread covered with a sticky substance on one end and threw the sticky part onto the window of the conference room they had entered. Vibration detector. Sound amplification. Although the inside of the room could not be seen because of the curtains that covered the window, she could hear the sounds coming from inside. Welcome. My name is Jian J. Yang. Has the chair of the association arrived already? Sammy Harrison cautiously eavesdropped on their conversation. Meanwhile, Li Xin, who was already in the conference room, knew that Sammy Harrison was following them from the beginning, but chose to leave her alone. After all, these things need to be revealed. They were going to discuss their cooperation with the Empire. In this meeting, Earth and the Empire would form a temporary alliance and exchange their knowledge and technologies. Besides, Li Xin wanted the Korean citizens to know how much effort and sacrifice the Korean government had been making in the process and how much they cared about Earth's future. That would influence the citizens to be willing to listen to the government's words. We, the Lystria Magic Empire, have come to seek an alliance with this planet called Earth, said Aide McNay. However, Li Xin was aware that the tactic of the Empire was to pretend to form an alliance with Earth to gather enough information. Then, when they were confident that they could win the war, they would stab Earth in the back. The politicians here on Earth were skilled in scheming and manipulation themselves. Although they were well aware of the intentions of the Empire, they accepted the proposal. Very well, someone from Earth replied. Their conversation was going in circles and neither side revealed their true intentions. Bargains and negotiations to gain advantages were exchanged between the two parties endlessly. Li Xin clicked his tongue at the thought that he might have to take a step back. Though I kind of expected it from Xin Jieho, the Prime Minister, I did not expect Yun Sang, the Director of the National Security Agency, to be at this level. Li Xin had heard that Yun Sang had a background as an academic, having been a researcher, but he was not aware that Yun Sang possessed such political acumen. He wondered if that was what brought him to this position. The scientific and technological advancements of our world include the ability to breach fortifications and bombard the farthest reaches of continents, even without wizards. They will undoubtedly become a significant source of power for the Empire, said someone from Earth. I really want to see them. The intercontinental ballistic missiles. Even the name carries an immense grandeur, replied someone from the Empire. Ha ha ha, we never even thought that ordinary people would be able to use magic. It was a tremendous discovery that developed our empire. It was obvious to Li Xin that these individuals were having a pointless conversation that had no substance. The technologies that Yun Sang mentioned were not something one could master overnight. Therefore, to those lacking the knowledge, the point he made was nothing more than hollow, flashy information. It was also the same for the point about the discovery of magical talents. The people from the Empire made it sound like most ordinary people could become wizards, but the reality was different. Majority of the people did not have magical talents. Li Xin simply listened. Next time, we will invite you guys to our empire, said Aide McNay. Sounds good. Thank you, Yun Sang replied. Earth would provide the Empire with scientific technologies and hextech advancements, while the Empire would offer technology to help train wizards on Earth. Even though these arrangements would not come to fruition immediately and would take time to be implemented, it did not matter to Li Xin. Well, to be honest, I wonder if I've done the right thing, Yun Sang voiced his concerns as the individuals from the Empire left. Although he had gone along with it due to Li Xin's request, there were certainly unsettling aspects to this negotiation. It's fine, Li Xin said. I think national security issues can easily arise from this negotiation, Yun Sang replied with a voice full of worry. But there was no other choice because Earth is in its transition period right now, Li Xin said. If the people on Earth were able to awaken magical abilities in ordinary individuals with the help of the Lystria Magic Empire, the chances of survival at the tower would dramatically increase. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the Empire as much as possible. If 2 more gates were to open, where do you think they would be? Jian Jaeyong asked. Aide had clearly mentioned that 2 more gates would open. I think it will probably open in the United States and China, Li Xin replied. The first gate normally opened where the dimensional energy was the highest, followed by the next 2 in the next 2 highest places. Besides, that was why Aide had asked Li Xin if he was the strongest person here, when he saw Li Xin. So it's just as I thought. We should come up with what to say in advance. When you are crossing over to the Empire, it would be wise to first send representatives from the WCA, Li Xin suggested. Are you not going, Mr. Li Xin? No, but Lystria would not play any tricks, Li Xin replied. Since Li Xin had demonstrated his skills adequately this time, the Lystria Empire would not underestimate Earth and act recklessly. Furthermore, in the past, invading Earth had taken them quite a while. This time, they would be more cautious. On the contrary, I will climb the tower, Li Xin said with determination. Li Xin thought he had spent too much time on Earth. The dimensional energy here was getting stronger over time, and as a result, stronger enemies would keep appearing. He thought it was necessary to ascend the tower and increase his combat force while he had the time. And I must discover the secret of my strength. This body belonged to Jean Ebrium. To fully unlock this sealed body and to resolve the issues around divinity class, transcendence, and chaos, Li Xin ultimately had to climb the tower. The 90th floor. I must get there to uncover the secret of Jean Ebrium. This was only Li Xin's assumption, but he was somewhat confident about his assumption. And also the god of destruction. I have to figure out his intentions. Li Xin used to think that the god of destruction was trying to kill him on the 20th floor, but judging from subsequent events, it seemed not to be the case. It almost seemed like the god of destruction was pushing Li Xin into hardships on purpose. As a result, he was able to discover the power of chaos and obtained clues to transcendence on the 20th floor. Was this his intention? Did the god of destruction want to help Li Xin grow? Or was there some other reason? Besides, the apostle of the god of destruction saved Li Xin in the 4th realm even though it was a situation where he could have killed Li Xin. The god of destruction is definitely trying to do something. 2 gates of the Lystria Magic Empire were opened, one in the United States and one in China, as Li Xin had predicted. The United States and China initiated exchanges with the Empire, and the WCA began to create global regulations for the use of magic. Ugh, tisk. The arrogance of these people is astonishing. They are utterly disregarding the potential of Hextech. Vian Steiger, who had crossed over to the Empire with the delegation representing Earth, expressed his irritation with a frustrated murmur. But aren't there things to gain from it as well in a sense? Dr. Song Soder, who accompanied him on the journey to the Empire, spoke with a slightly contented look. Tisk, it seems like they do possess abundant resources, but it's annoying how they constantly show their suspicion toward us. Vian Steiger shouted. Yes, that's right. Even though we asserted our confidence in its effectiveness, their skeptical glances still annoyed me. Vian, it's not worth letting every little thing bother you, Yun Sang, who had also crossed over with them, said in a composed manner. It seems like you're remarkably at ease. Are you finding excitement in the fact that those scums are teaching you magic? Vian retorted. It's not like I'm learning it from them, so what's there to be excited about? But if I can reap some benefits from this situation, I don't want to waste energy on fussing over the small things. Besides, judging by your temperament, I would advise you not to delve into politics, Yun Sang advised. Tisk, you live like this, Vian commented, shaking his head. Contrary to Vian's irritation, the negotiations between the Empire and Earth had progressed very smoothly, and much faster than anyone had anticipated. The world is undergoing major changes. Yun Sang, returning to Earth, found himself expressing emotions that he did not even realize he had as he gazed upon the view of Busan. Well now, if one cannot adapt, they will be left behind, Vian replied. Yun Sang nodded with a wry smile at Vian's words. You have entered the 65th floor. Please make a selection. Escort mission / convoy mission. Convoy mission. Li Xin made his choice. You have selected the convoy mission. You have become a delivery agent for the Space Delivery Center Quimak. Deliver the eternal bead to Rasmo, the chief of the Gerg tribe on the planet Hurt. This desolate land, a mix of gray and blue, was a world where cruelty thrived. In this place, slaughter was the order of the day. To its inhabitants, a tribe known as Gerg, killing and getting killed were everything. Here, Li Xin had to burst his way through the wriggling monsters to reach his destination. Are you the new delivery agent? When Li Xin turned his head to see who was talking to him, he saw a man dressed in what looked like a robotic suit. How can you think of making deliveries without a battle suit? That's quite impressive, the man said. Give me the goods, Li Xin replied. Hey, you're quite impatient. Since you are new here, I will have to explain some things to you, said the man. The man proceeded to brief Li Xin about various things that he needed to do for the delivery. And lastly, put on this battle cap. If you want, you can detach the helmet automatically, but the cap will remain around your neck like a collar, the man added. Following his instructions, Li Xin placed the battle cap around his neck. When he pressed a button, the nano-mechanisms automatically moved and transformed the cap into a helmet-like shape. Also, with this, you'll be able to communicate. And if you wish, you can return to the base. But you only have 3 chances. If something gets too dangerous, you can come back anytime using the battle cap, said the man. There were only 3 chances to return. The difficulty level of the hell level on the 65th floor had become more difficult that such an offer was given, though Li Xin did not intend to use the return feature. Well then, good luck to you. You'll have to find a path where there are no enemies, said the man. When Li Xin opened the small palm-sized container he had received from the man, he saw a small dazzling, shining bead inside. He placed the container into his subspace pocket and set off. Let's go, Vec Jack, Li Xin said. Vec Jack propelled off the ground and ascended into the air. At the same time, the monstrous creatures that sensed Vec Jack's presence began to approach them. We're going to break through them quickly. Bomb! The outer walls of the building were shattered, and the skeletons, somewhat hurt, landed in various spots. It's surprising you made it this far, Rasmo said as soon as she saw Li Xin. Nice to meet you, Rasmo, the Queen of Monsters, Li Xin replied. Wow, you already know me? Queen Rasmo asked. Of course, Li Xin replied. The hell level difficulty on the 65th floor was quite well known. Despite being a hell level challenge, this floor had a systematic strategy that a challenger had come up with. Although this stage still had many variables and required high abilities, the clear rate was significantly higher on this floor, compared to that of the hell level stages on other floors. What are you up to? Li Xin asked. For some reason, she seemed to be in a good mood this time. Hurry up and give it to me, Queen Rasmo said. This floor was supposed to conclude by handing over the eternal bead to Rasmo, the Queen of Monsters. However, there were times when Queen Rasmo went berserk, and in those times, a battle to satisfy her was the only way to clear the stage. If she had been her berserk self, Li Xin would have fought more comfortably. However, her mood seemed good today, as if she planned to just let Li Xin move on once he handed over the package. But I'm not planning on doing that. Li Xin had another goal in mind. He wanted to defeat Queen Rasmo and fulfill the conditions of the path to become an adversary. The path to become an adversary. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 30 or higher, 0/1. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 20 or higher, 0/3. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 10 or higher, 0/10. Hashtag kill someone with a divinity class of 5 or higher, 0/20. Asterisk if all conditions are met, you will become an adversary. Li Xin presumed that as the Queen of Monsters, her divinity class should be at least above 10. Do you want to have it? Li Xin asked. What did you just say? In response to Li Xin's question, Queen Rasmo let out a hollow laugh. Haha, aren't you an interesting one? Are you telling me to try to take that from you or something? Queen Rasmo asked. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. You're funny, Queen Rasmo said. She chuckled, and her hair stood. The strands of hair were like spears, dancing in the air. The physical abilities of the Queen of Monsters are incomparable to those other beings. Not to mention that she was the pinnacle of evolution among monsters, unforeseen abilities would come attacking her opponent at unexpected times. Of course, I'm planning on killing her before that happens. Divine Realm Breaking Force. The dense power of transcendence weighed down on the atmosphere and clashed with her divinity class, lowering it. Coop. How dare you? Queen Resmo glared at Li Xin. Her expression contorted, and she charged toward Li Xin. Lightning field. Thunderbolt explosion. Shield. Thunderbolts surged in all directions, followed by explosions. In the midst of this chaos, Queen Resmo's thorned tentacles that lunged toward Li Xin were deflected by a shield. Arg! Damn it! Queen Resmo shouted. You have taken away Resmo's strength. Your strength has increased by 1. You have taken away Resmo's agility. Your agility has increased by 1. You have taken away Resmo's dominance. Queen Resmo's face contorted. As the battle raged on, the strange power of Li Xin became more palpable. This insatiable force was as if devouring her, leaving behind a nasty sense of unease that was increasingly difficult to break away from. How dare you do this to me? Though little by little, her strength was getting sucked away due to Li Xin's power. Despite trying to remain composed, she only grew more anxious with this sensation that was clinging onto her. On the other hand, her opponent, Li Xin, was at ease. As time passed, he seemed to adapt to the battle, and his offense and defense were becoming more refined. Just die already! Queen Resmo shouted at Li Xin. The next moment, Resmo threw herself down at Li Xin. Her restlessness led to a poor decision. This was the dilemma that most who confronted Li Xin experienced. Thanks to his ability to remember every single detail of what happened, Li Xin remembered even the smallest habits of his enemies and was able to respond accordingly. As time went on, the power of chaos allowed Li Xin to steal more abilities from his opponent. Therefore, time was unequivocally on Li Xin's side. Crack! Li Xin smirked. Suddenly, a steel spear emerged from a mana circle that had been created without her realizing, and pierced through her heart. Coop. Queen Resmo gasped in pain, and then vomited blood. My children! She called out to her subordinates, but there was no response from them. In fact, monsters obeyed only the strong. The queen on the brink of death was now nothing but their prey, their feed to help them grow. Farewell, Li Xin muttered. Splash! A fountain of blood erupted from her body, and Resmo collapsed weakly. Then, as she collapsed, a barrage of system messages poured in. You have acquired the title, Monster Hunter. You have cleared the 65th floor. Your achievements will be #kill someone with a divinity class of 10 or higher, 1/10. Well, it's too bad. Internally, Li Xin had hoped that Resmo's divinity class would be above 20, but it was not the case. To her credit, leading the monsters with a divinity class of merely above 10 was remarkable on its own. I'm going back, Li Xin muttered. The confrontation with Resmo took longer than Li Xin had expected, owing to her extraordinary physical abilities, even in the absence of her divinity class. You have returned. As soon as Li Xin arrived at the Lardal archipelago on the 50th floor, he headed straight to the Eternal Gate. It's not too late, right? Li Xin asked. No, you're good. The nobles have not arrived yet. Good. Li Xin seemed relieved. Now, there was a friendly showdown between the Lystria Magic Empire and Earth's representatives. Gates had appeared, first in Korea, then in the United States and China. The envoys of the Lystria Empire had proposed friendly matches, in which representatives from these three countries would participate as representatives of the entire Earth. The individuals from the Lystria Empire stated that they wanted to gauge the level the Earth's challengers were at, and the WCA accepted the proposal. Therefore, with 5 representatives from each country, Korea, the US, and China, they would do a total of 3 rounds of matches. Lystria also selected 15 wizards to represent them. Of course, not only Koreans but also individuals from other countries could participate as representatives of Korean challengers, with the approval of the Korean Challengers Association. The United States and China followed the same procedure for selecting their representatives. With that, 15 representatives from each country were selected. I recall that the result of these friendly matches pushed forward their invasion timeline. In the past, strong challengers were trapped within the tower, and the ones who remained behind had to protect the Earth. However, they were defeated mercilessly. Not a single one out of the 15 representatives of the Earth had won the battle, when the Empire's magic vanguard had not even sent their strongest to represent them. I won't let that happen this time. While the match with the Korean representatives was yet to come, today marked the start of the Chinese match. Even if Li Xin was not going to participate in the match today, there was a need to be present and observe the combat force of the opponent and the representatives of Earth. Ah, hello Mr. Li Xin, said Kong Sangjun. As always, Kong Sangjun stood in front of the Eternal Gate as Li Xin's assistant. Deputy Director, Kong Sangjun, are you not busy? Li Xin asked. Our director told me to prioritize assisting you above all else, Kong Sangjun replied. I think I've heard that exact phrase at least 15 times, Li Xin said. Well, it was the exact same phrase all the time. Let's get going, said Kong Sangjun. When they stepped outside, a helicopter was prepared there. We are planning to move to the location via our private jet, Kong Sangjun said. Can't I just ride my summoned creature? Li Xin asked. According to the world's rules, that is not allowed. If we arbitrarily grant exceptions for someone like you, Mr. Li Xin, it would disrupt the order. Although, I guess it might be different in case of emergencies, Kang Sangjun replied. Alright then, Li Xin said. After Li Xin and Kang Sangjun quickly got on the private jet, they set off for Nanjing, China. There was a massive arena, where scientific technology and hextech culminated. Powerful barriers were in operation to prevent sparks from flying into the audience, and the durability of the arena had been greatly enhanced. There are quite a lot of people here, Li Xin said. People from all around the world have gathered here to watch this match, Kang Sangjun said. In fact, this arena in Nanjing, China, was the world's largest national stadium and was capable of accommodating up to 200,000 people at once. When Li Xin saw how crowded the stadium was, he was amazed. People seemed to be interested because the pride of Lystria and Earth were at stake in these matches. The fervor was so intense that today had been designated a holiday throughout China. Broadcasting stations had brought in experts for commentary and analysis, engaging in heated discussions to predict the outcomes. The screens that were set up in all four directions allowed a close-up view of the arena, displaying the faces of familiar individuals. Hello, Mr. Samuel, the chairman of WCA. You seem quite tense as the match approaches. How do you say this match? A Chinese reporter asked Samuel in fluent English. Adat novel bin adat. I think it's a match that will not be easy to assess. We must not let our guard down. Because Samuel's response was vague and formulaic, the reporter persistently asked other questions, but Samuel's response remained the same. Then, among the 5 Chinese representatives, who do you think is most likely to win? To this question, Samuel hesitated for a moment and then gave a very surprising answer. I think it will be the challenger named Zhe Jun. I think he has the best chance of winning. Out of all the Chinese representatives, Zhe Jun was evaluated to be in the 3rd or 4th place among them. Moreover, his ranking was not even that high because he was still on a relatively lower floor in the tower. I don't think the Chinese government would like that answer. That's probably what Chairman Samuel was going for. Chairman Samuel was a sly person. Perhaps, since the ongoing feud between the Challengers Association and the government had not been resolved yet, he deliberately provoked them. Well then, what made you think that way? The reporter's response was tinged with suspicion because Zhe Jun openly opposed the Chinese government. All those who were steeped in Chinese ideology disliked him. On the other hand, those who did not buy into Chinese ideology supported the Chinese Challengers Association, of which Zhe Jun was a significant figure. I believe the challenger named Zhe Jun possesses exceptional abilities. While the other challengers might have strong combat prowess, they lack uniqueness. Besides, the representatives from the Empire are not opponents one should take lightly. That's why I've chosen to rely on Zhe Jun's exceptional abilities as a variable that could bring about a change. Understood. Thank you for your time, Chairman Samuel. The reporter hastily concluded the interview. As the screen switched, it showed the experts on the Chinese side shaking their heads. Chairman Samuel seems to not fully grasp the strength on the Chinese side. Yes, I think so too. Even judging by the rankings, Zhe Jun is the lowest among the 5. Since they are fighting against wizards, I think the 4 other challengers who use melee weapons are more likely to win than Zhe Jun. Watching the panelists' discussions, Li Xin let out a chuckle. These so-called experts were humans who had not even climbed the tower themselves yet. Theory and actual combat were entirely different. Those who had not experienced it would find it hard to grasp its essence. Let's get going. Chairman Samuel is waiting for us, Kang Sangjun said. It seemed like Kang Sangjun had just received a message in the meantime as he rushed Li Xin along. All right, Li Xin replied. As Li Xin turned his eyes to the arena, he could see the Empire's people gathered in the distance. Let's see just how strong you guys are. This event managed to seize the global spotlight. While not a contest between nations akin to the World Cup, it was a clash between Earth and alternate dimensions. Even those who originally held negative feelings toward China hoped that China would win today's match. Hello, Mr. Li Xin, said Chairman Samuel to Li Xin. The chairs of challenger associations from various countries had already gathered inside. Most of them were affiliated with WCA. Besides, the ones from China were also present here. Hello, Li Xin replied. How do you see today's match? Chairman Samuel asked. The space was not very large. Therefore, everyone could hear their conversation. We will lose, Li Xin replied. Li Xin sensed everyone's attention shift toward him after he had said that. Is that so? Chairman Samuel asked. Yes. Li Xin only gave a short reply. Chairman Samuel just nodded as if he had anticipated this answer. However, the reactions of the others were quite different. I won't ask you about the score since I myself fear the answer, Chairman Samuel said. All right, Li Xin replied. Li Xin continued to give short replies to Samuel. Li Xin caught snippets of conversation among the Chinese officials via the screen. Their discussion revolved around the rationale behind selecting the representatives for this match. I heard applicants from various countries wanted to represent China. Yet, for this match, all representatives are Chinese. Is there a reason for this? Sammy Harrison had asked this question. For once, she was not broadcasting live from the scene and conducting interviews elsewhere. Well, the reason is quite simple, actually. We thought that our Chinese representatives had a higher probability of winning than the applicants from other countries. The director of the Chinese Challenger Management Office, responsible for selecting the representative team, said so. Uniquely, the Challengers Association and the Challenger Management Office coexisted in China. The government had established the latter to oversee the former. Our Challenger Management Office quantifies the abilities of challengers worldwide and collects data. These representatives were chosen based on accurate and diverse data. Hashtag did he just say data? Data? Seriously? Hashtag wow, I didn't expect to hear such an obvious lie. At novel bin at. Hashtag yeah, right. Hashtag what are you guys talking about? Our Chinese team is strong. Hashtag those ignorant citizens of a small country are jealous again. Hashtag since we're the representative for Earth, we'll try to understand again. Hashtag ugh, they're so annoying. What the hell are they saying? Our Korean representative team is stronger. Do you know that? As always, Sammy's chat room was filled with arguments. Ah, I see. Then, can you possibly share that data with us? Sorry, but that is classified information. Sammy Harrison gestured and nodded excessively, seemingly having expected the response. Hashtag haha, look at Sammy's reaction. Hashtag hilarious, even Sammy Harrison is laughing. Hashtag lol you guys think you're stronger than our Fergo? Even passing dogs would laugh. Hashtag well, let's see if you can win this time. Hashtag ha ha ha, just laugh it off. Li Xin turned off the screen specially arranged for him in the VIP section and looked at the large screen in the room. The Chinese representatives and the wizards of the empire were now entering the arena. Is it finally starting? Li Xin had already checked the profiles of this round's representatives. Considering just their rankings, there were 4 rankers and 1 low ranker. And judging by the integrated ranking, China's team certainly appeared impressive, justifying their sense of pride. Earth's combat strength had grown significantly in the last 4 years. Cha Yumin used to be the sole challenger to have climbed to the 80th floor. Now, 14 challengers had made it to that floor. Furthermore, Jonathan, an American challenger, had even cleared the 85th floor. 2 of the 5 Chinese representatives had cleared the 80th floor, another 2 had cleared the 75th floor, and Zhejun had cleared the 63rd floor. Foreign challengers had applied for the spots, but the Chinese Challenger Management Office, CCMO, responsible for creating the representative team, rejected them all. The CCMO staunchly asserted that they had selected the representatives using their gathered data. However, the underlying truth appeared to be their reluctance to include foreign challengers within their national lineup. This is Li Xiao, the commentator for today's match. The match is about to begin. Representatives from both sides stepped onto the stage. On Listria's side stood a wizard in a robe adorned with intricate green designs. And on the Chinese side was a challenger wielding dual blades. Having reached the 75th floor, he held a rank of 13,201st, with the potential to break into 4-digit rankings. It highlighted his impressive standing. The match is about to begin. As the commentator spoke, the chat room buzzed with viewers' comments. Li Xin analyzed the real-time responses in Sammy Harrison's broadcasting chat room to gauge their reactions. While it was filled with curses before, now everyone was cheering for China. Hashtag please win. Hashtag we need to win the first match to have good momentum. Hashtag stay strong. Please win this match. As soon as the match began, the Chinese challenger with the dual blade charged toward the wizard, thinking the wizard would be helpless in close combat. Unfortunately, that was a foolish notion. Coop. The Chinese challenger gasped. The challenger staggered, paused briefly, dropped the swords, and collapsed. Hashtag what's going on? Hashtag what are you doing? What's happening right now? Hashtag did the wizard do something? Hashtag hey, get up, grab your swords. The viewers seemingly couldn't judge the situation properly, but Li Xin could. The wizard had created a vacuum using a technique that instantly removed air from the space around the opponent's face, utterly incapacitating them. In such situations, stumbling will only make recovering or escaping more challenging. The best approach in this situation was getting close and attacking, even if you couldn't breathe. The more time your opponent had, the lower your chances of surviving became. Kek. Ugh, the Chinese challenger clutched his neck and writhed like a fish out of water. It probably was a power he had never experienced before, so it was natural for him to be startled. Pwee-it. With that whistle sound, the unconscious Chinese challenger was carried out. The wizard turned around and left the scene with a smirk on their face. Hashtag what the hell are you doing? Hashtag what an idiot. Why did you even go out for the match if you were going to do that? Hashtag fucking yellow monkey. Why did you reject Fergo when he applied? Hashtag what a shame. Get lost? The chat room exploded. The viewers were displeased with the Chinese challenger for losing so pathetically and easily. The difference in their skill level was substantial from the beginning. Moreover, if it was one's first time encountering such an ability, there was really no hope. This likely would not have happened had China selected a challenger from another country instead of asserting its pride. After the first match ended, there was a brief rest period. Li Xin saw Zhejun approach the fallen challenger. Is he planning to use some kind of a trick? Li Xin pondered over why Zhejun was in China's representative team. He was neither the strongest nor someone from the government, so there had to be a specific rationale for his selection. The next match is about to begin. Despite being disappointed with China's previous lackluster performance, the chat expressed hope for the next match. But it seems like the empire is getting ready to do something as well. The next set of representatives got onto the stage. This time, a wizard wearing a robe with red patterns and the Chinese challenger who had conquered the 80th floor were up. Hashtag Tang Zihao is up. Hashtag finally, a ranker is up. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm sure Tang Zihao will win. Hashtag please win. The last match was a disgrace to Earth. Tang Zihao, who carried many people's expectations, seemed confident. There is a faint mana connection between Tang Zihao and the defeated challenger from last time. Zhejun closed his eyes as if he was concentrating on something. Li Xin was confident that Zhejun had made the connection. Will they win this time? Li Xin thought that the past and the present looked different, prompting him to entertain the idea of a more optimistic outcome this time. The match will begin now. Relaxed, Tang Zihao approached the wizard with a sword in his hand, keeping an eye on the opponent. They measured the distance between them, maintaining some space and looking for openings. I can win. Due to Zhejun's formation, Tang Zihao had a portion of Long Jiang's ability. The opponents couldn't have expected this. I will end this match in one go with a surprise attack. Suddenly, mana started to move above the wizard's hand. Now, Tang Zihao dashed forward, and a bluish sword aura shimmered over his sword. Dragon Thrust Sword. A colossal dragon-like figure surged ahead, seemingly ready to rend the wizard. Yet, a shield of flames materialized before the wizard, who maintained a calm demeanor while casting spells. Numerous wind blades combined with flames inside the shield and flew toward Tang Zihao. Tang Zihao had been focused on the magic attack rushing from the front, so when he sensed the ground cracking and shaking, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. The magic seems sentient. Tang Zihao felt like he was facing multiple wizards together, and since each spell was exceptionally powerful, he had difficulty dealing with each. Coop. Tang Zihao gasped. After exchanging several spells and attacks, Tang Zihao finally fell to his knees. His body had turned completely red, and the fire had burned his clothes, leaving him naked. How pitiful you look, the wizard muttered, looking at Tang Zihao. The wizard turned away and left the stage, chuckling. The challengers on China's side quickly covered Tang Zihao with their clothing, but the sting of humiliation had already struck him deep. Hashtag what the fuck? Hashtag isn't that cheating, though? Those from behind must have used magic, for sure. Hashtag what kind of trick did they use? Hashtag what are you guys saying? How can they use magic when there's a barrier? Hashtag but then, how can one person use such magic alone? Does that even make sense? Hashtag well, think about Li Xin. Can we understand him? Hashtag Mr. Li Xin is a god? Don't compare him to mere mortals. Hashtag yeah, that's right. People were furious at the unexpected outcome. Although Tang Zihao's trick was not obvious to people, the one from the wizards was. It was clear to anyone that the wizards standing behind had assisted their representative. Although China protested, it was meaningless. Besides, they could not explain how their opponent bested the barrier and the mana blockade. The absence of regulations only exacerbated the situation. Their morale crashed instantly. In the ensuing matches, the wizards continued to defeat the Chinese challengers. The score quickly reached 4-0. Earth's populace teetered on the edge of uproar, while Listria's side appeared unruffled, adding fuel to the Earthlings' fury. Hashtag if Virgo from our country had participated, this wouldn't have happened. Hashtag Britain will now boycott China. Hashtag China is no longer Earthlings like us. Hashtag shit. Damn it. What a shame. Hashtag fucking ass. Just go kill yourself. Hashtag our German challenger should have participated as their representative. Hashtag had we known this would happen, we would have asked Li Xin to be our only representative. Why did all of them go out and embarrass us like this? What a shame. The sympathy that had formed amid insults and mockery directed at Tang Zihao disappeared completely as the score became 4-0. Countless insults were directed at the Chinese Challenger Management Office for not including foreign challengers in the representative team. It's time for the final match. Zhejun is stepping onto the field. The commentator's voice had grown notably quieter and downcast. Zhejun had the lowest ranking in the representative team. Moreover, he was a challenger brought in to buff the team. People thought that the probability of him winning was almost zero. When the score became 4-0, everyone realized that Zhejun was there to buff the team. Hashtag the last one is Zhejun. Hashtag should we even watch it? It's 5-0. Confirmed. Hashtag I'm going to turn off the broadcast now. I can't watch this anymore. Hashtag I'm just looking forward to the next representative match starting in the United States. China's team is just too disappointing to watch. Hashtag the director of the Chinese Challenger Management Office should resign right now. Their performance was unbelievable. In every bad way possible, that is. Hashtag I feel bad for Zhejun. I heard that he is just here to buff the team. Hashtag yeah, I know. His death will be the highlight of this match. Hashtag I'm so glad that I'm Korean. At least Korea won't suffer such humiliation. Hashtag if we had someone like Mr. Li Xin on our team, the outcome would have been different. Zhejun was aware of the people's frustration but still wore a confident smile. His opponent was a wizard in a red patterned robe. Do we have a flame wizard this time? The people from the Empire were interfering with the match through unknown means. People thought that if Zhejun could not create a barrier that far surpassed the one around the arena, there was really no point in fighting. I think I would have a much higher chance if I enhanced my own power. Zhejun covered his face with his fan and looked at the wizard. The opponent seemed careless, assuming that Zhejun was the weakest among all the Chinese representatives. I'll give you a chance to attack first, said the wizard nonchalantly. Zhejun smirked behind his fan and unfolded his 8-sided formation. Breakthrough, Zhejun shouted. The 8-sided formation shone brightly, its power piercing through the barrier in the direction indicated by Zhejian's fan. What did you just do? The wizard seemed stunned. Grip of wonder. Zhejian shouted. With that, the wizard sensed a mana wave and saw something green leaving the 4 defeated challengers outside and entering the arena through the opening Zhejian had made previously. You have absorbed 20% of Long Jiang's abilities. You have absorbed 20% of Tang Zihao's abilities. Zhejian's mana rapidly amplified. His pupils shone blue, and the wind seemed to surge wherever the plantain fan moved. Thud. He quickly erected a shield. Simultaneously, a mana circle materialized beneath Zhejian. Sensing the mana, he quickly evaded. With each movement of the plantain fan, Zhejian made wind roar and lightning strike. Hashtag what the hell? What's up with Zhejian? Why is he so strong? Hashtag oh my days. Hashtag who said that Zhejian was weak? Hashtag who decided to use Zhejian as a buffer? Who came up with such an insane idea? Hashtag was Zhejian China's hope? The chat room exploded with comments as the viewers saw the possibility of Zhejian winning. However, contrary to the viewers' thoughts, Zhejian was uneasy. Absorbing his comrade's strength was a good tactic, but it wouldn't last even a minute. He needed to subdue his opponent before that quickly. This fight is going on for longer than I thought. It was time for Zhejian to end the fight. Dragon Soar. From the tip of the plantain fan, a fiery dragon emerged and soared. Central Radiance. The flame dragon rushed down, and the ground where the wizard stood crumbled as the dragon engulfed him. Swoosh! The area became engulfed in flames, but they subsided quickly, revealing the charred figure of the wizard. The match has ended. Zhejian, the challenger named Zhejian, has finally secured his team's first victory. The cheers of 200,000 people rained down upon the arena like thunder. Zhejian smirked, barely holding his composure, and descended from the stage. The first set of matches between Earth and the Lystria Magic Empire ended with a score of 4-1, a humiliating defeat for Earth. The next set of matches will start in a week in Arizona, US. Will the US wash away the shame of China's defeat? All eyes are on this set of matches. The aftermath of this so-called friendly match was strong. Despite its name, the contest was a clash of pride and a chance to assess each side's combat prowess. Ultimately, they had allied with Lystria, but that didn't mean one party would never betray the other. While the general population believed that the higher UPS would handle things like these, experts had different opinions. This set of matches could be considered a demonstration of the Earth's might. The panel from China confidently stated their opinions. Why do you think so? The host asked. If the Earthlings, considered the weakest among all races, performed at this level, isn't that a good thing? We won a match at least, didn't we? Our opponents were from a world developed with magic from the start, and they were all wizards. But we barely managed to win that one match. That's because we only had the Chinese challengers participate in the recent matches. I think they did well enough. We can't say China is weak. Then, what do you think about the matches between the Empire and the United States and South Korea? I think both the US and South Korea will win one match each due to Jonathan from the US and Li Xin from South Korea. We can say China, the US, and South Korea are all at the same level. Oh, I see. This was the analysis of a program that analyzed China's recent match. While many criticized the panel, some Chinese shared the same view. In contrast, Samuel, WCA's chairman, who had accurately predicted the outcome, encountered numerous questions during the official press conference. You accurately predicted the outcome of China's previous match. Did you expect everyone except Zhejian to lose? Any predictions for the upcoming US match? Did you think that Zhejian is better than the other 4 Chinese challengers? What will the score be for the US and the Empire matches? At Novel bin at. Samuel was a bit embarrassed. He had anticipated China's complete defeat and Tang Zihao's loss. He had mentioned Zhejian to boost the CCA's morale, which led to this situation. I mean, I can't say it's a bad situation, but... Samuel struggled to respond to the questions directed at him. Many had already pointed out that the wizards in the next matches would be stronger than the ones before. So, he found it difficult to confidently assure a victory for the US in the next set of matches. I think there will be 3 wins. I think the US will win 3-2, Samuel replied. Since Chairman Samuel accurately predicted the outcome of the previous match, the reporters paid close attention to his predictions. The wizards from Lystria are strong. Besides, the ones to come next are even stronger than those who showed up in the matches in China. I won't make an overconfident judgment this time. I will work hard as the chairman of the US Challengers Association this time and not as the chairman of WCA. The barrage of questions from the reporters did not end quickly, so Samuel had selectively answered the questions before concluding the press conference. The day of the second set of matches was approaching. Mr. Li Xin, now we have to choose the representative for our country, said Shin Hyun-woo, the deputy chairman of the South Korean Challengers Association. What should we do? This final set of matches in South Korea had become very important. The US had won the last set of matches with a score of 3-2. Even Li Xin could not have predicted this outcome, highlighting the US side's meticulous preparation to counter their opponents effectively. I did not expect Jonathan to have grown this much. In Li Xin's past life, Jonathan had died while climbing to the 80th floor. However, this time, he had ascended to the 85th floor and even defeated the Empire's lead wizard. Jonathan truly had the skills to be called the best challenger in the US. Cha Yumin was a good stimulant for someone with strong jealousy and competitiveness like Jonathan. Jonathan's growth to this extent was possible because Cha Yumin was still alive. Individuals from Japan, Turkey, Germany, and France have applied for the representative team, said Shin Hyun-woo. Li Shin scanned the list that Shin Hyun-woo had handed over. They were all strong challengers in their own right, but no candidate stood out to Li Shin. I would have selected Natasha Polly had she applied. The German candidate was a skilled individual who had reached the 80th floor, but from what Li Shin could see, that seemed like this individual's limit. Li Shin even thought that there was no need to test their skills. After reviewing the list, Li Shin could get rid of his hesitation. I will make the representative team with just South Korean challengers, Li Shin said. Sorry? Would that be possible? There are many strong individuals in other countries, though, Shin Hyun-woo replied with concern. Li Shin could understand Shin Hyun-woo's concerns because if only he ended up winning, South Korea would face a backlash similar to China. I can't let that happen. Luckily, South Korea had quite a few exceptional challengers. They were not just promising prospects with bright futures but fully developed challengers. Cha Yumin, Baek Kong-woo, Kim Kong-won, Shin Ji-won. Li Shin thought that all of them were already outstanding challengers. Among them, Cha Yumin was on a whole other level, but the others were skilled too. Could you write down the list, please? Shin Hyun-woo asked Li Shin. Yes, Li Shin replied. Hyun-woo handed him a paper, and he penned down the names on it. The names surprised Shin Hyun-woo. Well, I can see why you chose them, but isn't Mr. Park Ju-hyuk kind of? Shin Hyun-woo muttered. It's okay, Li Shin replied. Li Shin's list comprised Li Shin, Cha Yumin, Baek Kong-woo, Kim Kong-won, and Park Ju-hyuk. Notably, the disparity in skill levels between the others and Park Ju-hyuk was substantial. However, Li Shin had a reason for that choice. Park Ju-hyuk needs to face a strong opponent and grow, and this match should provide such an opportunity, Li Shin explained. But we still have Mr. Baek Hyun and Ms. Park Hye-won, Shin Hyun-woo replied. Both of them won't work. Baek Hyun will not be able to perform well under that kind of pressure, and compared to the two, Park Hye-won is weaker, Li Shin explained. If Mr. Park Ju-hyuk loses, there will be a strong public backlash, said Shin Hyun-woo. Don't worry about it. He will win the match, Li Shin replied. Robed wizards walked out of the glimmering gate. Is it today? Aide McNay asked. Yes. Aide McNay, the leader of the Empire's #1 magical vanguard, adjusted his glasses and looked around. The sight of countless earthlings staring at the wizards in awe was rather amusing to him. Li Shin, he said he would participate as a representative. The incredible magic control that Li Shin displayed on the first day underscored his extraordinary skill. Yet, this alone wouldn't suffice. Undoubtedly, Li Shin stood as Earth's mightiest individual. Earth's combat prowess could have been formidable if several others possessed comparable abilities. However, based on the previous matches, one could tell that others were ordinary. Li Shin's level of skill was a rarity, while the other's skill level was what made the standard. Aide, Para asked. Yes, Mr. Para, Aide replied. In your opinion, how capable is that person named Li Shin? Para asked. I think he's just slightly stronger than me, Aide replied. Although, in truth, he would not know that without going head to head. Oh, I see. To think there's someone stronger than you, Aide. I want to get some insight into his magic, Para said. But don't go easy on him while you are enjoying yourself, Aide replied. Don't worry. Even if I'm obsessed with magic, I won't let it get in the way of the Empire's fate, Para said. Thank you, sir, Aide replied. Aide smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the elderly wizard before him. Para McMadden, the only great wizard of the Empire, had decided to join the match. I hope that person named Li Shin can satisfy my curiosity. Haha. Para McMadden laughed. But, please don't forget that if the opportunity arises, you must kill him. And if that's not possible, at least inflict a severe injury, Aide said to remind him. All right, I got it. Stop nagging, Para McMadden replied with a somewhat displeased look. The Empire's wizards advanced into the arena. About 100,000 onlookers had congregated in the arena in Daejeon. Some complained about the limited capacity in contrast to China's, yet this arena was the best choice given South Korea's options. Tourists had started flooding the arena a week before the match, and the traffic was severe due to the influx of people from around the world. Sammy Harrison had enjoyed her time touring Daejeon, but now was the time to start broadcasting. Her dedicated staff gathered to start broadcasting in front of the arena. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, this is Sammy Harrison, greeted Sammy, looking highly excited. She seemed very excited because she had secured exclusive interviews with the South Korean and Lost Ryan representative teams. Let's go inside the arena now, said Sammy Harrison. The arena was wide open. Though smaller in scale compared to China's arena with only one screen, the technological advancement inside the arena was far superior to China's. What you see over here is the ultra-high-level mana suppressor barrier native to South Korea. I want to test its performance, but it's not operational right now, Sammy Harrison said. Hashtag do we have a way to test the performance? Hashtag I know, right? What if it fails to block the mana and breaks through to hit Li Shin? Hashtag yeah, for real. Everyone is going to die if that happens. Oh, everyone, please don't worry about that. I heard that the South Korean representative team tested the performance of this barrier, and they guaranteed that it couldn't be breached. Li Xin himself vouched for it, so you can feel relieved, Sammy Harrison added after seeing people worried. Hashtag if Li Xin guaranteed it, then it's okay. Hashtag Li Xin said to be at ease? Then I'm at ease. Hashtag anyway, I wish the match would start soon. Now, let's move on to the interview with the Empire's wizards, Sammy Harrison said. Sammy headed toward the waiting room of the Empire's representative team. Most of the wizards seemed to have left, leaving only one wizard. I'm sure the interview was scheduled for this time. Sammy Harrison looked at the remaining wizard in surprise and then glanced back at the camera. She had not anticipated this situation either. Hashtag ha ha ha. Hashtag it looks like she's startled. Hashtag ugh, these magicians? Don't you know how to keep a promise? She approached the wizard in the room to request an interview. He seemed quite old. Hello, my name is Sammy Harrison. Sammy Harrison introduced herself. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Para McMadden. Para McMadden, the Great Wizard, greeted her. We scheduled an interview for this time. Where did the others go? Sammy Harrison asked. Something urgent came up, so they left their seats momentarily. You can interview me, Para McMadden said. Okay, Sammy Harrison replied. Hashtag what could have happened to make them do that? Hashtag what kind of trick are they up to again? Hashtag I'm feeling uneasy. Being a professional, Sammy Harrison regained her composure and started the interview. Which side do you think will win the match this time, Mr. Para? Sammy Harrison asked. We will, of course. We have brought fairly strong individuals from the Empire, Para McMadden replied. Oh, I see. Then what's your prediction for the score? Sammy Harrison asked again. 5-0 well, I guess, depending on the situation, we might lose one, Para McMadden said. His confident reply made the viewers comment like crazy. Hashtag did he just say 5-0? Ha ha ha, is he serious? Hashtag wow, he is for sure snubbing Earth. Hashtag no, he's belittling Li Xin, not just us Earthlings. He seriously thinks that Li Xin would lose? Then, that would be the last day for Earth. Certain Li Xin would never lose, the viewers easily dismissed the wizard's words. Then, which challenger are you worried about the most? Sammy Harrison asked. I heard that there's a wizard named Li Xin. I'd like to experience his magic, Para McMadden said. Oh, I see. Mr. Li Xin's magic is truly amazing, Sammy Harrison added. People here seem to trust Li Xin quite a lot, but magic surpasses one's imagination. I will teach Li Xin a lesson today, Para McMadden said. Hashtag does this old man want to die quickly? Hashtag he's out of his mind. Come on. Hashtag you never know. That old wizard might be the great wizard if he is going against Li Xin. Hashtag isn't Mr. Li Xin also a great wizard? Even if this old man is a great wizard, Li Xin won't lose to him. Hashtag just start the match already. The Empire's representative team seemed overconfident. Sammy Harrison quickly finished the interview and was about to leave when Para stopped her. Are you leaving already? Para McMadden asked. Oh, since the others are not here, I want to end it here, said Sammy Harrison. But I mean, if there's no one else, shouldn't you interview me for longer? Para McMadden asked. Sorry? Oh, well, I guess I can do that. Should I ask you a few more questions then? Sammy Harrison replied. Sammy Harrison awkwardly laughed and was held back for an additional 30 minutes by him before she could leave. Hashtag it looks like that old man intentionally sent away the other wizards. Hashtag he's probably thirsty for attention. Hashtag haha. I felt nervous for nothing. He just wanted more interview time. Hashtag lol. Sammy Harrison headed toward the South Korean representative's waiting room. They were all present and waiting for the interview. Nice to meet you, said Sammy Harrison. Oh, you're here. Wow, an interview? It feels so awkward. Long time no see, everyone, said Sammy Harrison. South Korea's challengers exchanged awkward glances with Sammy Harrison. The team consisted of Cha Yu-min, Baek Kong-woo, Kim Kong-won, Park Ju-hyuk, and Li Xin as the representatives for this round of matches. Let's start the interview. First, Mr. Cha Yu-min, you're revealing yourself to the public after a long time. How do you feel? Sammy Harrison asked. Yes, I'm fine. I would like to start by apologizing for worrying everyone. Cha Yu-min stood up from his seat and apologized politely. One of the reasons why Cha Yu-min was so popular was his personality. He was humble, righteous, and kind. People simply could not dislike someone like him. After the incident, I heard you've become stronger. What do you think about this match? Do you think you'll win? Sammy Harrison asked. Well, to be honest, Cha Yu-min muttered. A smile appeared on his face. I am positive I cannot lose, Cha Yu-min said. Viewers cheered at Cha Yu-min's confident demeanor as he spoke with a smile. His attitude resonated with his past self, the former best ranker on Earth. If a humble person like him said that they would win, the probability of them winning was high. Well then. Sammy Harrison quickly concluded interviews with others and moved on to Li Xin. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. I have so many things I want to ask you, Mr. Li Xin, but since you have a match ahead, I will keep things short, said Sammy Harrison. Sure, go ahead, Li Xin replied. Was there a specific reason for assembling a team like this? Sammy Harrison asked. Yes, there was, Li Xin replied. Could you share that reason by any chance? Sammy Harrison asked. I can't reveal it now, but I will explain once the match ends, Li Xin replied. All right, I understand. How do you see the outcome of this set of matches? Sammy Harrison asked. I think it will be 4-1. This is my prediction, Li Xin replied. Sammy looked at him with surprise because his response was more specific than she had anticipated. Why do you think that? Sammy Harrison asked. Well, that's also a secret, Li Xin replied. You seem to have quite a lot of secrets. Alright then. Do you have any words for the opposing team? Sammy Harrison asked. Yes, I do. If they're watching this, I have a proposal, Li Xin said. A proposal? Sammy Harrison looked surprised. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Li Xin's sudden talk about a proposal drew Sammy Harrison's and the viewers' attention. Since this is the final match, why don't we make it more interesting? The loser of the match steps down, and the winner continues to fight until they lose, Li Xin suggested. Are you talking about the winner's match? Sammy Harrison asked to confirm. Yes, I'd like to add one more thing, Li Xin continued. Li Xin looked straight at the camera as if directing his words toward someone beyond it. How about we make a bet as wizards? The loser has to grant one wish to the winner. Li Xin smirked. If you want to decline, feel free to do so. Before the match, both teams' representatives advanced to the arena center, greeted by the announcers announcing the start. Li Xin, smiling, observed the opposing team's wizards. Finally, we get to meet. Li Xin had his sights set on the great wizard, Para McMadden. He had previously watched Para's videos inside the tower and wanted to pit his magic against him. Back then, Para had fought against the US instead of South Korea. However, the US was defeated before Para could fully display his abilities. I acknowledge his magical skills, but those aren't everything in a fight. Li Xin had provoked Para in his recent interview. He wondered if the old wizard would refuse, considering it was an obvious provocation. With their level of confidence, however, they would not back down. Before the match begins, let me explain the rules, said the referee, holding a microphone in the center of the arena. The Lystria side has accepted the South Korean representative team's proposal. Therefore, this friendly match between Earth and Lystria will be conducted in the winner's style. 1. The crowd began to stir, as this was a different kind of match. In the winner's match format, the victor remained in the arena until defeated, a rule designed to heighten audience excitement. Consequently, the spectators were thrilled. First player of each team, please come forward, the referee said. Park Ju-hyuk came from South Korea's side, and a yellow-robed wizard stepped into the arena from the Empire's side. The match ends when one side is incapacitated or gives up, said the referee. Their names and faces appeared on the large screen. It was a match between Park Ju-hyuk and Husdain Bodek. Husdain was the head wizard of the Empire's #1 magical vanguard. Would Park Ju-hyuk be able to win? People, including Li Xin, thought this match would be difficult for Park Ju-hyuk. Alright, so Park Ju-hyuk is out. Apparently, Li Xin put Ju-hyuk on the representative team. Yes, that's right. The situation now feels similar to the first match. Park Ju-hyuk is lacking compared to the rankers from other countries. But don't forget the kind of match it is. Li Xin must have put Park Ju-hyuk on the representative team because he wanted to win all the matches himself. Is that so? Even if the other representative team members lose, he believes he can win against everyone on his own? Exactly. As the broadcasters speculated about Li Xin's motives, the chat room was filled with comments echoing similar sentiments. The moment the winner's style match was adopted, it was guaranteed that this set of matches would end with South Korea's victory. No matter how strong the Para or Paraguay guy is, he is nothing in front of Li Xin. Don't you think so? I think you're overconfident. People say Para is the strongest in the Empire's representative team. So what? Li Xin is the strongest on Earth. Li Xin is not only a top ranker but also holds the 736th place in the rankings. Who here still doubts his abilities? Wow, that's insane. I feel like even if Li Xin was fighting alone against 4 challengers, he would still have managed to win. Ha ha ha, I agree with you. Lul. People were confident in the South Korean team's victory now. However, the Empire's representatives scoffed at these Earthlings. These idiots. Did they seriously want a winner's style match? Were they out of their minds when they proposed this? Our wizards who participated in the US match can't match up to the wizards we brought for this match. Especially with Para here with us, proposing to do it winner's style is like sticking their heads into a dragon's mouth. If that conceited Li Xin dies this time, I wonder how they would react. Same here. I'm curious, too. They learned our magic so diligently, those fools, utterly unaware that it would only benefit us. Ha ha ha. The match kicked off. Husdain moved his hand as if painting in the air, and lightning energy began to trace his movements, weaving through the space. Move, said Husdain Bodek. He cast his spell, and the bird-shaped lightning energy, previously suspended in the air, took flight. It swooped down, charging toward Park Ju-hyuk. Tisk. That's a challenging skill. Park Ju-hyuk furrowed his brows and radiated his sword aura. His bluish sword aura flew from his sword tip and sliced through the yellow bird's head. Not too bad, Husdain Bodek muttered. Husdain Bodek had commented with a stoic expression before he continued to cast magic spells in all directions, maintaining the same look. Can you dodge all these and reach me? Said Husdain Bodek. At novel bin at. A dazzling display of yellow lightning energy filled the air, resembling ink spreading through water. Park Ju-hyuk furrowed his brow, skillfully evading the thunderbolts attacking him from every direction. Enhancing sword, Park Ju-hyuk said. Park Ju-hyuk decided to unleash his ultimate attack. Interesting, Hugh Botic muttered. Multiple lightning arcs surged toward Park Ju-hyuk simultaneously, their movement resembling that of sentient beings. Zap, zap, zap. And almost at the same time, the tip of Park Ju-hyuk's sword came to an abrupt stop, positioned directly in front of Hugh Botic's face. Ugh, arg. Park Ju-hyuk gasped. Park Ju-hyuk's face was charred and scorched, yet his shimmering blue eyes remained fixed on Hugh Botic. Soon after, he collapsed. Thud. Park Ju-hyuk collapsed to the floor, and the referee shouted gruffly, "The winner is Hugh Botic." The mesmerizing magic show made the audience cheer in ecstasy. Everyone thought Park Ju-hyuk's sword would never reach Botic, but it had grazed him before falling. Botic didn't move from his spot but gritted his teeth, looking at Park Ju-hyuk. "Who's up next?" "The next South Korean representative, please come forward," the referee said. Hugh Botic remained in his spot. The bustling figures of the South Korean representative team could be seen on the other side of the arena. "No matter who comes forward, I'll finish them all." Hugh Botic felt a surge of irritation. He had been confident that no attack could breach his defenses. Yet, Park Ju-hyuk's sword had managed to slice through. He couldn't deduce how his opponent had done that, so his frustration only grew. There he is. "The second South Korean representative team player is," shouted the referee. The next player stepped onto the stage, and the audience's excitement escalated rapidly. "It's Lee Shin," shouted the referee with excitement. With the referee's introduction, Lee Shin appeared, smirked, and gazed at Hugh Botic. "You seem surprised," Lee Shin said, looking at Hugh Botic. "I didn't expect you to come out so soon," Hugh Botic replied. "Well, because this is part of my plan," Lee Shin replied. Lee Shin's unexpected appearance as the second player took everyone by surprise. As a result, the chat room was flooded with messages from the viewers. Hashtag what the heck? Why did Lee Shin come out already? Hashtag no way, the ace should come out last. What's the point of coming out so early? He will only exhaust himself. Hashtag what are you saying? Didn't you say that Lee Shin could defeat 4 of them? Ha ha ha. Hashtag are these South Korean kids two-faced or what? Hashtag what are you talking about? Of course, Mr. Lee Shin will definitely win. I was just sad that other team members of our representative team don't get to show off their skills. Hashtag Lee Shin is quite arrogant. If he loses, it will be a national embarrassment, won't it? Hashtag LOL, don't worry about it. We've got Cha Yu-min, Kim Kong-won, and Baek Kong-woo too. Hashtag but if Lee Shin was to come out so soon, why did they send out Park Ju-hyuk first? Hashtag geez, can't you understand? Lee Shin sent him first to see how strong the opponent was. And since he thinks he can defeat the wizard, he came forward so soon. Hashtag oh, is that so? The sounds of cheers from the crowd resonated throughout the arena. Even those disappointed with Park Ju-hyuk's loss cheered passionately, looking forward to the upcoming match. They pleaded with Lee Shin for victory, hoping not to be disappointed. "Yeah, I can't lose." After the connection between the tower and Earth had been severed, Earthlings fell into despair, unable to see even the light of hope. Lee Shin longed for this vibrancy, vitality, and the Earthlings' lively voices. He did not want Earth to perish. By now, the scorched Park Ju-hyuk had been carried out. He didn't use the power of transformation properly. Lee Shin knew that Park Ju-hyuk had concealed his abilities to not reveal all his cards to his opponent. It was all good because Park Ju-hyuk did not die. Besides, if the spell had been powerful enough to kill Ju-hyuk, Lee Shin would have intervened to stop it. He had sent Park Ju-hyuk first to help him gain experience in real combat against a strong opponent. The remaining 3 were in the representative team as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Lee Shin needed people who could win the match in case the Empire side did not accept the proposal. It became meaningless, though, because the Empire side accepted the winner's style match. Moreover, Lee Shin thought that there was no need to reveal the combat power of Cha Yu-min, Kim Kong-won, or Baek Kong-woo. Besides, they could get seriously injured if they fought this meaningless fight. "I'll settle everything on my end." Lee Shin stepped onto the stage. Hugh Botic was a considerably strong wizard. His control over lightning energy, as demonstrated in his fight against Park Ju-hyuk, was impressive to the point where even Lee Shin was amazed. "All right. Are you guys ready?" The referee glanced at both sides and nodded. "Since it seems everyone is ready, let's begin." The referee left the stage, and Hugh Botic apathetically looked at the barrier that emerged soon after. However, contrary to his appearance, his mana was bubbling. "Rise," said Hugh Botic. The spell made white thunderbolts, much stronger than the thunderbolts from the last match, materialize in the air. Was he hiding his strength? Just like Park Ju-hyuk, Hugh Botic seemed to have the energy left to attack. Well, it would be meaningless. Thunder flare. Lee Shin unleashed the mana he had gathered, releasing it onto the ground in one powerful surge. A brilliant white light erupted, threatening to engulf the entire arena. The thunderbolts collided, creating a chaotic clash of fragmented energy that bounced around, wreaking havoc within the arena. "Coop." Hugh Botic groaned when the lightning fragments brushed past him. He seemed confused for some reason. "Yeah, you must be shocked. Wizards rarely lost control over the mana within space." His thunderbolts now left his hands but didn't follow his wishes. A sword that slipped from one's hand became a perilous weapon. Similarly, Hugh Boudica's thunderbolts were no longer acting to protect him. Koak. Unable to anticipate or defend against the lightning-fast fragments, Hugh found himself kneeling on the ground, getting struck repeatedly and quickly. Enough. Hugh Boudic muttered in pain. The thunderbolts continued to flutter above the arena, betraying his wishes. Boudica's flesh was torn apart as lightning energy enveloped him. His blood splattered on the field for a considerable time before the barrier was lifted. One person stood tall when the barrier was lifted, while another lay defeated. There was no need to specify who those individuals were. Woa, yer. Roars of cheer almost shook the arena. The voices echoing from all directions carried Li Xin's name. A smile appeared on his face due to their cheering. Next, Li Xin said. Those were the only words Li Xin had to say. Hugh Boudic was undoubtedly an excellent thundermancer, but their skill gap was pretty big. Li Xin thought that it might have been more interesting if he had demonstrated the elemental spell of another attribute. The resentful glares from the Empire's wizards who carried out Hugh hastily were sharp. Was that anger directed at Li Xin for making a mop out of Hugh, or was it a defiant reaction to the unexpected strength of an opponent? Step, step, step. The next player stepped onto the stage. Sadly, it wasn't Para McMadden. Li Xin ignored the Empire wizard and locked eyes with the Great Wizard standing beyond him. Their gazes clashed in the air. They continuously evaluated each other, attempting to decipher each other's thoughts. Did he want to come out this round? Li Xin felt certain that Para McMadden wanted to step onto the stage immediately. However, it was likely that the Empire's side was opposing it. They must have realized that their ordinary wizards would not stand a chance against Li Xin, especially after witnessing his recent match against Hugh Boudic. This likely explained why they hesitated to send out Para. Let's begin. The referee announced the start of the match. The next player was a geomancer. It was a challenging ability to deal with, yet. Psychokinesis. As the intangible and invisible hand disrupted space and distorted the mana waves, the one trying to dominate space became nervous. Dealing with a well-versed elemental wizard was more tricky than a non-perfect specialized wizard. Ironically, wizards tended to become more arrogant when they acknowledged their uniqueness. When Li Xin forcefully struck the ground with his intangible mana, the ground beneath the wizard rose, disrupting the wizard's mana control. Li Xin did not miss the opportunity and released a burst of mana toward the opponent's head. Boom! Coop! The geomancer groaned in pain. The wizard, staggering around in confusion due to the destructive force that shook their cochlea, crashed into the barrier. Blitzgun! Bayam! The light energy that collided with the barrier burst into flames and dissipated. And on that spot, only the trembling wizard remained, looking at the sky with hopeless eyes. The winner is Li Xin, shouted the referee in excitement. The match lasted less than a minute. Woea, yer. Thunderous cheers spread again from the people staring blankly at the spectacle. Next, Li Xin said. Now, only two remained. Are you just going to watch from the back, Para McMadden? Won the match sounds like a single elimination/knockout tournament, but we are going with this because the author consistently uses this term. Even the wizards in the third and fourth matches were defeated by Li Xin. Coop. The Empire's head wizard was carried out on a stretcher after he had vomited blood and collapsed. As for Para McMadden, he would have long since stepped on the stage had the Empire not been keeping him from it. Li Xin. Para McMadden visualized his fight against Li Xin. Despite being a great wizard, he felt their fight wouldn't conclude easily. I could only become a great wizard after surpassing the barrier of transcendence. But, what is up with that wizard? Para McMadden wondered if Li Xin had also reached the level of transcendence. No. That can't be. Para McMadden wondered how someone from this world could reach transcendence when the ordinary folks here couldn't even live up to their potential. Mr. Para McMadden, please come forward to the stage, the referee said. But if that wizard really is a great wizard, Para McMadden thought that this match would then become an opportunity for his stagnant potential to progress further. Para McMadden, a true wizard, had achieved great wizard status. He had done so without the tower's assistance and through his own talent, and that alone made him an extraordinary figure. In contrast, Li Xin had the tower's assistance. Yet, this didn't make Li Xin lesser. McMadden simply respected his adversary. Reaching the level of a great wizard was the culmination of my past life's hard work. I am much stronger now than I was back then. Li Xin hadn't used transcendence until now, but winning without it now would be difficult. I'm looking forward to a good match, Li Xin, said Para McMadden. All right, Li Xin replied. The barrier emerged, the match began, and the audience watched with bated breath. Zap! Li Xin extended his hands, releasing magic from within. Blue currents surged from his palms, infused with the kind of power never displayed before. Threads of lightning energy crackled within his grasp, ready to burst in any direction. Lightning extension. Zop! Li Xin's mana spread across the entire stage, and his lightning arcs surged erratically in all directions. They soon engulfed Para McMadden. He's starting with an incredible spell, Para McMadden muttered. Fear, curiosity, interest, a plethora of emotions danced within Para McMadden's pupils, accentuated by the glint of blue light. Adat novel bin adat. Seize him, Para McMadden said. Soon, a burst of white light manifested in the air. Amidst the sea of blue, patches of white clung to the space-like blotches. Engulf him, Para McMadden said again. Each time Para McMadden cast his spell, the battlefield transformed dramatically. His bright masses seemingly absorbed Li Xin's thunderbolts, making them disappear like they were never there. Impressive. Li Xin was taken aback by Para McMatten's way of using light magic. McMatten's mastery of mana control, precise visualization, and ability to manipulate mana was truly impeccable. Furthermore, thunderbolts had a slight disadvantage against light. Therefore, using thunderbolts alone was not quite favorable to defeat Para. Then, how about this? Zap! Pizzicato! Black currents materialized from Li Xin's hands and revolved, generating sparks. Soon, the sparks turned into branching lightning arcs that came together to form a black sphere. Deep lightning explosion. The black lightning sphere exploded. Bomb! Zap! Pizzicato! The black currents erupted in all directions, engulfing the trapped blue current within the light. They grew in size, overpowering and obliterating the light. Coop. For the first time, Para McMatten groaned. If a wizard had such a massive spell, there was no need to attack them directly. Just breaking their spell was enough to hurt them. Thunk! Due to the explosion, there were rocks and rubble on the stage floor. Using psychokinesis, Li Xin grabbed those and hurled them directly at Para McMatten. Ba-ba-ba-bam! As the rock fragments pelted his shield, Para's view became obstructed. Li Xin used this opportunity to retrieve a sharp spear from his subspace pocket and got ready to launch it. This is a spear made from the tail of the 65th floor boss, Razmo, the queen of monsters. There is nothing better than this to pierce a shield. Razmo's tail had evolved countless times to kill monsters with a thick and hard carapace. Therefore, this spear should be able to slice through just about anything. Strengthening of the piercing. Rotational acceleration. Target fixation. Resistance reduction. Strengthening of the durability. Mana flowed from Li Xin's hand, enveloping the spear's blade and creating layers upon layers of mana on it. Try blocking this. Li Xin hurled the spear straight ahead. Wong! A streak of light raced through the air, piercing through Para's shield. Crack! Brimming with intense destructive power, the spear's blade penetrated all 10 layers of Para McMatten's shield. Perhaps sensing its overwhelming force, Para shot a stone upward to strike the spear from beneath, changing its trajectory slightly. The spear still struck his shields, but he could twist his body to avoid the attack now. Bomb! Swoosh! The spear narrowly missed Para McMatten and slammed into the barrier, pressing against it momentarily before losing momentum and falling to the ground. Li Xin was disappointed, but his eyes widened when light fragments filled the air and suddenly converged toward him like a whip. He looked at Para McMatten and realized his opponent was several times faster than before. Transcendence. Li Xin had expected it, but it was still surprising. It seemed like time for Para was flowing more slowly than for others. But still, he's not that skillful. Para McMatten had avoided his spear and prepared another spell, the light whip, in the meantime. A faint sense of satisfaction emerged on his face, likely from thinking that the tide of the battle was now turning in his favor. You're wrong. Transcendence. Time began to slow down. The whip sliced through the air, leaving behind a white afterimage, as it flew toward Li Xin's wrist. As their gazes locked in the air, Li Xin could see bewilderment dawning in his eyes. Para McMatten must have been surprised by Li Xin's movements, which were faster than his. Now, it was time to turn that surprise into astonishment. Li Xin spread his mana throughout the stage, seemingly painting it with mana. Rebound stone. A part of the stage floor cracked, and a squire piece rocketed into the air. Thud! The long stone flying up struck the light whip, which bounced off the slab and faded away. Li Xin instantly spread his mana in all directions, endowing it with the water attribute to freeze the space. Ah, no. Para McMatten's voice was filled with confusion. The mana barrier around the arena underwent a sudden, drastic change. The previously semi-transparent barrier turned opaque, and flames sprang from its surface. Swoosh! The collision of the flames and the ice barrier produced a dense fog. Li Xin smirked and gazed ahead, while a blue gleam flickered in Para McMatten's eyes. Although a thick fog concealed the arena from the audience, McMatten and Li Xin could anticipate the match's outcome based on their recent clash. Para McMatten had been preparing this move from the very beginning. He had been subtly interfering with the barrier, only slightly adjusting the mana flow to deceive Li Xin's senses. After all, looking through the ever-changing and enormous mana flow that followed an intricate path was difficult, even for Li Xin. While manipulating that flow was no easy affair either, it was within Para's capabilities. If not for the immortal sphere, even Li Xin would have found it challenging to predict Para's move. Li Xin had been observing the barrier's mana flow since the beginning of the match. Thankfully, Li Xin had an eidetic memory, which he used to calculate in real time the subtle difference in the situation each second. This allowed him to sense Para McMatten's move. Para wasn't aware that Li Xin had such a power, so his eyes were filled with remorse. It will be difficult for him to comprehend this. Even in terms of utilizing transcendence, Li Xin had been significantly ahead of Para McMatten. Therefore, even if Para had shattered the barrier unexpectedly, Li Xin was confident he could have countered it well. Although I would not have been able to block it perfectly like now. On the other hand, Para McMatten's hand was trembling. It seemed like he had lost control of himself due to the shock. I've lost, Para McMatten muttered, admitting his defeat. However, the declaration had been so soft the audience couldn't hear it. Even so, although Para McMatten had acknowledged his defeat, the audience was unaware of the situation. I will have to end this match more properly. Li Xin stretched his palm and gathered black currents within it. Dark Blitz Gun. Li Xin unleashed his magic straight ahead, catching Para McMahon off guard because he had thought the fight was over. Para hastily erected his shield, but it was futile since Li Xin had anticipated that and imbued it with even greater power. Baya! Para McMahon flew far beyond the stage with the barrier gone, crashing into the wall before the audience seats. Zap! Pizzicato. Sparks danced across his body. The great wizard's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The wizards from the Empire were left momentarily stunned, seemingly failing to understand the situation. Para? Mr. Para! Mr. Para! Call the medics quickly. Or the priest? Call someone who can use divine spells. The wizards belatedly grasped the situation and started to move busily. Li Xin looked at the referee standing far away from the stage. As soon as he noticed the situation, he quickly blew his whistle. PHWWWHHT. The winner of this match is Mr. Li Xin, the referee shouted. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. The most powerful combat force of the Lystria Magic Empire has been defeated. This great wizard would find it difficult to recover for a while. It would take quite some time for him just to recuperate. How will they react? Li Xin wondered if they would maintain their alliance with Earth on the surface, or if they would flee for life, or will they make another move? Huh? What did you say? Mr. Para was defeated, asked the Emperor. The Emperor of the Empire, Pian Dunauide, repeated the question as if he could not believe what had happened, but the answer didn't change. You're saying that the wizard from before, Li Xin or something, is that strong? Emperor Pian Dunauide asked. Yes, that's right. The Emperor tapped his fingers on his throne's armrest, deep in thought. The gods had entrusted the task of dominating Earth to him. He used to think that Earth, inhabited by a lower species called humans, was ignorant of magic and lagging far behind in development. Is that tower truly as remarkable as they say? Earth had become this strong in a mere decade or so. Despite being faced with such a reality, he couldn't give up. Crunch. The Emperor got up abruptly, gritting his teeth. I must go to the altar, said Pian Dunauide. As you wish, your majesty. The Emperor went to the altar, a place only he could enter. There, he poured his mana and offered prayers to the gods. This was not a temporary consumption of mana but a permanent one. Despite the overwhelming sense of fatigue, he prayed calmly. And then, a golden shimmer materialized, revealing the emergence of a faint figure. Oh, dear God, Pian Dunauide muttered. The Emperor, Pian Dunauide, who had never bowed his head to anyone in the Empire, lowered his head as if he were familiar with the act. You have failed in your task. Pian Dunauide trembled before God because it seemed like God already knew why he had come here even though he hadn't said a word of it. I apologize for that. But I will make sure to make up for it, Pian Dunauide said, trembling. How will you make up for it? There is a wizard named Li Xin on the other side. If only I had the power to capture that wizard, I am certain I can conquer Earth, Pian Dunauide said. There was no response from God. As the Emperor sweated coldly and lowered his head, an answer finally came. I will send an apostle. Thank you, Pian Dunauide replied. An apostle referred to someone chosen by gods with powers from the gods. There will be no next time. Understood, Pian Dunauide replied. The golden light faded, and the Emperor stood up. Before him stood a blond man he had never seen before. Li Xin, where is that guy? The apostle asked Pian Dunauide. I will take you there, Pian Dunauide replied. Though the Emperor was seeing an apostle for the first time, he was slightly confused with his appearance as the apostle did not look as overwhelming as he had expected. Of course, Pian Dunauide did not make it obvious on the surface. He's a messenger sent by God, so I must have faith in him. The Emperor planned on invading Earth as soon as the apostle captured Li Xin. Pian Dunauide intended to regain his wounded pride this time. Back in the accommodation provided by the country, Li Xin closed his eyes as he lay on the bed, trying to relieve the fatigue that had been accumulating for a long time if it weren't for the sudden visit of an unwelcome guest. Tisk. People did not let him have a break. After clicking his tongue, Li Xin opened his eyes and formed a blue current over his palm. As soon as he was ready to shoot it, there came an urgent voice. Wait. It's me, Yujia. Yujia shouted, looking at Li Xin. Holding back the current that he was about to fire out, Li Xin looked at the intruder. It was Yujia, with her black hair cut short, standing by his bedside. Don't you know how to knock? Li Xin said. Sorry about that, Yujia replied. At novel bin at. In fact, she had come straight into his room through a black hole, so there was no need for her to knock, but this was just his way of cracking a joke to ease the tense atmosphere. Anyway, Li Xin scrutinized her slowly. Li Xin checked to make sure whether there was any trace of malice hidden within her, whether she was still under the influence of evil. However, he could not sense anything like that. What happened to Belial? Li Xin asked. He's still inside. I guess he's afraid of you, Mr. Li Xin, because he is not resisting much, Yujia replied. As she spoke, she furrowed his eyebrows. What's wrong? Li Xin asked. Oh, I'm sorry. Belial keeps making noises, Yujia replied. Well, as long as there's no problem, it's all good. And what about reverse? Li Xin asked. We're in the process of resolving this problem. I actually thought about wiping out all the people who were part of reverse, but there were just too many of them to kill, Yujia replied. Her casual tone left Li Xin momentarily speechless. Killing all those people would undoubtedly cause chaos all over the world. I don't think killing them is the best solution, Li Xin said. Yeah, I thought so too. So that's why I'm trying to reform them, but it's taking quite some time. Originally, I planned to resolve everything first before coming to you, but as you are aware, the situation on Earth is a mess right now, so I came to see if I could help. Besides, things are going pretty smoothly on my end as well, Yujia replied. Yujia had kept her promise. In exchange for Li Xin sparing her life, she said she would reform the remnants of the group reverse and work for Earth. Well, what a nice timing, Li Xin said. Sorry, Yujia asked. I have a task for you, Li Xin replied. She was the most suitable person for this job, because she had an organization to back her up and the ability to move around easily through black holes. What is it? Yujia asked. By tomorrow, I'll send you a mana control detection device. Go around the world and use this to find certain techniques, Li Xin said. You want me to go around the entire world? I think that's a bit too much even for me, Yujia replied. Don't worry too much. You can take your time. Just focus on places with a lot of people first. And then, places with less people can be dealt with later when there's time, Li Xin explained. Oh, I see. So, what are these certain techniques? Yujia asked. I'll send you that too, Li Xin replied. Okay, I'll do my best, Yujia said. Thanks, Li Xin replied. Yujia smiled brightly as if she was pleased. What Li Xin had asked her to do was to remove the mana circles that were secretly placed on Earth by the people of the Empire. Li Xin was not sure if they had prepared such things this time as well, but in the past, those individuals had definitely placed those mana circles secretly on Earth and triggered them during their invasion. The sudden terror attack caused a sharp increase in casualties, and the people of Earth could not respond to it properly. This time, the situation was going to be a bit better than in the past, but Li Xin thought it would be better to stomp out the potential threat preemptively. It would be even better if these things were not here on Earth in the first place, but I don't think that will be the case. Would those thorough, prepared folks not have made their moves this time? They must have been cooking something up, without a doubt. I'll send you some locations to consider as well, so do your best, Li Xin said. Okay, Yujia replied with confidence. The next moment, Yujia disappeared into a black hole. It was then that Li Xin could finally lead his tired body back to bed and fall asleep. After the match with Lystria was over, the atmosphere on Earth became even more relaxed. Until recently, there had been a sense of tension, especially after China was brutally defeated by the Empire, and the United States barely managed to secure a victory. The figure known as Li Xin gave confidence to the Earthlings that no matter what adversaries appeared, they would be able to come out victorious. Finally, an event occurred on Earth. Ba-ba-bam! In a factory site in Brisbane, Australia, explosions occurred one after another, causing massive damage and a surge of casualties. What is going on here? Well, you see, the magical devices that we received from the Empire suddenly malfunctioned. The factory manager searched for the cause of these explosions, and most of them attributed the cause to the magical devices sent by the Empire. The series of explosions was not just happening in Brisbane, Australia. Explosions were happening simultaneously all over the world. People from around the world were reporting damages ranging from minor incidents, like a light on a cigarette growing into a huge fire that burned one's hair, to factory explosions. The explosions occurred not only in places where the Empire's technology was applied, but even in parks where there were only ordinary passers-by. Damn, I knew this would happen. I shouldn't have trusted those Empire bastards. What will happen to our company now? There are items with the Empire technology all over inside our company. Damn it! How bad is the damage? What's the extent? Did any buildings collapse? The CEO of a Hexstack equipment company, who was on a business trip overseas, gritted his teeth, clearly taken aback by the sudden news. Well. The secretary hesitated. Damn it! Did the buildings all collapse after all? Ugh. How could this happen to the company I've built for life? The CEO seemed devastated. Please calm down. The company buildings are safe, the secretary who brought the news spoke with a nonchalant voice. What did you say? The CEO asked. The magical devices with Empire technology inside our building are perfectly fine, the secretary replied. But, why is that? I heard there were problems everywhere else. The CEO seemed confused. I'm not exactly sure. We're currently investigating the cause and we've isolated the magical devices just in case, the secretary replied. Well, that's a relief. Let's go back quickly then, the CEO said. I've arranged a private plane, the secretary replied. It was not just them. Unlike what people had expected, major corporations and central areas with many people, especially places with technology related to Earth's combat power, were mostly unharmed. People had no idea what was going on, but Li Xin and Yujia did. I'm sorry sir, Yujia stood in front of Li Xin with an apologetic expression, lowering her head. It's all right. You've managed the situation much better than I expected, Li Xin replied. The certain techniques were more widespread than I thought. I've handled everything starting with the crucial areas and the locations in your predictions, Yujia said. Good job. This incident taught me something. It's clear how far-reaching reverse is across the world. Li Xin clicked his tongue. Despite the fact that the incidents unfolded much faster than he had anticipated, Li Xin and Yujia managed to prevent most of the damage. Of course, there was still damage, but compared to the past, the extent was minimal. Even though Yujia had the skill of traveling around the world easily through the black hole, it was impossible for her to handle these incidents alone. Therefore, this outcome implied that there were many people affiliated with Reverse. Would you like the list? Yujia asked, referring to the names of the people affiliated with Reverse. It's fine. Let's just head there, Li Xin replied. Li Xin pointed to the gate that appeared on the TV. Many wizards were suddenly pouring into Earth through that gate. Hold my hand, Yujia said. She extended her hand, and Li Xin took it. We're leaving, Yujia said. A black hole suddenly appeared in the empty space, and the tremendous force sucked the two of them in. Is this the place called Earth? The apostle with blonde hair looked around and smirked. He was irritated that he, the messenger of God, had to intervene in such a situation. The apostle wanted to bring Li Xin immediately to God and make him kneel in submission. There are quite a lot of humans here, said the apostle. Don't worry about them. They're nothing but insignificant humans who can't even use magic properly. A wizard, who came with the apostle to support him, said, standing beside the apostle. So, where is this guy named Li Xin? The apostle asked. Since you, apostle, have arrived, he should reveal himself soon, the wizard replied. How arrogant? He's not showing up immediately when the messenger of God has arrived. The apostle said. Yes, indeed. He's an arrogant human, said the wizard. At that moment, a black hole appeared in the air. From it emerged Li Xin and Yujia. Who's that guy? The apostle asked. The one with violet hair is Li Xin, the wizard replied. I see, the apostle said. As soon as Li Xin saw the man with blonde hair, he furrowed his eyebrows. An apostle. Li Xin had been wondering what the wizards would have come up with, but he did not expect to confront an apostle. The divinity class of the apostle seemed quite high. The apostle with blonde hair floated up in the air and approached Li Xin. Are you Li Xin? The apostle asked, looking at Li Xin. Yeah, that's me, Li Xin replied. The god of the golden string commanded me to bring you. If you kneel before me and apologize before I make you regret, you will have the privilege of serving the god of the golden string, the apostle said. The god of the golden string? Li Xin asked to clarify. Yes, that's correct, the apostle replied. Li Xin laughed at the apostle and looked at him. Li Xin did not expect the name of the god to be this ridiculous. Even without an actual confrontation, he could already tell the extent of this god's class. Huh? Did you just laugh? The apostle said, irritated. Yeah, it's so funny that I can't stop laughing, Li Xin replied. The apostle frowned at Li Xin's words. Unlike Li Xin, the other challengers who had come to this place to stop the wizards seemed nervous and tense. The apostles were individuals chosen by the gods, they possessed tremendous abilities and were able to exercise the power of a deity. They were individuals whom challengers wanted to avoid meeting as an enemy. The challengers, who had never thought that the individuals from the empire would bring an apostle, were so tense that their bodies were stiff, yet Li Xin was provocatively teasing him, as if he did not care at all. So, basically you are an apostle of a minor god who could not even enter Astria, right? Honestly, I would have been more afraid if Para McMatin was the apostle, Li Xin provoked him. What nonsense are you saying? How dare you insult God and me? I will make sure you pay the price for it, the apostle shouted at Li Xin. Li Xin started contemplating. They don't know about Astria? The empire's capabilities are being wasted. How can they put their belief in such a minor god? Astria is a world where the superior and higher level gods are gathered. Those minor gods, with insignificant names like the god of the gold string, would not be able to enter in the first place. If Para McMatin knew he was groveling before such beings, he would probably want to bite his tongue and die. Suddenly, the apostle pulled out a golden string in the air and threw it at Li Xin. It's not even worth using the divine realm breaking force against him. Li Xin raised his index finger and pointed it at the sky. All of a sudden, a current made of blue mana emerged from his fingertip and shot into the sky. Simultaneously, thunderbolts crackled within the gathering clouds and a resounding thunder echoed through the atmosphere. Finally, you're captured, you arrogant wizard, said the apostle with a smirk. Although the apostle's golden string coiled around Li Xin's left wrist, his expression remained calm. Dark thunder. The whitish-blue thunderbolt entwined in black mana was shot at the apostle's head. Bam! Arg! The apostle groaned. The apostle trembled violently. The next moment, he dropped the golden string and fell to the ground weakly. It felt like a massive punishment from the sky, as if the world had been split into half by the dark thunder. Both the challengers and the wizards of the empire found the scene in front of them to be very strange. It felt like the apostle and Li Xin had switched places. They even began to doubt if the apostle in front of them was really the messenger of God. A apostle. The wizards who stood around him were so shocked that they quickly approached him. The apostle slowly rose to his feet. His face was trembling. At that moment, his aura changed, and his tone of voice changed as well. Who are you? Said a voice inside the apostle. Li Xin quickly noticed that something else inside the apostle's body was controlling the voice. I'm just an ordinary earthling, Li Xin replied. You're spouting nonsense. I can see that you possess divinity class, said the voice as if it could look through Li Xin. Not a lot. Why? Does this look like a lot to you? Li Xin asked. You arrogant human. How do you know about Astria? The voice asked. Li Xin knew immediately that it had appeared due to his mention of Astria. I know quite a lot of stuff. Do you want to know about that place? Li Xin asked. Stop being arrogant just because you defeated my apostle, said the voice, who seemed to be the god of the golden string. It was you guys who invaded this place, Li Xin replied. Let my apostle go. If you do so, I'll stop bothering Earth, said the voice. And if I refuse? Li Xin replied. Don't try to test my limits. The moment you touch the apostle again, I will cross over to Earth and turn this place to ashes, said the voice. The threat made the surrounding challengers uneasy, but Li Xin just chuckled. All right, why don't you give it a try, Li Xin said. With that said, Li Xin summoned the thunderbolt once again. You arrogant, said the voice. Bomb! It was a dark thunderbolt that was even stronger than the one before. The dark thunderbolt that shot into the apostle's body turned him into a pile of ashes. You have killed someone with a divinity class of 5 or higher. This message appeared in front of Li Xin. Just as he had expected, the achievement for the path to become an adversary would go up even while he was on Earth. I wish God himself would come. No matter how minor of a god this was, their divinity class would probably be at least 10, because even this guy who was the apostle had a divinity class of 5. Apostle. The wizards muttered in shock. The wizards who were standing near the apostle looked at him with pale faces. Li Xin spoke while looking at them. If you don't want to die together, just kneel down and raise your hands. Don't think about running away because there's no way you can escape anyway. The Emperor of Lystria slammed his armrest. Frustrating news had been delivered to him yet again. He just could not understand why things like these were constantly happening. Crack. His fist was covered with mana, so the armrest broke when he slammed it. He got up from his throne. How are these dim situations arising one after another? Huh? Tell me you, Chancellor, the Emperor shouted in anger. I have no excuse, Your Majesty, the Chancellor replied. I've dedicated my mana to God, and yet the apostle died so helplessly. Why? The Emperor's gaze flickered with anger. An Emperor of the Lystria Magic Empire was destined to a life of offering mana to the god who protected the empire. This Emperor was praised as a child for having the endowment to become a great wizard. However, as he ascended to the throne as an emperor, his mana had been forcibly taken away and he ultimately had to relinquish that dream. The emperor commanded immense authority but had his own power stripped away. That was the reality as the emperor of this nation. Yet, this time, regret about such a life was creeping in. What is that Astria thing they were talking about? And what do you mean our god could not even enter there? The emperor asked, because he was full of questions. I'm not so sure, Your Majesty, the chancellor replied. Ugh, you damn. The emperor could not control his anger any longer. An invisible force extended from the emperor's fingertips, gripping the chancellor's head and yanking it downward. His head was as if being sucked by the emperor's grasp into his hand. Yuea, please forgive me, the chancellor said in pain. What is it that you know? Huh, the emperor shouted. One could see through the gaps between the emperor's fingers, the tears of pain that welled up in the chancellor's eyes. Driven by anger, the emperor glared fiercely at the chancellor with his bloodshot eyes. Figure out why the god is not revealing himself when he has been insulted by an ordinary wizard, who is not even an emperor. Figure it out right now? Immediately, the emperor shouted. All right. Understood, the chancellor replied. The emperor threw the chancellor onto the ground. He gritted his teeth while glaring at the exit through which the chancellor had left. If the god could not properly resolve this situation this time either, the emperor intended to destroy everything related to the god, including the religious platform, and erase them from this world. Li Xin introduced Yujia to Jian Jaeyong and Yun Sang in the office of the chair of the Korean Challengers Association. This person is the chief of the organization Reverse. Well, I didn't expect the chief to be such a young woman. The two could not hide their astonishment as they looked at Yujia. They never imagined they would meet the chief of the organization that had shaken the world in such a way. I'm sorry, Yujia apologized, lowering her head because she was aware of her own actions. The recent terrorist incidents caused by the empire were also stopped by Reverse. Yujia took action at my request, Li Xin said. So then, does that mean Reverse also prevented the incident that could have happened in our national security agency? Yun Sang asked. Looking at Yujia nod shyly, Yun Sang felt a sense of unease. Despite their strict security measures, Reverse seemed to have infiltrated the National Security Agency. Oh, don't worry. Dealing secretly with the magical devices of the National Security Agency was quite challenging for us, Yujia replied. Although she was saying this to comfort them, Yun Sang did not feel comforted at all. Ahem. Could you possibly tell me who it was that did it? Yun Sang asked. That's. Yujia looked at Li Xin for help. That was because she hesitated to provide information about her organization's members. While she could entrust all information to her savior, Li Xin, she could not do that for anyone else. You don't have to say it. As long as Reverse is under your control, it shouldn't matter, Li Xin said, looking at Yujia. Yes, thank you. I think I won't be able to reveal the information about my organization members, Yujia replied. Ahem, fine. We should be able to find any spies that infiltrated our national security agency on our own, Yun Sang said. Haha, all right. Try your best to find them, Yujia replied with a light smile to Yun Sang's words. Irritated by her response, Yun Sang angrily grabbed the phone and dialed. Hey, Kong Sangjun. Yun Sang shouted over the phone. Yes sir? Find the member of Reverse who sneaked into our organization. Yun Sang ordered. Sorry? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Hearing Kong Sangjun's bewildered voice over the phone, the people who were standing in the office could not help but chuckle. Remember the mischief the Empire did on us the other day? Apparently, Reverse had stopped it for us. So, find out who it was. Right now, immediately. Yun Sang shouted. Oh, you understood. Find them by the end of today. If you don't, all of you will be penalized. You understand. Yun Sang said. Yes sir, we will be sure to find them right away. After ending the call, Yun Sang angrily threw the phone onto the chair and took a deep breath and looked at Yujia. Good luck to you, Yujia said. She teased him with a smile until the end, and Yun Sang had to try hard to suppress his anger. Let's move on to the main point. Li Xin proceeded to explain the reason for gathering them here. The WCA conference is about to be held, right? Yes, that's correct, Yun Sang replied. Only Ji and Jae Yong was going to attend that conference from this place. Due to my provocation this time, the god of the golden string might reveal himself, Li Xin warned. The god of the golden string? Do you really think that mysterious being would reveal himself? Yun Sang asked. He might not reveal himself, but, in that case, it would be easier. That's because he can't be anything more than a god who trembles in the face of such provocation, Li Xin explained. What do you mean by easier? Yun Sang asked a sharp question, sensing the implications behind Li Xin's words. We need to take over Lystria in order to increase the power of Earth, Li Xin replied. Are you suggesting an invasion? That's not something we can simply decide, Yun Sang replied. But haven't you already suffered a preemptive attack? Li Xin pointed out. But starting a full-fledged war is a different story, Yun Sang replied, shaking his head. This matter was not something that could be taken lightly, as he pointed out. This is what a dimensional war is like. We cannot miss this opportunity if our Earth is to become stronger. While individuals from the Lystria Empire possess great power, the gods who protect them have a relatively low divinity class. We need to subdue Lystria and make them share their strengths with us, Li Xin said. Many people will die though, Ji and Jae Yong also voiced his concerns. We will have to try our best so that they don't die, and that is why we have to wait for their god to come over to Earth, Li Xin said. Is that any different from meeting that god in their dimension? Ji and Jae Yong asked. The gods cannot easily cross dimensions, especially as their divinity class gets higher. Especially to come to a world like Earth, where dimensional energy is low, they have to pay a significant penalty. The same goes for that god, Li Xin explained. But, didn't you say he was a low-ranking god? Ji and Jae Yong asked. A low-ranking god is still a god. Dealing with him in their dimension is fine for me, but this is not the case for others. If they cross over to the other world and meet that god, what they will face is death, Li Xin explained. As long as the god had divinity class, this was unavoidable. Divinity class was a force that suppressed opponents based on their divine standing. When the gods met opponents without divinity class, they got even stronger. Therefore, to face the gods squarely, one needed an equal divinity class or have transcendence. Even if the god was considered a low-ranking god, if an entire empire like Lystria worshipped that god, the god's divinity class must be quite high. At least, it would be over 10. That meant when ordinary challengers meet that god, the god's strength could become 2 times more powerful than usual. This is why we need to move cautiously and observe the opponent's reactions. If the god crosses over to Earth, I'll kill him, Li Xin said. You're going to kill a god? Is that really possible? Yun Sang asked. To them, gods seemed impossibly distant, so killing them felt somewhat like a grandiose dream. Yes, it's possible, Li Xin replied. It was Mr. Li Xin who killed the great devil. Let's believe in him, director, said Ji and Jae Yong. Yun Sang nodded. All right then. I'll convey your message at the WCA conference, Mr. Li Xin, said Yun Sang. Thank you, Li Xin replied. Then, what should I do? Yujia asked. You need to keep an eye out for any new gates appearing, Li Xin said. Okay, Yujia replied. A week passed. Pian Dunauide, the emperor of Lystria, finally unleashed his boiling rage. Nobles, listen up. Kill all the priests right now, and tear down the religious platform. Pian Dunauide was in the middle of shouting. Bam! All of a sudden, the main entrance of the throne room broke apart, and someone wrapped in golden light entered. It was difficult to see who it was, because golden strings obscured the figure's body and face. What did you say you'll do with the religious platform? The one who entered asked in an accusing way. The voice was eerie. Amidst the golden strings, when a white radiance flickered around the figure's eyes, the throne that Pian Dunauide was seated on transformed into hundreds of golden strings, encasing him. Ugh! Pian Dunauide gasped. Even though Emperor Pian Dunauide was captured by the intruder, the nobles positioned on both sides could not step forward to help him. They too had sensed it. The god of the golden string had descended and was indeed here. Are you questioning God? At the god's words, the nobles collectively bowed their heads. Emperor Pian Dunauide locked eyes with the god, the intruder. Simply looking at the indecipherable white radiance around the eyes muddled his mind. Could this really be a god? Pian Dunauide gulped in nervousness. Dear God, my lord. Pian Dunauide stuttered in panic. Look at me, Emperor, the god of the golden string said. Adat novel bin adat. Yes. Pian Dunauide replied. It seems like you were about to go against the god of the golden string said. Pian Dunauide muttered. Considering the sacrifices you've made so far, I'll give you one more chance. But you will have to pay the price for this, the god of the golden string said. The golden strings that bound him loosened slightly, and a sharp end was stabbed into his body. No, the emperor screamed in agony. A tremendous amount of mana flowed from the emperor into the god like never before, and the emperor's face rapidly began to age. Thud, ugh. Gasping for air as he fell to the ground, the emperor was convulsing for a while. His mana, which used to be overflowing, had mostly disappeared. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of exhaustion, he lost consciousness and collapsed. "Look up," said the god of the golden string. The nobles who had been bowing their heads turned pale at the sight. The emperor looked terrible. Your Majesty." The nobles were stunned. "This is the price for going against a god. Stand up, everyone," the god of the golden string said, looking at the nobles. The emperor was not dead, but it would have been reasonable to say that he was only barely alive. It seemed he could not remain on the throne any longer. "Your Majesty the Emperor." Aide McNay, who was present, was consumed by anger at the sight of the dying emperor, but he could not make his feelings obvious. Stepping over the emperor, the god walked toward the throne. The throne, which was a pile of golden strings a while ago, returned to its original form. The god sat on it as if it was a natural thing. "Prepare for the next emperor. And we're going to head to Earth immediately. Gather all the wizards," the god of the golden string ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." In response to the god's command, the nobles trembled as they replied. Wizards poured out of the three-dimension gates that connected Earth and Lystria. The army that had been guarding the place collapsed suddenly under the onslaught of magic. "Pathetic," the god of the golden string muttered, looking at how easily the army was defeated. Every time the god of the golden string moved his hands, tanks, missiles, and everything else turned into golden strings and attacked the South Korean forces and challengers instead. Damn it! Defend yourselves! Shoot those golden strings! Request for reinforcements? We have a god here. It's really the god from the other world who has invaded." The army surrounding Haeundae in Busan crumbled in an instant, and the wizards who followed behind the god also turned Busan into a trail of destruction with their immense firepower. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Yujia immediately used her abilities and headed toward Li Xin. "Mr. Li Xin," Yujia said urgently. When she went to his house, Li Xin was already staring at the carnage on the TV with a cold look. "You're too late," Li Xin muttered. "I'm sorry." Yujia apologized, bowing her head. It was not just South Korea. Chaos had broken out due to the sudden invasion of wizards in the United States and China as well. While Korean challengers did their best to hold off the wizards in Busan, dealing with them was not easy due to the god's movements. "Hurry up and open it quickly before more damage is done," Li Xin said. "Yes sir," Yujia replied. A black hole formed in the air, and Yujia and Li Xin immediately crossed over. Thick smoke billowed here and there beneath the blue sky. Some wizards were flying in the sky, and in the distance, the god who was surrounded by golden strings, was moving. After seeing them, Li Xin immediately took out the tail of Rasmo that he had used before from the subspace pocket. Then, dozens of enhancement spells were cast onto the tail. It was in the shape of a spear, suspended in the air. Target fixation, rotational acceleration, strengthening of the durability, strengthening of the piercing, resistance reduction. The god of the golden string and Li Xin were approximately several kilometers away. However, the gazes of the god of the golden string and Li Xin met midair, foreshadowing the immense mana power to come. "Try blocking this." Wong. As the spear was thrown, the pre-deployed mana in the air condensed and exploded together. Bong! With a rough tearing sound, the tail of Rasmo flew toward the god of the golden string. The god, who had transformed the surrounding buildings entirely into gold strings, twisted the strings all the way into a spiral shape and summoned them to collide with the tail of Rasmo. Baom! There was a deafening explosion. The golden strings were torn apart, Rasmo's tail lost its strength and fell to the ground before the god's eyes. "You arrogant!" the god of the golden string muttered. The god of the golden string, who had instantly grasped his opponent's strength in this one attack that threatened him, looked up at Li Xin. "Wow, you walked into hell on your own," Li Xin muttered, standing atop a building, looking down at the god, mocking him. The god of the golden string, who did not sound particularly impressive when looking at the name, the abilities he displayed now were beyond expectations. Even though coming to Earth must have caused his power to take a significant cut, can he still exhibit this level of strength? Li Xin was not aware of what had happened to the god recently, but the god of the golden string had broken free from a substantial amount of the limits that were set on him by consuming the mana of Pion Dunawide. This proved that Pion Dunawide had possessed exceptional mana quality and innate prowess. Losing Pion Dunawide was undesirable for the god of the golden string, but it was necessary in order to confront Li Xin. "I will show you the power of a god," the god of the golden string said. When the god raised his hands, the buildings on either side of him transformed into thousands, even tens of thousands, of golden strings and covered the sky. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" Li Xin said. Despite being surrounded by an immense quantity of golden strings that seemed could engulf the sky, Li Xin remained composed. He's trying to pour out all his power of a deity from the very beginning to end this quickly. However, Li Xin was aware that it meant the god himself was also not at ease. It seemed like he did not have much time either. The god might have found a way to reduce the penalties of crossing over to Earth with some abilities, but even if the god were to muster up all of his power, it did not really matter to Li Xin. Divine realm breaking force. Li Xin's blue eyes locked onto the god. Tremendous pressure could be felt in the entire space. The sensation of something suppressing his power made the god of the golden string flinch. "What on earth is this power?" The god of the golden string seemed confused. The waves of the golden strings, that a moment ago felt so grand, broke apart and scattered. Li Xin even managed to deflect the falling fragments of the golden strings away from himself using psychokinesis. He smirked. "Adat novel bin adat. Well, if you don't know, you should die," Li Xin muttered. Since the surroundings were already in chaos, Li Xin did not have to worry about the damage that could be done anymore. Therefore, he instantly expanded his mana without hesitation. Prison ground. Masses of mana that were thrown into the air enveloped the god's feet and lifted the ground. Thud. Rocks around the god rose up and formed a circular barrier, entrapping the god. At the same time, a sphere of electric current that shot bluish mana to the sky violently spun in the air, gathering thunderbolts and wind. Full driving thunder. Gust. Rumble. The gentle breeze quickly turned into a ferocious gust, and the sphere of mana that gathered thunderbolts like a magnetic field created a storm filled with lightning energy. Greya. The rocks that confined the god slowly transformed into golden strings and wrapped around the god even more densely. The god's flickering golden gaze was fixated on the sky. The storm of thunderbolts swept the golden strings away, erasing them from existence. How can a mere human possess such power? The god muttered. The challengers who were engaged in battles nearby had already started to flee after witnessing the overwhelming force of Li Xin and tried to stay far away from him. In fact, the wizards had lost the will to fight and were now filled with an awe for Li Xin that transcended their adversarial relationship. Kup, the god of the golden string, groaned. The god of the golden string confronted the storm of thunderbolt head-on. Pizzicato. Rumble. With every movement of the storm, the ground flipped, and the air exploded. Cars and various structures caught in the storm's path exploded mid-air, sending debris flying around. Kuaa, the god roared fiercely, as he manifested his power of a deity to reverse the storm entirely into strings of gold. Thunk. Pizzicato. However, most of the god of the golden strings divinity class had been obliterated. Therefore, there was no power left in him to counter Li Xin's magic. The golden strings that formed were torn apart and consumed by flames in real time. Besides, the armor made from these golden strings that had been protecting the god shattered into pieces. Kup. The god of the golden string collapsed to the ground. Li Xin, having scattered mana forcibly to subdue the storm, approached the fallen god. The presence of the god of the golden string was gradually fading. How can I lose to a human? The god muttered in shock. Why did you attack Earth? Li Xin asked. Li Xin was aware that this god stood above the Emperor of Lystria. It was easy for Li Xin to deduce that this god was the mastermind behind the Earth's invasion. I wanted to go to Astria. The god barely managed to reply with his last remaining bit of strength. Astria? What does that have to do with invading Earth? Li Xin asked as his facial expression stiffened. The gods, who are there? The god of the golden string's body disintegrated like dust. Unable to finish his sentence, the god gave a pitiable glance and vanished completely. A message appeared. You have killed someone with a divinity class of 10 or higher. Li Xin wondered if the god of the golden string had truly disappeared from existence. He also thought about what he meant by wanting to go to Astria. Had the higher-ranking gods in Astria manipulated other gods who could not make it to Astria to attack Earth? Of course they are involved in nothing but the dirty deeds as always. Li Xin actually found this somewhat a relief. He was getting stronger day by day, and unless a higher-ranking god directly invaded Earth, he had no equal opponent. If these minor gods kept invading Earth, Li Xin could become the adversary in a much quicker time. But, I think most of those who considered attempting an invasion probably won't after this incident. This was the significance of having a powerful god in the world. It was like having a deterrent that prevented other gods of other dimensions from recklessly invading. The influence a single strong individual held was immense. Considering this, it was better for Lystria to be subservient to Earth. In that case, they will have me as their barrier at least. The next moment, Li Xin looked at his surroundings. The battle with the god of the golden string did not take long, but the surroundings were now a scene of utter chaos. But this much of a damage is nothing compared to what I've gained, the Empire. The next moment, Li Xin could see that Kim Kong-won and Cha Yu-min had arrived in Busan and suppressed the wizards. The wizards were severely beaten up and could hardly keep their eyes open. Besides, judging by the appearance of the wizards, it seemed a large-scale battle would not be necessary after all, even if they were to cross over to the Empire instead. Mr. Li Xin, Yujia cried out. She had arrived through the black hole, and looked at Li Xin with a concerned expression. Are you okay? Yujia asked. Yeah, I'm fine. How's the situation in other places? Li Xin asked. In the US and China, wizards had also invaded. Therefore, Li Xin was curious about the situation there. It seems like things are getting wrapped up there too. They say that the wizards have lost their momentum now that their god is defeated, Yujia explained. So, how many challengers are there? Li Xin asked. Just a moment please, Yujia replied. She took out her tablet and checked something. She then gave Li Xin the list. It seemed like someone from reverse was providing her with the information. Cha Yu-min, Kim Kong-won, Park Ju-hyuk, Park Hai-won. She read out loud the names of the challengers. Li Xin heard several familiar names. The rest had not arrived in Busan yet. Tell those who have not arrived to go support other countries because South Korea is under control now, Li Xin said. Okay, I got it, Yujia replied. And gather the remaining challengers here, Li Xin said. Huh? What are you planning on doing with them? Yujia asked, looking confused. What do you think I'll be doing? Li Xin muttered. After saying that, Li Xin looked into the distance, looking at the gate that was still shining bright. When Yujia noticed what Li Xin was looking at, she nodded. Are you planning to go right now? Yujia asked. Yes, that's right, Li Xin replied. Cha Yumin and Kim Kong-won, who was near Li Xin, approached him. Mr. Li Xin, Cha Yumin called out. Yumin, Li Xin replied in a soft voice. Cha Yumin scratched his head as if he was still trying to get used to Li Xin's way of speaking. That was because Li Xin had decided not to keep his distance from Cha Yumin anymore, unlike how he acted when they initially met recently. Li Xin started to talk to Cha Yumin as he had used to in his past life. Yes, Cha Yumin replied. So, what's the plan now? Kim Kong-won asked Li Xin. Please suppress the wizards and gather them here, Li Xin said. Then, he looked at the multitude of challengers who were gathered around him. He was not the only one on Earth. There were many comrades on Earth, including Yujia, Cha Yumin, Kim Kong-won. They all looked at Li Xin with determined eyes. We will be heading to the Empire. Today, the Empire that intended to invade Earth will meet its end, Li Xin said with determination. In a medical facility within the Empire, Para McMahon forced himself to sit up upon hearing the sudden news. What the hell are you talking about? The Earthlings are here to attack. Para McMahon shouted in anger. It turns out that the god had lost to Li Xin. Huh? What nonsense is that? Para McMahon could not believe what he was hearing right now. How could a god lose to a human? Did that make any sense? From Para's perspective, who had never properly seen a god, it sounded utterly absurd. At least you should come along, Mr. Paragraph. Fine, Para McMahon replied. As Para urgently left the sick room, a commotion could be heard from another room. Why, Your Majesty? Are you all right? Startled by the voice, Para turned his head. The Emperor has woken up. Prominent physicians and wizards in the Empire had all said that it would take at least several months for the Emperor to wake up. That was why Para was shocked to hear this news and wondered why the Emperor was suddenly awake now. However, the Emperor's well-being was more important to Para than Earth's invasion, which was happening at the same time. He hurriedly went to see the Emperor. Your Majesty. Para McMahon cried out. Paragraph. Were you awake too? The Emperor asked. The Emperor seemed better than Para expected. His complexion was fine, and the mana within him had recovered greatly, nothing like when he had collapsed. What happened? How did you suddenly get better so quickly? Para McMahon asked. It did not make sense to him. I don't know either. The mana that was taken by the god is gradually returning to me, the Emperor replied. It seemed like the Emperor's words were true, because his complexion was visibly improving in real time. Realizing that the Emperor was okay, Para remembered why he was rushing out. Your Majesty, I've heard that the Earthlings have invaded the Empire right now, Para McMahon reported to the Emperor. Huh? What did you just say? The Emperor shouted. As soon as the Emperor heard the news, he got up from the bed, grabbed his outer robe, and got dressed hastily. Your Majesty, dressing like that is kind of... Para McMahon muttered, looking at the Emperor. Shut up. Do you think I care about my appearance right now? The Emperor shouted. All right. Let's get going, Para McMahon replied. Let's go, the Emperor replied. The two of them rushed outside and ran all the way to the castle wall. When they arrived there, they were able to see the undead core. There were skeletons walking with a scraping sound and the undead that were flying through the sky. Could it be that guy named Li Xin? The Emperor muttered. The Emperor quickly scanned the vast field, searching for the master of those undead. I think so, because I heard that Li Xin was a wizard as well as a necromancer who can handle both magic and the undead, Para McMahon explained. Although Para tried to keep his voice calm, he was trembling inside. He could not believe that a wizard strong enough to easily defeat Para himself was also capable of leading such a massive army of undead. So, in the end, the god was defeated by Li Xin, the Emperor muttered. The Emperor could somewhat already tell that Li Xin had killed the god of the golden string because he could sense his mana filling up in real time. The Emperor could tell that he was getting his mana back from the god because the god had been defeated. However, he was not necessarily pleased that his mana power was returning to him. That implied a bigger threat, one that is approaching him now. I don't think I'll be able to demonstrate my true strength now due to my injuries, Para McMahon said to the Emperor. Para clicked his tongue in frustration. He had wanted to face Li Xin once again, and although the opportunity had arrived, his physical condition prevented him from doing so. It's fine. I will face Li Xin myself. Then, I'll be able to see if the choice I made in the past was a mistake or not, the Emperor said with a smirk. The Emperor had devoted his entire life to the Empire, offering his mana to the god of the golden string. However, this god had died, and the one who had killed him was now attacking the Empire. The Emperor thought that facing this guy named Li Xin himself would provide the answer whether it had been worthwhile devoting his entire life to the god or whether he had been deceived by a worthless being. Para, the Emperor called out. Yes, Your Majesty, Para McMahon replied. When I was young, I wanted to become a great wizard. So, actually, when you reached the level of a great wizard, I was a bit jealous as well, the Emperor said. Oh, is that so? Para McMahon replied. Para was nonchalant in response, because he thought it was only natural. Even though I am finally set free from the shackles of the god, the Empire's downfall is imminent before me this time, the Emperor said. Don't worry about it, Your Majesty. It won't turn out that way. I will stop that from happening, Para McMahon replied. But weren't you defeated by him once? The Emperor said. Well, friendly matches and real battles are different, Para McMahon tried to explain, but the Emperor interrupted him. It's fine, said the Emperor. The Emperor's face showed no trace of regret. Instead, it was filled with a sense of liberation. As the Emperor unleashed his abundant mana forward, he was amazed by what he could do. Did I really give this much mana to that damn god of the golden string all this time? Even at this moment, the Emperor's mana was recovering. As he wielded his mana freely now, the Emperor felt like he could accomplish anything. Split, the Emperor shouted in excitement. As his mana settled onto the ground, the surface of the earth started to tremble and started to crack open. Crack! Skeletons fell through the cracks that formed in the ground. The next moment, the Emperor, now charged with fervent power, conjured flames in the air. Wow, this is how capable Pion Donowide is. Para McMadden, who had been watching the Emperor's magic from the side, was amazed. He was aware that the Emperor had not been able to properly use and practice his magic for a long time, as most of his mana had been taken by the god. However, now that his mana was returning, seeing the Emperor execute magic at such a grand scale so naturally made Para McMadden wonder if the Emperor's talent might have been even greater than his own. Only if the opponent was not Li Xin, the Emperor might have been able to win. Watching Li Xin flying on a skeleton in the distance, Para McMadden clenched his teeth. Despite the Emperor's remarkable talent, he was still an unpolished gem. On the other hand, Li Xin had already reached a level of mastery. Therefore, the Emperor could not be compared with Li Xin. Fire strike. Dozens of arrows of fire spread through the air, striking the flames created by the Emperor fiercely. Swoosh, whoosh. As the Emperor's flames clashed with Li Xin's arrows, the flames seemed to get absorbed by Li Xin's magic and even bolstered the power of Li Xin's fire strike. No way, the Emperor shouted. The Emperor looked baffled, and Li Xin laughed at the sight of him. You still have a long way to go, little one. Since everyone in the Lystria Magic Empire wielded and learned about magic, Li Xin had imagined that the Emperor would be similarly skilled in magic as well. In fact, Li Xin thought the Emperor was proficient in magic when he stood on the castle wall and caused a massive earthquake. However, the more Li Xin saw the Emperor's magic, the more he felt something was awkward about it, as if a brilliant child was performing advanced magic without having gone through proper training. It's not like there's no one to teach the Emperor. Besides, there's also the great wizard, Para McMadden, around him. No matter how threatening the power of his magic was, wizards at this level of mastery were actually very easy to deal with. Taking away the control they had over their magic was as easy as picking up a coin on the ground. Wong, boom, the fire strike hit the castle wall, destroying it and creating a fierce flame. Burn fire. The intense flames swelled, instantly forming a column of fire that covered one side of the castle wall. Those who were standing on top of the castle wall were busy trying to extinguish the flames on their clothes and escape by going down the castle wall. However, the Emperor, who was still looking at the flames, struck the castle wall with water elemental magic trying to put out the fire. You still have a long way to go, little one, Li Xin said, looking at the Emperor. After hearing Li Xin's mocking words, the Emperor glared at Li Xin, frowning. You are the first one to talk like that to me, the Emperor of this empire, the Emperor replied. Well, does that bother you? Li Xin asked. No, rather than being bothered, I would say I'm more impressed, the Emperor replied. The Emperor then smiled, revealing his white teeth. Does that mean you are a wizard too? Li Xin asked. Yes, I'm a wizard before being an emperor, the Emperor replied. The Emperor stared at Li Xin with his green eyes shining. I have something to say to you, so can you stop the warriors of Earth for a second? The Emperor asked Li Xin in a calm voice. Why should I do that? Li Xin replied. Please, the Emperor said. After saying that, the Emperor kneeled on the scorching castle wall. When Para saw that, he tried to help the Emperor up quickly, but he firmly stopped him. Leave me alone. I've already knelt thousands of times in front of a conman who was believed to be a god, the Emperor said to Para. Li Xin had not expected the Emperor to act this way. Just a moment ago, he had been casting magic spells in offense, but now he was on the floor, kneeling. Well, I never intended to kill the citizens of the Empire anyway. Li Xin stopped all the other challengers who were charging toward the castle wall. Yujia, Li Xin called out. Yes, Yujia, who had been waiting near Li Xin, came closer and responded. Go to the western and eastern gates and tell Cha Yumin and Kim Kongwon to stop, Li Xin ordered. Understood, Yujia replied. Looking at the state of the southern gate, the conditions at the eastern and western gates were obvious. It was very likely that the challengers were overwhelming those places as well. Besides, with Cha Yumin's shadow skill, they might have even already broken through the castle wall. Lystria will be subservient to Earth, the Emperor said. Li Xin did not expect the Emperor to say this before he even asked. He had not thought that the Emperor would so readily give in and humble himself toward Earth. Although Li Xin was aware that there was probably no other way out, he had expected a last burst of fire from the Emperor. I actually realized from this battle that in order for me to protect this country, I should not hold my head up high, the Emperor said. What makes you trust us Earthlings? Earthlings might try to devour everything in the Empire, Li Xin replied. I don't trust those Earthlings, but I trust you, Li Xin, the Emperor replied. And why is that? Li Xin asked. I believe the existence of gods is probably not limited to this world. And, in that place called Astria, there seem to be stronger gods, right? Do you have the confidence to protect Earth from those gods? The Emperor asked Li Xin with a serious look. Li Xin first asked a question to the Emperor, but he threw another question back immediately. There was a confident look in the Emperor's eyes, as if he was saying that Li Xin's answer to that question would be his too. Well, you have no right to know about that. Besides, I never said that I would protect the empire for you, Li Xin replied. After hearing these words from Li Xin, the emperor seemed worried. Besides, how can I trust the empire? Li Xin added. If you want, I can step down from the throne as well, and you can establish the emperor you desire. I don't mind becoming your hostage, the emperor replied. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I would rather become a hostage, Para, who had been standing next to him, shouted in shock, trying to dissuade him. No, Your Majesty, no, I will go instead, Aide McNay shouted. At some point, Aide McNay, who had come up to the castle wall, knelt behind the emperor. Laughing wryly, when Li Xin looked within the castle wall, he noticed that all the wizards had gathered, all kneeling. They're quite funny, Li Xin muttered and mocked them. This was a touching display of camaraderie, but their past actions on Earth could not be forgotten that easily. However, if Li Xin killed them all out of anger, he knew that it would be a foolish move. If you all wish, I'll take all of you hostages, Li Xin said. There was nothing else Li Xin had to do now, because Lystria essentially became a colony of Earth. The rest of the work was now on the shoulders of Earth's experts, who had experienced countless events in the past. In fact, for Li Xin, the Emperor, and Para McMadden, who was a great wizard, were sufficient as hostages, because he thought that those two were practically the entire combat power of the Empire. It seems like the Emperor has more potential than Paragraph. With these individuals from the Empire, the combat power of Earth would become much stronger than before. This way, Li Xin just added more might to confront the apostles. Take everyone to Earth, Li Xin ordered. After restraining all the wizards with handcuffs that blocked their use of mana, they were placed onto skeletons and headed for Earth. After the tiresome battle with the Empire ended, Li Xin began ascending the tower once again. Through the recent fight against the god of the Golden String, he had become even more certain that he needed an absolute powerhouse to protect this world. Furthermore, he realized that he needed to find out exactly what the gods were trying to do and achieve. The tower. That was the starting point of many changes to Earth, marking the end of this world as they had known it. I will have to reach the 90th floor at least for something to unravel. Li Xin's transformation into a great wizard, his discovery of the gods' identities, and him stepping into the level of transcendence had all occurred after reaching the 90th floor in his past life. I should not return to Earth until I reach the 80th floor. You have entered the 70th floor. Adat Novel bin Adat. There were not many floors left before Li Xin reached the 100th floor. He wondered if he would face off against a god on the 100th floor again in this life. Besides, he also wondered if the god who had fought him in the past would be waiting for him this time as well. What would happen if he killed that god? What would he be like at the end? After the leaders of various countries at WCA held a conference, they decided to keep Pian Donawide on the emperor's throne. They decided to get the active cooperation of the empire and absorb the technology and know-how related to the enhancement of magical abilities, which had not been revealed until now. It would be a superficial alliance with the empire, that was in reality, more like the empire was Earth's colony. Most of the core combat force of the empire, the #1 magical vanguard, moved to Earth and took charge of educating challengers and civilians who had a high likelihood of entering the tower. Most people thought they had turned the page on another transitional period, but the enemies did not grant them any time or peace. A gate had appeared over the Comoro Islands in Africa. Thump. A devil who was entirely tinged with dark purple appeared out of the gate. The surface of his writhing muscles undulated like liquid, and within them emerged a bald devil. Vibrant veins and ligaments protruded from the skin, forming a grotesque and monstrous appearance. Ranaz, a subordinate of Astaroth, looked around with a contorted smile. It seems like much of my power has been sealed. Is it because of a shortage of dimensional energy? The devil muttered. As he walked, there came a rustling sound. A man with a sunburned complexion appeared, strolling through the forest in light clothing. Upon spotting Ranaz, the man paused and gave a quizzical look. What's that? Whoosh, thud, ko, the man screamed in agony. Suddenly, a dark purple tentacle had stretched out and coiled around the man's neck, draining his life as it choked him. Gulp gulp. As the devil's muscles convulsed, the man's body shrank and crumpled, and he was thrown to the ground in an instant. Ranaz frowned as if he was dissatisfied, expressing his discontent. Consuming such a creature seems to help restore my strength to some extent, although quite slightly, Ranaz muttered. Having realized that consuming humans would release his sealed power, Ranaz dashed out of the forest. Ahead of him was a beach, where numerous people were enjoying themselves on the sand. It seems like there are quite a few insects to have here, Ranaz said excitedly. As Ranaz's body rolled up and swelled into a round shape, multiple tentacles burst out from his skin, snatching people away in a single motion. Ah, what's going on? There's a monster? A monster has appeared. Run away, everyone. Amidst the chaos that engulfed the beach, Ranaz devoured the people. He felt his power recovering to some extent and continued to grow in size. Come out, Ranaz ordered. When he said that, strange-looking dogs emerged within him and started running in all directions. The people screamed in panic. The dogs leaped with incredible speed, as if they did not want to let a single human escape their grasp. Then they swiftly tore at the humans' necks. Isn't there anyone more delicious? Ranaz muttered. Within a few minutes, Ranaz had devoured over 100 humans, and then he started to move toward a village where many humans lived this time. Here, the scent of humans is much stronger, said Ranaz. Just like his senses had told him, there were a few times more humans than there were at the beach. Devour them all. And let's expand our power here, Ranaz said with a smirk. The demons multiplied immediately. Ranaz was the devil of reproduction. The demons poured out non-stop and people were slaughtered by these demons one after another in rapid succession. Among these people were challengers as well. A challenger named Yukima, who lived on the Mayotte Islands, felt the turmoil and rushed toward Ranaz. When did this monster come here? The challenger muttered. Having witnessed the tragedy that had occurred in Hawaii, Yukima, who had sworn not to leave Mayotte, was determined. The absence of a challenger was extremely fatal to a small island like this. If he could not buy even a moment of time, numerous people would be wiped out in an instant. The muscular monster, with his deep violet body fully exposed as he parked himself in the center of the village, looked like a creature from the game Spacecraft. Is that the main body? More monsters keep coming out from there. Yukima thought that he would have to destroy that main body in an instant and eliminate the remnants. Hup. Swinging a staff in the air, he emitted mana. A circular mana ring formed along the end of the staff as it spun and hovered in the air, emitting a pale green light. Die! Yukima shouted. As the staff spun vigorously, along with the mana ring, it tore through a portion of Ranaz's body. Roaring in pain, Ranaz spotted Yukima and immediately extended his tentacles to attack him. Swoosh bang! Yukima evaded the tentacles by jumping, and the tentacles repeatedly hit the ground in vain. The asphalt floor struck by the tentacles cracked, and debris flew up. Having assessed Ranaz's condition, Yukima became certain. He is slower and weaker than I thought. I can kill him. Yukima picked up the hovering staff and wrapped it with mana once again. In the meantime, the injured parts of Ranaz's body were slowly regenerating, perhaps as he consumed the people around him. I'll kill him in one go. The tentacles headed in Yukima's direction once again. With agile movements, Yukima evaded the tentacles and swiftly approached the main body. Whoosh! He leaped 4 times in rapid succession, stepping on the ground, rocks, and the walls of buildings. Ranaz, flustered by this seamless agility, hurriedly added more muscle to his body to enhance his defense. However, it was already too late. Yukima's staff had already pierced through his skin. It's Ovkup. Before Yukima could even finish talking, he gasped in pain. Swoosh. Yukima felt a chilling sensation below his neck. His control over mana was rapidly deteriorating. When he lowered his head, he could see a sharp claw protruding from his heart. Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell from his mouth onto those claws. When did he? Swoosh. As Yukima turned his head to see the face of the one who had stabbed him, his body collapsed weakly, being drawn into the muscles of Ranaz. You came too late. I nearly died. Ranaz peeked out from the muscular mass and said to the devil he had created. Well, you didn't die yet, so we're good. Haha, the devil with black horns on his forehead replied and laughed at Ranaz. You're still slow. Kill more humans faster and bring them to me, Ranaz said to the devil. All right, the devil replied. Devouring this one seems to have restored about half of my strength, Ranaz muttered. The quivering muscle mass began to grow and swell rapidly. We will make this island ours, Ranaz said with determination. The Eternal Gate had been open for a year now. As Li Xin had anticipated, no more dimension gates appeared, and more challengers returned to South Korea. Once a quiet, small city, Daejeon had become busier and more populated than ever. Now known as the second capital after Seoul, it attracted numerous challengers due to the appearance of the Eternal Gate. Being in Daejeon allowed people to see famous challengers from around the world, but the best part was the protection provided by these challengers. Daejeon had become a safer place than Seoul. G-Gate, it's a gate. Hurry up and report it to the association. Okay, I got it. People strolling on the streets of Daejeon's Useong district suddenly shouted upon seeing a new white gate appear in the sky. However, not many panicked or were scared, as all renowned challengers were in Daejeon today. Is that it? Samuel asked. Yes, but it feels somewhat different from the previous gates, Cha Yumin replied, looking at the gate. Samuel, the chairman of WCA, and Cha Yumin had rushed there upon hearing the news. Wow, the energy from the gate is quite extraordinary, muttered Sverno, examining the new gate with his dimensional energy detection device. What do you mean by that? Chairman Samuel asked. This gate's dimensional energy is much stronger than the previous ones. It seems like the total amount of dimensional energy Earth can withstand has increased significantly, Sverno replied seriously, rubbing his chin. How much has it increased? Chairman Samuel asked. It's 3 times stronger than the gate that appeared 2 months ago, Sverno replied. Mr. Cha Yumin, you faced the beast that appeared then, right? Chairman Samuel asked, raising his eyebrow. Yes, I defeated it. Beasts like that appear on the 70th floor and up, Cha Yumin replied. Okay, then. The next wave should either be a quantitative or qualitative increase. 3 times the enemies, or enemies 3 times stronger, Chairman Samuel muttered. No enemies had come through the gate yet, probably because the gate wasn't fully active. They had a rough estimate of what was to come based on the energy measurement. Oh, Chairman. A black sedan made its way through the crowd toward Chairman Samuel. When its gate opened, Jian Yong, the chairman of the Challengers Association, appeared. You were already here, Jian Yong said. Yes, the conference was nearby, Chairman Samuel asked. The gate. Has it not opened yet? Jian Yong asked. No, it hasn't opened yet, Chairman Samuel replied. Jian Yong looked around, taking in the many famous challengers present. I see that we have Mr. Cha Yu-min and Jonathan here with us and Fergo from England. So, even if the gate opens, I would not worry too much, Ji and Jae-yong muttered, looking around. No, we will have to be concerned, Chairman Samuel replied. Ji and Jae-yong tilted his head in confusion. Simultaneously, the shining white gate vibrated strongly, and something emerged from within. Is that an angel? That race had pure white skin, golden eyes, and white feather wings on their backs. What the hell is going on? Cha Yu-min muttered. The angel's appearance made Cha Yu-min clench his teeth and activate his mana. This opponent was unforeseen, as the thought of angels invading Earth had never crossed his mind. We need to evacuate the people here. Chairman Samuel, our staff is already moving. We will request government support, Chairman Samuel replied. The association staff and government officials guided people to evacuate from Useong district. If a fight broke out with the angels, they couldn't predict the potential magnitude of the fight. A lot of angels had appeared from the gate, and they were all flapping their wings in the air. Furthermore, only challengers from the 50th floor and above could fight toe-to-toe with angels. There were 50 challengers here, but even that was insufficient manpower to fight off the dozens of angels. Still, dealing with just these regular angels should be possible. Fortunately, combat angels have not appeared. Chairman Samuel was interrupted by another intense vibration. Angels with 2 sets of wings emerged from the gate. Ofu, DGE, Chairman Samuel, who rarely uttered profanity, almost let one slip. The angel side now had combat angels, 6 combat angels to be accurate. Who is in charge of this place? Asked a combat angel while looking around. Chairman Samuel looked up and faced the angel as he stepped forward. It's me, Chairman Samuel replied. No one around objected to Samuel taking the lead. We are angels from the heavenly realm. We have come to assess Earth's current situation and to offer support, the angel said. This unexpected statement surprised Chairman Samuel and the other nearby challengers, as they had not expected that the angels were here to provide support. Huh? What are you talking about? You are here to offer support? Chairman Samuel asked in confusion. The weakest race, humans. There are Earthlings here who haven't even begun to harness their potential, so we the heavenly realm have deemed you unfit for interdimensional competition, the angel replied. We are fit enough, Chairman Samuel replied. No, you guys still don't know anything. And that is why we've come to protect Earth, the angel said. Chairman Samuel clenched his teeth, and his expression hardened. Humans, the weakest race. He despised that label. Everywhere he went in the tower, humans were looked down upon and scorned as the weakest race. And now, angels had come to protect the weak, helpless humans. Will it truly be protection with pure intentions? Protection for Earth did indeed sound good. However, as someone who had faced numerous challenges and encountered treacherous individuals, Samuel found it difficult to believe as there was no such thing as a free lunch. We are constantly growing stronger, Chairman Samuel replied. Are you referring to the tower? The angel asked. Yes, that's right, Chairman Samuel replied. That's funny. How long has it even been since humans entered the tower? The combat angel with short brown hair scoffed at Samuel. Do you even know why Earthlings were allowed to enter the tower? Why we were allowed to enter? The mocking laughter, the relaxed demeanor, and their tone suggested they knew something. This bothered Samuel. He wondered if they really knew the reason. Well, what's the reason? Chairman Samuel asked. It was to prepare Earthlings for interdimensional war, the angel replied. Huh? Who would do that? Chairman Samuel asked. You don't need to know that. To protect your dimensions, you need strong individuals. The tower allows Earthlings to accumulate achievements and experience numerous worlds, fostering their growth. However, you Earthlings rushed into the interdimensional war much faster than expected, the angel said. At first, it sounded like the angel had said that for their benefit, but Samuel could see the inconsistencies. The reason he gave for why Earth must fight in the interdimensional war is what I find most absurd. After all, we've never opened any gates ourselves. The angel deliberately omitted that point. Simply put, if they thought of it as Earth receiving protection from these angels, the matter would be resolved. However, a nagging doubt prevented Samuel from easily believing it. If only Mr. Li Xin were here. His view on the situation would have surely helped. Unfortunately, Li Xin was in the midst of conquering the tower, so Samuel could not seek his advice. Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is the time to come to a definite conclusion. Someone murmured by Samuel's side. Why is that? Samuel asked. Angels inherently seek righteousness. However, they adhere to strict regulations and hold unchanging values. So, you're saying there is potential for conflict? Chairman Samuel replied. Yes, that's right. Chairman Samuel nodded, recognizing the validity of the statement. While the angels' help could save Earth from certain destruction, accepting it would also bind Earth to the heavenly realm. This was a decision that required careful deliberation. I am sorry, but please give us some time. This is not a decision I can make alone, Chairman Samuel said. The angel's face contorted, and he pointed his golden lance at Samuel. Answer me now. You clearly stated earlier that you're the representative here, the angel said angrily. The Earthlings here don't represent the entirety of Earth, Chairman Samuel said. Ridiculous. Do you think I'm unaware that most of Earth's energy is concentrated here? The angel replied. Samuel was wrapped in contemplation. The angel's demeanor was quite firm. Judging by their number, it was evident that they were staging a show of force. Now I'm certain. It was clear from the angels' attitude that they never intended to give the humans a choice. Also, he realized that they should not accept the angels' assistance. At novel bin at. I will refuse, Chairman Samuel said. Samuel had made the decision after careful consideration, and his firm resolve surprised his colleagues. Cha Yumin calmly nodded his head, and Sverno observed the situation from the back with an intrigued expression, then discreetly stepped back. And this entire scene was being broadcast live to the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Samuel has made an unexpected decision, said Sammy Harrison. Present at the scene, Sammy Harrison had started broadcasting the moment the gate appeared. As always, viewers flooded into her broadcast. Due to the tense atmosphere, she could not speak loudly, but she was quietly discussing the situation with her viewers. Why is he refusing to get assistance when the angels are offering to help? Yeah, I don't quite understand that either. Aren't angels supposed to be good guys? What are they talking about? They barged in and were talking like that. So how are we supposed to think they're good? They've built up their reputation so well that they're seen positively no matter what they do. Man. But look at the atmosphere. A war with the angels could break out anytime. After watching this broadcast, all the challengers are heading to Korea. Just wait a little longer. I'm on a flight to Korea right now, too. Let's show our strength as Earthlings. Did you say we're the weakest race? Bullshit. Angels, I'm coming to get you. The public was divided on whether Earth should seek help from the angels or rely on its own resources. But as time passed, one side of the debate gained more support than the other. Do you believe Earthlings can protect themselves? Asked the angel. We have done so until now and will continue to do so, Chairman Samuel replied. Is that so? Then look at this, said the angel. The angel thrust his golden lance into the air. It split the space above, as if a screen had appeared there. They could see a scene from somewhere emerge through the rift. Gloop gloop. A colossal, muscular mass continued to expand in size. And from within it, strange and grotesque beasts kept emerging. What's that? Where is that place? Then, the scene shifted to another place. Mom, please help, please. Not my daughter, just take me instead. The beasts from the muscle mass were now indiscriminately capturing, killing, and devouring people. Most of these victims were ordinary individuals who lacked the strength to defend themselves. With a stern gaze, the angel observed the humans lying on the ground, silently conveying the message, "Can't you see? Your land is under attack." Chairman Samuel gritted his teeth and immediately pulled out his phone. His phone began to ring. Click. Check the location right now and... Crack. A blinding light had pierced Samuel's phone, and it fell. With eyes wide open, he stared at the sky with contempt. The angel, with a stoic expression, pointed directly at Chairman Samuel. I was in the midst of a conversation with you, human, said the angel. Chairman Samuel glared at the angels. The other challengers present caught on to the fact that the place was Mayat and began moving in that direction. Stop that, the angel shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lances fell one after another in front of the challengers, who had started to move. Startled by the sudden attack, they quickly turned around to look at the angels. You said earlier that the ones here are not all the challengers. So, try to protect that place with the remaining Earthlings. If you guys can do that, then I will acknowledge Earthlings' ability to protect themselves, the angel said. The angel's statement frustrated the challengers and the people worldwide. These insane bastards. Let's just kill all of them and go. Angels are worse than demons. This damn son of a bitch. They're totally nuts, aren't they? In the midst of this, Cha Yumin exchanged glances with Chairman Samuel. The others did the same. They could no longer tolerate the angel's actions. More than 6 challengers here have reached the 80th floor. We will handle those combat angels, and Cha Yumin was interrupted. Wait a second, take a look at that, Chairman Samuel said. Chairman Samuel sternly observed the situation at Mayat. The space above Mayat twisted, and a black hole emerged. From within it, 6 challengers appeared. If it weren't for you, Ms. Yujia, things would have gone terribly wrong. Man, we were lucky. But Ms. Afzal Tashi came here on a trip with Mr. Ethan. It's okay. When something like this happens in one's country, they should help. There are quite a lot of beasts. Thank you for coming, Mr. Para. No, the Empire had received grace as well. So, it's only natural to help. Yujia, Park Juhayuk, Beck Hyun, Natasha Polly from Germany, Afzal Tashi the Cyclops, and Para McMadden the Great Wizard had emerged from the black hole. We're good. With that much combat power, we can certainly put up a good fight. Chairman Samuel smiled with hope and punched the air. The reactions of the others on the scene were the same. The angels lined up in the sky above, looking down upon the humans. Meanwhile, the combat angel, Kale, quickly checked the situation in Mayat and furrowed his eyebrows. These humans are strangely confident now. What do they have such faith in? Kale looked at the meat mass with his heavenly gaze. The meat mass was Ranaz, a devil and Astaroth's subordinate. Astaroth was the great devil occupying the 29th throne, so Ranaz was no small fry either. Even Kale wasn't confident that he could defeat that devil alone. All the combat angels here would need to unite to stand a chance at defeating Ranaz. Perhaps they are wearing such expressions because they don't know his abilities. Kale observed the hopeful expressions on the humans' faces, but he believed that their hope would ultimately prove futile. These humans' power alone would not be enough to stop the devils. He believed that, in the end, the angels would have to defeat them. Although Sikale found this endeavor a meaningless waste of time, he understood that humans needed to realize it for themselves. Oh, there's even a Cyclops here. The heavenly gaze showed not only demons but also all the races. However, Sikale regarded it all as meaningless, as he believed they would be unable to defeat the devils. While contemplating this, he heard cheers erupting from the humans below. Sikale was confused. Whoa, yay? Sikale raised his eyebrows and looked through the heavenly gaze. The earthlings were pushing out the demons. A woman with a third eye on her forehead, Cyclops Afzal Tashi, thrust down a horned demon that had killed a Mayat challenger. Who is that woman? Why is she so strong? You don't know her? She's Ethan's girlfriend. Ethan? Your girlfriend is making such a scene. Arg. I should have been there. Ethan muttered. Ethan watched Afzal Tashi's moves with a mixture of awe and concern. The quivering muscle mass stopped growing to give birth to a new subordinate. The stretched skin revealed something human-like emerging from within, tearing through the flesh. The new devil had a long tail with a sharp tentacle and a tough outer shell covering the entire body. Tui, a long staff popped out from Rana's, which the new devil grabbed. It feels like I've stepped into a new world, said the devil. The devil spun the staff and turned to look at Rana's. Thank you, said the devil. Keek. The life of a devil is far more remarkable than this. Go now, kill all the humans who've set their feet here, Rana's ordered him. All right. Maybe my fate all along was to become a devil. Probably also why I stayed in this place for so long, said the devil. Just an hour ago, Yukima had sacrificed himself to protect my yacht. Now, he was a devil attacking humans. Thwack, 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 thwack. The demonized Yukima savagely battered a fleeing human with a crazed look in his eyes. Kahahaha, is this what pleasure is? I've lived without ever knowing something like this. Yukima laughed and shouted. Yukima continued to pummel the human corpse vigorously, seemingly trying to ground it into a paste. And, not far from there, someone cautiously loaded a gun. Click. He looks highly dangerous. I should aim for a fatal hit with the first shot. Fortunately, the enemy was too engrossed in mutilating the corpse to move. Space distortion. The space between the target and the gun's barrel distorted. A bullet flew and struck the target's head almost simultaneously. Bang, whoong, crack. The bullet moved as if it had teleported there. It was firmly lodged in the devil's head but didn't stop spinning. Nice. It was a good hit. However, the whirling bullet failed to pierce the Yukima's tough skin, falling after merely leaving a mark on its hide. And after being hit, Yukima's attention was now on Natasha Polly. Oh shit. Natasha immediately threw away her heavy sniper rifle and tried to leave the spot, but Yukima charged toward her like the bullet she had fired. Park Ju-hyuk. Natasha Polly shouted. Park Ju-hyuk was nearby, so he blocked Yukima's path. Yukima's staff and his sword collided. Get out of here. Park Ju-hyuk shouted. The staff hit the sword upward as their weapons clashed, leaving both their torsi open. Yukima's mouth opened wide, and his elongated tongue stretched toward Park Ju-hyuk's neck. Clang, bang, bang, bang. A bullet had pierced through Yukima's tongue precisely. The devil screamed in agony and stepped back. Park Ju-hyuk took this opportunity to stab the devil's chest with his sword. Splash, coop. Yukima gasped in pain. Yukima swung his sword half a second later than the sword and struck Park Ju-hyuk's arm. Ugh. Park Ju-hyuk groaned. Feeling numb in his left arm, Park Ju-hyuk frowned, glanced behind him, and saw demonic beasts approaching. Why are there so many of them? Park Ju-hyuk muttered. Natasha, too, changed her mind upon seeing them. Should I quickly kill him and deal with the main body? Natasha believed that they could quickly defeat the demon if she worked with Ju-hyuk, and they both used their unique abilities. However, they would then not have enough strength left to deal with the main body. What should we do? Ba-ba-bam? A distant explosion resounded, capturing Park Ju-hyuk and Natasha's attention. They both turned their heads skyward, where a light was gathering to form a sphere. The scene made them chuckle. I was overthinking it, Natasha muttered. Natasha had momentarily forgotten that she had a great wizard comrade. Ba-ba-ba-bam? A purple tentacle hit the translucent barrier in the sky. A massive cluster of light gathered above Para McMatten's head in the meantime. Para regretted not using his full combat power to kill the devil the second he had seen it. He is continually growing stronger. How strong can he become? The muscle mass had grown to the size of a house, accompanied by sprouting tentacles and swarming minions. This menacing sight made even Para McMatten cautious. Initially, he believed that continually damaging the creature would weaken it, but he soon realized his mistake. Instead of weakening, the creature grew stronger at an accelerated rate, leaving Para McMatten feeling uneasy. Group up. Para McMatten ordered, looking at the light clusters. A massive cluster of light formed in the sky, seemingly the gathering of all the light in Mayat, and continued to grow. Thinking about the damage the sphere could cause, Ranaz hurriedly reduced his size. Meanwhile, the light sphere continued to expand, illuminating the surroundings brilliantly. Explode. Para McMatten ordered. The light sphere exploded and sent light shards flying in all directions. Ba-ba-ba-bam! White light covered the entire space, instantly vaporizing hundreds of demons surrounding them. Ranaz, who had been facing off against Para, concealed itself. I won't let you escape, Para McMatten muttered. Many light fragments dug deep into the ground suddenly, trembled, and erupted in a dazzling explosion. Kwaya, With Para as the center, a light wave spread in all directions, leaving the ground shaking. Kayuk. Para McMahon turned his gaze toward the sound. He was alarmed to find Ranaz, now in human form, coughing up blood on the ground there. Finally, it's over. Debris from the once immaculate buildings was everywhere now. The dust clouds obscured Para's vision, but that wasn't too big of a problem. He preached atop a destroyed building, materialized a revolving arrow of white light, and sent it flying toward Ranaz, who had collapsed on the floor. Thunk! The arrow impaled Ranaz's head. He stopped moving. Confirming the absence of a pulse, Para dispelled the protective barrier enveloping him. He had used too much mana this time, leaving him with overwhelming fatigue. Well then, for the remaining demons, Para McMahon muttered. The second Para had turned. Hundreds of tentacles had emerged from the building's wreckage, darting toward him with an eerie and unsettling force. How did they? Bewildered, Para barely had time to react as the tentacles tried to ensnare him. Para couldn't sense Ranaz at all in the debris. The attack shouldn't have been this powerful if it had come from the demon buried under all that rubble. Still, it wasn't powerful enough to worry him. Tisk. Clicking his tongue, Para McMahon immediately activated Transcendence. It would not last more than a few seconds, but he thought it should be enough. The tentacles slowed down for him, but only for a second before accelerating again. No way. Para was surprised, and the tentacles swarmed him. Ranaz soon appeared from the debris. Kakik. Ranaz laughed at Para McMahon. Suddenly, a something slimy and muscle-like flew out from the gaps between the rubble. The strange stuff forgathered, now resembling a human. At last, I've captured you, human wizard, Ranaz said, looking at Para McMahon, smirking. How though? How is this even possible? Para McMahon looked confused. You don't need to know that because you'll die now and become my nourishment. You look delicious, Ranaz said. Ranaz extended his long, dark tongue and licked its lip. Para couldn't help but feel wronged. Ranaz could freely exchange power with the subordinates he had created. Even in his fragmented state amidst the debris, Ranaz's fleshy chunks had gathered all his scattered power from around the island, rapidly increasing his strength and enabling him to launch a surprise attack on Para. I almost died. Para's staggering magical power had truly overwhelmed Ranaz. He had replenished his strength by absorbing the challengers and soldiers who had arrived from a foreign country in the southern part of Mayat. That had given him enough strength to execute a sudden and unexpected attack on Para. Ranaz was under Astaroth as a commander-class devil, but his prowess rivaled those of a low-rank great devil. The near-death experience had heightened Ranaz's sense of vigilance. He now wanted to absorb this wizard's power to fully recover his strength and summon the forces of the demon realm. Then, I will enjoy my meal, Ranaz said with excitement. When Para McMahon's sphere had exploded, seemingly killing Ranaz, everyone had cheered. Even those criticizing Li Xin for not properly retaliating against them after allying with the Empire were left with no choice but to stay silent after witnessing that scene. After all, absorbing Para's tremendous combat power had allowed them to deal with the demonic threat. No. Adat Novel bin Adat. However, the cheers didn't last long. Para had failed to comprehend the devil's abilities fully and fell into danger from a sudden attack. Sighs of distress slipped out from people. Even the angels, who had been watching Earthlings attack the devils with stiff expressions, now wore serious looks on their faces. Seakale, in particular, thought that the wizard should have been the one to kill the devil. Ranaz. He has become stronger while I was not paying attention to him. Even with his power restricted, Ranaz displayed strength that indicated that he would pose a significant threat after regaining his full power. Especially considering the class of the Great Wizard, Para McMahon, the complete release of Ranaz's restraints did not seem impossible. Mr. Para? Crook, don't come here. Many demons had already disappeared and the others in the area were rushing toward Rona. However, Para, who could guess the nature of Ranaz's ability, tried to stop them. Crook. Already exhausted from dealing with the demons, the exhausted challengers got caught by Ranaz, who appeared from under the ground. He began draining their strength. What is this? Get away from me! Afzal Tashi tried to use her strength to tear off the tentacle around here, but that didn't work. As Ranaz began to absorb Para's power, his restraints rapidly unraveled. Honey, Ethan shouted as he watched that sight with fear. Darn it, we need to make our move now. Fergo, the British ranker, stepped forward as if he could no longer stand still. Ethan followed suit. Did I not tell you? Wong, bam, a long lance fell from the sky. Fergo and Ethan hesitated to move as the lance had fallen inches away from them. You are still in a conversation with me, the angel said. Crack. The lance had shattered Fergo's sunglasses. They fell. The lance had fallen so close to him that it had scratched his nose, making blood droplets appear on his nose. These darn pests. Fergo shouted. Fergo could not hold any longer as he was outraged. He activated his mana, while Ethan transformed into his bear form. You are making foolish choices, humans, the angel said. The angels flew around, surrounding the challengers there. They then pointed their lances at the ground, seemingly ready to throw it if they crossed the line. Do not cross the line, warned the angel. You have crossed the line, not us, Cha Yumin replied. Cha Yumin transformed into his shadow form. The dark shadow enveloped Cha Yumin, and he pointed his blade toward the sky. The angels and the humans were now in deathlock. Clang! A new figure was detected in the heavenly gaze. A man who appeared through Yujia's black hole adjusted his sunglasses and took out a firearm. Who is that person? A long-range sniper rifle assembled itself haphazardly in midair. Then, a bluish mana wrapped itself around it. Bang! Blue and purple mana rotated wildly, enveloping the bullet. A light beam cut through the air and flew toward Ranaz, who hovered in front of Para McMadden, defenseless. Oh no! Ranaz tried to create a thick shell to block the bullet quickly, but it was a mistake. When the bullet touched the demonic power, it dispersed without exerting its power and vanished. Caw! The bullet pierced Ranaz and crumbled down. Ba-ba-bam! At the same time, the golden bullet hit Ranaz's body accurately, which had been suppressing the others. The sniper, satisfied with the successful shots, raised his sunglasses as white smoke floated up from the muzzle. He glanced at the result with a light smile. Indeed, Li Xin was not in his right mind. Satisfied with the potency of his bullet, Laurent leaped over the building and walked toward where the challengers were. Seeing Laurent's face, the Earth's challengers erupt again into enthusiastic cheers.